Chapter 1. The Madman of the Town. I am invincible in this world, keek. On the bustling street, a young man clad in a tattered blue tunic and carrying a wooden sword suddenly hurled his books aside, placing his hands on his hips and laughing heartily towards the sky. This unexpected spectacle startled passers-by, causing them to jump in surprise. Though initially inclined to scold him, their expressions froze as they beheld the disheveled youth. Ah, it is merely that mad scholar. No harm done. They muttered curses under their breath and gradually dispersed. The young scholar, Chen Xun, let out a raucous laugh, picked up his books, and squatted in a corner of the street, fervently poring over them. Whenever a passerby glanced at him, they would be bewildered to find that he was engrossed in a blank book devoid of any writing, prompting them to silently conclude that he was indeed mad. They would then toss a few copper coins his way and shake their heads in disbelief before departing. Unperturbed by their reactions, Chen Xun remained wholly absorbed in his own world. No one knew where Chen Xun had come from. The townsfolk had only noted that since his arrival in Xia town, he had never left. It had been 2.5 years, and everyone was aware of the existence of this eccentric blue-clad scholar. Chen Xun squatted in the corner, seemingly oblivious to what he was reading. He would occasionally exclaim in astonishment, drool with a silly grin, or rise to perform peculiar antics that left onlookers astounded, as if he were an oddity. Soon, the sun began to set. Grumble, grumble. Chen Xun's stomach rumbled. Curiously, he patted his belly and remarked, "Can you make that sound again? Grumble, grumble." Hey! Chen Xun suddenly became intrigued and hastily approached a bewildered old man, pointing at his stomach and asking in astonishment, "It is growling, can you hear it?" Seeing that it was Chen Xun, Oldly pursed his lips, leaned close to Chen Xun's abdomen, and pretended to listen intently. He then nodded earnestly, "Yes, it is growling." Having said that, he cast a cautious glance, fearing that Chen Xun might engage in some outlandish behavior at any moment. At his age, Oldly was concerned about maintaining his dignity. Chen Xun's eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Why is it growling?" Oldly cleared his throat and replied, "It's hungry naturally, it will growl." Wishing to escape the madman's presence, Oldly attempted to leave, but found his hand firmly grasped by Chen Xun, rendering him unable to flee. "Hungry?" Chen Xun furrowed his brow, scratching his head in confusion, and muttered, "How could I be hungry? That doesn't make sense. How can I be hungry? It's so bothersome, it keeps growling incessantly." "Ah, damn." Oldly was taken aback by Chen Xun's outburst and hurriedly said, it's all right. Just calm down. He'll take you to eat once you're full. It won't growl anymore." Upon hearing this, Chen Xun's agitation subsided slightly, and he looked at Oldly with hopeful eyes. "Really?" Oldly, feeling somewhat awkward and glancing helplessly at his wrist being tightly held by Chen Xun, nodded, "Really." Subsequently, Chen Xun, hand in hand with Oldly, departed amidst the peculiar gazes of numerous passers-by, with Oldly's face flushed and his heart lamenting the loss of his dignity. On typical days, people would circumvent this eccentric scholar, but today, by mere misfortune, he had been caught. What a stroke of bad luck. At the Happiness Noodle Shop, the sounds of slurping filled the air. Chen Xun was engrossed in devouring noodles, oblivious to the astonished stares of the other patrons. Oldly, seated across the table, was not focused on Chen Xun, but rather on the towering stack of bowls before them. 10 bowls. This indicated that Chen Xun was currently on his 11th. Oldly's heart raced. This young man possessed an extraordinary appetite, akin to a famished ghost returned to life. This simply could not continue at this rate. Even mountains of gold and silver would be devoured. "It's gone," Chen Xun remarked, lifting his gaze to Oldly and gesturing towards the empty bowl with his chopsticks. The old man glanced at the vacant bowl, internally exclaiming in disbelief had finished once again, leaving not even a drop of broth behind. Chen Xun, you've consumed 11 bowls already, and you're still not full?" Oldly inquired tentatively. Chen Xun stroked his face and declared with unwavering certainty, "Not yet." Oldly was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens, how could one ascertain fullness by touching their face? Shouldn't one feel their stomach instead? As this thought crossed his mind, Oldly suddenly realized how foolish of him. He had almost forgotten that this lad was indeed mad. One could hardly apply conventional reasoning to him. With a sigh, Oldly rummaged through his pocket and awkwardly smiled. "Chen Xun, I don't have much money on me. I need to buy a hairpin for my granddaughter later, so I can't afford to let you eat more noodles." This implied that 11 bowls were already a considerable limit. Yet, Chen Xun merely frowned and asked, "Money?" Old Li was left dumbfounded. "You have to pay for the noodles. Do you think the owner would let you eat for free?" Chen Xun nodded thoughtfully. Old Li felt a surge of relief indeed. While Chen Xun was mad, he still possessed some fundamental reasoning. This was a positive sign, as he appeared more normal now, capable of coherent conversation. Then why not simply not pay? To Old Li's astonishment, Chen Xun spoke with utmost seriousness. Old Li's expression transformed into one of sheer incredulity, his mouth agape, unsure of how to respond. This statement was also overheard by several patrons and the noodle shop owner. The owner immediately interjected, irate, "Chen Xun, if you dare to dine and dash, I will certainly report you to the authorities." However, Chen Xun was oblivious to such threats, merely turning to the owner with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool. The owner's lips twitched in frustration today. He had been regarded as a simpleton by a simpleton. He was on the verge of losing his temper and teaching Chen Xun a lesson. It was hard to suppress his anger. After all, he often pitied Chen Xun and had previously shared his food. It was unimaginable that the young man had completely forgotten his kindness, even looking at him in such a manner. "Cough, cough, old Sue, do not be angry, we will pay. Today, I am treating Chen Xun to a meal." Old Li quickly rose to his feet, deftly handing over the 33 copper coins he had meticulously counted beforehand. He then seized Chen Xun and hurried out of the noodle shop. The proprietor accepted the coins, his expression softening somewhat. Yet he continued to glare at the departing figure of Chen Xun, muttering with irritation, "Truly an ingrate. If I ever offer him food again, I shall no longer bear the surname Su. Ah, come now, boss, do not let trouble you. What good is it to argue with a madman? Indeed, boss, one must pity Chen Xun. He is but a young lad driven to madness." The patrons chimed in with words of comfort, and the proprietor forced a smile before retreating to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Old Li remarked, "Chen Xun, it grows late. I must go buy a hairpin for my granddaughter and then return home." He chuckled, casting a frantic glance at the hand that Chen Xun had seized. For a fleeting moment, Chen Xun appeared bewildered. Then he began to flail about in a frenzied manner, exclaiming, "What is home? You're returning home? Can I also return home?" Old Li's smile faltered, and he inwardly lamented the situation. Chapter 1. The Madman of the Town. Ahaha! I am invincible in this world. On the bustling streets, a young man clad in tattered blue robes, with a wooden sword slung over his back, suddenly tossed aside his books, placed his hands on his hips, and laughed heartily towards the sky. This unexpected scene startled passers-by, causing them to jump and feel irritable, ready to scold him. However, upon raising their heads to behold the disheveled youth, their expressions froze in recognition. "Ah, it is that mad scholar, no harm done." They muttered curses under their breath, then continued on their way. The blue-clad scholar chuckled to himself, retrieved his scattered books, and squatted in a corner of the street, fervently flipping through the pages with wild enthusiasm. As people walked by, they would cast curious glances at what the scholar was so engrossed in, only to be taken aback to discover he was merely perusing a blank book devoid of any records. They would then shake their heads, acknowledging his madness, and toss a few coins his way before departing. Unbeknownst to him, the scholar remained utterly absorbed in his own world. His name was Chen Xun, and no one knew whence he had come. The townsfolk were only aware that since his arrival in the village of Xiaohe, he had never departed. It had been 2.5 years, and everyone recognized the existence of this eccentric scholar. Chen Xun squatted on the street corner, oblivious to the nature of his reading. He would often exclaim in surprise, occasionally drool in foolish laughter, and sometimes spring up to perform strange antics that left onlookers astonished, resembling an oddity. Soon, the sun began to set in the west. Gurgle. Chen Xun's stomach rumbled. Curious, he placed a hand on his belly and mused. "Can you make that sound again?" Gurgle. "Hey." Chen Xun's interest was piqued. He quickly rose to grab a bewildered old man passing by, pointing at his stomach and asking in astonishment, "Is growling? Can you hear it?" Old Li, recognizing Chen Xun, pursed his lips and leaned in toward the scholar's abdomen, pretending to listen intently, then nodded seriously, saying, "Yes, it is growling." Having said that, he cast a cautious glance, wary of what unusual actions Chen Xun might undertake next. Being of advanced age, Old Li was concerned about maintaining his dignity. Chen Xun's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Why is it growling? Old Li cleared his throat and replied, it's hungry, it naturally growls when it is. Old Li wished to distance himself from the madman and sought an escape, but Chen Xun gripped his wrist firmly, leaving him no chance to flee. Hungry? Chen Xun's features twisted in confusion as he scratched his head, lost in thought. How can I be hungry? No, that can't be right. Why on earth would I be hungry? It's so annoying it keeps growling incessantly. Ah! By heavens! Old Li, alarmed by Chen Xun's antics, quickly reassured him. It's fine, it's fine. Just calm down. We'll take you to eat once you're full. It won't growl anymore. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun settled down slightly and looked at Old Li with hopeful anticipation. Really? Old Li, feeling awkward, glanced at his wrist firmly held by Chen Xun, then nodded, truly subsequently. Chen Xun, hand in hand with Old Li, departed amidst the peculiar gazes of numerous passersby, with Old Li's face flushed, inwardly lamenting the loss of his dignity. Typically, one would avoid the eccentric scholar, but today, by a stroke of misfortune, he found himself ensnared. How unfortunate! At the Happiness Noodle House, the sound of slurping filled the air. Chen Xun, engrossed in his meal, devoured the noodles with abandon, oblivious to the astonished stares of other patrons. Across the table, Old Li's gaze was not fixed upon Chen Xun, but rather transfixed on the towering stack of bowls before him. 10 bowls had already been consumed, which meant Chen Xun was now on his 11th. Old Li's heart raced. This lad possessed an insatiable appetite, akin to a starving ghost returned to life. This simply could not continue at such a pace. Even mountains of gold would be devoured. It's finished. Just then, Chen Xun looked up at Old Li, gesturing with his chopsticks towards the empty bowl before him. Old Li glanced at the vacant bowl with disbelief, exclaiming inwardly, goodness, he's finished again, not even leaving the broth. Chen Xun, you've eaten 11 bowls already. Are you still not full? Old Li inquired tentatively. Chen Xun touched his face and affirmed with conviction, not at all. Old Li was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, how can you ascertain fullness by touching your face? Shouldn't you be feeling your stomach instead? Yet, as he pondered this, Old Li suddenly realized how foolish of him. This lad was, after all, a madman, and one could not apply the logic of a sane person to him. Sighing, Old Li rummaged through his pockets and awkwardly smiled. Chen Xun, I don't have much money on me, and I need to buy a hairpin for my granddaughter later, so I can't afford any more noodles for you. Implied therein was the notion that 11 bowls were already the limit. However, Chen Xun merely furrowed his brow and asked, money? Old Li was taken aback. Do you not have to pay for the noodles? Surely, the owner wouldn't allow you to eat for free? Chen Xun nodded thoughtfully. Old Li felt a surge of relief. While Chen Xun was indeed mad, he still retained some basic reasoning. This was manageable. At the very least, he seemed more rational now, capable of coherent dialogue. Then why not just not pay? To Old Li's astonishment, Chen Xun stated this with utmost seriousness. Old Li's expression transformed into one of sheer incredulity, his mouth agape in disbelief. This statement caught the attention of numerous patrons and the owner of the noodle house. The owner promptly interjected, irate, Chen Xun, if you dare to dine and dash, I shall report you to the authorities. Yet, Chen Xun was oblivious to the implications of such threats, merely turning to regard the owner with an expression of bemusement. The owner's lips twitched in exasperation today. He was being regarded as a fool by a fool, and was on the verge of losing his temper to reprimand Chen Xun. It was impossible not to feel anger, considering he had often seen Chen Xun in a pitiable state, offering him food out of kindness, only to have the lad completely disregard his past generosity, even looking at him with such a gaze. Cough, cough, old Sue, do not be angry, we will pay. I am treating Chen Xun to a meal today. Old Li promptly rose to his feet and handed over the meticulously counted 33 copper coins. He then seized Chen Xun and rushed out of the noodle shop. The proprietor accepted the coins, his expression softening somewhat, yet he continued to glare at Chen Xun's departing figure, grumbling, humph, what an ungrateful wretch. If I ever offer him food again, I shall no longer bear the surname Sue. Come now, boss, do not let it trouble you so. Why quarrel with a madman? Indeed, boss, this Chen Xun is quite the pitiable soul. He lost his mind at such a young age. The patrons chimed in with words of consolation. The proprietor forced a smile before retreating into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Old Li remarked, Chen Xun, it is growing late. I need to procure a hairpin for my granddaughter before heading home. He chuckled, his eyes conveying a wild signal towards the hand that Chen Xun had gripped tightly. For a fleeting moment, Chen Xun appeared perplexed. Then, in a fit of manic joy, he began to dance and exclaimed, What is home? You're going home? Can I return home as well? Old Li's smile faltered, and he inwardly lamented the dire situation. Chapter 2. Old Li's helplessness. Has the madman spoken? At this moment, Old Li's expression resembled that of someone who had just ingested something foul, his countenance reflecting his profound dissatisfaction. He hastily exclaimed, Chen Xun, I have graciously invited you for a meal. Do not cling to me like an insistent adhesive bandage. However, Chen Xun seemed oblivious to Old Li's words, beaming with joy as he raised Old Li's hand above his head, swaying his hips and reveling in delight. As the day waned, Old Li's patience began to wane as well. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly withdrew his hand from Chen Xun's grasp and fled. Chen Xun, tilting his head in confusion, observed Old Li's hasty retreat and, with a sudden spark of realization, crouched down and bounded after him like a wild beast. On the street, passers-by parted in astonishment, their eyes wide as they beheld Chen Xun's swift form darting past, silently questioning the madness of this young man. Meanwhile, Old Li, panting heavily as he ran, suddenly felt a chilling awareness. Turning back, he was met with the sight of Chen Xun, a feral figure illuminated by the dim streetlights, and was instantly filled with terror. Good heavens! Old Li nearly lost his wits, but the frightful scene ignited a surge of adrenaline, propelling him to run even faster. Thus, the pair engaged in a frenetic game of chase, turning the street into a chaotic scene. Old Li's residence was located in the western part of Xiaoa Town. Although somewhat secluded, it was still a modest abode where he lived comfortably. In his frantic escape, Old Li dashed home, swung the gate shut behind him, and hurriedly seized a hoe, rushing to the fence while gasping, You, boy, do not push me, Old Li. Be sensible and scram. Yet, Chen Xun merely stared at Old Li from within the courtyard, laughing uncontrollably. The bizarre laughter, coupled with Chen Xun's strange demeanor, sent chills down Old Li's spine, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Old Li, feeling a pang of anxiety, glanced at the fence, wondering what might happen if this madman forced his way in. At his age, he did not mind for himself, but he was concerned about startling his granddaughter. Chen Xun, you rascal! Old Li's face darkened as he attempted to voice his thoughts when suddenly, a melodious voice called from inside the house. Grandpa, you're back. Old Li's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently cried, Yuan, Yuan, do not come out. However, before he could finish, a girl of about 15 or 16 years came bounding out. The girl was slender, her youthful ponytail bouncing with vitality. While not breathtakingly beautiful, her countenance was quite pleasant, particularly her crescent-shaped eyes that sparkled even in the dim light. Her name was Li Yuan, Old Li's granddaughter. Upon seeing her grandfather brandishing the hoe with fervor, she was taken aback and rushed forward, asking, Grandpa, what are you doing? Realizing the situation was dire, Old Li sighed helplessly, gesturing towards the fence. It's all because of this mad scholar. I kindly invited him for a meal, and he thinks he can impose on me. Li Yuan looked perplexed, tilting her head to peer through the fence, only to spot the disheveled Chen Xun standing outside. Is it him? In the small town of Xiaoa, Chen Xun had become somewhat of a local celebrity, and Li Yuan naturally recognized him. Previously, when Li Yuan occasionally accompanied Old Li to the market, she had seen Chen Xun from a distance. Upon noticing an additional person beside Old Li, Chen Xun grinned widely, revealing a row of pearly white teeth that gleamed in the night. However, his maniacal laughter caused a subtle change in Li Yuan's expression, prompting her to instinctively take a step back. Observing that his granddaughter seemed startled, Old Li immediately raised his hoe, threateningly admonishing, Chen Xun, you better scram. Don't make me report you to the authorities. Unfortunately, Chen Xun was utterly oblivious to the threat, and this left Old Li feeling quite helpless. His mention of reporting to the authorities was merely a desperate attempt to intimidate Chen Xun. In Old Li's view, Chen Xun was a pitiful soul, and he would never truly consider involving the police unless absolutely necessary. Regaining her composure, Li Yuan pursed her lips and stepped forward to take the hoe from Old Li's grasp. Grandpa, it's getting late. You should rest early. If we ignore him, he'll likely leave on his own. Upon hearing this, Old Li found her reasoning sound. He then cast a suspicious glance at Chen Xun, who was still lost in his foolish laughter, remaining silent. He feared that this disturbed young man might leap over the fence at any moment. Yet, on the other hand, Old Li reassured himself that he was perhaps overthinking it. After all, despite Chen Xun's mental instability, he had lived in Xiahe for 2.5 years without genuinely harming anyone. Otherwise, he would have long been imprisoned. Having thought this through, Old Li sighed in relief and shot Chen Xun a resentful glare before turning to Li Yuan. Yuan, go to your room and sleep. Yes, Li Yuan nodded, casting one last curious glance at Chen Xun before gracefully retreating indoors. Witnessing this, Old Li fixed Chen Xun with a final stare before also returning inside. Li Yuan was correct. As long as they ignored Chen Xun, he would eventually depart. As Old Li and Li Yuan entered their home one after another, Chen Xun stood rooted to the spot, oblivious to their departure, his head bowed as he continued to cackle madly. In that dark night, the scene was undeniably unsettling. Time slowly passed, ushering in the depths of night. The season had turned to autumn, and the chilly midnight breeze howled through the air. Outside, Chen Xun, clad in tattered, thin clothing, seemed impervious to the cold as he stood there, laughing maniacally. Suddenly, the creaking sound of a door opening pierced the silence. Li Yuan emerged with a lantern, and upon catching sight of the figure outside, she gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. A gust of cold wind made her shiver, prompting her to quickly retreat back indoors. Moments later, she reappeared, this time cradling a blanket in her arms. Approaching the fence, she tossed the blanket towards Chen Xun. Here, take this, she said. The blanket landed beside Chen Xun, who remained completely unaware, as if he had not even perceived Li Yuan's presence. Confounded by Chen Xun's current state of mind and unable to fathom his thoughts or laughter, she stammered, "You should wrap yourself in this. The night is long, and if you keep this up, you'll catch a cold." Yet, Chen Xun continued to show no reaction. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Yuan's eyes flashed with a moment of internal conflict. Ultimately, she summoned her courage, opened the courtyard gate, gritted her teeth, and stepped outside. With trepidation, she cautiously approached Chen Xun. Noticing his lack of any threatening demeanor, she bent down to pick up the blanket from the ground, carefully wrapping it around his shoulders. Chen Xun remained in a state of delirious laughter, completely absorbed in his own world, not sparing Li Yuan a single glance. She cast a sympathetic glance at him, unable to discern his features beneath his disheveled hair, and felt a profound sense of pity for him. Sighing softly, she retracted her gaze and turned back toward the courtyard, preparing to return indoors. The cold wind outside was biting, and her frail constitution could not withstand it. Suddenly, a faint, indistinct sound seemed to echo through the night. Li Yuan froze, spinning around to survey her surroundings. There was no one to be seen in the dead of night. Her gaze eventually settled on Chen Xun, who was still lost in his laughter, and she breathed a sigh of relief. A wry smile gracing her lips as she realized she must have misinterpreted the whistling of the wind. With that, she took another glance at Chen Xun before retreating into the house, pulling her neck in against the chill. Chapter 3. It seems Brother Chen has changed the following day. Old Li stepped outside with his smoking pipe, settling himself in the courtyard. He tapped the pipe against a stone, filled it with tobacco, then lifted it to his lips, igniting it and taking several deep puffs until it began to emit smoke. A smile spread across Old Li's face as he savored the comforting sensation of the smoke. However, as he hummed a little tune while surveying the courtyard, he was abruptly choked by the sight of a figure squatting outside. Coughing violently, he exclaimed, "What the hell?" Chen Xun. Coming to his senses, Old Li extinguished his pipe and hastened toward Chen Xun. Upon noticing the blanket draped over Chen Xun, his expression shifted slightly. "Goodness. Isn't that my granddaughter's blanket?" he questioned suspiciously. "You didn't spend the entire night out here, did you?" Chen Xun, however, remained unresponsive, squatting silently without a hint of movement. Old Li felt a jolt of concern. He was acutely aware of how frigid autumn nights could be, especially given the geographical location of Xiahe Town. He can't have frozen to death, can he? Panic surged within him as he quickly crouched down and nudged Chen Xun. Chen Xun. Tilting his head, Chen Xun cast a sidelong glance at Old Li and replied, "Do not disturb the young one's growth." Relieved that Chen Xun appeared unharmed, Old Li couldn't help but feel perplexed. "Growth? What do you mean by that?" With utmost seriousness, Chen Xun declared, "I am but a sapling now. In due time, I shall grow into a towering tree." Old Li could only stare in disbelief as Chen Xun lowered his head again, maintaining his still posture. Resigned, Old Li shook his head, acknowledging that he could not comprehend the world of madness, and retreated to the courtyard, anticipating that his granddaughter would soon awaken so he could prepare breakfast. Thus, smoke began to rise from the chimney of Old Li's home, and many neighboring households mirrored this scene, with tendrils of smoke curling upward from each abode. While Old Li prepared breakfast, Li Yuan ventured into the courtyard, immediately spotting Chen Xun. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Old Li calling out, "Yuan, Yuan, it's time to eat." "Understood, Grandpa," Li Yuan replied, promptly re-entering the house. The breakfast at Old Li's was quite simple, consisting of porridge and pickled vegetables. Li Yuan was still leisurely sipping her porridge when Old Li had already finished his meal and refilled his bowl, adding some pickles before heading outside. "Grandpa." Old Li heard Li Yuan suddenly call out to him, causing him to halt in his tracks and turn around in confusion. "What is it, Yuan Yuan?" he inquired. Li Yuan hesitated, saying, "Grandpa, since it's just a matter of a few extra chopsticks, why not take him in?" Upon hearing this, Old Li's eyes widened in surprise. "Yuan Yuan, this is not merely about a few extra chopsticks. You have no idea that Chen Xun devoured 11 bowls of noodles yesterday and still seemed unsatisfied. To exaggerate a bit, even the royal family couldn't afford to feed such an appetite, let alone our humble household." Moreover, the most crucial point was that despite Chen Xun being physically able, he was a lunatic, essentially devoid of any labor capacity. Such a person could not be taken in. Otherwise, why has no one in Xiao Town taken him in for the past 2.5 years? Isn't that the reason? Hearing this, Li Yuan was equally stunned. 11 bowls. After a moment of silence, she said, "Grandpa, I could take on more sewing jobs, and as for his appetite, we could help control it at each meal. How does that sound?" In truth, the phrase "thank you" that she believed she misheard last night continued to linger in her mind. Furthermore, she genuinely felt pity for Chen Xun. Old Li was extremely frustrated. He had previously wanted to keep his granddaughter away from Chen Xun, knowing well that she was too kind-hearted and easily swayed. Now, however, it seemed all was lost. "Grandpa, please think it over," he heard her say as he walked outside. Soon, Old Li approached Chen Xun with a bowl of porridge, offering it to him. "Here, drink your porridge." Chen Xun, previously motionless, twitched his nose, snatched the bowl from Old Li, and finished it in a few swift gulps. Old Li was taken aback and jokingly remarked, well, can a tree drink porridge too?" But Chen Xun had already returned to his still state. Handing the bowl back, Old Li took the bowl, shook his head, and, with a hint of conflict in his eyes, sighed, "Very well. I will take you in for a while. If you misbehave, you shall still have to leave, humph." With that, Old Li turned and headed back to the courtyard. Chen Xun remained squatting on the ground, pretending to be a sapling, though a flicker of light shone in the depths of his eyes, vanishing in an instant. Time flew by, and winter had arrived. In the midst of the swirling snow, the world of Xiaohe Town transformed into a pristine white. Chen Xun had been living at Old Li's for over 3 months now, enjoying free food and shelter without contributing anything. Recently, Old Li and Li Yuan noticed with curiosity that Chen Xun's erratic behavior had diminished significantly. He often stood quietly in the courtyard, lost in thought. However, they did not disturb him, for they found this quieter version of Chen Xun quite agreeable. At least it was peaceful, unlike the chaos he brought when he first arrived, which had driven Old Li to despair. As evening fell, Chen Xun still stood in the courtyard, lost in contemplation. He retained the same disheveled appearance, clad in a tattered blue shirt with unkempt hair, and carrying a broken wooden sword on his back. Previously, both Old Li and Li Yuan wished to assist Chen Xun in tidying up, but they felt an inexplicable apprehension. Who could tell if Chen Xun might suddenly lose his composure? Hence, they opted to leave things as they were, allowing the situation to remain unresolved. "Brother Chen, it's time for dinner," Li Yuan called out as she entered the courtyard. Upon hearing the mention of dinner, Chen Xun, who had been standing quietly, suddenly brightened, laughing maniacally as he rushed toward the house. Li Yuan, entirely unsurprised, skillfully stepped aside to let him pass. At the dining table, Chen Xun buried his face in his meal, devouring it with the fervor of a tempest. Old Li and Li Yuan exchanged glances, sharing a wry smile, accustomed as they were to his behavior. Suddenly, Li Yuan's gaze fell upon the wooden sword strapped to Chen Xun's back. Curiously, she asked, "Brother Chen, you carry this wooden sword every day?" Does it hold any special significance for you? May I take a look? Upon hearing this, Old Li also glanced over, though he felt no particular curiosity. After all, Chen Xun was already eccentric. Old Li could comprehend him even if he were to carry a toilet seat on his back. Yet, he believed that Li Yuan's inquiry was futile, as Chen Xun's erratic nature made normal communication a rarity. Indeed, Li Yuan shared this sentiment, but her curiosity proved irresistible, prompting her to ask. The next moment, however, Chen Xun's actions astonished both Old Li and Li Yuan. He halted his eating, reached behind to retrieve the wooden sword, and presented it to Li Yuan. Taken aback, she accepted it. Chen Xun grinned widely, a manic smile spreading across his face, and resumed his meal. Li Yuan examined the wooden sword closely. Its surface was pockmarked, and aside from that, it possessed no remarkable features, prompting her to return it to Chen Xun. At this point, Chen Xun had finished his meal. After restrapping the wooden sword to his back, he dashed out of the house and into the courtyard, coming to a sudden halt as he stood quietly. Old Li and Li Yuan had long since grown accustomed to Chen Xun's peculiar behavior. Nevertheless, Li Yuan hesitated before speaking. "Grandfather, have you noticed that Brother Chen seems somewhat changed?" Old Li furrowed his brow and nodded in agreement. Indeed, Chen Xun had changed. The act of handing over the wooden sword was a clear indication that he had become considerably more rational than before. It gave the impression that he had gained a modicum of awareness, albeit limited. Subsequently, Old Li and Li Yuan cleared the dining table, exchanged a glance at Chen Xun, and reminded him to return to his room early before each retired to their own quarters. In the town of Xiaohe, as winter descended, the residents typically retired to bed shortly after dinner, lacking any forms of entertainment, save for a few who frequented the brothels. Chen Xun remained alone in the courtyard until the witching hour, before quietly returning to his own room. Chen Xun's room had originally served as a storage space, but Old Li had intentionally cleared it out for him to reside in. The room was quite simple, furnished only with a wooden bed adorned with a thick mattress, a table, and a stool, nothing more. This wooden bed had been crafted by Old Li himself, using timber he had felled from the mountains near Xiaohe. At this moment, Chen Xun sat cross-legged on the bed, his gaze unusually clear for a fleeting instant, yet deep within his eyes lay the struggle of consciousness. 3 months remained. In this rare moment of lucidity, Chen Xun was acutely aware of his circumstances. Each episode of madness persisted for 3 long years, followed by a scarce period of normalcy. As for the duration of this clarity, it remained uncertain, perhaps a day, 10 days, half a month, or even a month, with the longest stretch hardly exceeding 3 months. Chen Xun, since the dawn of his memory, had endured this cycle innumerable times. He had been tirelessly searching for the root of his madness. Yet the answer had eluded him, leaving him adrift, swept along by the tides of fate. Thus, through the passage of time, Chen Xun found himself trapped in an infinite loop between madness and clarity, the latter being a rarity. Of course, after such a prolonged existence, his strength had grown somewhat formidable. Additionally, he harbored a secret unknown to all. He was immortal. Chen Xun had traversed many lands, witnessing countless births and deaths, bidding farewell to numerous friends and loved ones, ultimately finding himself the sole survivor. He had long since grown accustomed to this reality. For Chen Xun, immortality felt more like a torment, not due to any external factors, but because the moments of clarity were far too fleeting. He cast a glance at the house where Old Li and Li Yuan resided, warmth flickering in his eyes, only to have that clarity swiftly dissolve into a haze, transforming into a look of wisdom. His features contorted as a foolish grin spread across his face once more. Finally, he lay down, clutching the blankets, and drifted into slumber, a sweet droplet of saliva trailing from the corner of his mouth. The following day, Chen Xun rose early, standing in the courtyard as usual. Yet he was shaking his head and giggling foolishly, occasionally indulging in exaggerated gestures. Li Yuan was busy clearing the accumulated snow from the courtyard with a broom, stealing glances at Chen Xun, shaking her head in resignation and suppressing a smile. There was no denying that his antics were indeed amusing. However, Li Yuan was puzzled. It seemed that just a couple of days prior, Chen Xun had undergone some change, but today he appeared to revert to his former self. Could it have been that Chen Xun was merely in a bad mood the other day? How strange. Do madmen even experience such moods? At times, she found herself envious of Chen Xun's carefree existence. Was that not a form of happiness? Chen Xun, we've run out of firewood at home. Come with me today to the mountains to chop some wood. You can't be idle all the time, Old Li said as he entered the courtyard, a firewood knife at his waist and a bundle of hemp rope slung over his shoulder. Chen Xun turned to Old Li with a grin, uncertain if he had absorbed the message. Old Li was unconcerned, striding forward to pull Chen Xun out of the courtyard. Yuan. I'm taking Chen Xun to gather firewood. Make sure to lock the door behind you, he called out. Understood, Grandpa. Please be careful, you and Chen Xun, she replied. As Chen Xun and Old Li made their way out of Xia Town, they encountered many townsfolk who greeted Old Li. Xia Town was not large, and the fact that Old Li had taken Chen Xun in was no longer a secret. In the eyes of the townsfolk, Old Li was truly an excessively kind-hearted man, taking in a madman who merely consumed without contributing. Such an act was beyond their capabilities. Nevertheless, the townspeople felt a deep-seated gratitude towards Old Li, for since he had taken Chen Xun in, their lives had been considerably more peaceful. After departing from Xiao Town, Old Li and Chen Xun arrived at a nearby peak known as Xiao Peak, a site abundant in resources. The locals relied on this mountain for their livelihoods, engaging in hunting and gathering to sell their wares. However, Xiao Peak was fraught with peril, as fierce beasts roamed its terrain. Tales of hunters being devoured or gravely injured, or even vanishing altogether, were not uncommon. Old Li, however, was untroubled. He would not venture deep into the mountain, but rather gather firewood at the foot, where dangers were minimal. Moreover, during winter, most creatures hibernated, rendering encounters rare. Hey, you lad, you seem quite vigorous, not even breaking a sweat. I must be getting old. Old Li remarked, sitting down on a wooden stump, catching his breath. Ha. Chen Xun seemed to chuckle in response. Old Li, noticing this, could only smile wryly. After resting sufficiently, he picked up his axe, ready to chop wood. He had no illusions about Chen Xun assisting in this task. He simply desired companionship for conversation. Furthermore, once the work was done, he would carry one bundle of firewood while Chen Xun would carry another, and they would return home together. Time passed swiftly, and soon an hour had elapsed. Old Li had nearly finished chopping the firewood and was in the process of binding it with hemp rope. During this time, Chen Xun stood obediently in place, which pleased Old Li greatly. Suddenly, the crunching of snow underfoot broke the silence. Old Li froze mid-action, realizing that the sound was not caused by Chen Xun, who stood directly behind him. A sense of dread washed over him as he lifted his gaze. And to his horror, he beheld a massive shadow lurking not far ahead, its predatory eyes locked onto them, poised to attack. Old Li's pupils dilated in terror. A black tiger. This creature was undoubtedly the apex predator of Xiao Peak, feared and avoided by hunters alike. How could it possibly appear at the foot of the mountain today? Cursed be the day. Old Li dared not make a sound, his heart racing to a near-frantic pace, rendering him breathless. Despair gripped him as he cast a glance at Chen Xun and, without hesitation, urged, Chen Xun, you must flee. Had it been anyone else, they might have tried to keep Chen Xun, the foolish madman, in place to buy time against the black tiger. Yet, Old Li's foremost thought was to ensure Chen Xun's escape. Chen Xun, blissfully unaware of the impending danger, simply smiled to himself. Aware that communication with Chen Xun was futile, Old Li clenched his axe tightly, directing it toward the black tiger, though his hands trembled visibly. This is indeed a black tiger, which even left the bow-wielding hunter trembling with fear, let alone the elderly Mr. Li. At this moment, after scrutinizing Chen Xun and Mr. Li for a brief moment, the black tiger seemed to sense no threat from them and began to move, approaching slowly with a low stance. Mr. Li's face turned pale, his legs trembling. As he murmured repeatedly, Yuan, he is gone. What will happen to my granddaughter? And Chen Xun? It was he who called Chen Xun to gather firewood, thus placing him in peril. Chen Xun is still so young. Suddenly, Chen Xun dropped to the ground in front of Mr. Li, adopting a beast-like posture reminiscent of that night when he chased Mr. Li down the street. With a guttural roar, he looked up at the advancing black tiger, a sound akin to an animal's growl, appearing utterly reckless. However, to Mr. Li, this scene was utterly unbelievable, bringing tears to his eyes and a whirlwind of emotions within him. Good boy, Chen Xun. To be candid, during this time, Chen Xun had done nothing but consume and take advantage of Mr. Li's hospitality, which had caused a slight resentment in Mr. Li's heart. Yet, all those feelings dissipated the moment Chen Xun bravely shielded him from danger. Chapter 5. The shock of grandfather and grandson seeing Chen Xun's sense of gratitude and loyalty, Mr. Li was deeply moved. He could not truly allow Chen Xun to stand in front of him, so he hastily stepped in front of Chen Xun, brandishing a firewood axe towards the black tiger and urgently shouted, "Chen Xun, you are still young. Quickly go." Before Mr. Li could finish his sentence, he was astonished to see the approaching black tiger suddenly turn and leave. Mr. Li was bewildered. Could it be that the black tiger was not hungry? Unbeknownst to him, the black tiger was trembling subtly, its steps unsteady. Regaining his senses, Mr. Li was filled with astonishment at having survived, but he remained vigilant, keeping his eyes fixed on the black tiger until its shadow disappeared from view. Only then did he release a long breath, collapsing onto the snowy ground, pale and gasping for breath. At this moment, Chen Xun also stood up, laughing maniacally. "Before the king of beasts, that little creature is still too tender." With a triumphant howl, he mimicked an animal's call. "Ha ha ha, only you could boast like that." Mr. Li could only chuckle at Chen Xun's audacious claims. Then, glancing around, he quickly said, "Let us leave. It is not wise to linger here. Who knows if that black tiger will return? We must hurry." Mr. Li hoisted a bundle of firewood onto Chen Xun's back, took another for himself, and together they departed with haste. Fortunately, as they were already at the foot of the mountain, they soon left the small river peak behind. By noon, upon arriving home, Mr. Li unloaded the firewood from both their backs and went to fetch a teapot, pouring 2 cups of steaming tea, offering one to Chen Xun. "It is quite cold. Chen Xun, drink some hot water," Mr. Li said, taking a comfortable sip. Chen Xun held the teacup but did not drink. Instead, he curiously examined the patterns on the cup. Mr. Li was left speechless. "Grandfather, brother Chen, you are back," Li Yuan exclaimed, running out from the house with a smile. "I have already prepared the meal, just waiting for you." Very well, Mr. Li said, intending to invite Chen Xun to eat. However, Chen Xun had already dashed into the house. Old Li smiled helplessly. Li Yuan covered her mouth and chuckled, then curiously asked, "Grandfather, usually when you call Chen Gu to lunch, you often say he is incapable of anything but being first at eating. Why aren't you saying that today?" Old Li glared. "Nonsense. When have I ever spoken like that about your Chen Gu?" After the incident with the black tiger, he found himself increasingly fond of Chen Xun. Although the lad was eccentric and his thoughts somewhat erratic, he was truly loyal and had not been taken in vain. Naturally, Old Li had not told Li Yuan about the encounter with the black tiger at Little River Peak, reasoning that since everything had turned out fine, mentioning it would only stir unnecessary worry in her heart. Ever since that encounter while chopping firewood at Little River Peak, Old Li had ventured there alone whenever firewood was needed, never again bringing Chen Xun along. Throughout this winter, Chen Xun remained at home, seldom venturing outside. During the day, Old Li busied himself with the market, while Li Yuan took on more sewing work, leaving Chen Xun to idle away. On several occasions, while Li Yuan was sewing in the yard, she caught sight of Chen Xun making peculiar movements, which made her laugh uncontrollably, leading to her accidentally pricking her finger with a needle. As the harsh winter waned, Little River Town welcomed the new year. Every household hung red lanterns and set off firecrackers. Chen Xun spent the holiday joyfully with Old Li and his granddaughter. Thus, as winter melted into spring, and the ice and snow receded, life began anew. Oh, the snow has all melted. Spring has finally arrived. Early one morning, Li Yuan stepped out into the gentle warmth of the sun, yawning, and upon seeing the scenery outside, she immediately broke into a joyful smile. Soon, she spotted a familiar figure in the yard and greeted, "Chen Gu, good morning." Although Li Yuan knew that Chen Xun would likely remain absorbed in his own world and not respond, it had become a daily habit to greet him every morning. After saying hello, Li Yuan prepared to head to the kitchen to see what her grandfather had made for breakfast. "Ah, good morning, Yuan." Just then, a calm voice rang out, causing Li Yuan to halt in her tracks. She quickly turned around to face the figure standing with his back to her, incredulous. Chen Gu, was that you?" Chen Xun slowly turned around, smiling and nodding, "Yes." At this, Li Yuan's pupils constricted, her large eyes revealing a multitude of emotions: surprise, anxiety, and disbelief. Even though Chen Xun's hair was disheveled and his clothes tattered, the sunlight refracted off him, revealing a faint, warm smile on his face. Li Yuan swallowed hard and shouted excitedly, Grandfather! Chen Gu is back to normal." "What nonsense!" Old Li, not having heard clearly, emerged from the kitchen grumbling. "What are you shouting about so early in the morning?" Li Yuan hurriedly pointed at Chen Xun, exclaiming, "Grandfather, Chen Gu is normal again." "Really? Huh?" Old Li was momentarily taken aback, instinctively thinking Li Yuan was joking, but when his gaze met the unusual light in Chen Xun's eyes, which was markedly different from before, his heart trembled with surprise. Could it really be true? Old Li approached Chen Xun, uncertainly calling out, Chen Xun?" Chen Xun smiled faintly and replied, "Grandpa Li." Although, in terms of actual age, Chen Xun was significantly older than Old Li, it did not hinder him from addressing him in such a manner. What on earth? Old Li stumbled back in shock, his face a canvas of disbelief. "Chen Xun, is it true you've recovered? What happened?" Chen Xun smiled enigmatically, offering no further explanation. He was still in search of answers himself. How could he elucidate them to others? At the dining table, Old Li and Li Yuan absent-mindedly sipped their porridge, their attention and thoughts entirely fixated on Chen Xun, who was now leisurely, almost elegantly, consuming his meal, a stark contrast to his previous ravenous demeanor. Old Li and Li Yuan were still grappling with the suddenness of it all, feeling as though they were caught in a surreal dream. It seemed utterly unreal. After all, to witness a man who had been mad for years suddenly regain his sanity in a single morning was nothing short of astonishing. "Ah, Chen Xun, what are your plans for the future?" Old Li inquired, setting down his chopsticks and clearing his throat. In his view, now that Chen Xun had recovered, it was unlikely he would continue residing in Old Li's home. To be frank, while Old Li's household provided basic sustenance, the living conditions were far from ideal, even considered below average in the context of Xiao Town. If not for their financial constraints, Li Yuan could have pursued her studies. It was precisely due to their limited means that Li Yuan had to drop out after 2 years to help Old Li make a living. At that moment, Li Yuan, too, gazed at Chen Xun with curiosity. Chen Xun set down his chopsticks and sincerely said, "Grandpa Li, thank you for taking me in these past 6 months. It's merely a matter of sharing a pair of chopsticks. There's no need for such formality." Old Li waved off the gratitude, then added with a sense of relief, "Chen Xun, seeing you now, speaking and behaving just like anyone else, brings me immense joy." Chapter 6. The gentleman on the path. Chen Xun smiled and continued, "As for what comes next, I shall impose upon you for a couple more days." Old Li chuckled, "Ah, you rascal, speaking such nonsense. As long as you wish. You may reside with me for a lifetime." After spending half a year together, a bond had inevitably formed. Moreover, the experience they shared during the incident with the black tiger on Xiaohe Peak was deeply etched in Old Li's heart. Soon, the three of them finished breakfast amidst casual conversation. During the meal, Old Li inquired about Chen Xun's origins, whether he had any family, and the reasons behind his arrival in Xiaohe Town, among other questions. To this, Chen Xun skillfully evaded, responding vaguely, for he had no answers to offer. However, the fact that Chen Xun had recovered genuinely delighted both Old Li and Li Yuan. As Old Li spoke, he headed out to the market, intending to purchase some vegetables for a sumptuous lunch in celebration. "Brother Chen, shall we go to the market as well?" Li Yuan chirped, lifting a small basket with a giggle. She planned to take Chen Xun to have his hair done and buy him a new outfit. Previously, such matters had been difficult to manage, but now that Chen Xun was a normal person, it was entirely feasible. Hearing this, Chen Xun smiled slightly. "All right." Li Yuan beamed with joy and promptly left the house with Chen Xun. However, within Li Yuan's heart, a lingering doubt persisted. Throughout this extended period, she had never witnessed Brother Chen taking a bath or engaging in similar activities, yet he bore no unpleasant odor. How peculiar. The Old Li family resided at a considerable distance from the town, and during their journey, Chen Xun walked quietly with his hands clasped behind his back. Li Yuan occasionally stole glances at the upright figure of Chen Xun, uncertain of what to say. It was only when she noticed the wooden sword strapped to his back that she found a topic to discuss. "Brother Chen, is this wooden sword of great significance to you? You carried it with you every day, and now you have yet to part with it." Initially, Li Yuan believed that this wooden sword was merely a toy from Chen Xun's past. Chen Xun shook his head and replied with a smile, "It's not particularly important. I have simply grown accustomed to carrying it." Understanding dawned upon her, but she failed to notice that as Chen Xun spoke, the wooden sword trembled momentarily. Moments later, as they arrived at the marketplace, the townspeople who caught sight of Chen Xun were taken aback. "Goodness, it's the mad scholar." Since being taken in by the Old Li family, Chen Xun had seldom appeared in public. Yet, this was not the most crucial aspect. The most significant change was that Chen Xun now projected a different aura. Although his hair remained unkempt, he seemed to have acquired an air of normalcy. The stark contrast to his previous erratic behavior was evident to those who knew him well. Chen Xun, a passerby tentatively called out. Chen Xun turned to acknowledge him with a nod. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. The madman has regained his senses. What on earth is happening? Even after Chen Xun and Li Yuan's figures vanished from the street, the onlookers remained in shock. After all, it was truly astonishing for someone who had been considered mad for so long to suddenly appear sane. It would not be long before the news of the once mad scholar returning to a state of normalcy spread throughout Xiaohe town, becoming a topic of intrigue among the townsfolk. Half an hour later, Li Yuan stared in disbelief at the handsome young man emerging from the alley, unable to resist rubbing her eyes as she tentatively called out, "Brother Chen." Chen Xun offered a gentle smile and nodded. Li Yuan gasped, swallowing hard. It was evident that Chen Xun had merely washed his hair and received a slight trim from the barber. Yet the transformation left her utterly astonished. Previously, Chen Xun's disheveled hair had obscured his features, but now, with his hair neatly arranged, his visage was strikingly refined. His features were indeed as smooth as jade. Captivating to behold, he was like a jade figure amidst the crowd, a paragon among gentlemen. The elegance he exuded was a stark contrast to the mad scholar of yore, making it nearly impossible for her to refrain from addressing him as Sir. Li Yuan exaggeratedly observed that even the slightly tattered green robe that Chen Xun wore suddenly appeared quite appealing. "Brother Chen, let me take you to buy a new set of clothes," she exclaimed eagerly. Chen Xun pondered for a moment before shaking his head, replying, "No need. I find this attire quite suitable." Had it not been for Li Yuan's insistence, he would not have even considered grooming his hair. Uncertain of how long this clarity would last, and knowing that every penny was painstakingly earned by Li Yuan, it would not be squandered. In a moment of urgency, Li Yuan exclaimed, "Brother Chen, are you perhaps reluctant to spend money?" "Fear not. A set of clothing does not cost much." Chen Xun smiled gently, replying, Yuan, I appreciate your kindness, but I have grown accustomed to this outfit and shall not change it." Returning to the matter at hand, despite his somewhat tattered appearance, it was merely a touch worn. This attire had truly accompanied him for countless years. Well then, seeing this, Li Yuan felt a pang of regret but no longer insisted. Although her acquaintance with the true Chen Xun had been brief, she had already discerned that he was a man of resolute words. Subsequently, Chen Xun and Li Yuan wandered the streets, sampling snacks and trinkets before heading home. Along the way, numerous passers-by were taken aback upon seeing Chen Xun. Had it not been for that signature tattered blue shirt, they might have struggled to recognize him. The lunch at the Old Li residence was splendidly bounteous, featuring an array of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. To be fair, the Old Li family had not dined so well even during the new year, a testament to Old Li's genuine delight. Observing the lavish spread before him, Chen Xun sighed. "Grandfather Li, the feast is magnificent. Thank you." He expressed his gratitude directly, refraining from unnecessary embellishments. "Haha, Chen Xun, can you drink? Would you join me for a cup?" Old Li inquired. Yet he was already rising with a wine jug in hand, pouring for Chen Xun. "Grandfather, you can drink by yourself. Why must you involve Brother Chen?" Li Yuan muttered. For in her view, the taste of wine was rather unpleasant, and she believed Chen Xun would not enjoy it. Surprisingly, Chen Xun readily agreed. "Haha, splendid. Let us drink together." With company at the table, Old Li was overjoyed. The lunch concluded swiftly amidst a cheerful atmosphere. Old Li, feeling somewhat tipsy, retired to his room to rest. After Chen Xun and Li Yuan tidied up the dining area, he suggested a stroll and left the small courtyard. Li Yuan wished to accompany him but was gently declined by Chen Xun, leaving her no choice but to relent, reminding him to return before dinner to assist with chores. Chen Xun's refusal for Li Yuan to join him stemmed from his own intentions. He planned to earn some money for Old Li, as he had already enjoyed free lodging and meals for some time. Despite his scholarly appearance, Chen Xun's methods of earning were not through calligraphy or painting, but rather through hunting at Xiaohe Peak, an approach rather primitive. Chapter 7, Nangong Yao, the return of the tiger hunter at the summit of Xiaohe Peak. A figure gradually emerged, akin to a specter. Should Old Li and Li Yuan behold this scene, they would surely faint from astonishment. For this figure was none other than Chen Xun. Standing atop the mountain, he gazed into the distance, the grandeur of spring's landscapes unfurling before him. Below, the entirety of Xiaohe town lay within his view. Given the height of Xiaohe Peak, the town appeared pitifully small from this vantage point. After surveying the scenery for a moment, he settled cross-legged, and with a wave of his hand, an ancient guqin appeared, resting upon his knees. As Chen Xun's fingers gently danced across the strings, a soft and melodious tune resonated from the peak of the small river. The enchanting rhythm summoned numerous birds and butterflies, which circled around Chen Xun, fluttering gracefully. Some daring ones even alighted upon his shoulder. Regrettably, this scene was witnessed by no one. At a certain moment, Chen Xun abruptly ceased his playing, his palms delicately pressing against the strings, and the music abruptly fell silent. Yet, the birds and butterflies were reluctant to depart, circling Chen Xun again and again before finally drifting away in disappointment. The sound was akin to celestial music, momentarily illuminating the ears, such a splendid melody. Suddenly, a resonant voice of a middle-aged man echoed. Shortly thereafter, a man clad in a plain brocade robe descended from the heavens, standing 10 paces behind Chen Xun. The man bore a head of hair interspersed with black and white, cascading elegantly over his shoulders. With a square face, piercing eyes, and a robust physique, he exuded an air of authority. However, Chen Xun displayed no signs of surprise at this sudden appearance. He had sensed the man's presence while playing. Observing Chen Xun still seated and unperturbed, the middle-aged man felt a sense of astonishment and approached, standing beside him. Noticing his lack of reaction from such a precarious distance heightened the man's surprise, as it was indeed an unsafe proximity, yet Chen Xun remained as still as a mountain, with not a trace of wariness. After a moment of contemplation, the man introduced himself. "I am Nangong Yao, passing through this area." Upon hearing the celestial music, I could not resist seeking its source. "If I have disturbed you, I sincerely apologize." Nangong Yao inclined his body slightly, offering a respectful gesture towards Chen Xun. While speaking, he cast a curious glance at the wooden sword resting behind Chen Xun. With a gentle flick of his sleeve, Chen Xun stowed away his guqin and rose to his feet, turning his head to regard Nangong Yao with a smile. "This place does not belong solely to me. What is there to discuss about disturbance?" Nangong Yao paused, a smile breaking upon his face. "How intriguing. It has been many years since I encountered such a fascinating individual. Who would have thought to find someone so interesting in this remote corner?" He could not help but inquire. "May I ask your esteemed name?" Chen Xun chuckled softly, shaking his head. "A chance meeting, best left unspoken." As his words fell, a gust of mountain wind swept through, and Chen Xun dissipated like grains of sand. Nangong Yao's pupils constricted at this sight, his heart racing with astonishment. An extraordinary being. After a prolonged moment, he regained his composure, quickly scanning the surroundings. But the figure was nowhere to be seen. Breathless and filled with trepidation, Nangong Yao experienced an inexplicable sense of loss. The previous scene felt like a dream, yet he knew it had indeed transpired. Who would have thought that I, Nangong Yao, in this secluded place, would have the fortune to encounter such an extraordinary figure? Alas, I remain unaware of the esteemed elder's name. Nangong Yao shook his head in bittersweet contemplation, murmuring, "That elder is clearly a powerful being, akin to a wandering cloud or a wild crane. I have never heard of such a person in Beixian before. It seems likely that he hails from another region, wandering here. However, it is also possible he is a native of Beixian, for in this vast land, countless cultivators reside, and it is not uncommon for some mighty figures to conceal themselves among the mundane or in hidden corners. Yet such individuals are exceedingly rare, for the vast majority of cultivators pursue fame and fortune. In Nangong Yao's eyes, those who transcend worldly desires and eschew the allure of wealth and renown are the true practitioners of cultivation." With a gentle sigh, Nangong Yao surveyed his surroundings once more before soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, Chen Xun was descending the mountain, bearing the lifeless body of a black tiger, the very creature that had once sought to attack him and Old Li. This formidable beast was so large that it would take several robust men to carry it. Traversing the rugged mountain paths would be an even greater challenge. However, Chen Xun managed with remarkable ease, for upon closer inspection, it became evident that he was not merely carrying the black tiger, but rather levitating it. In no time, Chen Xun arrived at the outskirts of Xia town. To prevent causing a panic, he carefully set the black tiger down and went into the town to fetch a cart, upon which he placed the tiger's body to bring it into Xia town. One can only imagine the shock of the townsfolk as they beheld a seemingly frail scholar effortlessly transporting the enormous black tiger. Surely, it would terrify the residents. Even so, Chen Xun's unconventional method of entering the town with the tiger swiftly drew a crowd of curious onlookers. The townspeople surrounded him, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief as they gazed upon the carcass of the beast. A black tiger? Good heavens! Some hunters among the crowd were equally taken aback. They knew all too well that even they would steer clear of such a creature, for it ruled over Xiahe Peak with unmatched speed, making it nearly impossible to hit with an arrow. My word! I once caught a glimpse of a black tiger from afar on Xiahe Peak, and it terrified me to the point that I fled in panic. Thankfully, it did not pursue me. Chen Xun, you didn't slay this black tiger, did you? How could that be? Look at him. His limbs are too slender even to fit between the tiger's teeth. The townspeople exchanged incredulous remarks, their voices filled with wonder and astonishment. Goodness, a black tiger like this must be worth a fortune. Indeed, the majority of the townsfolk were envious. Chen Xun chuckled and replied, I assure you, I did not slay it. I lack the capacity for such a feat today. While enjoying the view from Xiahe Peak, I was ambushed by the black tiger. Fortunately, a celestial being appeared just in time to save me. Otherwise, my life would have been forfeit. Upon hearing this, the townspeople gasped in unison. What? A celestial being? Chen Xun was fortunate enough to encounter one. They were aware of the existence of celestial beings, though they were exceedingly rare and had only heard tales from the elders about sightings of celestial beings soaring across the skies. In recent years, there had been no such sightings, making Chen Xun's experience all the more extraordinary, a stroke of immense fortune. After their initial shock, the villagers gazed at the black tiger in awe. Indeed, it was a remarkable stroke of luck. Just think, one could surmise that the celestial being must have slain the tiger and then bestowed it upon Chen Xun. Truly, he was a man of great fortune. Excuse me, everyone, I must go sell this black tiger, Chen Xun said with a smile, before taking hold of the cart and making his way onward. However, a multitude of townsfolk gathered around Chen Xun, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Yet, some residents gazed enviously at Chen Xun's departing figure, their eyes reflecting a mix of admiration, jealousy, and regret. Everyone knew that Chen Xun had become a part of the old Li family. Once he sold the black tiger, the Li family would see their fortunes soar. It is no exaggeration to say that selling this black tiger would instantly elevate the Li family's status in the small town of Xiahe. Had they known this earlier, they would have welcomed Chen Xun with open arms. Chapter 8. Wealth Moves Hearts. Officials arrive meanwhile. 3 hunters observed Chen Xun's retreating figure with glimmering eyes. One lean man swallowed hard and remarked, Eldest brother, second brother, I estimate that black tiger could easily fetch 100 gold pieces. That is a staggering sum. Converted to silver coins, it amounts to 10,000, and in copper coins, that is 1,000,000. One could bury a person alive with such wealth. In Xiahe, a simple bowl of plain noodles costs merely 3 copper coins. 1,000,000 copper coins could buy an insatiable quantity of noodles, far more than one could ever consume. 100 gold pieces. If we 3 brothers possessed such a fortune, we would be free from worries for the rest of our lives, no longer needing to risk our lives hunting. Another bearded middle-aged man drew a deep breath and said, Eldest brother. The bald man, the leader, named Dawei, was scrutinized by the lean man and the bearded man, who looked at him with a mix of expectation and concern. The bearded man was Su Chong, and the lean man was known as Shouho. These 3 hunters were not originally from Xiahe, but had settled here several years ago, drawn by the town's abundant resources. Seeing the way his companions regarded him, Dawei's expression shifted. He pulled them into a secluded corner and said with irritation, How dare you entertain such thoughts? Do you wish to court death? We have lived in Xiahe for years. We know the officials' ways. Do you truly believe they are idle? Su Chong and Shouho exchanged bitter smiles. Su Chong replied, Eldest brother, while your words are wise, you cannot convince me and Shouho that you are not tempted. That is 100 gold pieces, a fortune we could never hope to earn in a lifetime. Dawei hesitated. He too felt a twinge of greed, but he firmly stated, Regardless, I will not engage in illegal activities. If we resort to such actions, we would lose our place in Xiahe, and I have no desire to spend the rest of my days in prison. No matter how Dawei rationalized it, he perceived the risks as far too great. To be honest, after living in Xiahe for several years, he had begun to consider it home. Although not affluent, he was no longer starving and did not have to wander without a place to stay as he once did. In Dawei's mind, the prudent course was to continue saving money for a while, sufficient to secure a wife in Xiahe, and thereafter live a stable life. Shouho, growing anxious, interjected, "Eldest brother, we are not from Xia. If worse comes to worst, we can complete this job and simply flee. With this sum of money, where could the three of us brothers not live comfortably? Indeed, elder brother, although our current days are free from hunger, I yearn for a better life. With this fortune, we could all marry beautiful wives." Su Chong quickly added, his face brimming with dreams of the future, as if that 100 gold coins were already in his grasp. Dawei gazed at Su Chong and Shou Ho, letting out a sigh. Although they were not blood brothers, their bond surpassed that of kin, forged through countless hunting perils over the years, creating a camaraderie akin to life and death. "Second brother, third brother, Dawei hesitated. "Come on, elder brother. Spare us the formalities. Just say it plainly. Are we in or out? Let us be clear. Even if you choose not to partake, Shou Ho and I will go ahead. After so many years, such a golden opportunity has finally presented itself. We cannot afford to let it slip away." Su Chong asserted solemnly. Shou Ho nodded vigorously, declaring, "Fortune favors the bold, and those who are timid perish. We shall take the risk." Upon hearing this, Dawei surveyed their surroundings with a deep sense of nostalgia. What he cherished most was the warmth of this little town that held so many memories. Observing Dawei's demeanor, Shou Ho pondered for a moment before an idea struck him. He raised his hand, excitement lighting his face. "Hey, eldest brother, second brother, I have a plan." Su Chong was taken aback. "Shou Ho, you usually seem so daft, and yet you have devised a strategy? Pray do tell." With a grin, Shou Ho glanced at Dawei and continued, "It's clear that you, elder brother, are reluctant to part with Xiaohe Town. To be frank, second brother and I feel the same. So why not simply stay in Xiaohe Town? Stay? After committing robbery and murder, we are to remain here? What do you mean? Will the authorities turn a blind eye? That is impossible." Shou Ho replied confidently, "Elder brother, second brother, you must be preoccupied with thoughts of fleeing Xiaohe Town post-robbery, am I right?" Dawei and Su Chong exchanged glances. "Otherwise what? This isn't child's play. We could end up in jail." But you are mistaken," Shou Ho said with a sinister grin. "That black tiger we hunted was indeed taken down by the three of us. So how could we be guilty? Could it not be that Chen Xun took advantage of our distraction to steal the tiger from us?" At this, Dawei and Su Chong's eyes widened, and a chill ran down their spines. Shou Ho's scheme was audacious, bordering on shameless. Dawei rubbed his bald head and said, "But third brother, Chen Xun has already claimed it was the work of a celestial being, and many townsfolk were present to witness it." Shou Ho scoffed. "Does what Chen Xun says hold any weight? It's mere hearsay. Who would believe it? A celestial being? Are they so easily encountered?" Dawei and Su Chong fell silent. Although Shou Ho's approach was underhanded, it appeared quite feasible, dare one say, brilliant. This way, not only was the chance of acquiring the black tiger heightened, but they could also evade the authorities and remain in Xiaohe Town. As for Chen Xun, a frail scholar, they felt no trepidation. Surely, he wouldn't dare seek revenge. In the end, he would have to swallow his pride. After a moment of contemplation, Dawei found himself swayed, for the prospect of capturing a wolf without any effort was indeed enticing. That was 100 gold coins at stake. Dawei promptly inquired, "Third brother, what shall we do next?" "Chen Xun is already preparing to sell the black tiger," Su Chong solemnly stated. "Indeed, we cannot allow him to sell it. We must intercept him." The thin monkey waved his hand nonchalantly, his heart unperturbed, saying, "Eldest brother, second brother, do not rush. The black tiger is rightfully ours. So our next course of action should naturally be to report to the authorities first." Dawei and Su Chong exchanged startled glances, then nodded in agreement, their hearts racing at the prospect of soon acquiring the black tiger's carcass. We're about to strike it rich. Meanwhile, Chen Xun had already brought the black tiger to the largest tavern in Xiaohe Town, the Chunfeng Tavern. The rarity of the black tiger attracted numerous townsfolk along Chen Xun's path, encircling the tavern in layers. The old Li family had also sent word ahead, and it was likely that old Li and Li Yuan were on their way in a state of excitement. Outside the tavern, the proprietor circled the black tiger a few times, nodding in satisfaction before stating, "Chen Xun, we at Chunfeng Tavern are willing to purchase this black tiger for 120 gold pieces. What do you say?" A collective gasp arose among the townsfolk at the astronomical sum of 120 gold pieces. They stared at the black tiger, breath quickening and eyes gleaming with envy. Had it not been for the strict law enforcement in Xiaohe Town, many might have rushed forward to seize it. Chen Xun nodded. That is indeed a fair price. He understood that the proprietor, being a businessman, would likely resell the black tiger in larger towns for a considerable profit, which was only to be expected. Ah, splendid! The proprietor exclaimed joyfully, reaching for his pouch to prepare the payment. Truth be told, parting with 120 gold pieces pained him, but the thought of reaping substantial profits after reselling soothed his heart. Just as the proprietor was about to hand over the pouch amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Office of the Magistrate. All bystanders, step aside. Chapter 9. In court, an immediate hush fell over the crowd outside Chen Xun Tavern. Townsfolk hastily cleared a path for 3 constables to enter. Confusion swept through the crowd as they wondered about the constable's sudden arrival. Ah, it's actually Captain G. I wonder what brings him to my Chen Xun Tavern. The proprietor squinted and quickly stepped forward, cupping his hands and smiling. Having committed no unlawful acts, he had no fear of the officials. Moreover, as the largest tavern in Zaiki town, he had often shared profits with the town's leader, which made him all the more composed. Among the 3 constables, the stout middle-aged man leading the group was Ji Ba, the head constable of Zaiki town. Fear not, good proprietor. We are not here to target your Chen Xun Tavern. Rather, we have received a report that a man named Chen Xun has stolen their black tiger, and we have come to escort him to the court for a confrontation with the 3 accusers, Ji Ba stated calmly. As his words settled in, the crowd outside Chen Xun Tavern erupted in agitation, eyes wide with shock as they turned to Chen Xun. He stole the black tiger? Some couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude, thinking, good, it's better this way. He stole it, after all. That was a close call. He nearly let Chen Xun and the old Li family get rich. Thus, many cast scornful glances, as if to say, in your youth, why choose such a disreputable profession? They even concocted a tale of a celestial being vanquishing the black tiger. The shopkeeper, taken aback, cast a doubtful glance at Chen Xun and silently stowed away the money pouch. In the face of all this, Chen Xun remained impassive. Are you Chen Xun? Ji Ba inquired, his tone suggesting he was merely following protocol, for in Xiaohe town, few were unfamiliar with Chen Xun's distinctiveness. Yes, Chen Xun replied succinctly. Ji Ba nodded, waving his hand commandingly. Cuff him and take him away. Yes, chief. 2 constables stepped forward, ready to place shackles on Chen Xun. However, he interjected. There is no need to bind me. I shall walk on my own. The constables hesitated, glancing at Ji Ba. Ji Ba scrutinized Chen Xun for a moment. The atmosphere grew tense, and as the crowd anticipated that Chen Xun's defiance might provoke Ji Ba's wrath, he instead responded, very well. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. How could the usually fierce Chief Ji Ba be so accommodating today? Unbeknownst to them, Ji Ba was merely relying on his intuition. After observing Chen Xun for a considerable time, he noted that the young man exuded an air of calmness, devoid of any semblance of guilt. Typically, those wrongfully accused displayed urgency, yet Chen Xun was distinctly composed. This demeanor prompted Ji Ba to regard him with newfound respect. Having served as chief for many years, Ji Ba had begun to suspect that perhaps the 3 hunters had falsely accused him. Despite his conjectures, procedural duty compelled him to escort Chen Xun to the magistrate's office. Thus, Chen Xun was taken away, with the black tiger's corpse also being transported alongside him. The townsfolk, witnessing the commotion, surged towards the magistrate's office. On the way, Chen Xun encountered old Li and Li Yuan, who were rushing towards him. The sight of such a spectacle left them bewildered. Chen Xun, what is happening? Old Li's voice trembled with urgency. Li Yuan's eyes were red-rimmed with concern. The common folk were most afraid of the authorities. Chen Xun smiled reassuringly. It's nothing serious. I'm merely visiting the magistrate's office. Grandfather Li and Yuan, you may return home. I shall be back shortly. With that, he proceeded with Ji Ba and the others. However, old Li and Li Yuan could hardly believe that it was merely a trivial matter, and they anxiously followed along. After inquiring with those around them, they learned that someone had reported Chen Xun for stealing their black tiger. Old Li and Li Yuan were immediately engulfed with worry, yet felt utterly powerless to intervene. With the sound of the drum fading, the courtroom fell silent. At the front stood the magistrate of Xiaohe town, Ji Buchang. On either side, constables stood guard, while the black tiger's corpse lay on a cart in the center. Chen Xun stood tall to the left of the corpse, flanked by Dawei, Su Chong, and the skinny monkey on the right. A crowd of townsfolk gathered outside, with only old Li and Li Yuan watching nervously. At that moment, the skinny monkey provocatively gazed at Chen Xun, embodying the essence of someone who believed that daring to steal a black tiger would lead to a lengthy incarceration. Dai Wei and Su Chong slightly bowed their heads, embodying a sense of guilt akin to that of a villain who cries foul first. Bang! Ji Buchang cast a lingering glance at the lifeless body of the black tiger, then struck the gavel, stating in a calm yet authoritative tone, "Who is present here? Who has lodged this complaint?" Typically, minor cases do not warrant the direct attention of Ji Buchang, the town's lord, as he is not so idle. However, today's case is markedly different due to the substantial financial implications involved. The three men, Dai Wei and his companions, suddenly knelt upon the ground. The lean monkey spoke bitterly. In response to the lord of the town, it was indeed we who reported the incident. Earlier today, we, the three brothers, ventured to Xiaohe Peak to hunt, enduring countless hardships, and ultimately succeeded in slaying the black tiger. Just as we were on the brink of reaping the rewards of our labor, we discovered that, while I stepped away for a moment, the body of the black tiger had been stolen. In haste, we returned to the town, only to find that it was this scoundrel, Chen Xun, who had committed the theft. He even claimed it was a gift from an immortal, weaving tales of deceit that are truly contemptible. Upon hearing this, the townsfolk who had gathered began to murmur amongst themselves. Silence. Bang. Ji Buchang struck the gavel once more, and the courtroom fell into a hushed stillness. The townspeople dared not breathe, while old Li and Li Yuan could only watch helplessly, their faces pale. Meanwhile, Ji Ba, standing nearby, sneered at Dai Wei and his companions, for their words were riddled with inconsistencies. Could such a valuable body be so easily stolen? Are they suggesting they left the precious black tiger unattended while they went to relieve themselves? How absurd. Surely, one among them should have remained as a guard. Ji Buchang nodded slightly, and then turned his gaze towards Chen Xun. They claim you have stolen their black tiger. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Chen Xun clasped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Ji Buchang, and then addressed Dai Wei and his companions. If you indeed hunted the black tiger, might I inquire as to the location of its fatal wound? Ji Buchang noted Chen Xun's calm demeanor, even in the face of accusation, which stirred a slight discontent within him. This fellow seems rather audacious, he mused. Ji Buchang was familiar with Chen Xun, having heard tales of his previous madness, which he had recently overcome. Yet, at this moment, could it be that Chen Xun had not fully regained his faculties? Upon hearing Chen Xun's question, Dai Wei and his companions felt a shiver of anxiety, quickly glancing towards the body of the black tiger. At that moment, the tiger lay with its back to them, revealing an unblemished coat on the back of its head and spine, devoid of any blood. Earlier, when they had first encountered the tiger, their instincts as hunters had prompted them to examine its other side for injuries, and they noted that its abdomen and neck bore no wounds. As the body lay on its side, the only area they had not scrutinized was the exposed underside of its abdomen. The fatal wound must be located there. The three brothers exchanged furtive glances, reaching a silent consensus. Dai Wei gritted his teeth and proclaimed, "The fatal wound is on the side of the abdomen where the black tiger lies." Chapter 10. The Truth Revealed. The town lord purchases the tiger. The townsfolk outside the courtroom observed the confidence of the plaintiffs, Dai Wei and his companions, and began to speculate that perhaps it was indeed Chen Xun who had stolen the black tiger. Old Li and Li Yuan clenched their fists. Gripped by an overwhelming sense of tension, Ji Buchang cast a glance at Chen Xun, observing his unwavering demeanor, and commanded, "Bring forth the black tiger's corpse and turn it over." Yes, the officers flanking the courtroom complied and struggled to flip the heavy body of the black tiger. As the crowd beheld the creature's opposite side, its fur smooth and intact, they were momentarily taken aback. Old Li and Li Yuan sighed deeply, their backs damp with cold sweat. Ji Buchang inhaled sharply and fixed his intense gaze upon the bewildered trio of Dai Wei, bellowing, "Did you not claim the fatal wound was on the side? Where is the fatal wound?" Dai Wei and his companions trembled, their minds blank in disbelief. How could this be? In a moment of desperation, the thin monkey stammered a feeble defense. "My lord, my brother has a poor memory. In truth, we poisoned the black tiger." Bang! Ji Buchang struck the wooden table forcefully, his voice sharp as a blade. "Do you dare to quibble? From the outset, your statements have been riddled with inconsistencies. Do you take me for a fool?" The three were instantly terrified, bowing repeatedly and pleading, "We do not dare. Please spare us, my lord." Had they known, it would have been wiser to flee at the outset. Now, They found themselves ensnared within the courthouse, akin to fish on a chopping block, awaiting slaughter. The thin monkey's ill-conceived plan had been hastily devised, resulting in numerous flaws. Ji Buchang coldly declared, "It appears your greed has led you to falsely accuse others. Officers, administer 20 severe lashes to these three, then confine them in the dungeon for 2 years. Under ordinary circumstances, such harshness would be unwarranted. But this case involved the Black Tiger, and the monetary stakes were far too high." Quickly, officers stepped forward to carry out the punishment on Dawei and his companions. With each lash that fell, their initial cries of anguish transformed into feeble whimpers, their bodies beaten to the brink of collapse, their skin raw and bleeding. Each strike was merciless. Outside the courtroom, townsfolk snapped back to reality and erupted in cheers. "I know those three, they are outsiders, and they have committed such despicable acts. Indeed, I suspected Chen Xun was truthful from the beginning. He is a scholar and would never resort to theft. Look, the Black Tiger's body bears no wounds. Chen Xun's claims are indeed valid. Who but an immortal could possess the means to slay such a creature?" As the case reached its conclusion, the townspeople began to exchange opinions, their attitudes shifting dramatically. Chen Xun observed the unfolding scenes with a stoic expression akin to an onlooker. How could he not perceive the truth? Initially, only old Li Yuan, and a few others harbored concerns for him. The vast majority secretly wished for Chen Xun's guilt in the theft of the Black Tiger. Simply put, they could not bear to see another prosper. Such sentiments, while disappointing, are not uncommon. Subsequently, Dawei and his companions were carried off to the dungeon. In their final moments, they cast a resentful glance at Chen Xun, their eyes filled with malice. It was Chen Xun who was the true victim, yet Dawei's trio had the audacity to harbor hatred towards him. Where was their courage to resent the authorities? This epitomized the classic dynamic of the weak preying upon the strong. Upon their release from 2 years of incarceration, it is likely that Dawei and his companions will seek trouble with Chen Xun. However, they may find that opportunity has eluded them. After receiving their just deserts, Chen Xun was initially disinclined to dwell on the matter, yet a fleeting glance had altered his disposition. Ji Buchang, having witnessed the resolution of the affair, struck the gavel and declared, "Court is adjourned." The townsfolk gathered outside to witness the spectacle quickly dispersed. "We were terrified," exclaimed old Li and Li Yuan as they hurried over, patting their chests in relief. Chen Xun smiled, reassured them, "I told you it was nothing serious. Can white truly turn black?" At this moment, Jiba approached Chen Xun with a smile, saying, "Chen Xun, your visit to the magistrate's office is merely a matter of official duty. Do not take it to heart." Chen Xun shook his head in response. Jiba nodded. "Very well, since the matter is settled, you may take Black Tiger with you. I truly envy you. That beast is worth quite a sum." With a grin, Chen Xun summoned old Li and Li Yuan to join him as he prepared to leave with Black Tiger. "Chen Xun, is it?" At that moment, Ji Buchang approached with an unexpected joviality. "Your Honor." Jiba immediately bowed, and old Li and Li Yuan followed suit, astonished. Chen Xun cupped his hands in greeting. "Your Honor." Observing Chen Xun's composed demeanor, Ji Buchang scrutinized him briefly before, seemingly struck by a thought, glanced at Jiba and the others, stating, "I wish to speak with Chen Xun alone." Jiba promptly understood the implication, signaling to the constables and glancing at old Li and Li Yuan before leading the group away. While old Li and Li Yuan were uncertain of the magistrate's intentions, they assumed there was nothing amiss. After giving Chen Xun a cautionary glance about speaking appropriately before the magistrate, they also exited. "Now that we are free from prying eyes, please, take a seat." Ji Buchang gestured toward a nearby chair. Chen Xun, unreserved, sat down. Ji Buchang nodded slightly, pacing for a moment before stating, "Chen Xun, let us get straight to the point. Would you be willing to sell Black Tiger to me?" Chen Xun was not surprised by this proposition. Having already noticed Ji Buchang's keen interest in the beast, he replied with a smile, "Your Honor is quite affable." "Oh?" Ji Buchang inquired, perplexed. Chen Xun continued, "As the magistrate of Xiaohe Town, you hold dominion over all within its borders. Should you desire the Black Tiger, you could easily seize it by any means necessary. And as a mere commoner, I would have no recourse. Yet now you wish to purchase it. Does this not indicate your affability?" Ji Buchang hesitated, gazing at the unflappable Chen Xun, before suddenly bursting into hearty laughter. "Chen Xun, I must say, you possess remarkable audacity. Perhaps you alone would dare speak to me in such a manner within all of Xiaohe Town." As his laughter subsided, He pondered, name your price. Though I have an affinity for wealth, I shall only acquire it within the bounds of my duties. And I would never engage in actions that would harm the common folk. Chen Xun regarded Ji Buchang's frankness with newfound respect and replied, previously, the Chunfeng Tavern offered 120 gold for Black Tiger. Ji Buchang immediately grasped the implications, turning to exit the courtroom and entering the inner courtyard. Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. After a brief moment, Ji Buchang emerged from the inner courtyard, a money pouch in hand. He approached Chen Xun and presented it, saying, here lies 120 gold. Chen Xun accepted the pouch and weighed it in his hands. Indeed, being an official is advantageous. 120 gold coins is a considerable sum in the mundane world. Yet it was effortlessly produced by the town chief of a small riverside town, who is merely a ninth-rank official among his peers. A glimpse reveals much. Suddenly, Chen Xun opened the pouch and extracted 20 gleaming gold coins, returning them. Ji Buchang was taken aback and inquired, what is the meaning of this? Chen Xun replied, the Spring Breeze Tavern is the Spring Breeze Tavern. How could it possibly be compared to the town chief? Thus, the price of our transaction cannot be equated. Ji Buchang chuckled, finding Chen Xun much more agreeable. Indeed, it is rare to encounter such perceptiveness in a young man. He then accepted the 20 gold coins back. For they are indeed not an insignificant amount. Chen Xun continued, Town Chief, I anticipate that I shall soon depart from the small riverside town. I hope you will look after the Oldley family during my absence. Ji Buchang was momentarily stunned. Chen Xun intended to leave? However, having just received the 20 gold coins, Ji Buchang was willing to return a friendly gesture, smiling, certainly. Chen Xun returned the gesture with a smile and a bow. This was his objective. Chapter 11. A dark and windy night for murder. After exiting the government office, Chen Xun prepared to return home with Old Li and his grandson. Old Li sighed upon noticing that Chen Xun had not brought out the Black Tiger, suspecting that it had been taken by the town chief. But he dared not voice his thoughts. As long as Chen Xun was safe, that was enough. Chen Xun smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. It was not until they encountered the eagerly waiting manager of the Spring Breeze Tavern halfway home, and upon hearing their conversation, that Old Li learned Chen Xun had sold the Black Tiger to the town chief. The manager of the Spring Breeze Tavern left with a sigh of regret, powerless against the town chief's advance. Furthermore, he bore no ill will towards Chen Xun, as he understood that with the town chief's desire for the Black Tiger, Chen Xun had little choice. He might have even sold it for a meager price. As they journeyed home, Old Li and Li Yuan refrained from inquiring about the sale price of the Black Tiger, as they felt it was Chen Xun's own matter and considered it inappropriate to pry. Naturally, neither Old Li nor Li Yuan harbored any covetousness towards Chen Xun's earnings. In the evening, Chen Xun and the Li family gathered for dinner. Halfway through the meal, Chen Xun suddenly set down his chopsticks, took out the money pouch, and presented it to Old Li. Old Li was taken aback, and Li Yuan looked at the pouch in astonishment. Chen Xun smiled, saying, this is the proceeds from the sale of the Black Tiger, for you and Yuan. Old Li hesitated, responding, Chen Xun, keep this money for yourself. It will surely be useful in the future. Yuan, and I have no desire for your wealth. Chen Xun chuckled helplessly and replied, there isn't much inside, Grandpa Li. Please accept it. Otherwise, I shall feel uneasy after partaking of your hospitality for so long. Old Li wished to say more, but Li Yuan, noticing Chen Xun's persistent offering, interjected, Grandpa, just accept this token of Chen Ji's goodwill. Consider it a way to help him save. All right, fine. Old Li had no choice but to accept the pouch of coins, saying, Chen Xun, I shall keep this for you. When you marry in the future, just come to me for it. In the eyes of Old Li and Li Yuan, the pouch likely contained little money, which is why they reluctantly accepted it on behalf of Chen Xun. Unbeknownst to them, it actually held 100 gold coins. Chen Xun nodded with a smile. Li Yuan gazed at his smile, lost in thought, unaware of what occupied her mind. After dinner, Chen Xun stood in the courtyard, quietly gazing at the myriad stars in the night sky. Brother Chen, Li Yuan's voice suddenly broke the silence beside him. Chen Xun continued to stare at the sky and replied with a smile, what is it, Yuan? Li Yuan tilted her head slightly to observe the profile of Chen Xun for a moment before lowering her gaze, asking, is Brother Chen about to leave soon? Chen Xun was momentarily taken aback, turning to look at Li Yuan, realizing she had perceived something during dinner. He nodded gently, yes. Upon receiving an answer, a sense of reluctance welled up in Li Yuan's heart. Then, where will Brother Chen go? A flicker of confusion crossed Chen Xun's eyes as he shook his head and softly said, I, Chen Xun, am but a rootless drifter. Wherever the currents take me, I shall go. At his words, Li Yuan's mouth parted slightly, her gaze vacant, and for reasons unknown, a pang of sorrow stirred within her heart. The Chen Xun before her exuded an aura of profound solitude, a loneliness that was ineffable and elusive. Li Yuan longed to suggest that since Chen Xun had no home, he might as well stay here and consider it his residence, yet she instinctively knew he would refuse. Will Brother Chen return? She murmured. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xun replied, Perhaps. I will come back to visit Little River Town when I have the chance. Li Yuan felt a slight easing of her heartstrings and nodded silently, at a loss for words. Turning slightly, Chen Xun asked, Yuan, speaking of which, what of your parents and grandmother? A flicker of sorrow crossed Li Yuan's eyes as she recounted, that year, during the Great Drought, our family had no food. Many perished in Little River Town, including my parents and grandmother, who starved to death. My grandfather barely survived, thanks to the timely arrival of the town chief, who brought disaster relief grain. Since then, I have relied on my grandfather, and it has been over a decade now. Chen Xun nodded slightly, gently patting Li Yuan's head. He refrained from offering further comforting words. Natural disasters are merciless. Li Yuan was fortunate compared to many who perished, elderly, weak, and children alike. To be alive was indeed a blessing. Li Yuan suppressed her sadness and cheerfully exclaimed, Brother Chen, when you leave, be sure to bid farewell to me and Grandpa. Let us see you off. Please don't depart without a word. Chen Xun nodded with a smile. All right. On a moonless night with gusty winds, old Li and Li Yuan had long fallen into slumber. Inside Chen Xun's room, he slowly opened his eyes, and then his form gradually dissipated. Meanwhile, in the government prison, 2 guards were sound asleep. In this confined space, even without their watch, the prisoners could not escape. Most of the inmates were also asleep, except for 3 prisoners who exchanged hollow glances through the cold iron bars. These 3 were the newly imprisoned Dawei, Su Chong, and the thin monkey. Skinny monkey, this is all your fault. What a terrible idea you had that has landed us in prison for 2 years. If I had known, I would have preferred to just rob and run away. Su Chong sighed. Upon hearing this, Skinny Monkey retorted indignantly, Second brother, you can't blame me entirely. My plan was undoubtedly feasible. It was merely the haste of our preparations that led to our downfall. Who could have anticipated that the black tiger bore no external injuries? Su Chong nodded silently, acknowledging the truth in Skinny Monkey's words. It seems what Chen Xun said was indeed true. It must have been the work of a celestial being. The black tiger's injuries must lie within. Dawei's eyes gradually focused, and he weakly remarked, Enough of this chatter. What's done is done. We must now serve our time in prison. Now, my plans to marry and settle down will be delayed by another 2 years. How many 2-year stretches does one have in a lifetime? He winced, perhaps due to a wound, letting out a sharp breath. Skinny Monkey pursed his lips and lowered his voice. Elder brother, second brother, once we are free, we cannot let Chen Xun escape our vengeance. Our current plight is entirely due to him. Humph. At this, Dawei and Su Chong exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with unspoken understanding. They recognized that their circumstances were a result of their own actions, yet they could not swallow their indignation. What could they do with this indignation? Surely, they could not confront the town lord or the authorities, as they lacked the courage. Thus, their only option was to seek retribution against Chen Xun. Have my actions truly been so heinous that you harbor such resentment towards me? Suddenly, an ethereal voice resonated in the ears of Dawei and his companions. They jolted, quickly scanning their surroundings, only to find confusion reflected in each other's eyes, fear evident in their gazes. Then, a young man appeared as if conjured from thin air. Dawei and his companions' pupils dilated in shock, instinctively recoiling. Chen Xun. Chapter 12. Is the prison haunted? Seeing Chen Xun beyond the iron bars, Dawei and his companions were nearly paralyzed with terror. They had witnessed Chen Xun's inexplicable appearance firsthand. It was almost like a divine intervention. What was happening? Was Chen Xun not just an ordinary mortal like them? They had underestimated him, discovering he was a celestial being. Spare us, celestial being. Please. Dawei and his companions fell to their knees, overwhelmed by unprecedented fear and filled with profound regret. They had foolishly provoked a celestial entity. Now, Dawei and his companions understood that Chen Xun's earlier claims of a celestial being slaying the black tiger referred to himself. I wish to spare you. But you have not spared me, Chen Xun said with a slight smile, opening his palm to reveal 3 flickering flames. With a gentle wave, the flames began to drift towards Dawei and his companions. As the flames approached, an overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloped them, prompting them to scream in terror, "Murder! Murder!" Instantly, the entire prison awoke to their cries. With their cries, the flames surged forward, clinging to Dawei and his companions, igniting them in a fiery embrace. Amidst their anguished screams, Chen Xun merely smiled faintly, his figure gradually dissipating. At the same time, the guards hurriedly rushed over, while the prisoners in their cells pressed against the iron bars, their faces stricken with terror as they witnessed the flames illuminating the cell where Dawei and his companions were confined. The 2 guards stood in shock, staring at the 3 figures rolling on the ground engulfed in fire. After a moment of bewilderment, they turned to fetch water to extinguish the flames. However, by the time the guards returned with water, Dawei and the others had already been reduced to ashes. Terrified, the guards promptly reported the incident. That night, Ji Buchang was awakened from his slumber and urgently summoned Ji Ba to accompany him to the prison. Upon witnessing the 3 piles of ashes and listening to the guard's account, Ji Buchang and Ji Ba exchanged glances filled with trepidation. The prison was dark and damp, devoid of any ignition source. How could these 3 prisoners have spontaneously caught fire and been incinerated? Such an occurrence had never transpired since Ji Buchang assumed his position, nor had it been recorded in history. The entire situation reeked of the uncanny. Who were the deceased prisoners? Ji Buchang inquired with a solemn voice. The guards hastily replied, "Report to the lord of the town. It was indeed Dawei, Su Chang, and Shouho, the 3 hunters, who were imprisoned today due to the Black Tiger case." Those 3, Ji Buchang and Ji Ba, were taken aback. The mention of this case led both men to involuntarily think of Chen Xun. Ji Buchang furrowed his brow and asked again, "Has anyone entered the prison?" The guards, gripped by fear, quickly knelt and proclaimed, "Lord of the town, we were entirely vigilant. During that time, not even a mosquito entered." In truth, the guards were also anxious, fearing that admitting to dozing off during their watch would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, who could have anticipated such an event would occur? Ji Buchang nodded slightly, stating, "For now, let us refrain from publicizing this matter. I shall conduct an investigation myself." "Understood," the guards eagerly replied. Once Ji Buchang and Ji Ba departed from the prison, they dared to stand up, their bodies already drenched in cold sweat. It was evident that for the foreseeable future, these guards would not dare to nap during their watch. Outside the prison, Ji Buchang lamented, "Fortunately, these 3 hunters were from out of town and had no relatives in the area. Otherwise, I would have difficulty explaining this incident." "Indeed, you speak wisely." Ji Ba bowed in agreement. Ji Ba was one whom Ji Buchang had personally elevated. He was responsible for the Lord's safety, which often led to Ji Buchang bringing him along on occasions. Ji Buchang glanced at Ji Ba and queried, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Ji Ba hesitated, quickly grasping the implication behind the question, and soon his expression reflected a hint of bitterness as he replied, "Lord of the town, I carefully observed the scene in the prison and found no clues whatsoever." His words conveyed a clear implication. Even he was at a loss. "However, there is something I am uncertain whether I should express." Ji Ba suddenly interjected. "Speak," Ji Buchang commanded. After a moment of silence, and with his heart racing, Ji Ba said, "Lord of the town, precisely because there are no traces left behind, I believe this incident is not the doing of a human." Ji Buchang's expression shifted as he waved his sleeve and coldly snorted, "Umph. Are you suggesting that our government is haunted?" Ji Ba panicked, hastily bowing, "I misspoke." However, in the eyes of Ji Ba, apart from the supernatural, there seemed to be no other possibility. The existence of ghosts was not particularly surprising, especially considering the presence of immortals. Ji Buchang's gaze sharpened momentarily before he continued. "Earlier, I overheard the prison guards mention that the 3 inmates were screaming about murder, which startled them awake. This indicates that the 3 prisoners must have witnessed something significant in their final moments, perhaps even the face of their murderer. Tragically, they were burned alive, leaving no witnesses to confirm their claims. Yet, more bizarrely, the guards rushed to the scene, and none of the prisoners witnessed the assailant. The perpetrator truly seemed to vanish without a trace, exhibiting an almost supernatural ability to elude detection. The notion that this was not the doing of a human being is indeed plausible. As Ji Buchang pondered this, he felt a chill creep over him. tightening his robe as he continued. Nevertheless, one must consider the principles of cause and effect. If ghosts exist, what motive would they have to slay these three individuals? Why wait until they were imprisoned to enact such violence? Jiba shook his head, feeling a similar chill. Speaking of contradictions, while the existence of a ghost remains uncertain, there is undeniably a human who fits the bill, Chen Xun. However, the various signs do not suggest that he is capable of such acts. Unless, perhaps, Chen Xun is not human at all. Ji Buchang shivered slightly and said, Jiba, in a couple of days, summon a Taoist priest to perform rites at the government office. The town chief feels quite unsettled. Very well, town chief, Jiba nodded in agreement. As Ji Buchang prepared to return, he suddenly paused and added, tomorrow morning, accompany me to visit Chen Xun. Jiba was taken aback, but understood that, although it was unlikely Chen Xun was involved, the town chief could not resist the urge to inquire. Understood. Sleep may evade me tonight. The following day, as Old Li was about to step outside, he spotted two figures standing in the courtyard. Upon closer inspection, he was astounded to find it was the town chief and Captain Ji. Upon learning they were there to find Chen Xun, he hurriedly welcomed them into the yard and brought over two benches. Town chief, Chen Xun. Old Li was prepared to say something respectful when Chen Xun emerged from the house, glanced at Ji Buchang and Jiba, and smiled. Grandpa Li, you may attend to your duties. I will entertain the town chief and Captain Ji. All right. Old Li, having lived a long life, understood the situation and promptly bowed and retreated. However, one thing puzzled Old Li. When did Chen Xun gain such prominence? Ordinarily, the town chief would issue a summons, and Chen Xun would go to the government office. Why then did the town chief personally come to him? Seeing Chen Xun approach, Ji Buchang got straight to the point. Chen Xun, last night. He quickly recounted the strange events that transpired in the prison. Chen Xun was taken aback. Is that so? Chapter 13. Farewell, Moneybag. Ji Buchang and Jiba watched Chen Xun's expression with trepidation, but upon seeing his reaction, they inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Indeed, the occurrence of such bizarre events had kept the town chief tossing and turning all night, unable to find rest. Ji Buchang sighed. Chen Xun smiled. Surely the government is not haunted? Hiba was suddenly filled with trepidation. After all, he had uttered similar words the previous night, which had incited some ire from the town lord. Chen Xun's remarks might very well provoke the lord's wrath once more. However, what followed in Ji Buchang's demeanor and speech left Hiba utterly astonished. In this world, celestial beings indeed exist, though they are elusive and seldom encountered by mere mortals. Their existence implies that spirits are also a natural phenomenon. Today, the town lord will invite a Taoist to perform rituals at his residence, Ji Buchang lamented. Hiba assumed Ji Buchang would be angry, yet unbeknownst to him, there was an inexplicable difficulty in Ji Buchang's subconscious to feel anger towards Chen Xun. Chen Xun nodded in agreement, affirming the feasibility of the proposed method. Ji Buchang continued, however, the town lord feels remorse, though the three offenders were culpable. Their crimes did not warrant death. Alas, they have perished in the prison. Chen Xun smiled but remained silent. Observing this, Ji Buchang rose and said, let it be as it is. The reason for my visit today was to find someone to confide in, to find solace in my heart. Chen Xun, the town lord has already issued a prohibition on this matter. Please do not publicize it. Chen Xun nodded, replying, understood. Subsequently, Chen Xun escorted Ji Buchang and Hiba to the courtyard, quietly watching them as they gradually distanced themselves. How could Chen Xun be unaware that Ji Buchang and Hiba's pretense of seeking a confidant was merely a guise for their true intention of testing him? To put it plainly, both harbored a slight suspicion of him. Yet, it was merely a hint of doubt, for in their eyes, he was but an ordinary commoner, incapable of executing such deeds. It was evident that for a considerable time to come, this case would remain an unsolvable mystery. Brother Chun, who was here just now? Li Yuan emerged from the house, her curiosity piqued. Chen Xun turned, smiling, no one of consequence. Oh, Li Yuan nodded obediently. During lunch, Chen Xun suddenly remarked, Grandfather Li, I shall depart from Xiaohe town this afternoon, so there is no need to prepare dinner for me. Li Yuan's hand froze momentarily before she resumed her task in silence. Old Li looked up, astonished, his expression reflecting the abruptness of the news. Chen Xun, why not stay a few more days? He implored. Chen Xun replied, no, that would trouble you. Old Li's eyes widened. Nonsense. What trouble could there be? Chen Xun shook his head, smiling softly. Grandfather Li, there's no need to insist. My decision is made. For Chen Xun, each Qingming festival after 3 years of madness was a rare opportunity, and he wished to make the most of this time to explore the world. During his periods of madness, he felt like a true drifter, carried along by the tides of fate. Moreover, it would not be long before he likely succumbed to madness again, which would indeed cause trouble for the Li family. Old Li's lips moved as he murmured, "Well then, if that is your decision to speak frankly." Old Li felt reluctant. During this time, he had come to regard Chen Xun as part of his family. Li Yuan quietly dug into her meal and softly asked, "Brother Chen, what time will you leave this afternoon? My grandfather and I will see you off." Chen Xun smiled slightly. "Let us depart at the hour of the goat." Very well. The subsequent lunch was rather subdued, lacking the usual laughter and joy. However, for Chen Xun, such matters stirred little emotion within his heart. Over the years, he had faced countless farewells, including those of life and death. Time swiftly passed to the hour of Wei. Under the farewell of old Li and Li Yuan, Chen Xun made his way to the outskirts of Xia town. Turning around, he smiled at old Li and Li Yuan, saying, "Grandpa Li, Yuan, this is where we part." He carried a bundle on his back, containing clothing that Li Yuan had specially purchased for him, tailored to his figure. Reluctantly, he accepted it. Old Li tapped his smoking pipe and sighed, "Chen Xun, while you are away, take care of yourself. I don't have much to offer, but here is a bag of cakes for you to eat on your journey." With that, he took off the cloth bag from his waist and handed it to Chen Xun. Chen Xun's eyes flickered as he received the bag and weighed it in his hands. "Grandpa Li, this bag of cakes feels a bit heavy. Is there really only cake inside?" Old Li hesitated, stammering. Chen Xun chuckled, opened the bag, and retrieved a money pouch. This was the money Chen Xun had given old Li for the sale of the black tiger. He returned it to old Li, saying helplessly, "It truly isn't much, Grandpa Li, please do not refuse it again." Seeing that old Li did not accept it, he pressed it firmly into his hand, adding, "Just consider it saving for me. Will that suffice?" When old Li attempted to return the pouch once more, Chen Xun was startled and quickly turned to leave. Walking briskly away, old Li came to a halt, watching Chen Xun's retreating figure, tightly clutching the money pouch, a bitter smile on his face. Li Yuan, who had remained silent, found her vision blurred as Chen Xun departed suddenly. She took a few steps forward and called out loudly, "Big brother Chen, safe travels." The figure turned back slightly, raising a hand in farewell as it gradually faded into the vibrant spring landscape. Old Li and Li Yuan stood outside the town for a considerable time before slowly making their way back. Glancing at his melancholic granddaughter, old Li sighed, Yuan, I have long suspected that your big brother Chen may not be an ordinary person." Li Yuan was taken aback and nodded silently. She had noticed it as well. Previously, when Chen Xun was in a state of madness, it was one thing, but since returning to normal, his appearance, demeanor, and manner of speech far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Just the way he held his composure in front of the town lord, unyielding and unfazed, was something only the extraordinary could achieve. Upon returning home, old Li opened the money pouch in front of Li Yuan. When he saw the wealth contained within, he was momentarily frozen in place. Curiously, Li Yuan leaned closer, her eyes widening in shock, covering her mouth in astonishment. Gold, a pouch full of gold coins. Upon closer inspection, there were nearly 100 of them. Regaining his senses, old Li blinked his weary eyes and quickly tucked away the pouch, rushing outside. When he finally reached the outskirts of the town, he found only vast emptiness, with no trace of Chen Xun in sight. Exhausted, old Li collapsed onto the ground, and after a moment, tears welled up in his eyes as he clutched the pouch tightly, murmuring, "Such a good child, this is too generous. Grandpa Li cannot accept such 100 gold." The departure of Chen Xun stirred little commotion in the quaint town of Xia. Perhaps it would take some time before the townsfolk would realize that the scholar, known as Chen Xun, had vanished. Chapter 14. The landscape of the mortal realm. After leaving Xia, Chen Xun journeyed southward, enduring both the hardships of the elements and the comforts of inns along the way. And before long, a month had slipped by. Given Chen Xun's relatively leisurely pace of travel, had there been a map of Beixian, it would reveal but a trifling distance covered. At present, Chen Xun found himself within the expanse of Beixian, though merely a fraction of the vast mortal realm. It is a territory that a mortal could scarcely traverse in a lifetime. Beyond Beixian lie the boundless South Heaven, the Eastern Xian, and the Western Sea. To the north of Beixian stretches an endless, ethereal snowfield, rumored to be haunted by snow monsters, fraught with peril. To the south of South Heaven lies a renowned forbidden zone, the Forbidden Dragon Land, said to harbor true dragons and countless treasures. Each time it opens, throngs of cultivators flock to it, yet many meet their demise within its depths. Nevertheless, they continue to come in droves. East of Qian lies a vast forest teeming with ferocious beasts, a paradise for the monsters and a hell for cultivators. Beyond the Western Sea, there are whispers of ancient barbarian tribes, where ancient cultivation practices are handed down through generations. Yet reaching these tribes requires traversing the treacherous western waters, where countless cultivators have perished over the years. Such renowned regions are marked upon maps, yet many majestic yet perilous areas remain undiscovered. Tianqing City. As the sun began its descent, Chen Xun gazed up at the towering city walls, which soared to a height of 5 zhang. It was his first encounter with the city in the past month. Prior to this, he had only passed through 2 small towns and numerous villages. Indeed, a city is incomparable to a mere town. At the city gates, throngs of people entered and exited at all hours. Dusting off the grime of his journey, Chen Xun joined the bustling crowd and entered the city. The streets of Tianqing City were remarkably clean and orderly, with individuals occasionally seen tidying up. As Chen Xun strolled leisurely along the thoroughfare, he observed several guards patrolling with swords at their sides, a testament to the city's excellent security. Purchasing 2 meat pies from a shop, Chen Xun savored one as he continued on his way. After a short while, he noticed a gathering of people surrounding a wall and, driven by curiosity, approached. My heavens, tomorrow marks the day when Daotian sect recruits disciples. I hope my child performs well. One exclaimed, if they possess spiritual roots, the Sun family shall rise to greatness. Ha ha ha, old son, do not harbor expectations too lofty. Disappointment often follows. The Daotian sect only recruits a handful of children every 3 years. If one possesses spiritual roots, it would truly be a stroke of luck. Indeed, with our Tianqing City's vast population of several hundred thousand, how many children meet the age criteria for testing? In the end, it is merely a few with spiritual roots. How disheartening. Alas, it is indeed a daunting challenge. Perhaps it would be better for the children to focus on their studies and prepare for the imperial examinations. That path seems far easier than becoming an immortal. Isn't there also a literary examination in the city in a couple of days? Chen Xun gazed at the notice affixed to the wall, absorbing the various conversations around him. It was evident that the sect was recruiting disciples. In a remote place like Xiaohe Town, where mortals seldom encountered cultivators, Tianqing City had already begun accepting students into its cultivation sections. This underscored how many factors determine a person's life from birth. Even the region into which one is born is a profound study. Being born in a secluded area likely destined one for a mundane existence, while being born in a more favorable location opened pathways to diverse life journeys. Ah, young man, are you here for the examination? A nearby Annie noticed Chen Xun and inquired. It was understandable, given that Chen Xun's attire bore the hallmarks of a scholar. I am merely passing through, he replied. Oh, I see, the Annie nodded. That Daotian sect is quite renowned in the North Xian, and they are recruiting disciples tomorrow. Why not give it a try? Chen Xun chuckled, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Do I look like someone with spiritual roots? Besides, do I seem so young to you, Auntie? The Annie felt a bit awkward. Not at all, not at all. You are quite grown, she conceded, realizing her oversight. The scholar appeared to be in his 20s, well past the age limit for the spiritual root assessment. However, she continued eagerly, you could still give it a shot. Those with spiritual roots are rare. And if you happen to possess them, Daotian sect might just accept you. Chen Xun pursed his lips and turned to leave. In his view, the auntie's enthusiasm was a bit excessive. One could never be too cautious of ulterior motives. He was solitary and unencumbered, possessing little of value to be coveted, perhaps only his handsome visage. With that thought, he quickened his pace. As he walked, Chen Xun observed that many townsfolk were gathered around various notices, presumably regarding the sect's recruitment. There were also several other notices, likely related to literary examinations. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Chen Xun entered a tavern, settling into a window seat and beckoning a waiter for food and drink. After finishing his meal, he planned to stay the night at this very tavern. Sir, your food and drink are ready. Enjoy. The waiter soon brought forth the dishes, carefully placing them before Chen Xun before bowing and retreating. Pouring himself some wine, He leisurely began to eat, savoring the steaming dishes. The evening darkened, and as it coincided with dinner time, the tavern was bustling with patrons. The first floor was filled to capacity, and many arriving guests were being ushered upstairs by the waitstaff. The conversations among the guests predominantly revolved around the Dao Tian sect's disciple recruitment the following day. At that moment, Chen Xun noticed a well-mannered young man enter. After a brief negotiation with the waiter, the young man glanced around helplessly. Upon spotting Chen Xun, his eyes brightened noticeably, and he approached with a smile. "Good sir, the waiter just informed me that the tavern is full. Would you be so kind as to share half of your table with me? I would be immensely grateful," the young man said, placing a silver coin on the table before him and clasping his hands in a gesture of thanks. Chen Xun nodded slightly, pocketing the silver coin. He then shifted his food closer, clearing half the table for his companion, saying, "Feel free." Zhao Ting was taken aback. In his mind, this scholar should have refused the coin, yet here he was, accepting it. Truly? What a surprise. The noble demeanor of a scholar seemed to be lost. Zhao Ting had approached Chen Xun precisely because he was a scholar, and now this unexpected turn left him feeling quite foolish. He regretted his earlier bravado and took his seat with a hint of resentment. At that moment, he wished he could slap himself for being so overzealous. Glancing at the sumptuous spread before him, Zhao Ting swallowed hard and awkwardly suggested, "Brother, how about I forego my order and share your meal instead?" He hoped to salvage something from this encounter. Chen Xun cast a sidelong glance at him and offered, "Shall I return that silver coin to you?" Zhao Ting sprang to his feet, eyes wide with surprise. "Really?" Chen Xun replied, "No, Zhao Ting, After a brief while, the waiter brought Zhao Ting's meal. He poured himself a glass of wine, hesitated for a moment, then raised his cup, saying, "Brother, although you were rather stingy and not very scholarly, I still toast to you." Chen Xun chuckled, "Should I thank you for that?" Despite his jest, he lifted his cup to clink it with Zhao Ting's. Zhao Ting took a sip and felt an undeniable spark of personality in his companion, considering him the most intriguing person he had encountered in recent years. "What is your name, brother?" he asked. "Chen Xun," came the reply. Zhao Ting nodded. "Ah, so you are Brother Chen. I am Zhao Ting, at your service." He quickly continued, "I gather you are not a local, but rather here for the examination in Tianqing City?" His gaze wandered to Chen Xun's traveling bag, demonstrating his perceptiveness. He also glanced at the wooden sword strapped to Chen Xun's back, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. Chen Xun shook his head. "I am not here for the examination. I merely passed through this city and decided to stay for the night." As he spoke, a fleeting moment of disorientation washed over him, causing his heart to tighten. This sign, "Not here for the examination?" Zhao Ting was somewhat astonished. Chen Xun regained his composure and smiled. "It seems Zhao brother is here for the examination then." Zhao Ting cleared his throat, awkwardly responding, "Brother Chen, you are mistaken. I am not here for that either. Believe it or not, I have come for the recruitment of disciples by the Daotian sect tomorrow." "Oh." Chen Xun regarded him with newfound interest. "But you must be past the age for recruitment, are you not?" Zhao Ting sighed. "Indeed, I am 24 this year. Far beyond the acceptable age. Yet, after years of earnest study, I have come to a realization. I, Zhao Ting, do not wish to be a government official or engage in the treacheries of political life. Those pursuits do not appeal to me. I yearn for the path of immortality, to traverse the heavens and behold the sights only accessible to the celestial beings." Upon hearing this, Chen Xun chuckled, "Zhao brother, you may be somewhat misguided. The world of immortality may not be as idyllic as you envision. The intrigues of the political realm pale in comparison to the dangers that exist in the realm of cultivation." "Ah," Zhao Ting replied, taken aback. Zhao Ting smirked and remarked, "Brother Chen, you certainly seem to be quite knowledgeable." With a hint of melancholy, Zhao Ting continued, "However, I find myself at a disadvantage due to my advancing years, and I am uncertain whether I possess any spiritual roots. The first step in cultivating immortality is far more demanding than any literary examination." Chen Xun replied, "In my view, Brother Zhao, you are brimming with spiritual energy, which suggests you may indeed possess spiritual roots." "Oh," Zhao Ting chuckled, raising his cup and saying, "Brother Chen, your words are music to my ears." Chen Xun smiled lightly and inquired, "Are your family members well?" "Of course, although my parents are aging, they remain in good health," Zhao Ting responded, pausing briefly before adding with a wry smile, "Yet my aspirations are rather unfilial. My parents wish for me to achieve academic success, while I am captivated by the ethereal pursuit of immortality." Chen Xun nodded thoughtfully, saying, Brother Zhao, remember this. Once you enter the realm of immortality, a chasm will form between you and the mundane world. Perhaps in the future, you may not even have the opportunity to bid farewell to your parents. In other words, it could become difficult to even meet them. Zhao Ting was taken aback. Is it truly that grave? He asked, then quickly added with a laugh, Brother Chen, you exaggerate. Whether I can even gain entry into the immortal sect remains uncertain. That seems quite distant. Chen Xun replied, not at all distant. Zhao Ting shifted the topic, his expression skeptical. By the way, Brother Chen, you appear to possess considerable knowledge about the realm of immortality. Chen Xun responded nonchalantly, yes, I had an ancestor who practiced immortality. Zhao Ting gasped in astonishment and quickly clasped his hands in respect. I did not expect you to hail from a family of immortal practitioners. I apologize for my ignorance. Chen Xun smiled silently. Although he had fabricated the story, Zhao Ting's reaction was indeed exaggerated. Flattery was an art form in itself. This hardly constituted a family of immortal practitioners, as true families of such status had generations of cultivation behind them. The following day, as dawn broke, the entire Tianqing city awakened, bustling with activity as people filled the streets and alleys. This day held immense significance for all, as the Daotian sect was in Tianqing city to recruit disciples. Hey, Brother Chen. As Chen Xun stepped out of the inn with his bundle, he heard a familiar voice calling. Turning his head, he saw Zhao Ting hastening towards him, rubbing his hands together. Brother Chen, I have been waiting for you. Chen Xun replied, is today not the day the Daotian sect recruits disciples? Shouldn't you be on your way? Zhao Ting took a deep breath, admitting, Brother Chen, I fear I may be the only one of my age there. I am quite nervous. Would you mind accompanying me? Chen Xun was left speechless. Brother Zhao, we only met yesterday. Why should your nerves concern me? Zhao Ting gritted his teeth and produced a silver coin, offering it to Chen Xun. Chen Xun was momentarily taken aback, but accepted the coin, tucking it away. Very well. I had intended to witness the commotion myself. As the sun rose gradually, the spiritual route assessment for the Daotian sect's recruitment took place in the central square of Tianqing City. Upon arriving, Chen Xun and Zhao Ting discovered that the square was packed to the brim with townsfolk, forming layers of onlookers. However, the citizens dared not press closer, for a multitude of guards from the Lord's manor were maintaining order, and the city lord himself would be present. The atmosphere in the square was charged with anticipation as countless parents held their children, eagerly awaiting the outcome. After all, today would reveal whether their offspring were dragons or mere worms. Zhao Ting stood on his tiptoes, peering inside, and remarked, Brother Chen, the immortals have yet to arrive. They will likely make their appearance alongside the city lord. Chen Xun nodded slightly, yet his thoughts were elsewhere. He gently rubbed his temples, the vague sensation suddenly intensifying. Zhao Ting remained oblivious to any oddity, as he was wholly immersed in his anxiety. Suddenly, the bell in the square tolled, and a hush fell over the crowd. The captain of the guards stepped forward, shouting, all children participating in the spiritual route examination, please enter and line up in an orderly fashion. Parents are not permitted inside. The guards swiftly opened multiple entrances to the square. Villagers hurriedly urged their children to enter promptly. Under the watchful eyes of the guards, the youths complied and formed a line, no one daring to cut in or cause trouble. In no time, 5 long queues had formed. The number of children in Tianqing City awaiting examination was considerable. To complete the tests within a day, such organization was essential. Chen, Brother Chen, I will enter first. Zhao Ting exclaimed, his palms slick with sweat from nervousness. All right, Chen Xun replied, eyes closed, frowning deeply. It was only then that Zhao Ting noticed Chen Xun's peculiar demeanor and asked suspiciously, Brother Chen, are you all right? You seem even more anxious than I am. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xun shook his head, saying, I'm fine. You should go in quickly. Good, Brother Chen, await my good news. If I possess a spiritual root, I shall treat you to a grand feast. With determination, Zhao Ting braved the myriad curious gazes and stepped into the arena, joining the other youths. At that moment, Chen Xun abruptly opened his eyes, a manic smile slowly spreading across his face. The clarity in his gaze vanished. Chapter 16. The Spiritual Root Examination. Hey, look at that young man. He must be over 20, right? Isn't he too old for this? Indeed. How embarrassing for someone of his age to test alongside a group of teenagers. Come now, that's a bit harsh. I say, having dreams is commendable. Just because this young man is older doesn't mean he won't be accepted by the Daotian sect. If he possesses a spiritual root, then you'll be the ones left speechless. Please, with his age, he is already late to start cultivating. Even if he gets lucky and has a spiritual root, the Daotian sect wouldn't take him. The villagers exchanged remarks, further heightening Zhao Ting's tension, especially as he caught some of the youths glancing his way, causing him to blush. Yet, he inhaled deeply, resolutely blocking out their words and stares. There would always be idle chatter, ignoring it was natural. He was determined to pursue his dreams. Zhao Ting couldn't help but turn to look at Chen Xun, but was taken aback, rubbing his eyes and staring in disbelief. Before him, Brother Chen wore a manic grin, causing nearby villagers to recoil in fear, instinctively widening the distance. Zhao Ting was dumbfounded. How could the composed and witty Brother Chen have transformed into this in such a short span? Silence. The city lord has arrived. The captain of the guards bellowed. Startled, Zhao Ting shook himself and reluctantly shifted his focus from Chen Xun. The entire central square fell into complete silence. Shortly thereafter, an ethereal elder, accompanied by a middle-aged man bowing in respect, entered the square. Behind the elderly man and the middle-aged gentleman, 6 young disciples clad in sect robes followed with an air of nonchalance. The middle-aged man, without a doubt, was the lord of Tianqing City. The elderly man and the 6 young disciples were practitioners of Daotian's sect. Countless townsfolk gazed intently at the practitioners, their hearts filled with admiration. Indeed, the celestial beings of a grand sect exuded an aura that made them stand out remarkably. The young boys and girls lined up in the square were imbued with a sense of longing, yearning to possess such grace and status. Even the city lord, who governed a populace of several 100,000, was utterly respectful in the presence of the celestial beings from Daotian's sect. It was clear that once one possessed spiritual roots, they could soar to unimaginable heights. Zhao Ting clenched his fists tightly, his palms moist with sweat from anxiety. Meanwhile, Chen Xun was grasping the hand of a burly middle-aged man whose complexion was as dark as ink, earnestly stating, judging by your palmistry, your lifeline is quite long. However, this contradicts your visage, which suggests a person who has committed numerous misdeeds and is destined to face divine retribution. How could this be? Is it truly the case that good people have short lives while evildoers thrive for a millennium? This is too contradictory. Why is it so? Initially, the burly man felt somewhat pleased by Chen Xun's first few words, but as the latter continued, his expression darkened instantaneously, as if struck by a revelation. He withdrew his hand from Chen Xun's grasp and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to Chen Xun, his words were jarringly discordant in the now silent square. Countless peculiar gazes were directed at him. Even the elderly man from Daotian's sect and his disciples furrowed their brows in disapproval. City Lord Su Hai's heart leapt. He quickly bowed to the elder in apology, then rose and bellowed. Who is making such a racket? Where are the guards? Here, the captain of the guards, startled and drenched in cold sweat, immediately took command, leading 2 guards menacingly towards Chen Xun. Zhao Ting, who had been in a daze, finally regained his senses and hurriedly dashed out of the line, bowing in trepidation. Wait. My lord, this man is my friend. He has not been quite himself lately, and certainly did not mean any offense. I implore you to show mercy. Oh. At these words, Su Hai furrowed his brow and, along with countless gazes, turned to see the loud young man now sucking his index finger with delight, curiously surveying his surroundings with an expression that was both bizarre and fervent. His demeanor appeared utterly natural, devoid of pretense. Many townsfolk watched this scene with pity in their hearts, lamenting silently how such a handsome young man turned out to be a madman. A pitiable soul, both crazy and foolish. Observing this, the elderly man and the disciples of Daotian's sect relaxed their brows considerably. With so many mortals watching, they naturally would not stoop to quarreling with a lunatic. City Lord Su, since he is indeed a madman, let us move on and commence the assessment. The elder from Daotian's sect gestured gracefully, displaying his poise. Upon hearing Su Hai's words, a wave of relief washed over him. He quickly bowed in gratitude, then fixed his gaze on Zhao Ting, saying, Humph, keep a vigilant eye on your friend, should he dare to overstep his bounds again. Even if the immortal master shows leniency, this city lord shall not hesitate to administer punishment. Thank you, immortal master. Thank you, city lord. Zhao Ting exhaled in relief and hurried to Chen Xun's side. Casting a worried glance at Chen Xun's demeanor, he lowered his voice. Brother Chen, I am uncertain why you have suddenly changed in this manner, but you must exercise caution going forward. If anything were to happen, I fear my limited strength may hinder my ability to assist you." Noticing Chen Xun's indifference, Zhao Ting sighed and swiftly returned to his place in line. Soon after, 5 disciples of the Dao Tian sect stepped forward, taking their positions at the front of the 5 teams, ready to commence the spirit root assessment. Observing this, numerous parents began to feel anxious. The testing process for spirit roots was rather straightforward. Utilizing a specialized tool, the subject merely needed to place their hand upon it, and the results would be revealed instantaneously. It was precisely this efficiency that allowed for the assessment of such a multitude of young candidates in a single day. One of the attendants, evidently advanced in years, was accompanied by a young male disciple of the Dao Tian sect, who glanced at Zhao Ting and remarked. They had indeed noticed Zhao Ting earlier, and it was now clear from the young disciple's words that the elder was an attendant of the Dao Tian sect. With a gentle stroke of his beard, Xun he nodded, saying, "No matter, there is no need to rush. The testing process is swift. Having one additional child will not make a significant difference." "Understood," the disciple replied with a bow. Xun he then rose and addressed the gathered youth. Speaking with a calm demeanor, "Children, listen closely. The spirit root testing will proceed quickly. Simply place your hand on the spirit testing apparatus held by the front disciple. If a light emerges, it signifies the presence of a spirit root. You may then step aside. Conversely, if no light appears, please exit promptly to avoid delaying the testing process. Is that clear?" The young candidates, intimidated by Xun He's presence, responded in unison, "Understood, immortal master." Pleased with their compliance, Xun He nodded and gestured, "Very well. Disciples, prepare yourselves. The spirit root assessment begins." As the assessment commenced, the square buzzed with activity. The young candidates, filled with trepidation, began their tests one by one. However, as the front disciple monotonously called out next, the mood among the parents and the waiting youth swiftly darkened. Those who were eliminated left the stage despondently, returning to their families with forced smiles. This singular step had irrevocably determined their fate, severing their ties to the path of immortality. Despite having mentally prepared for the likelihood of failure, understanding that those with spirit roots were exceedingly rare, the harsh reality of the results was difficult to bear. Zhao Ting stood in line, drenched in sweat from anxiety, occasionally glancing back at Chen Xun. Seeing him quietly crouched, Zhao Ting felt a slight sense of reassurance. As time passed, more and more youths left the line with their heads hung low. On the stage, Xun He observed this scene with an impassive expression, seemingly unfazed. The pursuit of immortality is no simple endeavor. Merely possessing a spiritual root is akin to sifting through sand in a tumultuous sea. Xun He gazed at the sun, pondering that amidst the multitude of young men and women in Tianqing City, it would be quite remarkable to find even 5 with such potential. Indeed, it was entirely possible that luck might yield only 2 or 3, or perhaps even none at all, a circumstance beyond anyone's control. The city lord, Su Hai, wore a look of discomfort. As midday approached, not a single child with a spiritual root had emerged. Could it be that the fortunes of Tianqing City had declined in recent years? It was worth noting that during the previous recruitment by the Dao Tian sect, 2 children exhibiting spiritual root qualities had been identified by noon. Suddenly, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. In the second team, the young boy at the forefront undergoing the assessment found the spiritual testing device before him emanating a brilliant light, dazzling even under the midday sun. The boy was momentarily stunned, his heart racing. What a fortunate child! My ancestral graves must be emitting smoke. Who would have thought another immortal master could arise? Nearby, the boy's parent was in tears, trembling with exhilaration. Countless citizens turned their envious gazes toward them, realizing that henceforth, this family would ascend to a position of prominence within Tianqing City. Even if their lineage had been modest before, the emergence of an immortal master would elevate their status to rival that of esteemed clans or even surpass them. Even the city lord would be compelled to show them respect. This was the true essence of one person attaining the Tao, with all associated benefits. In contrast, the path of immortality far surpassed the mere success of academic examinations. Zhao Ting observed the scene with a twinge of envy. Although possessing a pseudo-earth spiritual root with mediocre potential, the boy still had the opportunity to cultivate, gaining entry into the Dao Tian sect, albeit starting from the position of a manual laborer. "Child, what is your name?" Xun He inquired, turning his attention to the boy. The youth bowed, excitement evident in his voice, replying to the immortal master, "I am called Yu Zheng." Shun He nodded in approval. "Yu Zheng, splendid. Please stand aside and await further instructions." "Yes." Yu Zheng rubbed his hands together and stepped aside, becoming the first among the hopefuls not to be eliminated. Feeling the weight of so many gazes upon him, he stood tall and proud, experiencing a sense of glory he had never known, much like his own ancestors. The assessments continued, and soon, relatives who had previously distanced themselves from Yu Zheng's family began to engage with his parents, their demeanor obsequious. Such is the nature of reality. Time passed swiftly. An afternoon arrived. During this interval, 2 more boys and 1 girl were revealed to possess spiritual roots, albeit all of them were pseudo-roots. Yet, even this was enough to inspire envy among the onlookers. The townsfolk, unaware of the nuances of spiritual root quality, only recognized that those with spiritual roots could join the Daotian sect and subsequently achieve great success. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the spiritual root assessments neared their conclusion. The queue of hopefuls awaiting their turn had dwindled significantly. Meanwhile, Chen Xun had already succumbed to slumber on the ground. Indeed, he lay there, and the townsfolk, recognizing his eccentricity, merely shook their heads in bemusement and distanced themselves. Shen He observed the diminishing number of youths and nodded slightly, remarking, "It appears that we have these 4. Although they all possess pseudo-spiritual roots, it is still commendable." As Su Hai stood nearby, he was at a loss for words and could only force a smile. At that moment, it was finally Zhao Ting's turn. Amidst the peculiar gazes of the Daotian sect disciples, Zhao Ting cautiously placed his hand upon the spirit-testing artifact. Suddenly, the artifact erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. Zhao Ting was momentarily taken aback, and an unparalleled joy surged within him. Could it be that the heavens favored Zhao Ting? Just yesterday, Brother Chen had remarked that he was imbued with spiritual essence, and now it seemed that his words had come to fruition. Was Brother Chen perhaps his lucky star? The square fell into a hushed silence, only to erupt in exclamations of astonishment. The radiance was unlike any of the previous 4. Not only more dazzling, but also strikingly different in hue. While the earlier displays had all been white light, this was a resplendent gold. The disciples standing before Zhao Ting were stunned, exchanging incredulous glances before turning their heads toward the platform where Shun He stood, tremblingly exclaiming, "Elder, Elder." Even the other 4 disciples, in unison, halted their tests, shock evident as they turned their attention towards Zhao Ting. At that moment, Shun He regained his composure. Abruptly rising from his seat, fixated on the continuous golden glow emanating from the artifact, his eyes twitching with barely contained agitation. In the next instant, Shun He soared down from the platform to stand before Zhao Ting, gazing intently at the artifact until the golden light finally dissipated, at which point he swallowed hard in silence. Shun He suddenly turned to Zhao Ting, his voice quivering with excitement. "What is your name?" "Su Hai, the city lord." Witnessing the unfolding spectacle, felt a surge of astonishment and hastily descended from the platform, hurriedly approaching Shun He. Utterly astounded as he regarded Zhao Ting with a mix of disbelief and trepidation, he silently reflected on how fortunate he was not to have offended this individual or his acquaintances earlier, for the consequences would have been unimaginable. One could easily deduce that this person's spiritual roots were likely extraordinary. Zhao Ting quickly bowed and replied, "Esteemed master, I am but a humble soul named Zhao Ting." However, Shun He, slightly taken aback, promptly assisted Zhao Ting to his feet, stating, "Zhao Ting, there is no need for such formalities. With your qualifications, upon returning to the sect, you shall undoubtedly ascend to the rank of a purple-robed disciple." This meant he would be considered a core disciple, with a status surpassing that of Shun He himself. Moreover, Zhao Ting had been discovered and brought back by Shun He, signifying a significant achievement for him, and thus, Zhao Ting truly was his fortuitous star. Zhao Ting, still somewhat apprehensive, inquired, "Master, do you truly believe my qualifications are sufficient for entering the Daotian sect? And what of my age?" Although Zhao Ting was unfamiliar with spiritual roots, the old man's reaction hinted at a likely acceptance, yet he felt compelled to seek further clarification. Above all, he was genuinely anxious about his age. Upon hearing his words, the square fell silent once more, with the townspeople straining to listen, eager to discern the true nature of Zhao Ting's qualifications. After all, they had all witnessed the reaction of the Daotian sect elder. Those who had mocked Zhao Ting earlier fell silent, some even bowing their heads in shame, fearful of being recognized by him. Little did they expect that Zhao Ting would turn out to possess the most exceptional qualifications of all. However, the extent of his aptitude would still depend on the elder's assessment. Zhao Ting, given your remarkable talent, age is hardly a constraint. The limitation imposed by age pertains to those of inferior qualifications, the so-called pseudo-spiritual roots. If one were to commence cultivation in their 20s, it would amount to little more than a squander of time. However, you are different. Shun He inhaled deeply, gazing at Zhao Ting as if beholding a rare treasure, and continued, among mortals, those with spiritual roots are as rare as finding a needle in a haystack, and your aptitude is unparalleled throughout the entire northern Xian cultivation realm. You possess a golden attribute spiritual root. Such exceptional talent is not merely sought after in the northern Xian, but even in the entirety of the mortal cultivation world. It is coveted by numerous grand sections. Within the Daotian sect, you would be treated as a precious gem. Chapter 18. Brother Chen, what has befallen you? As Shun He's words echoed, the square was filled with gasps of astonishment. The townsfolk regarded Zhao Ting with not only envy but also profound respect, daring not to harbor any other thoughts. After all, the words of this celestial master from the Daotian sect were abundantly clear. The phrase, unrivaled throughout the entire northern Xian cultivation realm, sufficed to convey everything. This Zhao Ting, endowed with extraordinary talent, is like a dragon hidden in the depths, destined to soar to great heights in the future. In comparison, the previous 4 children with spiritual roots seemed rather mediocre. However, they were only deemed so in relation to Zhao Ting. Their futures still surpassed those countless children who had been eliminated. Even Su Hai, the city lord, felt a surge of astonishment, his gaze towards Zhao Ting now imbued with respect. Within the span of a single day, his attitude had transformed dramatically. Su Hai had never anticipated that someone could ascend to such heights overnight, possessing a golden attribute spiritual root. Zhao Ting muttered to himself, feeling as though he were in a dream. Haha, Zhao Ting, please follow this attendant to take a seat and await the completion of the tests for the other children. Shen He extended his hand towards the seats on the platform, inviting him with a smile. His face radiated joy, reflecting his delight in treating Zhao Ting. The crowd observed Shun He's demeanor towards Zhao Ting, their hearts trembling with awe. All right, Zhao Ting replied, somewhat dazed, as he ascended the platform alongside Shen He, still feeling the surreal nature of the events unfolding. Once on stage, the disciple who had previously remarked on Zhao Ting's age bowed and called out, Senior Brother Zhao. Zhao Ting waved his hands repeatedly, exclaiming, I dare not claim that title. He had yet to officially join the Daotian sect. How could he be considered a senior brother? Yet, it was evident that his spiritual root was indeed exceptional. Senior Brother Zhao, you flatter me, the disciple chuckled awkwardly, his words laced with caution and a desire to please. It was undeniable that once Zhao Ting returned to the sect, his talent would surely elevate him to the rank of a purple-clad disciple, a coveted status among countless aspirants in the Daotian sect. In the Daotian sect, apart from the sect master and the elders, the purple-clad disciples held the highest status. Meanwhile, the testing continued in the square. Yet all attention seemed to gravitate towards Zhao Ting due to his dazzling talent. Zhao Ting, are you from Tianqing City? Why did you not come to us when the Daotian sect was recruiting disciples in previous years? Shen He inquired, perplexed. Though Zhao Ting's talent may seem to render these few years insignificant, it nevertheless feels like a waste of time. What perplexes Shun He even further is the origin of someone like Zhao Ting. How could such a gifted individual emerge from this place, when the likelihood seems exceedingly slim? Regaining his composure, Zhao Ting replied, Respected immortal master, I hail not from Tianqing City, but from Falu Town, located to the south. The reason I did not come here in earlier years was that I was preoccupied with examinations. Upon hearing that Zhao Ting was not from Tianqing City, the city lord, Su Hai, felt a pang of disappointment. Had he been a native, it would have reflected positively on Su Hai's governance, perhaps even earning him commendations from the immortal master, a missed opportunity indeed. Falu Town? Shun He nodded, though he had little recollection of this small town from this day forth. However, it would be firmly etched in his memory. Yet, upon hearing Zhao Ting's final remark, Shun He was struck with confusion, asking examinations? What kind of examinations? Zhao Ting scratched his head and replied, literary examinations. Shun He momentarily faltered, instinctively wanting to scold him for such folly, yet he quickly restrained himself, clearing his throat and gently advising, very well, Zhao Ting. Given your exceptional talent, I urge you to focus on the path of cultivation and not to squander time on literary pursuits. Zhao Ting nodded in agreement. Observing Zhao Ting's demeanor, Chen He found him quite likable. He was remarkably gifted yet humble, respecting his elders. Within the Dao Tian sect, there were indeed other disciples with spiritual roots, yet few possessed Zhao Ting's blend of talent and modesty. Truth be told, even if Zhao Ting were to chastise Chen He at that moment, Chen He might well have refrained from retorting, simply swallowing his pride. As Zhao Ting's spirits lifted, he suddenly recalled Chen Xun and glanced over. Upon seeing Chen Xun sprawled on the ground in deep slumber, he could not help but regard him with a peculiar expression. What could have happened to Chen? How could a perfectly normal person suddenly become like this? Pondering this, Zhao Ting's thoughts began to swirl. As evening fell, the assessment of spiritual roots concluded. No further talents appeared among the remaining children, and parents departed with their offspring, disheartened. If cultivation was not their path, they would have to resort to diligent study for academic examinations. Immortal Master, arrangements for lodging have been made at the city lord's residence, Su Hai began to say, but was promptly interrupted by Chen He, who waved his hand dismissively. No need, City Lord Su. We truly appreciate your kindness, but we must depart for the sect immediately. Under normal circumstances, Chen He would have stayed for at least a night, if not several, yet with the emergence of such a remarkable disciple as Zhao Ting, his eagerness to return was palpable. Very well, Su Hai conceded with regret. Meanwhile, Zhao Ting's expression shifted. He had not anticipated their departure would be so swift. He hadn't even had a moment to bid farewell to his family. Having told them he was coming for literary examinations, he now felt a sense of urgency. Immortal Master, might I speak with my family before we leave? Zhao Ting implored. Chen He hesitated but could not deny Zhao Ting's earnest request. Of course, it is only natural to see your family one last time. After all, once you join the sect, opportunities to return to the mortal realm will be scarce. Zhao Ting's mouth parted slightly, for Chen He's words echoed those of Chen Xun from the previous day. Must one sacrifice so much for the pursuit of immortality? Is this truly the price of cultivation? As Zhao Ting recalled Chen Xun, he hurriedly turned to see Chen Xun still reclining there, prompting him to stride over with urgency. Observing this, Chen He waved his hand towards Su Hai, stating, Lord Su, you may take your leave. We shall depart shortly, so there is no need for you to escort us. After speaking, he made his way towards Zhao Ting and Chen Xun. The 6 disciples followed suit, accompanied by 4 newly recruited young boys and girls. These youngsters were quite well behaved, yet their gazes frequently drifted towards their family members, who remained nearby. The families, aware that their children were about to leave, wished to approach and speak, but without Chen He's consent, they dared not, merely watching with longing eyes. Ah, indeed. Su Hai bowed in acknowledgement, yet he did not depart, choosing instead to stand at a distance, likely waiting until Chen He and his entourage had truly left before he would feel safe to leave. As the lord of the city, Su Hai possessed considerable discernment. Brother Chen, wake up. Zhao Ting squatted beside Chen Xun, gently nudging him. Chen Xun, bleary-eyed, opened his gaze and mumbled, What are you doing? Zhao Ting paused, a wry smile creeping across his face. Brother Chen, what has happened to you? Chen Xun's unfamiliar demeanor caused Zhao Ting a twinge of unease, and a pang of sorrow welled within him. How could such a fine person end up in this state? Zhao Ting pondered. Could it be that he had unwittingly stolen Chen Xun's fortune? Naturally kind-hearted, Zhao Ting felt an unexplainable guilt, as the timing of this misfortune seemed too coincidental. Zhao Ting. At that moment, Chen He and his group approached. Zhao Ting quickly rose and inquired, Master Xian, could you examine my friend? He was perfectly fine yesterday, but this morning, for some unknown reason, he has changed so drastically. Oh, he was normal yesterday? Upon hearing this, Chen He and the disciples exchanged puzzled glances, scrutinizing Chen Xun. Truth be told, had Chen Xun not been Zhao Ting's friend, Chen He would not have spared him a glance, considering him unworthy of their time. After observing Chen Xun for a while without discernible results, Chen He remarked, Perhaps it is hereditary. Zhao Ting, do you know if there are any relatives in your friend's family who exhibit similar traits? Zhao Ting shook his head. No, I do not know. What a jest. He only met Brother Chen yesterday. I only know his name, and nothing more about him. Chen He nodded, somewhat resigned. Then there is little I can do. Zhao Ting, the time is drawing near. We shall accompany you to Falu town, allowing you to meet with your family. Zhao Ting silently nodded, though his gaze remained fixed on Chen Xun. At that moment, Chen Xun rose, crouching on the ground, tracing shapes in the dirt with his fingers while occasionally emitting strange chuckles. At that juncture, a miniature boat-shaped artifact appeared in Xunhe's hand. Upon uttering a few incantations, the tiny vessel swiftly flew from his palm, soaring into the air a few yards above the ground before expanding in size. At a glance, it could accommodate dozens of individuals. This spectacle drew the attention of many townsfolk nearby, who gasped in astonishment, proclaiming him a true immortal, marveling at such divine prowess. Zhao Ting and the four youngsters stood agape, their hearts swelling with excitement. Under the subtle indication of Xunhe, a group of disciples swiftly propelled four young boys onto the boat with a mere touch of their toes. Yu Zheng and the other children, brimming with excitement, eagerly explored their surroundings, momentarily forgetting their families below. It was then that Xunhe turned his attention to Zhao Ting, extending his hand with a smile. Zhao Ting, we may set sail now. Although Zhao Ting possessed a celestial root, he was still merely a mortal, lacking the lightness of foot or martial prowess. Thus, it fell upon Xunhe, the steward, to assist him in ascending to the vessel. Zhao Ting furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the flying ship and then at Chen Xun, a flicker of conflict crossing his eyes. Truth be told, he felt a lingering concern for Chen, who had so suddenly transformed. Despite their brief acquaintance, Chen had undeniably brought Zhao Ting fortune. It was said that with spiritual essence, he had indeed acquired a celestial root. A heavenly one at that. Zhao Ting, Xunhe called, noticing Zhao Ting lost in thought. Regaining his composure, Zhao Ting looked at Xunhe, summoning his courage to awkwardly inquire, Master, may I request a favor of you? Perplexed, Xunhe replied, What is it? Please, speak freely. Zhao Ting gestured towards Chen Xun, who was crouched on the ground, and cleared his throat. Could you perhaps allow my friend to accompany us? A simple task to ensure he has enough to eat would suffice. Xunhe's brow immediately furrowed. Bringing a mortal into the sect? There had been no precedent for such a thing at Dao Tian's sect. He instinctively thought to refuse, but upon reflecting on Zhao Ting's unique circumstances, he was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had nearly overlooked an important detail. After a moment's contemplation, he reasoned that it would be acceptable to bring Zhao Ting's friend into the sect. After all, he was merely a mortal seeking a humble position, not a disciple. A report to the higher-ups would suffice, and surely, no one would begrudge Zhao Ting, a paragon of talent, for such a minor matter. Most importantly, this gesture would fortify the bond between Xunhe and Zhao Ting, creating a sense of indebtedness that, while perhaps trivial, was nonetheless significant coming from a disciple of the purple robe. After pondering briefly, Xunhe nodded, Very well. Upon our return to the sect, I shall arrange a menial task for your friend at the Servant's Peak, sufficient to provide him with a meal. How does that sound? The Servant's Peak was predominantly occupied by the most junior disciples, who also required sustenance, thus making it a fitting place for Zhao Ting's friend. Xunhe glanced at Chen Xun, secretly reflecting on the boy's fortune in having a friend like Zhao Ting. One must understand that a mortal who ventured into a realm rich in spiritual energy could, if nothing else, enjoy a lifespan somewhat longer than that of the ordinary world. Thank you immensely, Master. This is wonderful, Zhao Ting exclaimed, his joy palpable as he hurried to assist Chen Xun to his feet, exclaiming, Ha ha, Chen, am I not a good friend? Chen Xun squinted and chuckled, Indeed, indeed. You are more than generous. Zhao Ting, momentarily taken aback, felt relieved. Though Chen had lost his sanity, they could still communicate, albeit in a rather peculiar manner. Hee. Xunhe chuckled, Zhao Ting, take your friend's hand and let us board the ship. Yes. Come on, Chen, let's go. Zhao Ting exclaimed, eagerly pulling Chen Xun along with him. Subsequently, Xunhe grasped Zhao Ting and Chen Xun, and with a gentle leap, ascended into the spacecraft. Chen Xun remained in a state of laughter, the source of which remained a mystery. In contrast, Zhao Ting's mouth fell agape, his excitement palpable. The mere act of Xunhe lifting them into the air provided Zhao Ting with a fleeting sensation of flight. He could scarcely imagine the exhilaration awaiting him once the vessel commenced its journey. With a resonant hum, the craft began to vibrate, ethereal lights flickering in and out of view. At that moment, a throng of townsfolk gathered, their astonishment evident as they beheld the spectacle. The families of the four youths, who had been accepted as disciples, could no longer contain themselves, calling out in fervent encouragement, Children, be obedient at the Dao Tian sect. Work diligently, and remember to visit home whenever you can. On board the vessel, The eyes of Yu Zheng and the others glistened with unshed tears. After all, this was their first departure from home since childhood. Father, mother, I will. Please take care of yourselves. Beside them, Xun He and the disciples observed the scene with stoic expressions. Visit home often. In the short term, such a return seemed unlikely. However, these disciples with only superficial spiritual roots would ultimately find themselves returning to the mundane world, their prospects for breaking through rather dim. Nevertheless, it was still preferable to the rigors of the civil examination. For, regardless of their shortcomings, these children would at least attain the third level of qi refining, returning to the secular realm with commendable achievements. After silently reciting the incantation, Xun He instructed, "Hold on tight." Zhao Ting and the youths promptly grasped the railings, while Chen Xun stood transfixed, his gaze fixed on the heavens, filled with fervor. In the next moment, the spacecraft transformed into a dazzling streak of light, soaring into the sky before vanishing from sight. The city lord, Su Hai, exhaled a sigh of relief and bowed, declaring, "I bid farewell to the immortal master." Whoosh! The spacecraft glided through the night sky. Zhao Ting and the four youths clung to the railings, their faces alight with exhilaration. It was difficult to contain their excitement, for this was their inaugural ascent into the heavens. "Brother Zhao, I look forward to your guidance in the future." One by one, the 6 disciples approached Zhao Ting, introducing themselves with utmost humility and respect, leaving Zhao Ting feeling awkward and forcing a smile. Yu Zheng and the others watched enviously, fully aware that this elder brother Zhao Ting's future far surpassed their own. Remarkably, even before entering the sect, these senior brothers and sisters were already attempting to forge closer connections with Zhao Ting. Beside them, Xun He observed with a smile, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zhao Ting, as if he were admiring a rare treasure. This Zhao Ting was, after all, Xun He's most significant gain from this journey, and indeed, the greatest acquisition for the Daotian sect in recent years. The 4 youths remained oblivious to what it meant to be a disciple in purple robes. It could be said that, due to the peculiar circumstances, they could still share laughter and conversation with Zhao Ting up close. However, once they returned to the sect, their paths would likely diverge, creating an insurmountable chasm between them. Reflecting on this, Xun He turned his attention to the exuberant Chen Xun. Although Chen Xun was Zhao Ting's friend, upon entering the sect, he too would find their interactions severely limited due to the disparity in their identities. Unless Zhao Ting possessed an exceptionally kind heart and cherished their past friendship, there might still be some opportunity for connection. Yet, in Xun He's estimation, the likelihood of that was nearly non-existent. People inevitably change, especially in the treacherous realm of cultivation. The airship traveled swiftly, and before long, it arrived at Fortune Town. The Zhao family was considered affluent in Fortune Town. Indeed, Zhao Ting's generous gift of 2 silver coins to Chen Xun revealed that a poor family would not be so extravagant. Upon hearing that Zhao Ting had joined the Daotian sect, his parents were momentarily stunned, only to be overcome with joy shortly thereafter. Although they had hoped for Zhao Ting to succeed in the civil examinations and secure an official position, joining the Daotian sect and becoming a celestial master was undoubtedly a greater achievement. Subsequently, at Zhao Ting's request, Xun He reluctantly agreed to stay in Fortune Town for 2 days. During this time, news spread throughout the town, prompting the town lord and various prominent families to visit and offer their congratulations. Thus, the Zhao family ascended to become the most esteemed family in Fortune Town. The 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the airship soared into the sky, departing from Fortune Town en route to the Daotian sect's headquarters. Chen Xun naturally accompanied them. Although he was not joining the sect or becoming a disciple, he could at least earn a living. Working at the miscellaneous peak of the Daotian sect, sweeping the grounds amidst the serene mountains, would surely provide a tranquil existence. Had Chen Xun been more enlightened, he might have found satisfaction in such a leisurely and uncomplicated task. Chapter 20. Chen Xun's mockery. The airship traveled at a rapid pace, capable of covering at least 20,000 miles a day without pause. Even so, it took 3 days to reach the territory of the Daotian sect. Behold, this land now belongs to our Daotian sect. As a premier celestial sect of the northern Xian, our jurisdiction extends for hundreds of thousands of miles, Xun He proclaimed, gesturing toward the landscape below with a smile. Wow! Zhao Ting and the other youths leaned against the railing, awestruck by the magnificent scenery before them. Meanwhile, Chen Xun leaned casually against the railing, blissfully asleep. "Shindeacon, where is the sect located?" Zhao Ting inquired eagerly. Over this period, he had grown quite familiar with Shun He, addressing him by his title rather than as master. The other youths, including Yu Zhong, were equally curious. Shun He shook his head, chuckling. Zhao Ting, do not rush. The sect is situated atop a celestial mountain. Once the airship covers another 1,000 miles, we shall behold it. Nodding, Zhao Ting glanced at the vast emptiness below and posed the question he had been holding for 2 days. Shin Deacon, why have we not seen any town since yesterday? A disciple interjected with a smile, explaining, Senior Brother Zhao, you may not know this, but cultivation sects often choose secluded locations in order to maintain a distance from the mundane world. Aside from recruiting disciples every few years, they rarely venture into the secular realm. This is true for many solitary cultivators as well, who seldom interact with mortals. Thus, it is quite rare for ordinary people to encounter us cultivators. Shen He smiled silently at this, for it was indeed the case. Zhao Ting and his companions felt enlightened, realizing the reason behind their scarce encounters with celestial beings throughout their lives. With this understanding, they grew increasingly eager. What do mortals or celestial beings matter? Let me tell you, you cultivators are merely self-righteous, Chen Xun announced, awakening at some point and grinning widely. The air fell silent. Zhao Ting's expression subtly shifted, and he hurriedly glanced at Shun He and the others. Indeed, he observed Shun He and his group of disciples gradually losing their smiles, their faces bearing an unpleasant hue. Concern flooded Zhao Ting's heart as he approached and whispered, Brother Chen, please refrain from speaking. He had not anticipated Chen Xun would suddenly voice his thoughts. Was he not mad? Ah, yes, he was mad, not foolish, but certainly speaking irrationally. Yet, the present circumstances rendered such utterances inappropriate. Chen Xun, however, wore a disgruntled expression and muttered softly, Why not? I have not spoken falsely. Do not cultivators pride themselves on their elevated status? Are they not all once mere mortals? With a modicum of skill, they elevate themselves, believing themselves to be true immortals, disregarding the common folk. Unaware of the vast chasm that still separates them from true transcendence, they are merely capable mortals. He continued, in my humble opinion, to achieve the path of enlightenment, one must not sever ties with humanity. Rather, one ought to savor the essence of mortal existence. Oh, there is a saying that captures this beautifully. The warmth of human life is the greatest balm for the mortal heart. Were Chen Xun in a lucid state at that moment, he would be profoundly astonished, for his current madness bore a distinct quality compared to previous episodes. While he seemed irrational, there were moments of coherent thought interspersed within his delirium, unlike before, when his insanity was a constant stream of erratic behavior. Of course, only 3 years hence, when Chen Xun regained his clarity, would he come to realize this. Zhao Ting listened to Chen Xun's words, his mouth agape, astonished by the unexpected wisdom they contained. You. Shen He's face flushed red, pointing at Chen Xun, his frustration boiling. He yearned to reprimand him, but, out of respect for Zhao Ting, suppressed his anger. Whether it was due to being struck by truth or something else, Shen He felt as though he might explode with rage. Yet, he quickly gathered himself, inhaling deeply to restore his composure. It was astonishing that he allowed a madman to provoke him. Perhaps his cultivation had waned, and the years spent in pursuit of immortality had been in vain. Nevertheless, Shun He retorted with a scoff, Humph, what can a mere mortal comprehend? We cultivators are not haughty. Prolonged contact with common folk would only dilute our spiritual essence. Your ramblings are futile. You wouldn't understand. Just then, Shun He noticed Chen Xun leaning against the railing, fast asleep, leaving him momentarily speechless. His frustration flaring anew, but quickly quelled. With a sigh, Shun He realized he had not felt anger in quite some time, yet in this brief span, a madman had managed to incite him twice. Elder Steward, Brother Chen's current state may lead to some misguided statements, but I assure you, he does not speak with malice. Please do not take offense. If Brother Chen has caused you any displeasure, I apologize on his behalf, Zhao Ting said, bowing slightly with a wry smile. Shen He's expression softened, a hint of a smile emerging as he replied, No matter, I am not so petty as to hold a grudge against the madman. Zhao Ting then exhaled in relief. As the airship continued its journey, a profound silence enveloped the vessel following Chen Xun's outburst. Zhao Ting regarded Chen Xun with a mixture of exasperation and concern, while the 4 young disciples wore expressions of utter bewilderment and confusion. The 6 disciples cast subtle glances at Chen Xun, their hearts filled with discontent. To be frank, were it not for Brother Zhao, they would have relished the opportunity to teach this madman a lesson. However, he happened to be a friend of Brother Zhao, and they dared not act. Meanwhile, Chen He stood at the bow of the ship, hands clasped behind his back, his expression having turned serious at some point. He occasionally gazed at the heavens, and then turned his head to observe Chen Xun, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. Could it be that this immortal truly had erred in his cultivation? As the one with the highest cultivation in this group, Chen He, after a moment of calm reflection, began to recall Chen Xun's earlier words, and suddenly found a semblance of truth within them, presenting a unique perspective. The essence of mortal life resonates deeply with the human heart, Chen He mused, pondering the implications of his thoughts. After grappling with his confusion for a while, he shook his head and chuckled to himself. How absurd it was to contemplate the musings of a madman so earnestly. The realm of cultivation has always been defined by the distinction between the celestial and the mortal, a notion long established in the hearts of all cultivators. Yet, he had nearly allowed Chen Xun's eccentric words to cloud his path. How laughable! Behold the towering celestial mountain ahead. After a while, the youth Yu Zheng suddenly pointed forward, exclaiming with excitement, "Wow!" The other three young men and women gasped in unison. Zhao Ting quickly rose to look, his pupils narrowing gradually, heart racing. In the distance, a majestic celestial mountain soared into the clouds, enveloped in a misty aura. Under the sunlight, it appeared ethereal and magnificent. One could even see streams of light streaking across the sky, vanishing into the mountain, while numerous celestial cranes soared nearby, creating a serene and harmonious scene of immortal beauty. We're home. The 6 disciples exchanged smiles, having spent several days in the mortal realm of Tianqing City to recruit disciples alongside Steward Shun. Naturally, returning to their sect felt far more comfortable, with abundant spiritual energy. Shen He stroked his beard and smiled, saying, "Welcome to Daotian's sect, children." Chapter 21. The 4 peaks follow this steward into the sect. After Shun He finished speaking, he silently recited a mantra, and the flying vessel swiftly glided towards the distant celestial mountain, vanishing into the white mist in no time. At the entrance of Daotian's sect, Zhao Ting awakened the sleeping Chen Xun as they disembarked from the vessel. "Greetings, Steward Shun." 2 disciples guarding the mountain gate hurried forward, bowing respectfully. Shen He nodded. Suppressing his excitement, took a deep breath, and pulled Zhao Ting along, instructing, "This steward will take Zhao Ting to the inner cabinet. Suyang, you directly take them to the miscellaneous peak for registration." "Yes." One of the disciples among the 6 responded with a bow. Zhao Ting was taken aback by Steward Shen's urgency, and as he walked, he called out loudly, "Brother Chen, I will come see you once I am done." Saying this, he quickly disappeared alongside Shen He. The 2 gatekeeping disciples were already stunned, and when they regained their composure, they looked at Su Yang and the other disciples with eager curiosity. What just happened? Who was that taken away by Steward Shun? Did I hear correctly? To the inner cabinet? The 6 disciples exchanged knowing smiles, and Su Yang explained, "The one taken to the inner cabinet is Brother Zhao Ting. He was just recruited from the mortal realm." Upon hearing this, the 2 gatekeeping disciples' pupils widened in astonishment. "Just recruited? And already referred to as Brother Zhao?" Su Yang lamented. "Do not regard us with such gazes. Brother Zhao possesses a golden attribute spirit root." He then commanded the 5 individuals to accompany him to the Servant's Peak. Upon concluding his words, Su Yang led Chen Xun and Yu Zheng towards the Servant's Peak, while the other 5 disciples entered the mountain gate and departed. The 2 remaining mountain guards stood in stunned silence. "Heavens, a spirit root." Su Yang pointed to a mountain in the distance, declaring, "Behold, that is the Servant's Peak." "Wow," gasped Yu Zheng and the others. "Do we spend our time there?" Although the Servant's Peak appeared considerably lower than the other peaks they had previously observed, its overall grandeur and abundant spiritual energy rendered it akin to a celestial paradise in their eyes. Chen Xun remained particularly quiet, clutching a blank book, his fervent gaze fixated ahead. "Brother Su, what were those peaks we just saw?" Yu Zheng inquired with curiosity. Su Yang smirked and replied, "Those peaks are reserved for servant disciples to merely admire from afar. Unless assigned, access is generally forbidden." He then turned and pointed at a mountain, proudly stating, "That is the human mystic peak, the abode of the outer disciples, where I reside." "Wow, brother, how impressive!" Yu Zheng and the others exclaimed in admiration. Su Yang chuckled heartily and gestured towards the mountain behind human mystic peak, his eyes gleaming with longing as he introduced. That is the Earth Mystic Peak, the inner sect, home to disciples and elders who are the backbone of our Dao Tian sect. In times of conflict, they form the core strength of our sect. Before Yu Zheng could inquire further, Su Yang directed their attention to an even more distant mountain, his expression turning reverent as he solemnly stated. That is the Heaven Mystic Peak, where the true disciples reside. These disciples, known as the Purple Robe Disciples, possess extraordinary talents, standing at the pinnacle of the Dao Tian sect and esteemed throughout the entire northern Xian cultivation realm. Su Yang smiled, saying, Brother Zhao, who accompanied you here, will henceforth reside on that Heaven Mystic Peak. Yu Zheng and the others widened their eyes, yet there seemed to linger a sense of confusion. Observing their bewilderment, Su Yang elucidated, in our Dao Tian sect, aside from the sect leader and the elder guardians, there are approximately 13,000 disciples, over 10,000 servant disciples, more than 3,000 outer disciples, around 500 inner disciples, and with Brother Zhao, only 15 purple robe disciples. What? Yu Zheng and the others finally comprehended the significance of being a purple robe disciple, their breaths becoming rapid and their bodies trembling slightly. They had already emerged as exceptional talents from the numerous spirit root tests in Tianqing City, believing themselves to be prodigies, emboldened along their journey. However, upon arriving at the Dao Tian sect, reality dealt them a harsh blow. These servant disciples, who were already rare gems, numbered over 10,000 within the sect. Moreover, there existed outer disciples, inner disciples, and the illustrious purple robe disciples. If they were to consider themselves geniuses now, what then could be said of Brother Zhao, a purple robe disciple? It is no wonder that there is a saying, genius is merely the threshold for entry, yet now, Yu Zheng and his companions felt they were unworthy even to glimpse Brother Zhao. Even Su Yang, who stands before them as an outer sect disciple, deserves their utmost respect. The casual banter they shared along the way now feels like a distant dream. At this moment, everyone has come to grasp the vast chasm that separates them, fully comprehending the meaning of disparity. Su Yang, noticing the changes in the expressions of Yu Zheng and the others, chuckled softly and said, Very well. Let me briefly introduce you to these peaks. As for the other peaks and important matters, you will gradually learn in due course. Now, follow me to the Servant's Peak. Yes. Yu Zheng and the others promptly bowed, their attitudes entirely transformed. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction, thinking to himself that these young disciples were indeed teachable. Upon entering the Dao Tian sect, the first lesson is to recognize one's own position, for only then can one endure in the long run. He cast a glance back at Chen Xun, who lingered behind, smirking slightly without saying much. After all, he was merely a madman, often lost in his own world, and had no real need to grasp the various protocols. He was merely using his connection with senior brother Zhaoting to secure a meager livelihood. Not a true disciple of the Dao Tian sect. Though the Servant's Peak ranks as the lowest among the peaks of the Dao Tian sect, it is the most expansive, accommodating over 10,000 servant disciples. As Su Yang guided Chen Xun and the others up the mountain, they frequently encountered passing servant disciples who regarded them with curious glances. Everyone was aware that the sect had recently begun recruiting disciples, and dozens of new servant disciples had arrived over the past few days. However, upon noticing Su Yang's attire, their expressions would change, and they would hastily bow, calling out senior brother. In response, Su Yang would merely nod politely and continue ascending with Chen Xun and the others. Upon reaching the midpoint of the Servant's Peak, Su Yang chose not to ascend any further, but instead led Chen Xun and the others briskly forward. The number of servant disciples they encountered increased, and as Yu Zheng and the others felt the weight of numerous predatory gazes upon them, they instinctively lowered their heads. Soon, they came across clusters of tightly packed buildings. Out of curiosity, Yu Zheng inquired, only to learn that these were the residences of the servant disciples. To their astonishment, Su Yang informed them that these servant disciples were also categorized by rank. The disciples residing at this midpoint were of the lowest tier, primarily at the first level of Qi refinement or still uninitiated in spirit summoning, numbering about 8,000. Conversely, over 2,000 others lived higher up on the Servant's Peak, where the disciples typically reached the second level of Qi refinement, with a rare few at the third level. Those at the third level of Qi refinement, should they advance further, would be able to leave the Servant's Peak and ascend to the human Xian Peak, thus qualifying as outer sect disciples. Chapter 22. Where is Chen Xun? Yu Zheng and his companions felt their breaths quicken, overwhelmed by an unprecedented pressure. Resolutely, they determined that once they steadied themselves, their foremost task would be to diligently cultivate, aiming to leave the midpoint and, in turn, the servant's peak, ultimately becoming outer sect disciples. Su Yang seemed to perceive the thoughts of the four youths, yet he refrained from elaborating further, merely offering a wry smile. Su Yang, having endured the trials and tribulations of the servant's peak for many years, was finally promoted to an outer disciple. He was acutely aware of one undeniable truth: the more beautiful the imagination, the more brutal the reality. Servants were inherently of inferior spiritual roots. Without the infusion of resources, their potential was severely limited. In the resource-scarce environment of the servant's peak, the aspiration to advance to the mid-stage of chi refinement was nothing short of a Herculean task. Moreover, as servants, they were burdened with daily chores, leaving scant time for cultivation. The scarcity of resources and the limited time for practice were the sharp swords that shattered the splendid dreams of the servants. If one truly desired to leave the servant's peak, one must endure immense hardship. Immense hardship was the only pathway to opportunity. Please follow your senior brother inside to register, Su Yang instructed. Shortly thereafter, he led Chen Xun to the exterior of a pavilion and spoke. Yes, the four of them replied promptly, following Su Yang into the pavilion. However, as Chen Xun lingered at the rear, Su Yang and the others failed to notice that he did not enter the pavilion with them. Instead, he ambled off in another direction, shaking his head. Haha, Elder Qian, we have 4 new disciples here. Could you assist with their registration? Upon entering the pavilion, Su Yang addressed the rotund figure snoring on a chair. Qian Laifu smacked his lips, opened his eyes, and upon seeing Su Yang, smiled. Oh, Su Yang, it's been quite a while since you last visited the Servant's Peak. Qian Laifu had served as an elder at this mid-mountain location for many years, having witnessed Su Yang's ascendancy to outer disciple. Su Yang replied with a smile. I've been preoccupied with cultivation and just recently accompanied Elder Shun He to recruit disciples. There has been little time to visit the Servant's Peak. Qian Laifu nodded with a cheerful expression, rising to collect a brush and a ledger from a nearby table. He assessed the 4 newcomers and stated, please provide your names, ages, spiritual roots, and home addresses. In no time, Qian Laifu completed the registration, tossing the brush and ledger onto the table before instructing within. Soon, a disciple emerged bearing 4 sets of earthy-colored servant's attire and other items, placing them before the 4 newcomers. Here are your disciple robes, bedding, some daily necessities, your residence address plate, the sect regulations, and the first volume of the Dao Tian Ju. Remember, the cultivation method must not be divulged. If discovered, consequences will be dealt with according to sect rules, Qian Laifu stated matter-of-factly. Yes, the 4 were elated, eagerly stepping forward to claim their belongings, their eyes sparkling with excitement at the sight of the Dao Tian Ju. Qian Laifu nodded and instructed a disciple behind him, take them to their residence. Yes, the young servant replied, leading the 4 newcomers out of the pavilion. As they walked, they frequently glanced back at Su Yang, calling out, goodbye, senior brother Su. Yet, Su Yang remained expressionless, his attention unwavering. With the task of bringing these 4 youths to this point complete, he had fulfilled his obligation. Should they encounter one another again in the future, the 4 would still respectfully address him as senior brother Su. After all, they were merely 4 servants, and Su Yang would not engage with them further. Such was the nature of reality. As if suddenly awakening to an unspoken realization, the likes of Yu Zheng fell silent, watching the despondent figure of the servant disciple depart. It was then that Qian Laifu turned his attention to Su Yang, gesturing toward a nearby chair with a smile. You, my young friend, have made a rare visit. Why not sit down and share a few words with this steward? Su Yang, being an outer sect disciple, now stood on equal footing with him, the steward of the Servant Peak. Steward Qian, the matter is not yet concluded. What about that, Chen Xun? Su Yang chuckled lightly, only to turn and find the space behind him utterly vacant, his expression freezing momentarily. Qian Laifu, perplexed, inquired, what Chen? Did you not bring only 4 disciples? Regaining his composure, Su Yang scratched his head in mild exasperation, chuckling. You see, there is one ordinary person among them, rather peculiar in mind. He may have failed to follow us up the tower. Steward Shun, he has instructed you to assign him a menial task to sweep and provide him with lodging and sustenance. What on earth? An ordinary person? Qian Laifu stared in disbelief, instinctively checking his ears, as if he had misheard. However, upon learning it was Steward Chen He's directive, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. It seemed this individual was a relative of Steward Chen He from the mundane world. Though both were stewards, their statuses were worlds apart. Qian Laifu was merely the steward of the servant peak, while Shun He held a position in the inner sect. Observing Qian Laifu's expression, Su Yang could not help but chuckle, then cleared his throat to address him earnestly on this occasion. Steward Shun He and I ventured into the mundane realm and returned with a brother possessing a golden spiritual root. At this moment, Steward Shun He has taken Brother Zhao Ting to the inner cabinet. Soon enough, our Dao Tian sect will welcome another member among the ranks of the 14 purple-clad disciples. What? Qian Laifu's pupils dilated sharply, his face a canvas of incredulity. A golden spiritual root. Indeed, it is absolutely true. In a few days, we shall witness a grand ceremony for the promotion of a purple-clad disciple, and then you shall understand, Su Yang replied. Now, I must go fetch Chen Xun. As Qian Laifu regained his focus, he quickly interjected, wait a moment. If I interpret your words correctly, could this ordinary person have a connection to Brother Zhaoting? Su Yang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this Chen Xun is a friend of Brother Zhaoting from the mundane world. And it is due to a sudden bout of madness that Brother Zhaoting, unable to bear the thought, decided to bring him back to the sect. With that, Su Yang turned and exited the tower. Qian Laifu sank heavily into his chair, his eyes brimming with astonishment. This was truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Chen Xun meandered into the martial arena. The arena, spacious and relatively tranquil, was currently populated by several servant disciples who had completed their tasks and were sitting in meditation. Of course, many others wandered about, casually conversing in low tones. Noticing Chen Xun's presence, several servant disciples exchanged puzzled glances, for his attire was unmistakably not that of a servant peak disciple. Furthermore, neither outer nor inner sect disciples donned garments of azure hue. As Chen Xun ambled to the center of the arena, a multitude of curious gazes fell upon him, all speculating on his identity. Suddenly, Chen Xun let out a shout, executed a somersault, and, with arms outstretched, joyfully sprinted through the arena, embracing the wind. The disciples of miscellaneous duties. The disciples were left in a state of bewilderment by Chen Xun's inexplicable and sudden actions, their faces reflecting sheer confusion. The martial arena, typically a serene and solemn space, was the favored place for many disciples to cultivate their skills. However, the commotion stirred by Chen Xun startled numerous practitioners, who groaned softly as they were nearly met with backlash from their interrupted training. Fortunately, their cultivation levels were relatively low, sparing them from any serious mishaps. Yet, the disruption ignited considerable ire among the disciples, who, upon being forcibly extracted from their meditative states, opened their eyes with vengeful intent, eager to confront the source of the disturbance. Upon spotting the youthful figure joyfully running in circles, the aggrieved disciples paused momentarily. Then, after casting a cautious glance at his attire, they quickly relaxed and advanced, encircling him with malevolent intent. Chapter 23. His mind seems unstable in no time. Chen Xun found himself surrounded by a throng of indignant disciples. Those who had not been disturbed by him also approached, but their intentions were not to confront him without cause. They merely sought to witness the unfolding spectacle. Chen Xun, who had been frolicking with glee, now found his space for movement severely restricted by the throng, compelling him to halt. With a frown of annoyance, he exclaimed, "What do you want? Do you not realize you've interrupted my happiness?" The disciples were momentarily taken aback. What? A villain crying foul first? Who exactly has disturbed whom? One disciple spoke sternly. You, young man, must understand that this is the martial arena, a place where many disciples come to train. We, who were abruptly forced out of our cultivation states by your antics, have yet to question you. Yet you dare claim we've disrupted your joy. Have you no shame? With the first voice raised, others soon joined in. Indeed, look at your attire. Could it be that you are a newcomer who has yet to don the disciple-esque garb? Considering your naivety, if you sincerely apologize, my fellow brothers would rather not make things difficult for you. Humph. Brother Gua, your words are too kind. I say, with so many of us here, let us just teach him a lesson. Has anyone noticed that this person seems a bit off? Regardless, he must apologize. It's essential. Otherwise, in a few days, he will undoubtedly face dire consequences. The disciples exchanged heated words, their eyes fixed on Chen Xun with predatory intent. Were it not for the martial arena's unwritten policy granting new disciples a 3-day grace period, they would have already succumbed to their impulses. Suddenly, Chen Xun erupted into maniacal laughter, hands on his hips, chin held high, exuding an air of arrogance as he proclaimed, "You are correct. You should all apologize to me, or else you shall face dire consequences." What? What is wrong with this fellow? The disciples stared in disbelief, initially thinking they had misheard him, but soon, a wave of anger surged within them. They could no longer contain themselves. This madman must be taught a lesson today. Damn it, let us get him. Justice is on our side, and even Elder Qian would not penalize us. Let us teach him a lesson, just enough to leave him breathless. With that, the disciples disregarded all caution and rolled up their sleeves, ready to surround Chen Xun and deliver a thorough beating. Chen Xun displayed not a trace of panic on his face. Instead, he laughed maniacally while shaking his head, his hand slowly rising to grasp the hilt of the sword at his back. Halt! At that moment, a low voice suddenly echoed. The servant disciples who had taken action froze, abruptly turning their heads in curiosity to see who dared to intervene. Upon recognizing the attire of the newcomer, their expressions shifted, and they hastily retracted their movements, bowing their heads and exclaiming, "Greetings, senior brother." The other disciples who had been spectating were similarly startled, bowing and saying, "Greetings, senior brother." The disciple clad in outer sect garb approached with a grim countenance, and the servant disciples promptly parted to make way. The newcomer was, of course, Su Yang. After emerging from the pavilion, Su Yang had been searching for Chen Xun, and upon hearing the commotion at the martial arena, he surmised that Chen Xun was likely involved. After all, Su Yang had deduced on the spaceship that Chen Xun was a troublemaker. Upon arriving and confirming his suspicions, he found it was indeed Chen Xun causing the ruckus. Su Yang hastened to Chen Xun's side, intending to exert some pressure on him. But thoughts of Zhao Ting compelled him to restrain himself. There was little he could do. Despite Chen Xun's madness, he was undeniably well-connected. "Come with me to the pavilion," Su Yang stated, eschewing inquiries about why Chen Xun had strayed from his group to come to the martial arena, knowing it would be futile. After all, Chen Xun was hardly a rational individual. Noticing Chen Xun's indifference, Su Yang's expression darkened, and he forcibly grasped Chen Xun's sleeve, leading him away. The servant disciples looked on in astonishment, their gazes towards Chen Xun tinged with apprehension. What an intriguing connection he had. Among the servant disciples, some were indeed well-connected, either as relatives of outer sect disciples or inner sect disciples, thriving in their own right. It was unexpected to discover that this individual was also well-connected. Realizing this, those who had initially contemplated reporting Chen Xun to Su Yang found themselves swallowing their grievances. Suddenly, Chen Xun shrugged off Su Yang's hand, declaring loudly, "They haven't apologized to me, so I shall not leave." Su Yang, the servant disciples, upon hearing Chen Xun's words and observing his demeanor, finally comprehended that he was indeed quite deranged. Su Yang spoke in a low voice. What have they done that warrants an apology from them? He could easily surmise that Chen Xun was the instigator. Chen Xun crossed his arms defiantly, tilting his head upward in silence. Senior brother. It is as follows. We truly did not offend him. He was the one causing a ruckus in the martial arena, disturbing our cultivation. Please judge fairly. One disciple hurriedly explained. Su Yang glanced at the other servant disciples and noted their rapid nodding, affirming the truth of their words. Su Yang found himself in a quandary. But upon recalling Zhao Ting, he cleared his throat and said, "You should apologize to him after all." What? The servant disciples were momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of discontent in their hearts. This was exceedingly unjust. However, given Su Yang's status, those who had been forcefully interrupted in their cultivation had no choice but to swallow their pride and prepare to apologize, preferring to avoid further trouble. However, the disciples had yet to offer their apologies, but Su Yang's subsequent remarks brought considerable comfort to all present. Esteemed brothers and sisters, it is evident that Chen Xun possesses a rather unconventional mind, and his thoughts diverge significantly from the norm. I urge you all to extend your understanding and grant my brother some leniency. Su Yang sighed and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. So this madman is named Chen Xun? With Su Yang's explanation, the assembly grasped the situation. It seemed Chen Xun truly was eccentric. However, they were left perplexed as to why the sect would admit someone so unhinged as a disciple. Even if he were merely a servant disciple, it seemed rather inconceivable. Chen Xun, we apologize to you. the disciples said with a collective sigh. Chen Xun, startled, took a step back and hurriedly clasped his hands, exclaiming in astonishment, "You all overstate your grievances. I am unworthy of such kindness." The disciples, bewildered, exchanged glances, their expressions filled with questions. "Brother, what is he truly attempting to convey? This fellow is genuinely insane." To be frank, upon realizing Chen Xun's true nature, the disciples found it difficult to harbor any anger towards him. They could empathize with his plight. Su Yang, feeling somewhat awkward due to Chen Xun's antics, once again clasped his hands to the crowd and, without further ado, led Chen Xun away from the martial arena. The disciples watched Su Yang's retreating figure, a mix of bitter smiles adorning their faces. They understood that with the presence of this madman, the servant peak was destined to become significantly more lively in the future. Chapter 24. The sect master is actually him? Su Yang swiftly escorted Chen Xun to the pavilion. "Elder Qian, this is Chen Xun. Please find him suitable accommodations and assign him a cleaning area," Su Yang said with a smile. Qian Lifu promptly rose and approached Chen Xun, regarding him with a kind demeanor. "Chen Xun, I am the steward of the mid-mountain area of the servant peak. You may call me Old Qian." Upon learning that Chen Xun was a friend of the newly appointed purple-clad Zhao Ting, Qian Lifu dared not be negligent. Even though he recognized the young man as an ordinary mortal without spiritual roots, Chen Xun tilted his head, surveying the interior of the pavilion, seemingly unaware of Qian Lifu's words. "Ahem," Qian Lifu coughed awkwardly. Su Yang, exasperated, remarked, "Elder Qian, did I not inform you that Chen Xun is mentally unstable? There is no need to treat him as you would a typical person. Communication with him can be quite challenging at times." Qian Lifu nodded in understanding. All right. Su Yang let out a breath, recognizing that he had completed the task assigned by Elder Shen He. He added, "You may arrange matters regarding Chen Xun as you see fit. I shall return to Rinxian Peak now." With that, Su Yang turned to exit the pavilion. "Wait a moment," Qian Lifu called out. Su Yang turned back, puzzled. Qian Lifu glanced at Chen Xun before stepping closer to Su Yang and whispering, "Su Yang, how exactly should I proceed with this Chen Xun? To be honest, your indifferent attitude toward him leaves me somewhat uncertain." Su Yang paused for a moment before responding. Brother Zhao Ting will likely have little further interaction with Chen Xun. Su Yang understood well the rigid hierarchy within the sect, where the warmth of human connections was often starkly absent. Indeed, Su Yang had a close friend on the servant peak who remains there to this day. However, since Su Yang ascended to the outer sect, their paths have seldom crossed. After speaking, Su Yang shook his head and departed. Qian Lifu pursed his lips, observing Su Yang's retreating figure. After a moment, he turned around, and the warmth in his gaze towards Chen Xun had considerably diminished. "Come in," Qian Lifu called out. Soon, a disciple entered, bowing respectfully. "Elder." Qian Lifu nodded slightly and instructed, "Take Chen Xun to the west. There is a grass hut there. He will reside there from now on. Afterwards, show him the dining area so he can familiarize himself with the route." The disciple hesitated momentarily, glancing at Chen Xun before nodding in agreement. Yet, curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired, "Elder, don't disciples typically live together? Why is Chen Xun?" Qian Lifu shot him a glance, replying, "Chen Xun is a mortal, not a disciple. How could he possibly reside with you all?" The disciple was taken aback, studying Chen Xun with astonishment. When did mortals gain entry into the Daotian sect? "All right, take Chen Xun away." Qian Lifu waved his hand, suddenly recalling something. "Oh, by the way, the path from the mid-slope to the foot of the mountain on Servant Peak will henceforth be Chen Xun's responsibility to clean." The disciple bowed again, understood. He then turned to Chen Xun, smiling, "Come along, Chen Xun." Noticing Chen Xun's indifference, he paused, looking perplexed at Qian Lifu. "Elder, this." Qian Lifu's expression shifted, and he coughed lightly. His mind isn't quite right. Just guide him along. "Ah, yes." The disciple snapped back to reality, taking Chen Xun by the arm and hastily leading him outside. As evening descended, the sky darkened gradually. On the western side of the mid-slope of Servant Peak stood a solitary grass hut amidst the wilderness. The hut was surrounded by overgrown weeds and trees, with only a narrow path leading outward. In the stillness of the mountains, the incessant chirping of insects became quite maddening. In front of the grass hut, Chen Xun squatted alone, fervently poring over a blank book. After the disciple had brought him out of the loft, they had toured the dining area and the cleaning site, finally arriving at this grass hut before the disciple departed. It was still afternoon when Chen Xun arrived here, and he had not ventured out since, even skipping dinner. In this remote wilderness, enveloped by darkness, anyone would feel abandoned by the world. Fortunately, Chen Xun remained unaffected, immersed in his own realm. Suddenly, he yawned, stowed away the book, and stood up, dazedly surveying his surroundings before turning to enter the grass hut. The interior of the hut was simple, in the dim light. One could barely discern a wooden bed and a set of wooden tables and chairs. Chen Xun yawned again, flopped onto the bed, removed the wooden sword from his back, and fell asleep embracing it. The inner cabinet was located at the pinnacle of Dao Tian Peak. Dao Tian Peak, apart from Servant Peak, Human Xian Peak, Earth Xian Peak, and Heaven Xian Peak, stood as another significant mountain. It also served as the heart of the Dao Tian sect, where the higher-ups convened to discuss major matters of the sect. At this moment, within the inner cabinet, Zhao Ting stood at the center, utterly at a loss. Before him sat a group of individuals clad in deep purple robes, their gazes fixed upon him with a mixture of astonishment and scrutiny, rendering Zhao Ting unable to withstand such attention. To his side, Steward Shun He stood with a bowed posture, visibly humble, and upon closer inspection, beads of cold sweat glistened on his forehead. Although Shun He held a respectable position as an inner sect steward within the Dao Tian sect, the individuals before him were none other than the core elders of the sect. Each one of them possessed a status far beyond Shen He's, creating a stark contrast. Shen He, you have performed admirably. I never expected you to bring back such an exceptional disciple, remarked an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage, stroking his beard in amusement. His name was Jiang Bailu, the third elder of the Dao Tian sect. Shen He promptly knelt, bowing his head, and replied, Elder Jiang, your praise is excessive. This is not my merit, but a blessing bestowed upon our Dao Tian sect. Being an inner sect steward, Shun He was astute with his words, deflecting praise while attributing the achievement to divine favor. Jiang Bailu smiled slightly, and the other elders nodded in approval, clearly satisfied with Shun He's response. Rest assured, once the sect leader arrives, your contribution will be duly recognized. It has been ages since our Dao Tian sect has welcomed such a prodigious talent, said the first elder on the left, a young man with a dignified demeanor named Lu Yunjian. Shun He trembled with excitement, though he dared not display it outwardly. Zhao Ting. Lu Yunjian suddenly turned his gaze to Zhao Ting and called out with a smile. Zhao Ting felt a jolt of surprise and quickly bowed, respectfully addressing, Elder. At that moment, Zhao Ting was aware only that these individuals were elders of the Dao Tian sect, yet he could not discern who was who. Lu Yunjian nodded slightly and remarked, you possess a golden elemental spiritual root. Such talent is exceptional, even among the purple-robed disciples. Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged knowing glances, silently affirming his words. The first elder's assertion was indeed true. Among the purple-robed disciples, the highest rank was the heavenly spiritual root, followed by the earthly spiritual roots, with the latter at least being of superior quality. Most notably, Zhao Ting's golden spiritual root was unparalleled within the Dao Tian sect, making him a unique asset. I am unworthy, Zhao Ting quickly replied. I have just embarked on my journey into the celestial realm and know little of anything. I shall rely on the guidance of the esteemed elders in the future. The elders smiled and nodded, yet there was an undercurrent of rivalry in their exchanged glances. Each purple-robed disciple was destined to become a direct disciple of an elder, but it remained uncertain which elder would claim Zhao Ting as their own. At present, the elders' words were warm, and the atmosphere was harmonious, primarily because the sect leader had yet to arrive. Once the leader appeared, the elders would undoubtedly engage in a fierce competition for Zhao Ting's tutelage. Shun He, listening to the elders' commendations of Zhao Ting, felt a pang of envy. Zhao Ting truly had ascended to great heights. However, reflecting on his own contributions brought him some comfort, as he realized that their fates were intertwined. Just then, a figure entered the hall, hands clasped behind his back as he strode toward the dais. The elders promptly rose, bowing reverently and proclaiming, Sect Leader. Shen He too felt a rush of trepidation, lowering his head and respectfully echoing the greeting. To speak candidly, although he is an inner sect steward, the opportunities to meet the sect master are quite rare. Meanwhile, Zhao Ting bowed his head, growing increasingly anxious and sweating profusely. For the visitor is none other than the supreme sect master of the Dao Tian sect. At this moment, a robust middle-aged man stood above them. Dressed in a plain robe, his hair, a blend of black and white, cascaded down his back, and his eagle-like eyes emanated an imposing authority, sharp and piercing. Upon closer inspection, he bore a resemblance to Nangong Yao, whom Chen Xun had encountered on the peak of Xiaohe while playing the Guqin. Who would have thought he was the sect master of Daotian's sect? It is indeed remarkable that Chen Xun now finds himself intertwined with this sect. Chapter 25. The Elders Contest for Favor. Nangong Yao glanced at Zhao Ting before slowly taking his seat, speaking in a calm tone. Elders, there is no need for excessive formalities. Please be seated. Thank you, Sect Master. The elders bowed and took their seats. Only Zhao Ting and Xun He remained kneeling, too intimidated to rise. As Nangong Yao poured himself tea, he remarked, I have heard that we recently welcomed a disciple with a gold elemental spiritual root. Is this the one? The elder Lu Yunjian immediately responded, Indeed, Sect Master, this is the one. His name is Zhao Ting, and he was brought here by the inner sect steward Xun He from the vicinity of Tianqing City. Nangong Yao nodded and turned to Xun He, saying, Steward Xun, you have done well. I will duly recognize your merit. There is currently a vacancy for an inner sect elder at the Dixian Peak. How do you feel about that? The elders were inwardly astonished. The sect master was directly promoting Xun He to the position of inner sect elder. It was indeed fitting, considering Xun He had diligently served as an inner sect steward for many years and had now introduced such an exceptional disciple. Xun He stared in disbelief, his mind momentarily spinning from the unexpected joy, unable to comprehend the reality of the situation. He had anticipated some recognition for his efforts, but had never dared to dream of being directly elevated to the role of inner sect elder. Despite having served in the Daotian sect for many years and successfully bringing in Zhao Ting, the thought of becoming an elder was far beyond his expectations. At that moment, Lu Yunjian observed the dazed Xun He and frowned, saying, Steward Xun, the sect master is speaking to you. Why are you in a daze? Xun He snapped back to reality, shaking off his astonishment and respectfully bowing his head. Thank you, Sect Master. I, Xun He, shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the sect until my last breath. At this point, Xun He dared not be modest, nor express any doubts about his worthiness. The opportunity was before him, and he needed to seize it swiftly. Nangong Yao nodded slightly, saying, Very well, you may withdraw for now. I will arrange for the elders to visit Dixian Peak regarding your promotion. Yes. Xun He bowed and exited. Taking a deep breath, he feigned calmness as he retreated. But it was evident to all that he was struggling to suppress a grin. Xun He, if I am not mistaken, you have only recently reached the late foundation establishment stage, correct? Lu Yunjian suddenly inquired. Xun He paused, hastily bowing again, yes. At the same time, a wave of anxiety washed over Xun He. He hoped that the matter of his promotion would not be delayed. After all, the inner sect elders have certain requirements. At least they must have reached the core formation stage. Lu Yunjian chuckled, Do not be anxious. This elder merely wishes to convey that you must diligently cultivate in the future. Otherwise, the other inner sect elders will not acknowledge you. Do you understand? Xun He exhaled softly, responding, I understand. Subsequently, he cast a grateful glance at Zhao Ting, who had been a blessing for him, and swiftly departed. It was only then that Nangong Yao turned his attention to Zhao Ting, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, Zhao Ting, now that you have joined the Daotian sect, consider the sect as your home. Sensing Nangong Yao's goodwill, Zhao Ting felt his tension dissipate considerably, finally daring to lift his gaze to meet Nangong Yao's, though he quickly lowered his head again, respectfully replying, Zhao Ting will remember this. At that moment, the other elders exchanged glances, their intentions becoming palpable. Soon, the third elder, Jiang Bailu, cleared his throat and stood, stating, Sect Master. Zhao Ting possesses a reserved demeanor and commendable character. I find him quite agreeable. May I take him as my disciple? The status of a purple-clad disciple carries significant weight, as each one is supported by a core elder of the sect. Nangong Yao smiled slightly, not rushing to respond, for he understood that the third elder was merely initiating the proposal. Indeed, in the next moment, a beautiful female elder rose, clasping her hands respectfully as she said, Sect Master, the third elder already has one purple-clad disciple. Acquiring another may prove to be quite a burden, and I currently have none under my tutelage. Taking Zhao Ting would be most fitting. Jiang Bailu's eyelids twitched as he fixed his gaze upon the female elder, retorting, Fourth elder, you. The fourth elder, Chu Ningchong, glanced at Jiang Bailu with an impassive expression, showing no sign of yielding. Though she held the position of the fourth elder, She was also the punishment elder of the Daotian sect, overseeing its disciplinary actions. Jiang Bailu, somewhat irritated, replied, "Fourth elder, you already have your hands full managing the sect's punishments, do you not? If Zhao Ting were to follow you, he would surely be neglected." "Humph. If your neglect hinders Zhao Ting's cultivation, how do you intend to punish yourself?" With a slight smile, Chu Ningchong replied coolly, "That need not concern the third elder." Jiang Bailu's expression darkened as he brushed off his sleeves, choosing not to continue the argument. The other elders, witnessing this exchange, fell silent, evidently hesitant to interject. It was clear that both the third and fourth elders were quite eager to claim Zhao Ting for themselves, though others shared the same desire. Zhao Ting, taken aback by the unfolding situation, felt a mix of apprehension and a tinge of pride, realizing that the elders were vying for his attention. The second elder, Lu Xianin, pondered aloud, "Sect master, perhaps." Nangong Yao grasped Lu Xuanin's implication and said, "Very well. Which elder Zhao Ting chooses to apprentice under is not for me to dictate. Nor will I show favoritism. Let Zhao Ting decide for himself." With Nangong Yao's pronouncement, the elders felt a sense of relief and immediately turned their attention to Zhao Ting, each enthusiastically presenting their merits. The atmosphere grew fervent. "Zhao Ting, I am the sixth elder, should you choose me as your master. I shall provide you with the finest cave dwelling, treasures, and techniques." "Ha, do you think I care for such things?" Another elder interjected. "Zhao Ting, I have a treasure-seeking spirit pet. With this companion, treasures will be abundant. Simply follow me, and I shall bestow upon you this spirit pet." "Ah, Elder Jiao, you truly spare no expense. That Xianhuang mouse, which you typically cherish so dearly, is to be gifted to Zhao Ting? A mere treasure-seeking spirit beast, indeed. Zhao Ting, I am aware of your gold elemental spiritual root. Fortuitously, I am the sole master of artifact crafting in our sect. Should you choose to become my disciple, I shall impart my knowledge to you wholly." "Impart? Such a proposition seems rather excessive, does it not?" "Zhao Ting, allow me to clarify. I too possess a gold elemental spiritual root." This last statement was uttered by Chu Ningchong. The elders exchanged words, leaving Zhao Ting drenched in perspiration. However, the Grand Elder Lu Yunjian and the Second Elder Lu Xianin refrained from joining this contest for disciples. The reason being that Lu Yunjian, as the Grand Elder, was preoccupied with the sect's affairs, while Lu Xianin already had two purple-robed disciples under his tutelage. Nangong Yao chuckled and said, "Zhao Ting, you need not fear offending any elder. Their temperament is not so petty. Simply follow your heart." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ting took a deep breath, bowed respectfully to the elders, and spoke with difficulty. "Zhao Ting is grateful for the elders' kindness, but I wish to become the disciple of the fourth elder." Chapter 26. The mysteriously disappeared breakfast? As Zhao Ting's words fell, apart from the delighted Chu Ningchong, the other elders sighed, saying no more. In truth, Zhao Ting's choice was wise. The treasures and techniques offered by the elders could not compare to the fact that the fourth elder himself possessed a gold elemental spiritual root. "Excellent!" Chu Ningchong exclaimed, raising her hand to lift Zhao Ting into the air, casting a sideways glance of provocation at Jiang Bailu. Jiang Bailu, speechless, shook her head and seated herself, feeling a tinge of regret, albeit she accepted the outcome. In the hall, Nangong Yao nodded slightly. In his heart, he believed Chu Ningchong was indeed the most suitable choice for Zhao Ting's mentor, simply because their spiritual roots were identical. However, Nangong Yao deemed it inappropriate to voice this directly, preferring instead to allow Zhao Ting to make his own choice. With this in mind, Nangong Yao rose and declared, "Very well, let it be so. Grand Elder, once we adjourn, please send invitation letters to the surrounding sections. In 5 days, we shall hold a ceremony to formally appoint Zhao Ting as the 15th purple-robed disciple of our Daotian sect." "Understood," Lu Yunjian replied, bowing respectfully. Zhao Ting was overjoyed, eager to share this splendid news with Chen Xun. The following day, as dawn broke, Chen Xun awoke, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth before rising. He slung his wooden sword over his shoulder and, bounding out of the grass hut, dashed through the mist toward the dining hall, resembling a mountain monkey, and vanished in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, in the martial arena, over 8,000 miscellaneous disciples had gathered, a sea of faces. On the platform stood Qian Laifu, hands clasped behind his back, his ample belly protruding as he spoke animatedly to the disciples. The students, famished, could only clutch their stomachs and endure, listening with growing impatience. Alas, in this part of the mountains, Qian Laifu held the greatest authority, and each morning he would gather the disciples to assert his presence. At the same time, Chen Xun, following the enticing aroma, arrived at the dining hall. Due to the large number of disciples, the hall was impressively spacious, akin to a plaza. Inside, miscellaneous disciples were busily attending to the duties at hand. It was their responsibility. Upon entering the dining hall, Chen Xun sprinted towards the serving area. Chen Xun approached and retrieved a bowl and chopsticks, then handed the bowl to a disciple responsible for serving food. The serving disciple paused, glancing at Chen Xun, then out towards the dining hall, silently wondering if Fatty Qian had finished speaking. However, it was peculiar. Aside from Chen Xun, no other disciples were present in the dining hall. With a hint of suspicion, the serving disciple accepted the bowl, filled it to the brim with porridge, added 2 steamed buns and some pickled vegetables, and returned it to Chen Xun. Only then did he notice Chen Xun's attire, his eyes widening in surprise as he curiously inquired, "You must be a new disciple, right? After finishing breakfast, it would be wise to change your clothes. Otherwise, Fatty Qian will surely reprimand you." Chen Xun chuckled softly, offering no response, and instead of taking a seat, he began to eat while standing. In the blink of an eye, he licked his lips and presented the empty bowl back to the serving disciple, shaking it slightly. The serving disciple, just placing down his spoon, stared in disbelief at the bowl that was now devoid of contents. Had he already finished? The serving disciple took the bowl, refilled it with the same portions, and handed it back to Chen Xun. Just as he was about to set down his spoon, he heard a few swift sounds and turned to see Chen Xun once again presenting the bowl before him, leaving him utterly astonished. Chen Xun, cheeks puffed, chewed a few times before swallowing the bun and shook the bowl to indicate his need for more. "Junior brother, you are the fastest eater I have ever encountered," the serving disciple remarked, swallowing hard. He then handed the spoon to Chen Xun, saying, "Junior brother, help yourself to as much as you desire. I must return to the kitchen to assist with carrying more buckets of porridge." With a grin, Chen Xun accepted the spoon. Observing this, the serving disciple retreated to the kitchen. Chen Xun's eyes sparkled with excitement. He carelessly tossed the spoon and bowl aside and lifted the entire porridge bucket. Moments later, he patted his belly, his expression one of dissatisfaction, as if still yearning for more. However, apart from the large bucket of porridge, he had consumed every last morsel of the buns and pickled vegetables on the table, leaving nothing behind, having licked the surface clean. With a resigned shake of his head, he departed. Shortly after Chen Xun left, the serving disciple and another disciple emerged from the kitchen carrying a porridge bucket, only to be taken aback by the sight of the empty table. Just then, a throng of miscellaneous disciples flooded into the dining hall. "It's over. Today's breakfast will surely be insufficient. How could this happen? Where's the porridge? Where are the buns? Where are the pickles?" one disciple exclaimed, his complexion paling. The serving disciple recalled Chen Xun and surmised that this must be connected to him. Although unsure of what exactly he had done, it was undoubtedly related. Of course, it was impossible for him to have consumed everything. After all, the bucket of porridge alone, if served by the bowl, could feed hundreds. And what of the hundreds of missing steamed buns and 2 large bowls of pickles? What should we do, junior brother? If the disciples do not get their meals, they will certainly report to Fatty Qian. We, the ones responsible for breakfast, will face punishment. Indeed, shortly thereafter, several hundred disciples unable to secure their meals erupted into a heated quarrel with the disciples responsible for serving breakfast in the dining hall. The serving disciples, overwhelmed by the sheer number of complainants, trembled in fear. The commotion was so great that there was no need for a formal report, as Qian Laifu was swiftly summoned. "What is all this ruckus?" he bellowed upon his arrival, instantly silencing the room. After a brief period of inquiry into the matter, Qian Laifu's expression shifted to one of perplexity. It was no wonder that these hundreds of disciples were in an uproar. It was the first time in the history of the servant peak that breakfast had been insufficient. Qian Laifu demanded to know, "What on earth is going on? You disciples in charge of breakfast, how could such a blunder occur today? How long have you been doing this? With over 8,000 disciples on our mountainside, how could you misjudge the quantity?" The serving disciples exchanged glances, each bearing a look of distress. It was not that they had miscalculated, for the usual portion had always sufficed, leaving ample leftovers. Finally, one disciple who had previously encountered Chen Xun raised his hand timidly and spoke, "Steward, it is as follows. Prior to the arrival of the brothers for breakfast, a disciple came to the dining hall. After I served him 2 bowls of porridge, I retreated to the kitchen. Upon returning with another brother to serve porridge, we discovered that the bucket of porridge, along with the steamed buns and pickles, had all mysteriously vanished. Upon hearing this, many servant disciples exchanged dubious glances, some even suppressing laughter. Their irresponsibility was astounding. Failing to estimate the food correctly was one thing, but fabricating such an absurd excuse was another. All the other disciples had been gathered at the martial arena. How could anyone have come to the dining hall alone for a meal? Would admitting a mistake truly be so detrimental? Chapter 27. Chen Xun, you have lost your conscience, exclaimed one disciple indignantly. I must ask, can you all in the dining hall not take any responsibility? It would suffice to apologize before the steward. Yet you dare to spout such nonsense. The serving disciple's face flushed crimson as he retorted, I speak the truth. Qian Laifu's eyes glimmered with realization as he suddenly recalled someone and inquired, is the disciple you mentioned wearing tattered blue garments and carrying a broken wooden sword? The serving disciple nodded eagerly. Yes, that is indeed him. Oh, the crowd of disciples was taken aback. There truly was someone who had arrived at the dining hall beforehand. At that moment, some servant disciples narrowed their eyes, having deduced whom Qian Laifu referred to. It must surely be that madman from yesterday who had disturbed their cultivation with his peculiar antics at the martial arena. Clearing his throat, Qian Laifu surveyed the room and declared loudly, this is a perfect opportunity to inform you all that we have a certain mortal, a non-sect disciple, named Chen Xun, who now resides in a thatched cottage to the west of the servant peak. Henceforth, he will dine with you all. His mental faculties are somewhat impaired, so do not be overly startled upon encountering him. A wave of astonishment swept through the dining hall at Qian Laifu's revelation. A non-sect disciple? A mere mortal? Isn't it misguided, my fellow steward? Even if a mere mortal has arrived at the dining hall, we are currently deliberating on the issue of food supply. With several hundred disciples missing their breakfast, are we not inadvertently casting blame upon that mortal? How shameless. One disciple, observing the serving attendants, spat disdainfully and remarked, indeed, are you implying that the breakfast, which was meant for the hundreds of missing disciples, has been pilfered by that mortal? Surely, even a glutton could not consume such a quantity. Another disciple chimed in with a mocking tone. The serving attendant's face flushed crimson as he retorted, I never claimed he consumed it. I merely suspect a connection. Otherwise, how could an entire vat of porridge, hundreds of buns, and 2 basins of pickled vegetables simply vanish? TSK, if it has vanished. Perhaps you should question yourselves. A disciple interjected sharply. Do you truly suspect that Chen Xun has transported those provisions elsewhere? With such a heavy vat of hot porridge, where could he possibly take it? And let us not even begin to discuss whether he could manage to carry such a load. Furthermore, the pots and bowls are impeccably clean, unlike before when they contained food. If they had held food, surely there would be some remnants left. No, the serving attendant was left speechless, unable to formulate a retort. An entire vat of hot porridge was cumbersome enough that he required assistance from another disciple to move it. Enough, Qian Laifu interjected with a wave of his hand. Prepare another vat of porridge and steam some buns. Let those disciples who have yet to eat do so first. Yes, the dining hall disciples replied reluctantly, making their way back to the kitchen. Qian Laifu's eyes flickered as he instructed, bring Chen Xun to me. Yes, replied the disciple following Qian Laifu, who promptly departed. Being the same individual who had guided Chen Xun the previous day, Qian Laifu turned to the others and said, all right, take a seat and wait for your meal. Chen Xun will arrive shortly, and I will inquire about the situation. However, I do not harbor much hope. It is likely we will uncover little. At the foot of the miscellaneous peak, Chen Xun was diligently sweeping the ground with a broom, his expression remarkably solemn. Chen Xun. At that moment, Zhao Ting waved his hand and hurried over. By the time he reached Chen Xun, he was drenched in sweat, bent over with his hands on his knees, panting and smiling. Huff, Chen Xun, I have splendid news. I have become the disciple of Elder Four, and in a few days, there will be a ceremony to confer upon me the title of purple-clad disciple. Isn't that glorious? Chen Xun tilted his head and grinned. Hee, congratulations. Zhao Ting, elated, was relieved that despite Chen Xun's peculiar behavior, he still recognized him. Oh, Chen Xun, don't sweep for now, Zhao Ting urged, pulling him aside to sit on the mountain path. Do you know who my master, Elder Four, is? He oversees the punishment in the entire sect. From now on, I will protect you. Observing Chen Xun's vacant smile, Zhao Ting realized that his words may not have registered. so he decided to cease his attempts. However, as he watched Chen Xun's demeanor and recalled their first encounter in Tianqing City, a wave of sorrow washed over him. Questioning why such a fine individual had changed so drastically, Zhao Ting pursed his lips and said, "Brother Chen, why not allow my master to take a look at you? Life is long, and I truly cannot bear to see you continue like this." Although their acquaintance had been brief, Zhao Ting felt an inexplicable desire to draw closer to Chen Xun. For Zhao Ting, having just arrived at the Daotian sect, Chen Xun was the only familiar face he could rely on. I shall take it that Brother Chen has tacitly agreed. Currently, I am not yet a disciple in purple robes, but once I am conferred that title in a few days, I will take you to see my master, Zhao Ting stated earnestly. Noticing Chen Xun's dismissive expression, Zhao Ting's gaze was drawn to the wooden sword on Chen Xun's back, and out of curiosity, he reached out, asking, "By the way, what is the significance of you carrying that wooden sword? I have been quite curious since our first meeting." Just as Zhao Ting was about to grasp the hilt, Chen Xun suddenly seized his wrist with a firm grip. Zhao Ting's expression shifted, feeling a terrifying strength clutching his wrist, rendering him immobile. Fortunately, as Zhao Ting was merely a mortal, he attributed the force to Chen Xun's innate strength. Not thinking much of it, with his wrist throbbing painfully from Chen Xun's grasp, Zhao Ting awkwardly remarked, "Brother Chen, I shall not look anymore. I was presumptuous not seeking your consent." Chen Xun, laughing maniacally, released his hold. Zhao Ting quickly withdrew his hand, rubbing his reddened wrist, and lamented, "I did not expect Brother Chen to possess such strength." Little did he know, had anyone else dared to touch that wooden sword without Chen Xun's permission, the consequences would have been far graver than mere discomfort. After a brief conversation, mostly consisting of Zhao Ting's monologues, he took his leave. Not long after Zhao Ting departed, a servant disciple sent by Qian Laifu arrived, wordlessly pulling Chen Xun up the mountain. In the dining hall, the group of servant disciples who had never encountered Chen Xun regarded him with curiosity. Those who had interacted with him the previous day squinted at him, recalling how they had been forced to apologize to him by an outer sect disciple. "Yes, that's him," one disciple exclaimed upon spotting Chen Xun. Qian Laifu nodded, gesturing towards Chen Xun. He inquired, "Chen Xun, when you were here before, did you happen to see the large pot of porridge and the steamed buns on the table?" Upon hearing this, the disciples fixed their gazes on Chen Xun, eager to determine whether the dining hall had indeed prepared insufficient food. Chen Xun pouted, looking vacantly at the food table, shaking his head and grinning foolishly. However, to the onlookers, this gesture took on an entirely different meaning. Their expressions sharpened in realization. Chen Xun's shaking of his head implied that he had not seen anything. Thus, it seemed the dining hall had indeed prepared too little for breakfast and was attempting to lay the blame on a madman. Qian Laifu squinted, addressing the disciples responsible for breakfast in a somber tone. "I am utterly disappointed in you all. It would have sufficed to admit such a trivial matter. Yet you choose to deflect blame onto a mortal with a muddled mind?" The disciple who had previously served Chen Xun lost his composure, trembling as he pointed a spoon at Chen Xun, his eyes reddening in outrage. "Chen Xun, you are heartless." Chapter 28. The day of the purple robe ceremony, the shout of the disciple responsible for serving food, filled with resentment, sent a chill through the crowd. The disciple, his face flushed with anger, raised his ladle as if to strike Chen Xun. "What do you intend to do?" Qian Laifu's gaze sharpened, and he quickly intervened, halting the disciple's movement. The disciple froze, casting a resentful glance at Chen Xun before letting his arm fall limply to his side. Qian Laifu cast a cold glance at the disciples in charge of the morning meal and declared, "Humph, for today's incident, I shall deduct 3 contribution points from each of you, so that you may learn a lesson." With that, he flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. The faces of the kitchen disciples turned pale, feeling dejected. "Hee, I ate it." Chen Xun suddenly scratched his head. Instantly, countless gazes converged upon him, their eyes glimmering with curiosity. The disciple responsible for serving food exclaimed joyfully, "Deacon, did you hear that? Chen Xun has admitted he ate it." The disciple looked at Chen Xun, his expression softening, as if to say he appreciated Chen Xun's conscience. Qian Laifu turned back, eyeing Chen Xun with suspicion, then said, "Chen Xun, you are indeed kind-hearted. These disciples are attempting to frame you, yet you still defend them. However, I cannot believe you. Hundreds of disciples' meals. And you claim to have eaten them? That is utterly absurd." The numerous miscellaneous disciples nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Chen Xun becoming gentler. Although Chen Xun may not be the brightest, he was undeniably a good person. The disciple in charge of serving food felt dejected. To be honest, even he did not believe that Chen Xun could consume so much. It felt surreal, as if he were dreaming. How could that food have vanished so inexplicably? However, this misunderstanding was soon resolved during lunch, for Chen Xun truly possessed an extraordinary appetite. The miscellaneous disciples watched in astonishment as he devoured food with remarkable speed, consuming an amount equivalent to that of dozens of disciples. In fact, by the end, they observed Chen Xun still yearning for more. Had there been more food prepared, it was likely that he could have eaten even more. The disciples gazed at Chen Xun's abdomen in trepidation, pondering how someone could eat so much without appearing distended. Where did all that food go? It seemed illogical. Upon learning the truth, the disciples responsible for breakfast wept bitterly and hurried to find Qian Laifu. When Qian Laifu learned the reality of the situation, he was momentarily taken aback and subsequently returned the deducted contribution points to the disciples. In the end, Qian Laifu specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare larger portions for each meal in the future. Thus, the miscellaneous disciples became aware that in their midst, there resided a rather gluttonous and eccentric mortal. In the following days, Chen Xun repeated his daily routine, dining in the kitchen, sleeping in the thatched hut, and sweeping the mountain path, leading a rather leisurely life. Many of the miscellaneous disciples felt a twinge of envy towards Chen Xun, who seemed to live a carefree existence of eating and sleeping. What a blissful way to live. During this time, news of an upcoming ceremony to confer the purple robe upon a disciple began to circulate within the Daotian sect. The disciples of the miscellaneous peak soon learned of this event, discovering that it pertained to a newly inducted disciple with a golden elemental spiritual root. This revelation left the miscellaneous disciples both astonished and yearning. Upon entering the sect, they found themselves at the servant's peak, where those fortunate enough to break through their realms might ascend to the outer sect after an indeterminate period, while those less fortunate, unable to achieve any advancement, would inevitably depart after several years. Just look at others. Upon entering the sect, they instantly became disciples in purple robes. Indeed, one cannot compare oneself to others. For the disciples at the servant's peak, the purple-robed disciples are akin to the moon, while they are but frogs in a well, fortunate even to catch a distant glimpse. To be honest, they rarely even have that opportunity. The ceremony for the elevation of the purple-robed disciples is not an event that the servant disciples can attend. As time swiftly passed, the day of the purple robe elevation ceremony arrived. Today, the Daotian sect transformed from its usual solemnity into a scene of great festivity. Atop each peak, enormous colorful banners fluttered in the wind. Gradually, radiant figures descended from the skies into the celestial mountains where the Daotian sect resides, all carrying invitations to offer their congratulations. Logically speaking, disciples with heavenly roots should be kept under wraps. For there is a saying, a genius that cannot grow healthily is classified as waste. However, esteemed sects like the Daotian sect harbor no such concerns. Great sects do not conceal their prodigious disciples. Instead, they announce them widely. Firstly, to enhance the prestige of the sect. Secondly, to instill a sense of importance in the disciples regarding their standing within the sect. After numerous sects submitted their invitations at the mountain gate, they were guided by the disciples of the Daotian sect towards the Tianxian peak. The invitation clearly stated that the elevation ceremony for the purple-robed disciples would be held at the martial arena of Tianxian Peak. During this time, many disciples from the Shuangguan and Diguang peaks were also fortunate enough to ascend Tianxian Peak and witness the ceremony. Today, the Daotian sect was bustling with activity. Yet the servant's peak was placed under strict orders, prohibiting all servant disciples from descending the mountain during the ceremony. The humble and lowly status of the servant disciples was laid bare. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deep and solemn chimes resonated from Tianxian Peak, reaching the servant's peak, compelling countless servant disciples to gaze in that direction. Though they could see nothing, they understood that the elevation ceremony for the purple-robed disciples was about to commence. How enviable. Ascending to purple robes feels akin to instant success. When shall we, the insignificant ants, find our opportunity for reversal? I only know that it is better to devote oneself to diligent cultivation rather than lamenting the time spent in idle thoughts. Otherwise, the chance for reversal may forever elude us. To wear purple robes? Joining the Shuangguan Peak is a dream that feels eternally out of reach. Alas, you all think too far ahead. For now, We should first strive to leave this half-mountain. The ceremony will undoubtedly be grand and spectacular, yet regrettably, we have no chance to witness it. The servant disciples sighed in unison, their hearts heavy with disappointment. The four young men, including Yu Zhong, who had arrived together from Tianqing City, wore expressions of deep complexity. Humph, are you all so idle? At this moment, Chen Lifu appeared, his large belly protruding as he barked. The disciples, startled, quickly bowed and fled, returning to their own tasks. Humph, Chen Lifu felt a discontent brewing within him, for he was confined to the menial duties of the servant peak, watching the servant disciples, yearning to witness the events firsthand. Most importantly, he had never set foot on Tianxian Peak in his lifetime. Sighing deeply, he recalled something and turned his gaze towards the west. He remembered Su Yang mentioning that Chen Xun was a friend of Zhao Ting, which was indeed a pity, although only a few days had passed. He imagined that Zhao Ting had likely forgotten Chen Xun's existence. Chapter 29. The ceremony begins. Chen Xun ascends the mountain. How noisy it is. Chen Xun had intended to retire to his straw hut for a peaceful slumber, yet the resounding, solemn tolling of the bells grated on his nerves. Suddenly rising from his bed, he hastily dashed out of the hut, casting an irritable glance in the direction of the sound, and sprinted down the servant peak. Some disciples noticed Chen Xun heading down the mountain but thought little of it, assuming he was merely going to sweep the area, as it was common knowledge that he was responsible for the cleanliness of the path from the foot of the mountain to the halfway point. Chen Xun hurriedly made his way to the foot of Tianxian Peak. Halt! Who are you? Two guarding disciples intercepted him, their voices stern. They glared at Chen Xun, already in a foul mood due to their duty preventing them from attending the ceremony. As they scrutinized Chen Xun's attire, their expressions shifted to one of suspicion. This outfit does not belong to our Daotian sect, they thought. What is going on? With arms crossed and chin raised, Chen Xun displayed an unusual lack of his usual joviality, his face instead reflecting irritation. Hey, it's quite noisy up here. It's keeping me from sleeping, you know? The two disciples were taken aback. What? One even scratched his ear in disbelief, uncertainly asking, did you just say Tianxian Peak is noisy? Indeed. Chen Xun nodded earnestly. Ha ha. The two disciples exchanged bewildered glances, unable to contain their laughter, swiftly covering their mouths. After a moment, they scrutinized Chen Xun once more, their internal energies beginning to circulate as they prepared to apprehend this audacious individual. As if sensing their intentions, Chen Xun shook his head and said, Hey, you wouldn't dare lay a hand on me, would you? The two disciples hesitated, then exchanged knowing glances before launching their attack. In the next instant, Chen Xun suddenly flickered behind them, delivering two swift, precise strikes to their necks. The disciples' eyes rolled back as they collapsed forward, observing the unconscious figures on the ground. Chen Xun patted his chest, his face pale with shock. Phew, fortunate that I possess some knowledge of martial arts. I nearly fell into your hands. Had the two fainted disciples been aware of Chen Xun's demeanor at that moment, they would surely have cried out in outrage, who is truly the victor here? And why do you appear so fearful? Having subdued the obstructive guards, Chen Xun hummed a tune, nonchalantly ascending Tianxian Peak, a mountain that neither servant disciples nor even the overseers of the servant peak could ever hope to tread upon in their lifetimes. As he traversed the mountain path, Chen Xun hummed merrily, seemingly rejuvenated, perusing a wordless book with fervor, his eyes glinting with excitement. In the illustrious arena of Tianxian Peak, a multitude of figures filled the space, bustling with energy. At the rear stood over 2,000 outer disciples of the Daotian sect, accompanied by a cadre of stewards and elders. In the center, more than 500 inner disciples were present, with their own stewards and elders, among whom was the notable Shen He. Flanking the arena were esteemed representatives from various invited sects, all keenly assessing the disciples and elders of the Daotian sect. Their hearts stirred with a mix of admiration and unspoken emotions. To these sects, the Daotian sect rightfully held its prestigious status as one of the foremost powers in the northern Xian, its overall strength clearly at the upper echelons. As this realization dawned upon the various sects, their gazes collectively shifted toward the figures at the forefront of the arena, their eyes flickering with envy and other nebulous sentiments. Simultaneously, the outer and inner disciples along with the elders fixed their reverent eyes upon those few prominent figures, for they represented the face of the Daotian sect. 14 exceptionally gifted disciples clad in purple, alongside 9 core elders, stood poised, The purple-clad disciples, serene and dignified, accepted the multitude of gazes with grace, basking in the moment's glory. Yet, the true focus of the day was not upon them, but rather upon the newly inducted junior, Zhao Ting, who had yet to make his entrance, expected to arrive alongside the sect leader. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed as Nangong Yao and Zhao Ting entered the arena, one following the other. Instantly, countless eyes were drawn to Zhao Ting, trailing behind Nangong Yao. The Daotian disciples and elders gazed at him in astonishment. Was this the newly appointed disciple clad in purple? Overwhelmed by the grandeur of the occasion, Zhao Ting, bowing his head, felt beads of cold sweat form on his brow. The presence of the sect leader was indeed formidable. The disciples and elders promptly bowed in respect, exclaiming their admiration. Meanwhile, the representatives of the various sects, having appraised Zhao Ting, rose in unison to greet Nangong Yao, offering their compliments. "Ah, sect leader Nangong. It has been a decade since our last meeting, and it is evident that your elegance has only flourished with time. The Daotian sect has indeed gained another gifted disciple. How enviable! Truly, the heavens favor the Daotian sect." Nangong Yao stepped forward, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he addressed the assembled sects. "Your praises are too generous towards my Daotian sect. We are honored to have you witness the conferral of the purple robes." Though these sects were not on par with the Daotian sect individually, together they formed a formidable force, and as the host, Nangong Yao understood the importance of treating them with due respect. "Not at all, sect leader Nangong. Your words are too kind. To witness the conferral of purple robes is indeed a delightful occasion." One of the sect leaders replied with a smile. Nangong Yao nodded slightly and gestured, "Please, take your seats." As the various sects settled into their positions, Nangong Yao cast a glance at Zhao Ting and then calmly remarked, "Zhao Ting, step forward." Startled, Zhao Ting hurriedly approached and knelt upon the prepared mat. Nangong Yao nodded and declared, "The ceremony for the conferral of the purple robes begins." With that, the disciples surrounding the martial arena began to beat the drums with fervor. Amidst the resounding rhythm, Elder Lu Yunjian stepped forth from the ranks of core elders and approached Zhao Ting, raising a hand gently. Several disciples, bearing trays aloft, bowed as they entered, positioning themselves behind Lu Yunjian. Lu Yunjian surveyed the assembly and proclaimed in a clear voice, "Disciple Zhao Ting possesses extraordinary talent, with a gold attribute spiritual root. Following the wishes of the sect leader, I hereby appoint Zhao Ting as the 15th disciple of the Daotian sect to don the purple robes. Let this moment be witnessed today." A wave of applause erupted through the martial arena. At that instant, Zhao Ting's mind was a blank slate, his entire being tingling with an inexplicable yet delightful sensation. Lu Yunjian continued, "This is the heavenly purple Xian Luo robe, a treasure of our sect. Its effects you shall come to understand in due course." He retrieved the purple robe from the tray and handed it to Zhao Ting, who eagerly accepted it. Feeling its cool, smooth texture and refined craftsmanship, unable to part from it, Lu Yunjian nodded and continued to present items from the tray, handing them to Zhao Ting. "This is the identity token of a purple-clad disciple, the complete scripture of Daotian, and the sword of the purple-robed disciples." Amidst the envious gazes of those around him, Zhao Ting received these precious items with trembling hands, feeling the weight of importance upon him. He fervently declared, "As a disciple of the Daotian sect, I shall prioritize the sect's interests above all else. In life, I am a child of the sect. In death, I am its spirit. Should the sect not abandon me, I, Zhao Ting, shall remain steadfast." His heartfelt words prompted nods of agreement from the gathered crowd, many secretly admiring Zhao Ting's grateful and loyal character. Such individuals often embody one of two extremes, either profoundly wicked or exceedingly virtuous. It was evident that Zhao Ting belonged to the latter. "Excellent," Nangong Yao exclaimed with a smile, then continued, "Now that the purple robes have been conferred, it is time for you to pay your respects to your master." At this, Lu Yunjian bowed in acknowledgement and turned to the fourth elder, Chu Ningchong, among the core elders, saying, "Fourth elder, it is your turn to accept a disciple." The disciples exchanged glances, astonished. Goodness! Zhao Ting is to be the true disciple of the fourth elder. The fourth elder was known for her strictness, and with Zhao Ting already a purple-robed disciple and now backed by the fourth elder, he would surely command great respect within the sect. The disciples were envious beyond measure. Meanwhile, the drumming continued to echo throughout the arena. Chu Ningchong smiled and nodded, stepping out from the ranks of core elders to stand before Zhao Ting. Just as the master-disciple ceremony was about to commence, a sudden, jarring voice pierced the air of the martial arena. Enough with the noise. Can someone let me sleep peacefully? The drumming ceased abruptly. In an instant, the smiles on countless faces froze in disbelief. The martial arena fell silent. The expressions of both inner and outer sect disciples and elders grew grim. Even Lu Yunjian and the other core elders wore somber expressions. Today, at this grand ceremony of sealing, with so many sects and powers in attendance, an unexpected incident has occurred. Indeed, one can observe the peculiar expressions on the faces of those from various sections. Consequently, all eyes in the martial arena turned towards the source of the resounding voice. And upon seeing the young scholar in green standing with hands on hips outside the arena, the crowd was momentarily stunned. Who was this individual? Yet, there were a few whose expressions turned particularly vivid, such as Xun He and Su Yang, who had returned to the sect with Chen Xun. After Zhao Ting regained his senses from the shock, he felt as though the sky had fallen, his face drained of all color. Chen, Brother Chen. Chapter 30. The excitement of Nangong Yao, Xun He and Su Yang, among others, came to their senses, their hearts churning tumultuously, their pupils constricting as they gazed at Chen Xun. Wasn't Chen Xun supposed to be stationed at the miscellaneous peaks? How could he possibly appear at Tianxian Peak? Especially on such a significant day? Gradually, Xun He's body began to tremble subtly, a manifestation of his anxiety. For Chen Xun was the one he had irresponsibly promised Zhao Ting to bring back to the sect. Today, Chen Xun's sudden disruption at the sealing ceremony could spell trouble for him. The martial arena fell into an extreme silence, countless gazes fixated on Chen Xun, various expressions flickering. Zhao Ting abruptly rose from the mat, intending to approach Chen Xun. This action startled Xun He, who quickly conveyed through voice transmission, Zhao Ting, don't go over there. Zhao Ting halted, recognizing the familiar voice in his mind, immediately recalling Xun He. Xun He continued to transmit urgently, trembling, Zhao Ting. Today marks your sealing as a purple-clad disciple under the fourth elder. Not only are all disciples and elders of the sect gathered here, but the sect master is present as well. Most importantly, various sects are observing. If you err and bring shame to the Daotian sect, you will face severe consequences. It's not worth it for your reckless friend. Zhao Ting paused, his heart racing, sweat breaking out in his palms, unsure of what to do. At this moment, no one noticed the sect master, Nangong Yao, staring in astonishment at Chen Xun, his eyes filled with surprise and delight. Senior? Yes. This is much quieter now. All right, I shall return to rest, and you all must maintain this tranquility. Chen Xun chuckled madly, turning to leave the mountain amidst a sea of astonished and bewildered gazes. Stop. At last, Lu Yunjian spoke coldly. Chen Xun halted, turning with curiosity to regard Lu Yunjian. Lu Yunjian tilted his head towards the outer sect's camp and calmly stated, if I recall correctly, the area beneath Tianxian Peak is guarded by outer sect disciples, correct? As his words fell, the outer sect disciples and elders trembled in fear, and they promptly knelt down in unison. The elder in charge of the outer sect, Su Song, replied with trepidation, yes, great elder, it is indeed guarded by our outer sect disciples. Lu Yunjian snorted coldly, pointing at Chen Xun, and inquired, then tell me, how did this person ascend? Su Song's face turned pale, stammering, this. Lu Yunjian suddenly barked. Do you know what day it is today? I shall deal with your punishment later. Su Song felt a surge of anger that made his entire body tremble. Yet he was at a loss for words, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards the elders and disciples below. If he, the elder in charge of the outer sect, were to be punished, the disciples and elders of the outer sect would undoubtedly share in his misfortune. More importantly, today, before such a large audience, he had been publicly reprimanded by the Grand Elder, leaving him utterly humiliated. Meanwhile, the crowd gazed at Chen Xun with increasing bewilderment, for his attire clearly did not belong to any disciple of the Daotian sect. How had he infiltrated the sect? Su Song noticed Lu Yunjian's penetrating gaze and took a deep breath, realizing that the situation needed immediate resolution. He bellowed, this boy has trespassed upon the ceremony, disturbing the order of the scene, displaying a complete disregard for rules and discipline. Seize him and execute him on the spot. Yes, an outer sect steward immediately responded, swiftly rising and drawing his sword, charging toward Chen Xun with a fierce glint in his eyes. intent on delivering a fatal blow. Chen Xun, however, merely chuckled, seemingly oblivious to the imminent danger. Zhao Ting felt an immediate surge of panic, beads of cold sweat cascading down his face. Observing this, Shun He hastily conveyed a warning. Zhao Ting, Chen Xun is unaware of the gravity of his transgression. You have just ascended to the rank of Purple Robe. Do not involve yourself. Though the Purple Robe disciples held a prestigious status within the Daotian sect, Shun He understood that in such a scenario, it was not the place of a Purple Robe disciple to intervene. Should Zhao Ting speak out, he would essentially jeopardize his own standing. Zhao Ting's eyes darted, acutely aware of the severe consequences, yet he could not bear to watch Chen Xun perish before him. After all, it was he who had brought Chen Xun to the Daotian sect. If something were to happen to Chen Xun, he would carry the weight of guilt for a lifetime. Resolute in his thoughts, Zhao Ting steeled his gaze, summoned his courage, and shouted with a trembling voice, "Spare him." Shen He felt a jolt of alarm, growing increasingly tense, silently lamenting that he too could not escape the ensuing turmoil. The outer sect steward, having closed the distance to mere yards from Chen Xun, abruptly halted, turning to gaze incredulously at Zhao Ting. At that moment, the martial arena fell eerily silent. The disciples stared in shock at the unfolding scene, their minds clouded with confusion. Various sects and factions exchanged glances, intrigued by the unfolding drama, realizing that their visit to the Daotian sect had proven to be anything but dull. Lu Yunjian and the core elders also turned their attention to Zhao Ting, their expressions inscrutable. "What do you mean by that, Zhao Ting?" Lu Yunjian's tone was frigid. Zhao Ting lowered his head, trembling with fear, and replied, "Esteemed Grand Elder, this individual is named Chen Xun. He is a friend of Zhao Ting from the mundane world. His intellect is extraordinary, and I implore you to spare his life." A friend from the mundane world? The question echoed in the minds of all present. Shen He, realizing he could no longer evade the situation, stepped forward from the ranks and knelt, trembling as he spoke. "Esteemed Grand Elder, Chen Xun is a mortal without spiritual roots. I, Shen He, rashly agreed to Zhao Ting's request to bring him to the sect, placing him in the miscellaneous peak. I had intended to report this matter after the ceremony, but I could not have foreseen this unfortunate turn of events. I beg for forgiveness." Lu Yunjian sensed the peculiar glances from the surrounding sects, and his eyelids twitched involuntarily. This was nothing short of a farce. Lu Yunjian was acutely aware that he could not allow the situation to escalate any further to avoid unforeseen complications. As for how to deal with these individuals, that would have to wait until after the apprenticeship ceremony. Just as Lu Yunjian was about to speak, Nangong Yao, who had remained silent until now, interjected. "Enough. This matter concludes here. Let us proceed with the apprenticeship ceremony." The onlookers were puzzled by the leader's unperturbed demeanor. "Ha ha ha." Chen Xun chuckled sinisterly, turning on his heel and skipping down the mountain. Lu Yunjian commanded, "Do not let that person escape. Apprehend him first, and we shall address the matter later." "Understood," replied the outer sect steward, who immediately pursued Chen Xun. Nangong Yao narrowed his eyes and said, "Elder, did you not hear the sect leader declare that this matter is over?" Upon hearing the sect leader's words, the outer sect steward's legs weakened, and he dared not move. Lu Yunjian, sensing the tone of Nangong Yao, trembled internally and quickly bowed, saying, "Yes, sect leader." Not only Lu Yunjian, but all the disciples and elders present at the martial arena, including those from various sects, were momentarily bewildered. "Let us continue with the apprenticeship ceremony. There is no need to strike the drums." Nangong Yao gestured dismissively. "Yes." Subsequently, the ceremony resumed. The elders and leaders of various sects congratulated Zhao Ting, offering words of encouragement. Throughout the proceedings, only Nangong Yao appeared distracted, frequently glancing in the direction Chen Xun had departed. Nangong Yao was convinced that this was the esteemed individual he had encountered atop the Xiao Peak, surprised to discover that he had come to his Daotian sect. Yet, he could not comprehend why the elder seemed transformed, having heard whispers of an unusual intellect. Could it be that the elder was experiencing life in a manner he could not fathom? Though Nangong Yao's expression remained impassive, his heart brimmed with excitement. He had nearly approached to pay his respects, but thought better of it, considering the multitude of onlookers and the presence of various sects, which would only bring unnecessary trouble for the elder. That day atop Xiaohe Peak, the elder had departed without a word, leaving Nangong Yao with a lingering sense of regret. But now, with the elder within his sect, he resolved to seize this opportunity at all costs. Chapter 31. The anxious steward Qian. The ceremony concluded, and Zhao Ting had successfully become a disciple in purple robes, taking on the esteemed status of the fourth elder, Chu Ningchang's direct disciple. Once the event concluded, disciples from various peaks gradually departed the martial arena, heading down from Tianxian Peak. It was evident that the outer sect disciples, stewards, and elders were filled with trepidation, as the head elder Su Ansong's countenance was anything but favorable. Upon returning, they would undoubtedly face punishment. Upon reaching the foot of Tianxian Peak and witnessing two mountain guards peacefully slumbering on the ground, the outer sect disciples and elders were left dumbfounded by their audacity to be lax during such a critical time, explaining how a mere mortal had managed to ascend the mountain. Upon seeing Su Ansong's grim visage, someone hurriedly approached to rouse the two slumbering disciples. Su Ansong erupted in fury, his rage palpable, and bellowed, "Bind these two wretches and bring them back to me." Two disciples, initially dazed and confused, suddenly turned pale with fear as they were bound, unaware of the events that had unfolded when Chen Xun's hand struck them down. Meanwhile, Nangong Yao engaged in casual conversation with various sect leaders before personally escorting them, alongside several core elders, out of the mountain gate. At the entrance of the Daotian sect, two gatekeeping disciples knelt on the ground, trembling. "Master Nangong, do come visit my pavilion when you have the time," one of them said. "Then we shall take our leave." Another added, "Master Nangong, esteemed elders, please stay a moment." Nangong Yao smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. "We shall see you all off from here." Subsequently, Nangong Yao and Elder Lu Yunjian, along with the others, watched with smiles as the sect leaders departed. Yet, once they were gone, the smiles of Nangong Yao and the elders gradually faded. "Master, shall we let today's events at the Tianxian Peak martial arena pass?" Lu Yunjian pondered, uncertainty evident in his voice. Although the master had declared to stop, it was during a ceremony, and the circumstances were different, leaving Lu Yunjian somewhat unsettled. The other elders also turned their gaze toward Nangong Yao. He nodded and replied calmly, "Indeed, I have made my stance clear at the martial arena. Elders, please return to your duties." With that, Nangong Yao entered the mountain gate. The elders bowed in respect, and only after he was out of sight did they slowly rise. They exchanged glances, their expressions inscrutable, as they sensed something amiss with the master. However, none dared to voice their thoughts, for none would speak ill of Nangong Yao behind his back. The elders shook their heads and gradually made their way into the mountain gate, disappearing from view. Yet, the events of the martial arena that day were indelibly etched in their hearts. As for Chen Xun, he had merely arrived at the Daotian sect a few days prior. Yet now he was known throughout the sect, from the highest echelons to the disciples below. Following the conclusion of the purple robe ceremony, news of Chen Xun's disruption at the Tianxian Peak quickly spread to the disciplinary peak, causing a stir among the disciples there. The once spirited Qian Lifu was now in a state of panic, promptly commanding his disciples to fetch Chen Xun from the western cottage. Meanwhile, Nangong Yao had arrived at the foot of the disciplinary peak, gazing up at it with a sense of nostalgia. This was his first visit to the disciplinary peak. Were it not for the presence of his predecessors, the master of the sect would never have graced this place. Strictly speaking, the disciples here were not considered true members of the Daotian sect. Each year, many would leave, and only those who broke through to the third level of qi refinement could ascend to the outer sect, at which point they would truly be regarded as disciples of the Daotian sect. Letting out a sigh, Nangong Yao gathered his anxious and expectant thoughts before soaring into the sky towards the mountain. When the two disciplinary disciples arrived at the western cottage and entered, they found Chen Xun sleeping soundly in bed. The two exchanged glances, sighing in resignation, yet their eyes conveyed deep admiration. This Chen Xun, as a mere mortal, had ascended the Tianxian Peak, disrupted the order in front of numerous dignitaries, and most remarkably, managed to escape unscathed. Truly, he was impressive beyond measure. For them, merely ascending the Tianxian Peak was a dream too lofty to even contemplate. "Chen Xun, wake up. The steward is calling for you." A disciple stepped forward, shaking Chen Xun, and said, Chen Xun slowly awakened, mumbling, "I was sleeping, what is it?" The two disciples hesitated, then proceeded to support Chen Xun, under the orders of the steward. They had no choice. As they led Chen Xun out of the grass hut, he felt quite good, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and cheerfully exclaimed, Not bad, not bad, let's go, it's fun." The two disciples' faces darkened. It seemed Chen Xun was treating them like horses. Subsequently, they guided Chen Xun toward the attic but encountered a middle-aged man along the way. This man was none other than Nangong Yao. Upon seeing Chen Xun, Nangong Yao initially felt joy, but upon noticing that he was being supported by two lowly disciples, his eyes narrowed, and he said coolly, "Stop." The two disciples were puzzled, glancing at Nangong Yao with uncertainty. Who was this man? They had never seen him before, yet his demeanor suggested he was no ordinary person. Could he be a steward from the outer or inner sect? That didn't seem right. Stewards from both sects had specific attire. However, it was clear that this middle-aged man held some status within the sect. "May I ask who you are?" One disciple respectfully inquired. Nangong Yao leaned in, scrutinizing Chen Xun, then asked, "Where are you taking him?" The disciple answered respectfully, Esteemed elder, this fellow has caused great trouble, and Steward Qian instructed us to bring him back. As for what will happen, it is certainly a lesson for him." Nangong Yao nodded slightly and said, "Very well, I shall accompany you." The two disciples were taken aback, but dared not protest. Thus, Chen Xun was comfortably supported as they proceeded toward the attic, with Nangong Yao following behind. Hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixated on Chen Xun, revealing deep contemplation. Upon reaching the area for the lower-ranked disciples, those who saw Chen Xun being brought in began to murmur among themselves, filled with admiration and astonishment. Meanwhile, Nangong Yao, who trailed behind, was overlooked, as the disciples had never encountered him before. "Steward, Chen Xun has been brought in," they announced. Soon, Chen Xun was escorted into the attic, with Nangong Yao entering alongside. Steward Qian Lifu, anxiously pacing, took a deep breath, suddenly turning to Chen Xun, and shouted, "Chen Xun, do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you have caused? If I am reprimanded by the higher-ups, you will certainly not escape unscathed." However, midway through his tirade, Qian Lifu noticed Nangong Yao standing quietly behind him, observing intently. Initially bewildered, Qian Lifu's pupils gradually constricted in disbelief, and finally, his corpulent form collapsed as he fell to his knees, trembling, and stammered, I am but a humble servant. Greeting the esteemed sect master." "What? The sect master?" The two lower-ranked disciples turned pale, collapsing to their knees, their foreheads touching the ground, trembling uncontrollably, their minds utterly blank. Chapter 32. The elder merely plays among mortals at this moment. Qian Lifu's body shook violently, his mind in a haze. He never imagined that the sect master would descend to such a humble place as the servant's peak. Had it not been for his fortunate encounter with the sect master from afar, today would have been disastrous. This was none other than the revered sect master of the Dao Tian sect, a prominent figure in the North Xian cultivation realm, renowned far and wide. The outer disciples rarely set foot on the servant peak, let alone someone of such distinguished status as the sect master. Two servant disciples knelt on the ground, holding their breath, too fearful to stir. At this moment, Nangong Yao, silent and imposing, only intensified the pressure on Qian Lifu and the two disciples. Their bodies drenched in perspiration. Qian Lifu tremulously uttered, "Sect master, your presence at the servant peak is an honor for us. I shall command the disciples to gather." "No need," Nangong Yao interrupted before he could finish. Yes, Qian Lifu hastily acquiesced. Nangong Yao spoke coolly upon entering this pavilion. "Your first words were that you could not spare the elder? Elder? What elder?" Qian Lifu's eyes widened in confusion. His pupils soon constricted sharply. Could the sect master be referring to Chen Xun? Qian Lifu's mind spun in disbelief. Chen Xun was merely a mad mortal. Why would the sect master refer to him as an elder? The two disciples, from the very beginning, had been blank, absorbing none of the conversation. Panic surged within Qian Lifu as he instinctively sought to explain. Yet, before he could articulate a word, Nangong Yao's icy voice sliced through the air, utterly outrageous. Startled, Qian Lifu bowed repeatedly, pleading, "Sect master, please spare me." Nangong Yao, expressionless, cast a glance at Qian Lifu before turning to Chen Xun, bowing respectfully. "Elder, how would you like to proceed?" The tone of this exchange sent Qian Lifu into a state of alarm. How could he comprehend this situation? Chen Xun was undeniably a mad mortal. However, the urgency of the moment did not allow him to ponder further, for his very life rested in Chen Xun's hands. With a chuckle, Chen Xun yawned. "Oh, I haven't had enough sleep yet." Nangong Yao chuckled awkwardly, then turned to Qian Lifu. "Since the elder wishes to rest, lead me to his residence." Hearing this, Qian Lifu initially felt a wave of relief, But upon hearing Nangong Yao's desire to visit Chen Xun's dwelling, despair washed over him anew. It was over. His life was surely in jeopardy. Although he did not fully grasp the intricacies of the situation, it was evident that Chen Xun held significant esteem in the sect master's eyes. The potential consequences of the sect master discovering that Chen Xun resided in a dilapidated shack in the remote west were unthinkable. "Yes, my lord sect master. I shall take you to Elder Chun's residence," Qian Lai Fu said with a bow, his heart already steeped in hopelessness, adopting a mindset of resignation. He had initially contemplated leading Nangong Yao and Chen Xun to a more suitable dwelling, fabricating a tale that it was Chen Xun's abode, believing that a madman might be easily deceived. Yet, under the formidable gaze of Nangong Yao, he dared not lie, even with 100 lives at stake. Thus, guided by Qian Lai Fu, Chen Xun and Nangong Yao departed the pavilion, heading westward. Meanwhile, the two servant disciples remained kneeling, unable to regain their composure for some time. A moment later, they reached the western side of the servant peak. "How could you allow a senior to reside in such a place?" Nangong Yao remarked, gazing at the humble grass hut and taking a deep breath. Qian Laifu, kneeling on the ground, cried out in fear, "Esteemed sect master, spare my life. I was led to believe that Elder Chun was merely a mortal brought by Brother Zhao from the mundane world. The steward, Elder Shun, merely indicated that as long as there was food and shelter, it sufficed. I had no inkling that Elder Chun was connected to you, esteemed sect master. Woe is me." While the accommodations were indeed lacking, Qian Laifu believed he had not skimped on Chen Xun's meals over the past few days. In fact, Chen Xun had the most abundant provisions in the entire hillside, and he had even requested the kitchen to increase the portion sizes. Now, however, Qian Laifu was consumed with regret. He had initially thought that Chen Xun's connection to Zhao Ting was significant, but to discover that he was also linked to the sect master was utterly shocking. This could very well cost him his life. Had he known to take utmost care of Chen Xun, no, Elder Chun, perhaps he would have secured his own fortune as the steward of the servant's peak. Now, not only was that opportunity lost, but even his life might be in jeopardy. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao pursed his lips but said nothing. As a fair-minded sect master, he understood the unpredictability of such matters. Truth be told, the steward of the servant's peak had not committed any grave error. He turned his head to glance at the yawning Chen Xun nearby and bowed slightly, saying, "Elder, I was unaware of your arrival at the Daotian sect. Now that I am informed, you must not remain in this servant's peak. I implore you to reside with me at the Daotian peak." Qian Laifu's eyes widened in shock at this proclamation, his heart racing. Good heavens, Daotian peak. That was the very location of the inner sanctum, the mountain where the sect master dwelt. Generally, even core elders resided at Tianxian Peak and could only ascend to Daotian Peak when significant matters required discussion. Chen Xun shook his head skeptically, casting a dubious glance at Nangong Yao before yawning and darting into the grass hut, leaping onto the bed. From within the hut, Chen Xun's impatient voice rang out, "Go away, I'm utterly exhausted." Nangong Yao was momentarily taken aback, then smiled wryly. He recalled how, atop the Xiahe Peak, the elder's melodious performance had summoned countless butterflies, exuding an air of elegance and transcendence. The current scene, however, starkly contrasted that moment, representing two entirely different extremes. "Elder, please come and stay at Daotian Peak. I cannot bear the thought of you remaining in such a dilapidated place," Nangong Yao urged. Yet, the only response from the grass hut was the sound of Chen Xun's slumbering snores. With a resigned sigh, Nangong Yao turned to leave. Qian Laifu, witnessing the scene from his position on the ground, was filled with trepidation. Who in the Daotian sect would dare treat the sect master in such a manner? Only Elder Chun could do so. No wonder he had been able to leave Tianxian Peak unscathed after causing a ruckus. After a long moment, Nangong Yao bowed slightly and walked outside. Seeing this, Qian Laifu sighed in relief, hastily rising to follow suit. Do not mistake the elder for an ordinary mortal. He merely plays among the world. On the mountain path, Nangong Yao uttered a phrase before vanishing into thin air. "Farewell, esteemed sect master." Qian Laifu hurriedly offered his respectful send-off. Moments later, he stood upright, wiping the sweat from his brow, overwhelmed by the intensity of the encounter. Seeing that the sect master did not punish him, Qian Laifu felt an immediate sense of relief. However, he also comprehended that perhaps the sect master simply regarded him, a mere servant in the miscellaneous peak, with indifference, considering the stature of the sect master. Yet, a sense of pride welled up within him. To have the fortune of conversing so closely with the sect master was truly a fulfillment of his aspirations. Reflecting on the words spoken by the sect master before departing, Qian Laifu's heart quivered. It was no wonder that the sect master displayed such humility towards Elder Chen. It turned out that Elder Chen was no ordinary individual, but rather a person of great renown who lived in seclusion. It was evident that Elder Chen and the sect master must share some profound connection. Indeed, it should have been apparent earlier, with Elder Chen's astonishing appetite. How could he possibly be an ordinary person? Contemplating this, Qian Laifu's anxiety intensified, for it was challenging not to feel apprehensive about such a towering figure. One whom even the sect master treated with respect, residing on the miscellaneous peak. Simultaneously, Qian Laifu resolved to devote his utmost efforts to serve Elder Chen diligently. Chapter 33. The astonishment of Chu Ningchong. On the morning of the second day, Chen Xun was busy tidying up the mountain path. Meanwhile, Qian Laifu was awkwardly bending over, waiting respectfully to the side, saying, "Elder Chen, given your esteemed status, surely you need not engage in such laborious tasks?" Chen Xun glanced at Qian Laifu while continuing his cleaning, playfully sticking out his tongue and exclaiming, "I warn you, do not trouble me." Instantly, Qian Laifu fell silent, feeling a deep sense of frustration. For the past 2 days, he had earnestly attempted to persuade Elder Chen to leave the grass hut, having arranged a more suitable accommodation. Yet Elder Chen remained obstinately unyielding. Moreover, the task of sweeping was one he dared not impose upon Elder Chen, but all his pleas had proven futile. As Chen Xun continued to sweep, he suddenly expressed his displeasure, saying, "Hey, can you stop following me around? It's quite annoying." Startled, Qian Laifu chuckled awkwardly, responding, Yes, I shall take my leave at once." Just then, Zhao Ting came running toward them, calling out, "Chen Xun, Chen Xun." Qian Laifu had never encountered Zhao Ting before, but upon seeing the elegant purple attire he wore, his heart skipped a beat. He was a disciple in purple robes. Instantly, Qian Laifu understood the identity of the newcomer and quickly bowed, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to senior brother Zhao." Typically, Qian Laifu had no opportunity to interact with the purple-robed disciples, and even catching a glimpse of one was rare. However, having recently met the sect master, he managed to steady his nerves. "Brother Chen, today I shall take you to meet my esteemed master. She will surely have much to share with you," Zhao Ting said with a smile as he approached. Meanwhile, Qian Laifu stood by, internally lamenting his own situation. How fortunate he had thought Zhao Ting would distance himself from those of lower standing after becoming a purple-robed disciple. Yet here he was, unexpectedly warm and welcoming. It seemed he had misjudged the situation entirely, doomed to remain a lowly servant of the miscellaneous peak. It appeared the rumors of Zhao Ting standing up for Elder Chen were indeed true. Clearly, Zhao Ting regarded Elder Chen as a friend. Moreover, it was worth noting that Zhao Ting likely remained unaware of the true significance of this friendship, as Elder Chen was someone worthy of the sect master's respect. Of course, Qian Laifu refrained from voicing any of this. It was not his place as a mere servant to speak on such matters. Chen Xun scratched his head. Upon witnessing the situation, Zhao Ting swiftly seized Chen Xun's broom and tossed it to Qian Laifu nearby, urging Chen Xun to depart. "Oh dear Chen, let us hasten. We must not keep our master waiting." Qian Laifu observed the two departing figures, then glanced down at the broom in his hands, quietly beginning to sweep the ground. At that moment, several servant disciples passed by, astonished by the scene unfolding before them. Good heavens, what has possessed the usually idle fat deacon? The servant disciples remained oblivious to the underlying circumstances, as the two servants who had encountered Nangong Yao days prior kept the details to themselves, fearing to disclose anything. At Tianxian Peak, within the punishment hall, Zhao Ting led Chen Xun inside, where they found Chu Ningchong already present. "Master, Chen Xun has arrived," Zhao Ting announced with a bow. Chen Xun, glancing at Chu Ningchong, wore a mysterious smile. Chu Ningchong, however, paid little heed. She was already aware of Chen Xun's fundamental circumstances through Zhao Ting. Moreover, Chen Xun's unique existence had become widely known throughout the sect. Stepping forward, Chu Ningchong scrutinized Chen Xun and remarked coolly, "Chen Xun, you ought to feel fortunate. The events that transpired at the martial arena on Tianxian Peak days ago. And yet the sect master chose to pardon you with such ease. Had it not been for Zhao Ting's persistent pleas, this elder would not have intervened on your behalf." Zhao Ting's expression shifted slightly, but he refrained from speaking. Chu Ningchang turned her gaze to Zhao Ting and stated, I can assist your friend, but you must remember, as you embark on your path to immortality, having just begun to cultivate your spirit, you must focus intently on your practice and not be swayed by external distractions. Zhao Ting immediately bowed, affirming, disciple shall remember. Nodding, Chu Ningchang extended her hand to grasp Chen Xun's wrist, intending to take his pulse. However, in the next moment, her pupils constricted, and she recoiled as if struck by an electric shock, gazing at Chen Xun in disbelief. Zhao Ting, noticing her reaction, inquired with a mix of confusion and concern, Master, what is the nature of Chen Xun's affliction? Is it treatable? Chu Ningchang concealed her trembling hand behind her back, a detail unnoticed by Zhao Ting. Taking a deep breath, she fixed her gaze on Chen Xun and commanded, Zhao Ting, you may leave. Understood, Zhao Ting replied, not daring to defy her, and after a final glance at Chen Xun, he exited the punishment hall in haste. Chu Ningchang focused intently on Chen Xun, asserting, you are no ordinary person, claiming to infiltrate the Dao Tian sect with some ulterior motive. When she had taken his pulse, her heart had raced momentarily, her palm feeling as though it had been struck by an arc of electricity. Chu Ningchang suspected that Chen Xun's apparent madness was merely an act. After all, he too was a cultivator, and a remarkably formidable one at that. Chen Xun regarded Chu Ningchang with suspicion, muttering, crazy. You. Chu Ningchang paused, her expression neutral. Yet irritation bubbled within her. She, the one deemed insane, indifferent to her. Chen Xun withdrew an unmarked book from his robe, fervently perusing its pages while humming a tune, swaying as he made his way toward the exit. This elder has not dismissed you. If you do not disclose your intentions for infiltrating the sect today, you shall not leave the punishment hall, Chu Ningchang remarked coldly, observing as Chen Xun persisted in his departure. Chu Ningchang's gaze turned icy as a bundle of ropes materialized in her hand. Chanting an incantation, the ropes emanated a ghostly light, resembling a flying serpent as they darted towards Chen Xun. Crack! Just as the ropes were about to reach Chen Xun, they inexplicably shattered into countless pieces. Falling to the ground, Chu Ningchang took a step back, letting out a soft groan, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Her expression towards the figure before her underwent a complete transformation. A formidable presence. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ningchang dared not impede Chen Xun any further. Instead, she swiftly retrieved a talisman, infused it with spiritual energy, and, once it illuminated, gravely declared, Sect Master, there is a powerful individual infiltrating our sect. It is my disciple Zhao Ting's enigmatic friend, Chen Xun. My binding spirit lock was on the verge of reaching him when it was utterly obliterated. Meanwhile, within Daotian Peak, Nangong Yao listened to Chu Ningchang's message. Initially, his expression was cold, but upon hearing it was Chen Xun, he couldn't help but break into a wry smile. Oh, Senior Chen, it seems there is no cause for alarm. Although Chu Ningchang had not elaborated fully in her communication, Nangong Yao surmised the essence of the situation. Presumably, Zhao Ting had accompanied Senior Chen to seek Chu Ningchang's medical assistance, leading to this incident. Nangong Yao also produced a talisman, infused it with spiritual energy, and coolly remarked, Elder C, do not panic. That is Senior Chen. Let him do as he wishes. You must not obstruct him, lest you provoke his displeasure and bring misfortune upon yourself. Our sect lacks the capacity and the courage to rectify your mistakes. At the punishment hall on Tianxian Peak, Chu Ningchang stood frozen upon hearing Nangong Yao's words. Chapter 34. The Passage of Time and the Sly Elders Outside the Punishment Hall. Zhao Ting inquired eagerly upon seeing Chen Xun emerge. Brother Chen? Yet. Chen Xun remained immersed in his silent contemplation, humming a tune as he descended the mountain. Zhao Ting was momentarily taken aback and was about to chase after him when Chu Ningchang stepped out of the punishment hall and called out, Zhao Ting. Zhao Ting halted in his tracks, promptly turning to bow respectfully, Master. Chu Ningchang nodded, her gaze lingering on Chen Xun's retreating figure. Her lips moved as she asked, How did you come to know your friend? Would you share the details with me? Believing his master wished to understand Brother Chen's condition, Zhao Ting replied, Master. It was merely a chance encounter between us. He then recounted the circumstances of their initial meeting in meticulous detail, even relaying Chen Xun's original words regarding his spiritual potential and appearance of an immortal cultivator. Zhao Ting concluded with a sigh, the very next day after we met. Brother Chen suddenly lost his sanity, yet he still faintly recognized me. Chu Ningchang nodded slowly, her eyes flickering as she regarded Zhao Ting, appearing as though she had more to say but hesitated. Zhao Ting, bewildered, nervously asked, "Master, is there a remedy for Brother Chen's condition?" Observing Zhao Ting's anxious demeanor, Chu Ningchong sighed internally, uncertain whether Zhao Ting's association with the enigmatic senior Chun, whom even the sect master treated with caution, would prove to be a blessing or a curse. In truth, Chu Ningchong herself harbored numerous doubts. For instance, who exactly was this senior Chen? How did the sect master come to know him? And many other questions lingered in her mind. Chun Ningchong closed her eyes and said, "Zhao Ting, you need not worry about your friend. Have you ever considered that he is no ordinary person?" After speaking, she left the bewildered Zhao Ting and turned to enter the hall. Having just suffered a backlash, she needed to tend to her injuries. Though she did not show it in front of Zhao Ting, outside the punishment hall, Zhao Ting remained in a daze, truly unable to comprehend her words. After a long while, he recalled something and smiled wryly. Ah, right. He had forgotten to mention to his master that Chen Xun hailed from a family of cultivators. Indeed, he was not ordinary. Did his master perceive this? In his first year at Daotian's sect, Chen Xun's days consisted of eating, sweeping, sleeping, and repeating this cycle. Apart from his slumber, Qian Lai Fu incessantly followed Chen Xun, inquiring about his well-being and even suggesting multiple times that Chen Xun change his residence. Yet all such propositions were gently dismissed by Chen Xun. Disciples on the mid-slope of the miscellaneous peak gradually noticed the unusual treatment Chen Xun received from the stewards, which was exceedingly generous, bordering on the abnormal. Someone, having learned that Chen Xun was a friend of Zhao Ting, a disciple of the purple robe, was taken aback, and everything made sense. No wonder. However, one must wonder, could such favoritism truly exist within a sect governed by strict hierarchies, especially for a purple robe disciple? It was only later that many disciples witnessed Zhao Ting and Chen Xun engaged in casual conversation on the mountain path, which led them to fully believe it. They could not help but sigh. Although Chen Xun was a mad mortal, he was indeed fortunate to have such a devoted friend like Zhao Ting. During this time, Zhao Ting also began to shine, revealing his innate talent and benefiting from the resources of the sect. In half a day, he drew spiritual energy into his body. In 10 days, he reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, and in 100 days, he laid a solid foundation, creating a remarkable tale. His prodigious talent astonished the Daotian sect, particularly the disciples of the miscellaneous peak, who acutely felt the pressure of his extraordinary abilities. A foundation established in a mere 100 days. The achievements of a purple robe disciple within such a short span were dreams unattainable for the miscellaneous disciples in their entire lifetimes. People are inherently different. This is the reality, and Zhao Ting was undoubtedly a genius. Even among the purple robe disciples of Tianxian Peak, his 100-day foundation was unprecedented. Thus, Zhao Ting's talent was evident. Listening to the praises of the other elders, Chu Ningchong felt a sense of pride, especially on the day of his foundation establishment. The sect leader Nangong Yao personally attended, smiling as he offered Zhao Ting a commendation. "You are remarkable." Speaking of Nangong Yao, despite his busy schedule as the sect leader, he frequently found the time to secretly visit Chen Xun in the grass hut on the western side of the miscellaneous peak, always bringing fine wine. Although Chen Xun often spoke in riddles, his occasional profound remarks profoundly inspired and shook Nangong Yao, to the point where the leader felt his own understanding subtly shifting. Grateful to the point of tears, Nangong Yao regarded Chen Xun as a sage, one far beyond his own reach. After each enlightening encounter, Nangong Yao would bow deeply to Chen Xun, eventually addressing him as master. In Nangong Yao's heart, Chen Xun's status grew increasingly elevated, resembling a mentor on his path of cultivation. The miscellaneous peak, a place he had previously never set foot in, mysteriously transformed into a sanctuary for learning and enlightenment. As Nangong Yao frequented the servant peak, though discreetly, the disciples remained oblivious, yet the core elders gradually took notice. The 4th elder, Chu Ningchong, was already aware of Chen Xun's uniqueness. However, the fervor with which the sect leader Nangong Yao regarded that esteemed figure still astonished her, rendering Chen Xun increasingly enigmatic in her eyes. By the end of the 1st year, some disciples of the servant peak had reached their limit, solitary and desolate, departing from the Daotian sect to return to the mundane world. In contrast, Zhao Ting had achieved the mid-stage of foundation building, a pace that could be likened to flight. One evening, Nangong Yao visited the thatched cottage on the western side of the servant peak once again. Although winter had arrived, the sacred mountain where the Dao Tian sect resided had not seen snow, perpetually basking in a spring-like climate, with the incessant chirping of insects in the wilderness. Chen Xun sat on the ground, shaking his head and rambling incoherently. Nangong Yao seated himself beside him on the earth, unperturbed by the untidiness. Attentively listening to Chen Xun's nonsensical babble, occasionally brightening up, nodding in agreement, and exclaiming, "What you say, esteemed sir, holds merit." When Chen Xun yawned and retreated into the cottage, the sounds of deep slumber soon emanated from within. It was only then that Nangong Yao regained his senses, slowly rising to bow towards the cottage before stepping outside. As per usual, upon reaching the densely vegetated mountain path, Nangong Yao prepared to ascend and leave the servant peak. However, just as he was about to depart, his gaze shifted, and he remarked with irritation, "A bunch of sneaky individuals, why don't you show yourselves?" The air fell silent. With a rustling sound, a group of core elders awkwardly emerged from the nearby bushes. They exchanged glances, some clearing their throats, others shifting their eyes, all wearing expressions of guilt. Nangong Yao turned to face the elders, particularly looking at Lu Yunjian, and said coolly, with such stealth, "Do you think you can deceive this sect? How audacious of you all to conspire and follow me." Indeed, all 9 core elders were present. Lu Yunjian, noticing the gazes of the other elders upon him, could only cough lightly and say, "Ahem, sect leader, you misunderstand us. We would never dare to follow you. We simply thought it was a fine evening and wanted to appreciate the scenery of the Servant Peak, and encountering you was purely coincidental." Chapter 35. The elders' astonishment. Nangong Yao nodded, surveying them and commenting, "To gather for the scenery of the Servant Peak, how cultured of you, esteemed elders." A forced laughter ensued among the elders. Lu Yunjian, with a strained smile, inquired, "Are you also here to enjoy the view, sect leader?" Nangong Yao's countenance turned cold. "What? Has the Grand Elder taken it upon himself to oversee my actions?" Lu Yunjian hurriedly bowed. "I dare not. You misinterpret, sect leader. Yunjian and the elders were merely curious. Just asking, ahem, asking." Nangong Yao narrowed his eyes. "Very well. I shall take my leave to Daotian Peak. If you elders wish to enjoy the scenery, please do so." With that, he made to depart. "Hey, sect leader," Lu Yunjian quickly called out. Nangong Yao turned, casting a glance at the elders, and coldly inquired, "Enough with the pretense, speak plainly. Why have you come here?" Lu Yunjian glanced back at Chunyangchang, then lowered his head cautiously and said, "Over the past year, we have noticed that the sect master frequently visits the Servant Peak. Today, my curiosity truly compels me to come and see for ourselves." The second elder, Lu Xianin, and the third elder, Jiang Bailu, exchanged awkward glances. It had been a year. They were not blind. The Servant Peak seemed to have transformed into a sanctuary, with the sect master visiting quite diligently. Initially, some elders had contemplated coming alone or in pairs to investigate, but apprehension held them back, fearing to invoke the ire of Nangong Yao. Thus, they convened today to collectively make their visit. Surely, the sect master would not express anger towards the core elders. The elders had already gleaned some insights from Chunyangchang. Previously, when they first noticed the sect master's unusual behavior, she had remarked, "There is a remarkable person at the Servant Peak." The elders were immediately taken aback. A remarkable person at the Servant Peak? Upon further inquiry, Chunyangchang refrained from divulging more, mindful of Nangong Yao's presence. At this moment, seeing the elders gazing at him with anticipation, Nangong Yao could only shake his head helplessly. He clasped his hands toward the direction of the thatched cottage and stated, "Very well. I shall reveal to you that I frequently visit the Servant Peak to pay my respects to a master." What? The elders were struck dumb with astonishment, and Chunyangchang's heart skipped a beat. If memory served, the sect master had previously referred to this individual as a senior. Little did they expect that a year had passed, and the title had deepened. To be addressed as master by the sect master signified an extraordinary individual. In the realm of cultivation, those of higher realms are often addressed as seniors, while equals or unknowns are referred to as fellow practitioners. The term master carried profound respect. Who could this esteemed figure be at their Dao Tian sect's Servant Peak? When did he arrive, and why did he reside here? Naturally, what piqued the curiosity of Lu Yunjian and the other elders the most was the identity of this remarkable individual. Their minds were filled with questions. Nangong Yao smiled and inquired, "Do you all remember the day Zhao Ting was conferred the purple robe?" except for Chun Yangchang. The expressions of Lu Yunian and the others turned bewildered. They certainly recalled the day Zhao Ting received the purple robe. It was only a year ago, and the incident involving a crazed mortal had etched the memory deeply. Suddenly, it appeared that the elders noticed a crucial detail. They directed their gazes toward Nangong Yao, seeking answers. Nangong Yao remained silent, merely nodding gently. Observing this, the elders' pupils gradually constricted. It was he. The master spoken of by the sect master was indeed him. No wonder everything fell into place. During the ceremony for the conferment of the purple robe, in the presence of various sects and powers, such an incident had occurred. Anyone else would have faced dire consequences. Yet, the sect master had casually brushed it aside with a mere sentence. That incident had troubled the elders for quite some time, and today they finally received their answer. Lu Yunian was momentarily dazed, stumbling slightly. Fortunately, Lu Xianin and Zhang Bailu quickly supported him on either side. "Elder, are you all right?" Lu Xianin asked with concern. The rest of the group shared their confusion. Only then did Lu Yunjian's pale face reveal his anxiety as he murmured, "Sect leader, did I inadvertently offend that esteemed senior the other day? I truly did not mean any disrespect. Had I known of their identity beforehand, I would never have dared to act in such a manner." The others immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. Nangong Yao sighed in resignation, stating, "Do not fret, elder. As you mentioned, had you been aware beforehand, ignorance is no sin. We shall find an opportunity to personally apologize to the esteemed one." Lu Yunjian sighed in relief. Feeling considerably lighter, Zhang Bailu suddenly interjected, "Sect leader, I recall that the esteemed senior is a friend of Zhao Ting, correct? How could Zhao Ting possibly be connected to such a figure? If the esteemed senior treats even you with such formality, then although Zhao Ting is now a disciple in purple robes, the disparity in status remains vast." Observing the confusion among the crowd, Chu Ningchang elucidated, "I have some insight into this matter. My disciple, before becoming a cultivator, fortuitously encountered Senior Chen a day prior to our sect's recruitment." Nangong Yao and the elders nodded in understanding. It became apparent that Zhao Ting was indeed a person of immense fortune. Not only was his innate talent remarkable, but to have fortuitously met that esteemed senior was truly a sign of great destiny. However, one must wonder if Zhao Ting still perceives this acquaintance as merely a mortal. "Sect leader, what then could have caused Senior Chen to?" An elder began cautiously. Although the question remained unvoiced, everyone understood the implication. They merely sought to inquire about the reasons behind Senior Chen's peculiar state. Nangong Yao shook his head and replied, "Not at all. You are overlooking the essence of the matter. The esteemed one is not mad. He merely engages with the world in his own whimsical manner." As he spoke, a look of nostalgia flickered in Nangong Yao's eyes as he continued, "You may not be aware, but upon returning from the southern heavens, we traversed a secluded mountainous area where we encountered the esteemed one. At that time, he was not as he is now, but rather meditating atop the mountain, serenaded by celestial music that summoned numerous birds and butterflies, a true portrayal of an otherworldly being." The elders' gazes sharpened, their ears perked in rapt attention. It was evident that this was the moment when the sect leader had first met Senior Chen. As they absorbed the sect leader's description, a sense of longing appeared in their eyes. Nangong Yao continued, "At that moment, I was inspired to approach and introduce myself. Alas, the esteemed one simply remarked that our meeting was but a chance encounter and then vanished like grains of sand, truly an ethereal experience." Nangong Yao's expression turned grave as he remarked, "You may not understand, but such feats are beyond our Yuan incapabilities. Even a transformation god could not replicate such phenomena. Having reached the pinnacle of Yuan Ying and having undergone the tribulation of transformation, Nangong Yao possessed profound insights regarding the capabilities at that level." The elders were left speechless, their astonishment palpable. From the sect leader's accounts, it was clear that this esteemed senior was indeed extraordinary. Such individuals exist in this world. Now, the hour grows late, and the esteemed one must rest. Do not disturb them further. Follow me as we depart." Nangong Yao gestured dismissively. The elders bowed in acknowledgement, yet their minds remained restless, unable to quell the tumult of thoughts within. Chapter 36. In the blink of an eye. 3 years of chaos in the north in the second year of Chen Xun's tenure at the Daotian sect. He continued to engage in the mundane routines of daily life, eating, sweeping, and sleeping. Nangong Yao frequently visited the thatched cottage, appearing almost like a diligent student, eager to absorb Chen Xun's teachings. Each utterance from Chen Xun, though seemingly the ramblings of a madman, often struck a profound chord with Nangong Yao. Notably, there were occasions when Nangong Yao arrived alone, while at other times, he brought along elders from the sect. Over time, the core elders grew increasingly familiar with Chen Xun. With deeper interactions, they began to comprehend why the sect leader revered him as a master. For some times, Chen Xun's words resonated within the elders' minds like the resounding toll of a great bell or like a clear spring flowing into their hearts, offering invaluable insights. The seemingly nonsensical proclamations from Chen Xun were unlike anything the elders had encountered before, yet they committed every word to memory. For instance, a tree as mighty as a hug is nurtured from a tiny sprout. A towering platform of 9 stories arises from accumulated earth. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Initially, the elders were perplexed, but upon careful reflection, they recognized these sentiments as profound truths. Cultivating immortality is a gradual journey, necessitating a grounded approach and continuous accumulation to ultimately achieve the great path. Consider also, to know others is intelligence. To know oneself is true wisdom. To conquer others is strength. To conquer oneself is true power. To the elders, this conveyed that the path of cultivation requires not only understanding others, but also a deep self-awareness, urging one to transcend desires and weaknesses to attain the great path. Furthermore, the Tao gives rise to 1, 1 gives rise to 2, 2 gives rise to 3, and 3 gives rise to all things. This particular notion left the elders in awe, as it emphasized that the Tao is the origin of all existence, and a cultivator must strive for unity with the Tao. Additionally, heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. The sage is likewise indifferent, regarding the populace as mere fodder. This statement struck a profound blow to the elders on a spiritual level, reminding them that cultivators must rise above the mundane perceptions of good and evil, approaching all things with an equitable heart, devoid of bias or discrimination. Yet, upon reflection, it is evident that the world of cultivation has long set itself apart from the ordinary. Cultivators, often elevated in stature, claim to be detached from the secular world to avoid its taint, yet they often regard common folk as insignificant, disdainful of their origins. Each cultivator originates from the realm of mortals, yet many disdain their former selves. What could be the reason for such a paradox? This is a matter worthy of contemplation. From Chen Xun's teachings, Lu Yunjian and the other core elders reaped significant benefits, achieving clarity on many matters, and their resolve in the Tao grew ever stronger. Consequently, whenever Lu Yunjian and the other elders encountered Chen Xun, they would respectfully address him as master from the depths of their hearts. During the second year, Zhao Ting advanced to the later stages of foundational cultivation, and his rate of progress finally began to decelerate significantly. He now required considerable time to solidify his foundation, as the path to forming a core posed a substantial threshold demanding utmost caution. While Zhao Ting had swiftly ascended in the initial stages, aided by the sect's resources, the challenges following the later stages of foundational cultivation would not permit such rapid advancements. Each subsequent breakthrough would demand years, even decades, or perhaps a century. After each retreat, Zhao Ting would seek out Chen Xun to share his joyful news. On several occasions, Nangong Yao and the elders were present outside the thatched cottage, and upon sensing Zhao Ting's approach, they hastily concealed themselves to avoid detection. In the shadows, Nangong Yao and his companions observed Zhao Ting and Chen Xun, their camaraderie eliciting a twitch of the eyelids and a silent reprimand for their lack of decorum. Consequently, they turned their attention to Chu Ningchong, discreetly inquiring, "Fourth elder, your disciple possesses commendable talent, yet his social conduct requires refinement." Each time this occurred, Chu Ningchong could only respond with a helpless expression, awkwardly reiterating, "Ignorance is no crime." However, upon returning, she would inevitably chastise Zhao Ting with a darkened countenance. As for Zhao Ting, he remained utterly bewildered, pondering what mischief he could have possibly caused upon his emergence from seclusion to warrant such rebuke from his master. As the year drew to a close, many disciples from the miscellaneous peaks reached their limits and departed from the sect to lead mundane lives. Yet, it was likely that with some meager cultivation, their existence amidst the common folk would still hold a certain splendor. With the departure of some disciples, others ascended to the outer sect. Although the numbers were scant, it marked a significant development. The newly promoted disciples would continue to pursue the elusive path of cultivation, a noble endeavor in place of those who had vacated the sect. Perhaps, in the end, the pursuit of immortality would prove equally elusive, rendering them indistinguishable from the masses. But what of it? In the third year since Chen Xun's arrival at Daotian sect, turmoil erupted in the northern Xian cultivation realm. The long-standing equilibrium between righteous and demonic sects was abruptly shattered by the outbreak of war. Ignited by the revelation of a demonic sect's abduction of righteous sect disciples for blood servitude during their missions. A particular righteous sect, troubled by the repeated disappearances of its disciples, sought answers from the demonic sect, only to discover that over half of the high-ranking officials from the northern Xian demonic sect had convened to conspire. When confronted, the demonic sect, unrepentant, resorted to extreme measures, imprisoning the high-ranking representatives and all accompanying disciples from the righteous sect in their blood servitude hall. Thus, an uproar ensued in the northern Xian cultivation realm, as righteous sects vowed to retaliate against the demonic sect. However, the latter, unashamed and emboldened, revealed their vicious fangs. During this third year, righteous sect disciples frequently vanished, with each incident attributed to the malevolent forces. Although the righteous sects had previously united to confront the demonic sect, their efforts faltered over 6 months due to the latter's formidable unity, while many unaffected righteous sects remained indifferent to the plight. By the end of the third year, the conflict subsided, yet all recognized this tranquility as merely a temporary respite, a mere pause before the storm. The entire northern Xian cultivation realm languished in the stillness preceding the impending tempest. The major righteous sects imposed strict prohibitions on their disciples from venturing outside, though such measures could not endure indefinitely, as they severely impeded the sect's development. In the short term, this was manageable. However, prolonged restrictions would inevitably lead to resource shortages. Consequently, as time elapsed, numerous righteous sects could no longer sustain the prohibitions and reluctantly lifted them, allowing stewards or protectors to discreetly venture out. Little did they anticipate that the demonic sect had already deployed individuals to surveil them day and night, poised to strike at the slightest hint of movement, ready to execute their abductions. Despite being led by the deacon's protective force, each sect has suffered considerable losses. The righteous faction, in its desperation, has no choice but to issue another prohibition, resulting in a stalemate. At the Daotian sect, the atmosphere is quieter than in previous years. The miscellaneous disciples remain occupied with menial tasks and cultivation. Although their roles are insignificant, they find themselves in a relatively safe position, as they are not dispatched for missions. In contrast, the disciples and elders of the Xian and Di peaks wear somber expressions, their minds preoccupied and devoid of the will to cultivate, often glancing toward Daotian Peak with a mix of hope and trepidation. At this moment, within the cabinet of Daotian Peak, Nangong Yao and a group of core elders sit in silence, the atmosphere heavy with gravity. Taking a deep breath, Nangong Yao speaks first. In a few days, it will mark nearly a year since the clash between the righteous and demonic paths of Beixian, will it not? The elders nod solemnly, their expressions grave. Who could have anticipated that the once stable Beixian would suddenly face such turmoil? It is no wonder that the major demonic sects had remained docile. They were secretly plotting all along. Moreover, during this year, the Daotian sect has also endured significant losses. After a moment of silence, Nangong Yao calmly requests, "Bring forth the list." Lu Yunjian, taken aback, promptly retrieves and hands over a document. Upon seeing the list, the elders exchange glances, their lips pressed together in silence. Nangong Yao takes the list, opens it, and reads aloud. 215 outer disciples missing, 24 inner disciples missing, 1 purple-clad disciple missing. The elders let out a deep sigh, pain evident in their eyes. It is well understood that being missing implies they have been captured by the demonic sects to become blood slaves. Jiang Bailu suddenly stands, her heart aching as she exclaims, "Sect Master, we must rescue Jingyao. If this continues, Jingyao's life may be in peril." The Jingyao she refers to is her true disciple, Su Jingyao, who was captured by a demonic sect during an outing and has since vanished without a trace. The elders sigh deeply, their expressions a mix of despair, anger, and helplessness. The primary issue remains that they still do not know which demonic sect has taken these disciples, leaving them feeling utterly powerless. Could the Daotian sect confront the entirety of the Beixian demonic factions alone? That is utterly impossible. While the Daotian sect is indeed a first-rate righteous sect in Beixian, it is not the strongest among them. Even if it were the mightiest, it would still lack the capability to contend with the entire demonic path. The purple-clad disciples are invaluable. There are only 15 in the Daotian sect. Yet now the harsh reality is laid bare, and options are limited. If they could accurately identify which demonic sect abducted their disciples, they would have already sought justice. Nangong Yao furrows his brow slightly and states coldly, "Third Elder, please remain calm. This matter requires careful deliberation. It is true that Jing Yao is a purple-clad disciple and your true disciple, but do not let your emotions cloud your judgment." As he speaks, Nangong Yao shakes the list in front of Jiang Bailu with emphasis, declaring, "Are not the 215 outer disciples and 24 inner disciples also treasures of our Daotian sect? What good does urgency serve? As the sect master, I am even more anxious than you." Chapter 37 Discussion on going out. As Nangong Yao's words fell, a sense of shame washed over Jiang Bailu, who could only bow and admit her fault before despondently taking her seat. The elders, including Lu Yunjian, observed this and wished to offer words of comfort. Yet they found themselves at a loss for how to begin, their hearts heavy with sorrow as well. "Master, the resources of our sect are currently depleting at an alarming rate. If this continues, in a mere 2 months, the disciples and elders may find themselves unable to receive their monthly allocation of spirit stones," Lu Yunjian expressed with a bitter countenance. The sect had imposed a ban on outings for quite some time now, leading to a severe imbalance in resource consumption and replenishment. At any time, resources are the cornerstone of sustaining the sect's equilibrium, yet this balance has been disrupted. Of course, there remains a substantial cache of hidden resources within the Daotian sect, but such resources can only be utilized in times of dire crisis, and the present circumstances have not yet reached that critical juncture. Nangong Yao fell silent, contemplating deeply. "Master, in my opinion, it may be prudent to lift the ban. It has been a considerable duration since its imposition, and I refuse to believe that there are still traps laid by the demonic sect nearby. Moreover, those of the demonic sect must surely harbor some trepidation towards our Daotian sect," Second Elder Lu Xianin stated resolutely. Jiang Bailu quickly concurred, "I support this view. Recently, I ventured outside the sect and conducted discreet patrols in the vicinity, yet I found no trace of the demonic sect." Lu Yunjian interjected coolly, "The 2 elders are being presumptuous. Currently, the demonic sect operates in secrecy while we remain exposed. It is worth noting that if they possess adept concealment techniques, they would not be easily discovered." Upon hearing Lu Yunjian's reasoning, Lu Xianin and Jiang Bailu were momentarily taken aback, their expressions turning sour. The ban cannot be lifted under any circumstances. Suddenly, Nangong Yao spoke. "Our sect does possess a method that, while it may not restore balance to our resource reserve, can extend the operation of the sect for a while longer." The elders exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain how operations could be sustained without lifting the ban. Did he intend to draw upon the hidden resources? Nangong Yao tightened his grip on the list in his hand and said with gravity, "Fifth Elder, Ninth Elder, heed my command." At once, the 2 elders rose from their seats and approached the center of the hall to bow respectfully. The elder on the left, the 5th Elder, was Wang Tianfu, a venerable man with white hair. The elder on the right, the 9th Elder, Zhou Tong, appeared youthful, having consumed a youth-preserving elixir. Nangong Yao nodded and instructed, "After you depart, you 2 shall select some disciples and elders from the human Xian Peak and Earth Xian Peak to go out, and you will personally lead them." Upon hearing this, the elders were taken aback, but nodded slightly in agreement. In such a time, having 2 core elders lead a portion of the inner and outer disciples was indeed a prudent measure. The elders quickly grasped the implications of the Master's earlier words. This approach could indeed temporarily sustain the operations of the sect. As for why the Master chose the 5th and 9th elders, the elders swiftly realized the reasoning. There was no need to elaborate on 9th Elder Zhou Tong, who possessed a treasure-seeking spirit pet, the Xianhuang rat, making him exceptionally suited for leading an expedition. As for 5th Elder Wang Tianfu, he was capable of dispatching the strongest elders, as Lu Yunjian, Lu Xianin, Jiang Bailu, and Chu Ningchang were often preoccupied with affairs within the sect. Understood. Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong bowed in acknowledgement. Just as the 2 were about to depart from the cabinet, a sudden remark from Chu Ningchang halted their steps. "Master, shall we not dispatch any disciples in purple robes this time?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of pain and shock crossed Jiang Bailu's eyes, while the other elders with true disciples averted their gazes. What a jest! One purple-robed disciple has already been captured by the demonic sect. How valuable are these disciples? There is no possibility of sending out another. Nangong Yao expressed his surprise. Elder 4, what do you mean? Chu Ningchong replied respectfully, Master, my disciple Zhao Ting has been deeply engrossed in his cultivation for many years and has reached a bottleneck. Might I request that Elders 5 and 9 take him along? At this, Nangong Yao's eyes flickered. However, before he could respond, the elders became restless, voicing their objections. Absolutely not, Elder 4. Zhao Ting is the most talented disciple among us. How can you consider sending him out during such perilous times? Indeed, Zhao Ting is far too important. He should remain safe within the sect. Humph. Chu Ningchong retorted coldly. I, as Zhao Ting's master, am willing to let him venture forth, yet you elders refuse? The elders fell silent. Chu Ningchong continued. If you elders are unwilling to send forth your own true disciples, what is your intent in obstructing mine? After speaking, she turned her gaze to the contemplative Nangong Yao and stated earnestly, Master, with elders 5 and 9 leading the way, it is certainly safer. Furthermore, if I may speak candidly, purple-robed disciples are still disciples. They should not be overly cherished. They must be tempered. The path of cultivation is fraught with uncertainties and dangers. If they never endure trials and hardships, spending years in a sheltered environment, how can their character develop? The elders nodded in agreement, unable to counter her argument. Feeling a sense of shame within, Jiang Bailu spoke solemnly, Elder 4, my disciple has already been taken by the demonic sect, and his fate remains uncertain. What if Zhao Ting encounters misfortune as well? Chu Ningchong replied nonchalantly, it is not that I, as his master, do not cherish my disciple. I merely wish to convey that if Zhao Ting were to truly face misfortune, it would be his fate. The path of cultivation offers no smooth journey. Jiang Bailu was taken aback, falling silent, as he felt that he was lacking in comparison to Chu Ningchong in this regard. Very well, let Zhao Ting venture forth as well. Although he has entered the world of cultivation not long ago, and his progress has been rapid, he lacks experience and is still akin to a child. Elders 5 and 9 will take good care of him along the way. At this moment, Nangong Yao spoke. Agreed. Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong nodded in reply. The elders sighed, having no further arguments, as they truly did not know how to respond. For Chu Ningchong's words had struck a chord within them. After Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong left the cabinet, they proceeded to inform the responsible elders of Xianfeng and Dichuan peaks, conveying the master's orders to gather a group of disciples outside the mountain gate. Upon hearing this, the elders of the two peaks hurriedly agreed and began selecting disciples for the expedition. Upon returning to the Hall of Punishments, Chu Ningchong shared the news with Zhao Ting. Expecting him to be apprehensive, to her surprise, he was exceedingly excited. After bidding farewell to Chu Ningchong, Zhao Ting soared towards the mountain gate on his sword. After 3 years, he was no longer the unskilled mortal he once was, but a true cultivator at the late stage of foundational establishment. As Zhao Ting soared through the air on his sword, he pondered the lack of urgency in the moment and decided to alter his course towards the Servant's Peak. Upon arriving at the Servant's Peak, a disciple caught sight of the figure gliding through the skies and promptly bowed, addressing him as senior brother. Only rising once the figure vanished into the western horizon. The disciples exchanged wry smiles, who in the realm of the Servant's Peak did not recognize Zhao Ting. The esteemed disciple in purple robes? He often visited to check on Chen Xun, a routine that had become commonplace for them. Chapter 38. The 3-year term has concluded. Chen Xun regains clarity. Chen brother, Zhao Ting exclaimed upon reaching the thatched cottage. However, upon entering and finding Chen Xun peacefully slumbering on the bed, he could only shake his head, deciding against waking him. Chen brother seems to be enjoying a comfortable life, sleeping soundly every day, Zhao Ting murmured, his gaze drifting around the cottage, revealing a tinge of helplessness. Over the past 3 years, he frequently wished to provide Chen Xun with a better living situation, but alas, Chen Xun was utterly disinclined to listen. Given Zhao Ting's current status and position, it would have been a trivial matter to secure a more suitable residence for his friend. Alas, Chen brother, the northern Xian realm is in turmoil, and the demonic path runs rampant. Our Daotian sect has lost numerous disciples, including Sister Su, who has fallen into the clutches of the dark forces. I am to accompany the elders on an expedition, and though I cannot predict the dangers that lie ahead, I, Zhao Ting, remain unafraid. Sister Su has always treated me well. If I could vanquish a few demonic cultivators, it would alleviate the turmoil in my heart. Zhao Ting's voice trailed off, his expression vacant as he spoke to himself. In truth, these were thoughts he would only share with Chen Xun, as having a confidant to unburden his worries provided some solace. At that moment, Zhao Ting felt a warmth in his bosom and promptly retrieved a communication talisman, which echoed with the voice of Elder Wang Tianfu. Zhao Ting, we are merely waiting for you. Hasten to the mountain gate. Yes, Elder Wang, Zhao Ting responded, his demeanor shifting as he quickly complied. He glanced at Chen Xun, then retrieved several jars of exquisite wine from his storage ring, placing them on the wooden table before swiftly departing the cottage and soaring away on his sword. Once Zhao Ting left, Chen Xun slowly opened his eyes, revealing a rare clarity. He spoke softly to himself. In 5 days, another 3 years will have passed. With that, a flicker of light danced in his eyes, clarity fading as a manic smile emerged. At the mountain gate, the assembly stood in formation. This expedition comprised 2 core elders, 1 outer gate elder, 1 inner gate elder, 100 outer disciples, and 20 inner disciples. At that moment, the elders and disciples of both gates regarded Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong with respect, astonished by the sect master's sudden decree to have the 2 core elders lead the expedition, a true honor indeed. With such esteemed leaders at the helm, the disciples felt a profound sense of security. A figure glided down on a sword, landing gracefully at the mountain gate, garnering the admiration of the gathered disciples. The newcomer, adorned in celestial purple robes, was none other than the belated Zhao Ting. I apologize for my tardiness, he addressed Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong with a respectful bow. Not at all, Wang Tianfu replied with a calm smile. Zhou Tong nodded in agreement, for how could they hold any grievance against Zhao Ting, the most gifted disciple of the Daotian sect? As the assembly observed the amiable demeanor of the 2 esteemed elders towards Zhao Ting, a wave of envy washed over them, silently acknowledging the undeniable prowess of brother Zhao. Shenhe gazed at Zhao Ting with a sense of pride. In merely 3 years, Zhao Ting had blossomed into such an accomplished individual. Indeed, the elder accompanying the inner sect on this expedition was none other than Xun himself, who had ascended 3 years prior and had now reached the golden core stage. Well, since everyone is gathered, let us embark, declared Wang Tianfu as he turned, his sleeves sweeping gracefully. In that instant, a magnificent spirit vessel materialized in the air. This vessel was unlike Xun's former flying artifact. It was a specialized aerial treasure of the Daotian sect, known as the Tianzhou. The Tianzhou was extraordinary. Not only could it accommodate a larger number of passengers and travel at greater speeds, but it also possessed formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Board the Tianzhou, Wang Tianfu commanded, and the assembly ascended with the swiftness of a swarm of locusts. The vessel began to vibrate, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the distance amidst the watchful gaze of the disciples guarding the mountain gate. On board the Tianzhou, the disciples maintained a serious demeanor, tinged with a hint of tension as they gazed downwards. The surrounding expanse, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles, was the territory of the Daotian sect, and it would take considerable time to traverse. During this journey, caution was paramount, for the lurking dangers of the demonic sect could strike at any moment. At this juncture, Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong sat cross-legged on the vessel, eyes closed as they meticulously expanded their spiritual senses to scan the surroundings. The first few thousand miles posed little threat. The demonic sect would not be foolish enough to set an ambush so close to their base. However, as they ventured farther from the sect, the likelihood of encountering traps set by the demonic sect increased significantly. As the Tianzhou sped further away from the Daotian sect, the elders aboard became increasingly vigilant. Meanwhile, concealed within the hidden forests below, numerous demonic cultivators lay in wait, their cold, piercing gazes fixed on the approaching vessel. Ah, the Daotian sect, bold enough to send disciples forth. Surely, their resources must be dwindling. Otherwise, they would not dare take such risks, one of them remarked. Elder Yu, we are now a considerable distance from the Daotian sect. At your command, we shall strike, another urged. Patience, patience, Elder Yu replied. The speed of the Tianzhou is remarkable. If we hesitate, we may lose our chance. Listen to this, Elder. Now is not the time to act. If my suspicions are correct, the sect's leader is likely observing from the shadows. What should we do then? Calm yourselves. We have been waiting here for many days. A little more time is inconsequential. Let the Daotian sect's people depart safely. Before the anxious demonic cultivators could inquire further, Elder Yu darkly chuckled, they will return. Will they not? That will be the opportune moment to strike. The demonic cultivators were momentarily taken aback, their hearts exclaiming in admiration. Indeed, this elder possessed keen intellect. As time flew by, 5 days had elapsed. On this particular day, Nangong Yao, seeking diversion, visited the humble abode of Chen Xun situated on the western edge of the miscellaneous peaks. Upon arriving, he found Chen Xun seated and indulging in a drink, which surprised him slightly. There was a distinct tranquility about his master that was markedly different from his usual demeanor. Without further contemplation, Nangong Yao approached and bowed respectfully. "Master, Nangong has come again." Chen Xun took a sip of wine and looked up with a smile, saying, "My humble abode is rather dilapidated, and I lack sufficient chairs. Would you mind joining me on the grass?" Nangong Yao froze momentarily and slowly raised his head, meeting the warm gaze of the young man before him. After a brief moment of astonishment, his eyes transformed into delight. "Sir, you." Chen Xun gently lifted his chin and gestured towards the grass, inviting him to sit. Nangong Yao quickly nodded and seated himself on the ground opposite Chen Xun, his joyful gaze occasionally drifting towards the ethereal figure of Chen Xun. He felt an inner thrill. Yes, this was the essence of it. It has returned, all returned. The gentleman he encountered years ago atop that small riverside peak was indeed of such a transcendent demeanor. Out of nowhere, Chen Xun conjured another wine cup and tossed it to Nangong Yao. Startled, Nangong Yao hurriedly caught it. And when he saw Chen Xun reaching for the wine jug to pour for him, he was taken aback, quickly snatching the jug away. "I can pour it myself. How could I trouble you, sir?" Chen Xun merely smiled faintly and acquiesced to his insistence. Chapter 39. A treat delivered to the door after taking a sip. Nangong Yao remarked, "Sir, while this osmanthus wine is decent, it hardly befits your esteemed status. Later, I shall bring a few jars of fine wine from the Daotian Peak." He had previously delivered quite a few bottles of wine to the gentleman, and now seeing him drinking this osmanthus brew, he surmised that the other wines must have been consumed. Chen Xun smiled, but said nothing. The osmanthus wine had been sent by Zhao Ting earlier. Subsequently, Chen Xun and Nangong Yao enjoyed their drinks amid the secluded mountains, engaged in idle chatter. Nangong Yao did not dispel the effects of the wine with his spiritual energy, leading to a hazy gaze and a flushed complexion. Feeling a bit tipsy, he lamented, "Sir, the realm of cultivation in the North Xian has been thrown into chaos lately. The demonic sect runs rampant, abducting countless disciples from righteous sects to become blood slaves. Even our Daotian sect has lost several disciples, including one in a purple robe. Alas, as the sect leader, I feel a sense of guilt. May I ask, sir, what should I do?" Chen Xun nodded slightly. He had heard about this matter from Zhao Ting before. He replied with a calm smile, "Why not unite the righteous sects and confront the demonic sect in battle?" Nangong Yao offered a wry smile. "If only it were as simple as you suggest, sir. Unfortunately, the righteous sects in the North Xian cannot seem to come together as one." Chen Xun spoke softly, "If that is the case, your righteous sects will inevitably be gradually devoured by the demonic sect. By the time the righteous sects realize the gravity of the situation, it may already be too late." Nangong Yao nodded, his expression turning slightly grave. Such an occurrence must not be allowed to transpire. Throughout history, the balance between righteousness and evil in the North Xian has been maintained. Should the demonic sect come to dominate, not only would the righteous sect suffer, but even the common folk would face calamity. Although the righteous sects may regard mortals as insignificant, beneath their contempt, the demonic sect sees them merely as sustenance. Historically, it has been the presence of righteous sects that has deterred the demonic sect from extending its grasp over the mundane world. Ultimately, the balance maintained by the righteous sects is not solely for the benefit of the common people, but also for their own interests. After all, should mortals suffer, there will be no fresh blood to replenish the realm of cultivation. Nangong Yao regained his composure and shifted the topic, saying, "Sir, your accommodations here are rather rudimentary. I implore you to consider staying at Daotian Peak." In response, Chen Xun glanced at the thatched cottage behind him and chuckled, "No need for that. What is lacking? As the saying goes, a mountain need not be high. It is renowned when inhabited by a deity. A river need not be deep. It is spirituous when dragons dwell within. I find it quite satisfactory." As he spoke, Chen Xun finished his drink, rose, brushed off the dust from his trousers, and picked up a broom, heading outside. Nangong Yao was taken aback and quickly stood up, inquiring, "Where are you off to, sir?" "To sweep, of course." I cannot partake in the hospitality of Daoshenzong without contributing, Chen Xun replied. Nangong Yao gazed at the retreating figure, momentarily stunned, and couldn't help but smile wryly. Murmuring to himself, what a splendid sentiment. A mountain need not be high. It is renowned when inhabited by a deity. Truly, he is a remarkable individual. Chen Xun diligently swept from halfway up the mountain down to its base. Upon ensuring the pathway was clean and tidy, he tossed the broom aside, clasped his hands behind his back, and with a graceful motion, arrived at the entrance of Daoshenzong. After spending 3 years confined within its bounds, he now cherished the clarity of mind and sought to explore the surroundings. As he ambled through the vast expanse of Daoshenzong's territory, he occasionally smiled and admired the breathtaking scenery, reflecting on the commendable choice of location for the sect. Although he walked leisurely, each step he took traversed 1,000 miles. Upon reaching a certain point, a smile crested his lips as he slowed his pace even further. Meanwhile, a group of hidden demonic sect cultivators detected Chen Xun's presence. Elder Yu, another individual has emerged from Daoshenzong, one of the demonic cultivators exclaimed. In the shadows, the gaze of the others turned curious as they observed the young man's attire, which did not resemble that of any Daoshenzong disciple or elder. More astonishingly, the aura he exuded was that of a mortal. What is happening? Why is a mere mortal emerging from the direction of Daoshenzong? Could it be that this mortal inadvertently wandered into our territory from elsewhere? If so, how unfortunate for him to have stumbled upon us, they murmured. Elder Yu, what do you say we capture this mortal and indulge in a little bloodletting? A taste of human blood would surely satiate our cravings. One demonic cultivator licked his lips, greed evident in his eyes. The others shared the same glint of excitement, salivating at the prospect. Having languished in ambush for so long, the arrival of a delightful morsel was an opportunity not to be missed. Elder Yu, the one referred to as such, regarded the scene with a flickering gaze, occasionally scanning the surroundings. Let us not act impulsively. This mortal's appearance is too peculiar. It could very well be a scheme devised by Daoshenzong to bait us into revealing ourselves, he cautioned. Upon hearing this, the demonic cultivators exchanged glances, skepticism evident. Surely Daoshenzong would not resort to such underhanded tactics? They are a righteous sect. Such schemes are typically our domain, one remarked. Elder Yu scoffed dismissively, stating, righteous or not, it is all nonsense. For the sake of their own interests, what would they not do? We simply exhibit our intentions more overtly. The demonic cultivators nodded in agreement. Yet some remained unconvinced. While certain righteous sects might engage in dubious activities, Daoshenzong had maintained a commendable reputation over the years. In summary, the practitioners of demonic cultivation did not perceive this mortal as part of the Daotian sect's conspiracy. Yu Sha, sensing the expressions of the demonic cultivators, retorted with irritation. It seems you all are merely eager to quench your thirst for blood. How pathetic! What worth does a mortal's blood hold? Once we return, there will be plenty of blood slaves for your indulgence. One embarrassed demon cultivator chuckled awkwardly. Hee, Elder Yu, we understand the reasoning. But my brothers simply wish to satisfy their cravings. At that moment, the demonic cultivators noticed that the mortal was approaching their direction. Hadn't he been walking straight just a moment ago? Why had he suddenly turned towards them? The demonic cultivators found themselves perplexed. Yu Sha furrowed his brow, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Elder Yu, could it be that he has discovered us? One demonic cultivator mused, for this was indeed an unusual occurrence. They had set up a concealment array, rendering them completely invisible to the mortal's eyes. Yu Sha relaxed his brow slightly and replied, it is impossible for him to have found us. He must merely be wandering in our direction. The demonic cultivators nodded in agreement, their eyes lighting up with anticipation. The opportunity was practically presented to them. If they did not seize this chance to drink his blood, it would be an utter disappointment. Conversely, one could not help but feel sympathy for this unfortunate mortal, whose luck seemed exceedingly grim. Truly, a sheep entering the lion's den. Soon, under the avaricious gazes of the demon cultivators, Chen Xun had approached within a yard of them, just a few steps away from crossing the concealment array. Just as the demonic cultivators began to smirk and rub their hands in eager anticipation, they were taken aback to see the mortal suddenly halt just outside the array. What does this mean? Why has he stopped? One of them exclaimed. Calm down. The little snack is right before us. He cannot possibly escape now. Yet, confusion set in. Why had the mortal turned suddenly, paused at the array, and not advanced any further? Could it be that our concealment array has failed? Can he see us? No, the array is functioning perfectly. The demonic cultivators debated among themselves. But Yusha's brow knitted once more, for he felt as though the young man outside the array was staring directly at him. Just as the demon cultivators grew impatient and contemplated seizing Chen Xun, he touched his chin and spoke. What are you all whispering about over there? The collective reaction of the demonic cultivators was one of shock. As they stumbled backward in disbelief, their faces displaying utter incredulity. Did he truly see them, or was he merely talking to himself? However, they dared not deceive themselves any longer. They believed the former to be true, as the coincidence was too uncanny. At that moment, even Yusha felt a chill creeping down his spine, his heart racing with discomfort. Gritting his teeth, he inquired, "Can you see us?" Chen Xun nodded, "Of course." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the demonic cultivators shifted dramatically, their gaze towards Chen Xun transforming entirely. This was no mere mortal. Moreover, their concealment array was supposed to be impenetrable to anyone below the divine transformation stage. The realization sent a shiver down their spines. Yusha swallowed hard and exclaimed, "How is that possible? Our concealment formation." Before he could finish, Chen Xun pointed at the invisible barrier before him and said, "Oh, is this what you mean?" With a gentle poke, the barrier shattered into fragments and dissipated. Immediately, the array flags nearby exploded with a resounding boom, collapsing haphazardly to the ground, utterly destroyed. At this moment, Yusha and the other demonic cultivators turned pale, their eyes reflecting sheer terror as they gazed at Chen Xun. Could it be that he has reached the transformation stage? With a thud, Yusha's legs weakened, and he knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The hundreds of demonic cultivators followed suit, collapsing to their knees as fear overtook their hearts. Why? Why would a senior of the transformation stage appear in the territory of the Daotian sect? They had never seen or heard of such a figure before. "Senior, spare us," Yusha stammered. Chen Xun smiled faintly. "Did you not wish to drink my blood? I have come forth, yet now you hesitate?" The demonic cultivators nearly fainted from fright. Indeed, the concealment array had failed to obstruct even their whispered intentions. Sensing that there was no room for negotiation, Yusha and the others instinctively considered resistance. But faced with the young man's serene smile, they could muster no courage. Seeing that this group of demonic cultivators was too frightened to speak, Chen Xun lost interest and turned to leave. Very well. Yusha and the others sighed in relief, as though all strength had been drained from their bodies. Collapsing on the ground and watching Chen Xun depart, we bid farewell to the senior. Suddenly, Yusha and the others felt their hearts constrict in fear as they witnessed the young man in the distance. The wooden sword on his back suddenly shot into the sky, piercing upward like a beam of light, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down their spines. In the next moment, hundreds of heads soared into the air, only to fall to the ground shortly after. Each face bore an identical expression of terror, despair, their eyes wide open in horror, never to close again. With a swift motion, the wooden sword returned to its sheath behind Chen Xun, once more enveloped in silence. Chen Xun paused briefly, then continued walking away without looking back, casually remarking, "I had no desire to hold you accountable, but if my sword shows no mercy, then there is little to be done." Upon exiting the territory of the Daotian sect, Chen Xun inadvertently stumbled upon a spirit market. What is a spirit market? It is a trading place for cultivators, where one can purchase items with spirit stones or exchange goods. As long as one possesses spirit stones, a plethora of resources for cultivators can be found within. Upon entering the spirit market, Chen Xun attracted numerous surprised and flickering gazes. Most cultivators there wore hats, veils, or even masks, for treasures found in the market could easily draw unwanted attention. Thus, a figure like Chen Xun, who appeared so openly, was indeed a rare sight, eliciting astonishment. Unfazed by the multitude of eyes upon him, Chen Xun proceeded onward. The patrons of the spirit market were predominantly wandering cultivators, with only a handful belonging to cultivation families or sections. This indirectly highlights the challenges faced by solitary cultivators. For individuals like Zhao Ting, joining a sect provides a more convenient access to resources. Nevertheless, every choice has its advantages and disadvantages. Solitary cultivators possess their own merits, while those who join a sect enjoy their own benefits. At the very least, disciples of a sect do not possess the same freedom as solitary cultivators. The spirit market was exceptionally tranquil, with only the sounds of footsteps and hushed whispers breaking the silence. The cultivators tending their stalls were likewise quiet, with none calling out to attract business. Indeed, it was a stark contrast to the mundane world. Chen Xun rarely paused at a stall, but this time, he halted before one that piqued his interest. The treasures within the market seemed like mere dross to him, losing his interest after a mere glance. Yet this particular stall was different. It was selling wine. At that moment, a masked cultivator sat at the stall. Upon noticing Chen Xun lingering, he opened his eyes and, upon realizing the young man bore no disguise, appeared momentarily taken aback. "You are quite an intriguing person," the cultivator remarked. Chen Xun surveyed the wine on display and replied with a smile, "What do you mean by that?" The cultivator continued, "In such a vast spirit market, it seems you are the only one unmasked." Chen Xun squatted down, picked up a wine jug from the stall, uncorked it, and brought it to his nose. "What difference does it make whether one is masked or unmasked?" he inquired. The cultivator hesitated before responding, "It makes no difference. I truly admire your boldness." With a slight smile, Chen Xun raised the wine jug. "This wine is quite remarkable. I would not have expected such quality in this secluded spirit market. This wine," he mused, "was even superior to that gifted by the sect leader Nangang Yao." The cultivator's eyes brightened. "Ah, you possess an appreciation for fine wine?" Chen Xun replied. "At the very least, it has a rich and fragrant aroma, with a blend of over 100 ingredients, yet the scent remains pure. Moreover, this wine must have aged for many years." The cultivator regarded Chen Xun with growing admiration. Chen Xun then asked, "What is the price of this wine? I would like to purchase it." To his surprise, the cultivator waved his hand and said with a smile, "You are quite an interesting person and knowledgeable about wine. I will gift you this jug, considering it a gesture of friendship." Chen Xun was momentarily astonished and regarded the cultivator with a meaningful glance. "Are you certain you wish to befriend me?" The cultivator paused, then quickly replied, "Do you suspect that I have ulterior motives?" Chen Xun shrugged with a casual smile. "Come now, how many spirit stones?" Reluctantly, the cultivator stated, "Then you may offer 100 low-grade spirit stones." "So inexpensive?" After paying, Chen Xun took the jug of wine and strolled further into the market, sipping as he walked. The cultivator gazed down at the 100 spirit stones, then looked up at Chen Xun's departing figure, his eyes flickering with intrigue. After a while, having completed his exploration, Chen Xun exited the spirit market. As he did so, several cultivators who had been watching him immediately followed suit. The cultivator who had sold him the wine also hurriedly packed up his stall and exited with haste. With a buzzing sound, the air rippled, and Chen Xun emerged through a translucent barrier. Turning around, he saw nothing but the wilderness. The spirit market had vanished from sight. One can only imagine that if a mortal were to inadvertently enter the spirit workshop, they might mistakenly believe they had encountered a ghost and be terrified to death. Chen Xun took a sip of the myriad flavors of the human realm and remarked, "The name of this wine is indeed apartment. With each taste, I experience the sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy. It embodies the myriad flavors of humanity." Having said this, Chen Xun continued on his way, utterly unconcerned by the throng of cultivators pursuing him from behind. A group of about 10 cultivators exchanged glances, each aware of the other's intentions, which were nothing short of murder and treasure-seeking. From the moment Chen Xun entered the spirit workshop, he had attracted their attention. When he casually spent 100 spirit stones on a pot of wine, the cultivators immediately regarded him as a prime target for plunder. Spending such an extravagant amount on a mere pot of wine without a hint of hesitation revealed his immense wealth. "Humph, fellow friends. Let us each rely on our own skills from here on out," remarked a masked cultivator. With that, he swiftly pursued Chen Xun, prompting the others to follow suit with sharpened gazes. As these 10 or so cultivators chased after him, the cultivator who had sold the wine to Chen Xun also emerged from the spirit workshop. He quickly changed into another robe and, frowning, hastened after them. Chen Xun walked leisurely, unfazed, until he soon heard the scattered sounds of hurried footsteps and the whoosh of air slicing past him. Before long, the group of cultivators reached Chen Xun, blocking his path. "Halt!" Chen Xun stopped, holding the wine pot and smiling with a cupped fist. "What is the meaning of this?" "Esteemed friends?" The cultivators, taken aback by Chen Xun's nonchalance, exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. "Still laughing? Are you unaware of the peril you face?" One of them scoffed. "When did such a gem appear in the northern Xian cultivation world? To brazenly enter the spirit workshop is one thing. But to squander spirit stones on a worthless wine without a trace of caution is another. Such a novice in the realm of cultivation is simply infuriating. Chen Xun, puzzled, inquired, "What is it that you find amusing?" "Naturally, we laugh at your foolishness. With those spirit stones, you would be better off offering them to us," one cultivator retorted. Chen Xun frowned, glanced at the wine in his hand, and then smiled. "Thank you for the reminder. I shall be more cautious next time." The cultivators laughed even harder. "This truly is an imbecile. Can you not see our intentions? Next time indeed. We doubt you'll live to see another." Chen Xun responded with a grin. "However, this cannot be deemed worthless wine. I feel that spending 100 spirit stones on it was a bargain. After all, spirit stones are indeed precious. But fine wine holds even greater value." The cultivators paused, their patience wearing thin, their expressions turning sinister. In an instant, like a pack of wolves, they lunged at Chen Xun. The hidden cultivator, seeing that Chen Xun did not dodge or evade, assumed he was frightened. With a swift motion, he retrieved a talisman, infused it with spiritual energy, and hurled it into the fray. Fiery curse, swift. The talisman flew with great speed, suddenly exploding and engulfing the surrounding cultivators in flames, causing them to writhe and scream in agony. Seeing this, the hidden cultivator dashed forward, seizing Chen Xun's arm, and soared into the air, departing from the scene. Within mere moments, the group of cultivators was reduced to ashes. "Fellow cultivator, why did you not evade earlier?" asked the hoarse-voiced practitioner as he stepped out from the mountains. Chen Xun retorted, "If I am not afraid, why should I evade?" The cultivator was momentarily taken aback, a hint of alarm flickering in his heart as he scrutinized Chen Xun, only to realize that there was not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from him, resembling an ordinary mortal. However, it was likely that he had employed some concealment technique. The cultivator forced a wry smile and said, "It seems I was overly cautious. After all, one would not brazenly appear in the spirit market without some skill." Chen Xun raised the wine jug in his hand and chuckled, "Not overly cautious at all. I just finished savoring the myriad flavors of the mortal realm. Do you have any left? I would like to purchase a few more jugs." Upon hearing this, the cultivator instinctively took 2 steps back, exclaiming, "You actually recognized me?" It was noteworthy that she had deliberately altered her voice moments ago, yet here she was, unmasked. This was quite remarkable. In the cultivator's eyes, Chen Xun had begun to appear inscrutable. Chen Xun merely smiled and replied, "What is so surprising? I also know that you are not male." The cultivator gasped in astonishment, staring at Chen Xun. After a prolonged silence, she removed her hood, revealing cascading violet hair like a waterfall, and then took off her mask, exposing a delicate face with strikingly alluring features. Ji Mengli, now speaking in a distinctly feminine voice, gave a wry smile and said, "You truly are an extraordinary individual." Chen Xun remained silent, merely shaking the empty wine jug he held. Ji Mengli promptly produced a bottle and handed it over, stating, "You need not pay with spirit stones, for it is rare to encounter someone who appreciates wine as you do, so consider it a gift." During their time in the spirit market, Ji Mengli had discerned that he could identify over 100 types of wine merely by scent, indicating his deep understanding of the craft. Chen Xun, however, pulled out a handful of spirit stones and pressed them into her hands, saying with a smile, "I cannot be in your debt." Ji Mengli, taken aback, was perplexed but reluctantly accepted the spirit stones, asking, "I am Ji Mengli. May I know your name, friend?" Chen Xun replied, "Chen, as in old stories, and Sun, as in seeking." Ji Mengli nodded, committing the name to memory, and sighed, "I merely wish to find a kindred spirit in wine, to share a drink and unburden some troubles. Would you be willing to join me for a cup, Brother Chen?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xun drew back the myriad flavors of the mortal realm he had just purchased, saying, "I would be willing, but since it was your suggestion to drink, I shall take on the role of a listener. Therefore, the next round of drinks shall be on you. Is that not fair?" Ji Mengli was momentarily stunned. She had never encountered anyone quite like him. However, she found it genuinely amusing and soon broke into a smile, saying, "That is indeed fair." Subsequently, Chen Xun and Ji Mengli found a secluded lakeside and settled down in a dilapidated pavilion. Ji Mengli brought out 4 or 5 jugs of the myriad flavors of the mortal realm, but when she attempted to take out the wine cups, Chen Xun gestured to stop her. Confused, Ji Mengli listened as he said, "The scenery is splendid. Why need we wine cups? This myriad of flavors is best enjoyed directly from the jug. Is it not delightful?" Ji Mengli glanced at the view and smiled. Indeed, it is splendid. Chapter 42. The Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect. Ji Mengli, what is the origin of this myriad of flavors? Chen Xun inquired, savoring a sip and smacking his lips. Ji Mengli smiled and cupped her hands. It is but humble talent from Mengli. Chen Xun regarded her for a moment and replied, there is indeed talent. Continuing, she remarked, the ingredients for brewing the myriad flavors of wine are not easily obtained. They are interwoven with the essence of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, scattered across the vast expanse of the world. You might as well sell them to me at a discount. Ji Mengli's eyes sparkled as she spoke. What you say is indeed true, Brother Chen. In the early years, to brew these earthly flavors, I traversed the entirety of Beixian, and even ventured to the ethereal snowy plains beyond Beixian for a particular ingredient, nearly losing my life in the process. Chen Xun nodded, teasingly commenting, who would have thought that a woman like you would be a connoisseur of wine? Such a rarity. Ji Mengli laughed heartily. I am unworthy of such praise. Despite her femininity, Ji Mengli possessed a bold and spirited demeanor reminiscent of a man. However, her laughter soon faded, and a cloud of melancholy shadowed her exquisite features as she said, wine is a splendid thing. When one is enveloped in its embrace, many sorrows can be forgotten. Chen Xun shook his head. Indeed, but it is ultimately fleeting, is it not? Ji Mengli murmured, perhaps fleeting is not so bad. Observing her, Chen Xun fell silent, engrossed in his drink and the scenery. Ji Mengli continued, Brother Chen, upon learning my name, you exhibited neither surprise nor fear, suggesting you have not heard of me. Chen Xun smiled. It is not that I am devoid of surprise or fear. Rather, there is nothing in this world that can evoke such feelings in me. Ji Mengli was taken aback. This air of arrogance was quite striking. She shook her head in resignation, thinking that Chen Xun must have indulged in too much wine. Speaking foolishly, if I were to reveal that I hail from the demonic sect, would you be afraid? Ji Mengli inquired, her voice tinged with concern. Chen Xun cast a sidelong glance at her, chuckling. Even if the King of Heaven stood before me, I would not flinch. What is a mere demonic sect in comparison? Ji Mengli was left speechless, glancing towards the sky and signaling him to be quiet. Hush, Brother Chen, such blasphemous words should not be uttered. As cultivators, we are most wary of the heavenly Tao. You truly are intoxicated. Chen Xun shrugged, unconcerned. Ah, Ji Mengli sighed, taking a hearty swig from the wine jug. Wiping her mouth before continuing, I often resent myself for being born into the demonic sect. You see, Brother Chen, the brutality of the demonic sect is appalling. These past few years, I have roamed freely, reveling in my independence, yet not long ago, the sect summoned me back. Chen Xun casually remarked, if you detest the demonic sect, why return? I am bound by circumstances, Ji Mengli replied with a bitter smile, then turned to Chen Xun, stating with difficulty, I am the holy maiden of the great Yin demonic sect, and the sect leader is my biological father. As she spoke, Ji Mengli observed Chen Xun closely, only to find his expression unchanged, unfazed by her revelation, which astonished her further. Was he truly unperturbed? Chen Xun then said, as the holy maiden of a demonic sect, and with a sect leader for a father, you must have been accustomed to the sect's ways from a young age. Why then do you harbor such thoughts? Ji Mengli pursed her lips and remarked, while it is not uncommon for cultivators to engage in fierce battles against one another in the realm of cultivation, I have witnessed the abduction of ordinary people for the purpose of alchemy and sorcery. The victims included the elderly, women, and children, some as young as a mere few years old. I vividly recall one child, who was dragged and thrown before the alchemical furnace, desperately crying out to me, Sister, I do not wish to die. It was from that day forward that I developed a profound aversion to the demon sect. During my travels, I concocted the myriad flavors of the mortal world. Chen Xun nodded slightly, feeling an unexpected bitterness in his wine. He had not anticipated that these earthly flavors would carry such profound significance. Ji Mengli sighed. Now, for reasons unbeknownst to me, the North Xian demon sect has resumed the practice of abducting righteous disciples to turn them into blood slaves. The conflict between the righteous and the demonic factions is bound to culminate in a full-scale war. I surmise that my father summoned me back for this very reason. Chen Xun remained silent, a quiet lament echoing in his heart. The vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. A person of benevolence born into a demonic sect embodies the whims of fate. However, Chen Xun, having lived countless years, had witnessed the myriad forms of existence and felt little emotional upheaval. "What will you do upon your return?" he inquired. Ji Mengli lowered her gaze. "What must be done will be done. My life has been irrevocably bound to the demon sect, making escape nearly impossible." Chen Xun smiled gently, rising to his feet. "It is getting late, so I shall take my leave." Ji Mengli hurriedly stood, saying, "I am grateful, Chen brother, for your patience in listening to my troubles today. It has brought me some solace. Should you wish to visit, you are always welcome at the Da Yin demon sect. Let us see how circumstances unfold." Chen Xun replied before departing the pavilion, gradually fading from sight. Ji Mengli watched him go, a sense of regret lingering in her heart. After all, a true friend is worth 1,000 cups of wine. This Chen Xun was an enigmatic figure, carefree and elusive, truly a remarkable person. Sighing softly, Ji Mengli left the pavilion and soared into the sky, heading toward her sect. A few days later, in the territory of the Dao Tian sect, a group of returning elders and disciples stood in shock before a scene of carnage, bodies strewn across the ground, heads that would never close their eyes again. At first glance, there were hundreds of headless corpses. Zhao Ting, having never encountered such a sight, turned pale and fought against the urge to retch. The inner and outer disciples were equally horrified, their pupils contracting in fear. Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong exchanged grave glances as they surveyed the scene. All these corpses belonged to demon cultivators. Suddenly, Wang Tianfu spotted a head and exclaimed, "Yusha. That appears to be Yusha from the Da Yin demon sect." At the mention of the Da Yin demon sect, everyone shuddered, for it was renowned among the northern demon sects as a formidable entity. Zhou Tong's expression shifted, and he hurried over for a closer inspection. The fifth elder was indeed correct. This is truly the fourth elder of the Da Yin demon sect. Yusha? It was evident that these demon cultivators had lain in wait, as the destroyed array flags attested. They must have set this ambush while the Dao Tian disciples were away, likely hoping to catch them off guard upon their return. Although Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong were core elders, the sheer number of demon cultivators present, especially with the formidable Yusha leading them in the mid-stage nascent soul realm, rendered the outcome uncertain should they be ambushed. Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong exchanged a glance, their hearts heavy with trepidation. It was evident to them that the group of demonic cultivators known as Yusha had been annihilated in an instant, without any semblance of resistance. The manner in which each decapitated body lay, the smoothness of the severed necks, spoke volumes. Who could be responsible for such a feat? Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong swallowed hard, their thoughts drifting to the possibility that the disciples of Dao Tian's sect who had gone missing might have been abducted by the dying demonic sect. With this thought in mind, Wang Tianfu commanded, "Disciples, heed my order. Gather all the bodies and return to the sect immediately." Yes. Chapter 43. The Agreement. The celestial vessel swiftly glided into Dao Tian's sect. After instructing the elders of both the inner and outer sects to return to their respective peaks with the disciples, Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong steered the celestial vessel towards Dao Tian Peak. Not long after the returning disciples reached their peaks, news spread that a group of demonic cultivators from the Dayan demonic sect had laid in wait, only to be completely decimated by a mysterious, powerful entity. Shocked discussions erupted across the peaks. Upon returning to Tianxian Peak, Zhao Ting recounted the events to his fellow purple-clad disciples, who were equally astounded. Meanwhile, within the inner cabinet of Daodian Peak, Nangong Yao and 9 core elders were gathered, their eyes coldly fixed upon the neatly arranged hundreds of corpses on the ground. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly solemn. The sect master, Jing Yao, and those disciples must have been abducted by the Dayan demonic sect. It is a well-known fact that Yusha is the 4th elder of the Dayan demonic sect, Jiang Bailu exclaimed, pointing at the corpses with righteous indignation. The elders bowed their heads, their fists clenched within their sleeves. The 3rd elder's assertion rang true. It was almost certain that the Dayan demonic sect was behind the recent attacks on Dao Tian's sect. However, the elders were perplexed as to who, apart from those hidden demonic cultivators, could have executed such a decisive strike. Sect Master, when the 9th elder and I returned, we discovered these numerous decapitated bodies of the Dayan demonic sect. Surrounding the corpses were destroyed array flags, and it appeared these bodies had been dead for some time. Wang Tianfu stated solemnly. Just as the elders were racking their brains in confusion, Nangong Yao, who had been furrowing his brow, suddenly relaxed and remarked, "If our sect's conjecture is correct, it must be the master." The master? The elders' hearts raced. Wasn't the master usually residing at the miscellaneous peak? over the past 3 years. Apart from his appearance at the Tianxian Peak Martial Arena, he had seemingly never left the miscellaneous peak. Nangong Yao smiled and said, "The day before yesterday, I went to the miscellaneous peak to seek out the master, but I did not find him. I surmised that he had left the sect. What the elders do not know is that the master, for some reason, has reverted to the appearance he had when we first encountered him." Oh, the elders were taken aback, wide-eyed in astonishment. If what the sect master said was true, and the master had indeed left the sect recently, it was entirely plausible that he was responsible for these events. Otherwise, it was difficult to fathom who else could possess the strength to instantaneously slay hundreds of demonic cultivators, including Yusha. While the sect master could certainly defeat these demonic cultivators, he could not achieve such instantaneous annihilation. Moreover, the concealed array set by the demonic sect was exceedingly clever and difficult to detect. We shall inquire with the master to uncover the truth. Upon this, Lu Yunjian could not help but inquire, "Sect master, has the master returned?" Nangong Yao shook his head. "Our sect has not ventured to the miscellaneous peak in recent days, so I am unaware of the master's return." The elders, filled with curiosity, yearned to ascertain whether it was indeed the master's influence at play, for they had never witnessed the enigmatic master in action. Nangong Yao took a deep breath and solemnly declared, "Our immediate concern lies with the Dian demon sect. Previously, we were unaware of which demon sect targeted our Daotian sect, leaving us powerless. However, now that we have clarity, we must not remain idle." Upon hearing this, the elders' expressions turned grave. Lu Xinin asked, "Sect master, what course of action shall we pursue next?" Before Nangong Yao could respond, Jiang Bailu interjected angrily, "Humph. What else is there to do? We must directly assault the Dian demon sect. How dare they provoke our Daotian sect? We shall surely cleanse the Dian demon sect in blood." Lu Xinin hesitated, then replied somberly, "Elder Jiang, do not underestimate the Dian demon sect. In the North Xin region, they are a formidable sect. If we recklessly attack, the only outcome will be mutual destruction. Moreover, with the current turmoil in North Xian, if our sect suffers significant damage at this juncture, the consequences would be dire." Jiang Bailu's lips moved, but she sighed and fell silent. Nangong Yao, casting a helpless glance at the two, then addressed the Grand Elder. Lu Yunjian stepped forward and bowed, "Present." Nangong Yao pondered for a moment before instructing, "Immediately draft a missive to the Dian demon sect, stating that 3 days hence, our sect's leader shall meet with the leader of the Dian demon sect at the White Fox Ridge." Lu Yunjian complied, "Understood." The other elders nodded in agreement. Grasping the sect master's intent, should the Dian demon sect agree to surrender Jingyao and the other disciples, a great battle could be averted. However, if they refused, conflict would be inevitable. At noon, in the cafeteria of the miscellaneous peak, Chen Xun took a portion of food and sat down, eating leisurely. The miscellaneous disciples gazed at him in astonishment. Was this truly Chen Xun? Had he not always devoured his meals ravenously, consuming enough for dozens? What had transpired today? Was he in a foul mood? Yet soon, the disciples began to realize that Chen Xun was indeed different from their previous impressions. He seemed to have returned to a state of normalcy. One disciple approached tentatively, holding a tray, and with a hint of reverence, called out, "Chen Xun?" Although Chen Xun was but a mortal, no disciple dared to provoke him at the miscellaneous peak. They treated him with utmost respect. For he was a friend of Zhao Ting, and their camaraderie had long been evident to the miscellaneous disciples, who admired them from afar. Chen Xun paused his chopsticks, turned his head, and smiled gently. "What is it?" The disciple's eyes widened in surprise, and he hastily waved his hand, nervously chuckling. "Ah, nothing, nothing." He then retreated with his tray, whispering to his fellow disciples, their gazes filled with astonishment. The madman who had raged for 3 years had suddenly returned to normalcy. What a marvel! Eating was merely eating, why all the murmuring? "Hurry and finish your meals, and return to work." Just then, the portly steward Qian Lifu arrived, bellowing, "Enough chatter." Many disciples, startled, quickly finished their meals, set down their trays, and fled in disarray. Qian Lifu let out a cold huff, and upon noticing Chen Xun, his expression shifted. He immediately rubbed his hands together and approached with a lowly, respectful tone, inquiring, "Senior, how do you find the meal? Is it to your taste?" To the eyes of the outer disciples, Qian Lifu's behavior seemed entirely normal. They believed he was merely seeking to ingratiate himself with Chen Xun and establish a connection with the esteemed brother Zhao Ting of the purple robes. Chen Xun smacked his lips, gesturing with his chopsticks toward the dishes on the platter, remarking, 6 dishes and a soup. This fare is quite satisfactory. Qian Laifu stumbled back, his face a mask of astonishment, not due to Chen Xun's evaluation of the meal, but rather his demeanor. This. Qian Laifu swallowed hard and cautiously continued, as senior, you. Chen Xun, well aware of what Qian Laifu was implying, merely smiled. After setting down the platter in the washing area, he departed, leaving Qian Laifu standing there, utterly incredulous. Finally, he sighed in wonder, indeed. The esteemed master has mentioned that seniors play with the mundane. It is only natural for them to be unpredictable. Yet, when the senior appears composed, there is undeniably an aura of transcendent grace. Awakening from his reverie, Qian Laifu hastily pursued him, calling out, Senior, allow me to see you off. Chapter 44. The conspiracy of the Dian demon sect. Upon returning to his humble abode, Chen Xun set a stool outside his door and took out a book without words from his robe to peruse. During this time, he remained serene and focused, occasionally nodding in agreement, his demeanor a stark contrast to the fervor of his previous madness. It was not until the hour of you, as the sun set and darkness enveloped the sky, that Chen Xun finally closed the book. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the grass. Chen Xun was not surprised and looked up to see Nangong Yao alongside Lu Yunjian and 8 other core elders approaching in unison. Nangong Yao held in his hands 2 jars of wine and a roasted chicken. Upon seeing Chen Xun, their expressions transformed into one of delight as they hurried forward, bowing deeply, Greetings, Master. If this scene were to be witnessed by the elders and disciples of the Daotian sect, they would undoubtedly be left agape. Here were the exalted sect leader and 9 core elders displaying such a posture of reverence. Chen Xun nodded, Take a seat. Nangong Yao and the other elders immediately complied, seating themselves on the ground without concern for the dirt beneath them. After settling down, the 9 elders glanced at the smiling Chen Xun, then quickly lowered their heads, their hearts filled with awe. How could they not perceive that the master was indeed, as the sect leader had described, no longer in a state of madness? Yet, this very clarity rendered them considerably more restrained in his presence. In their eyes, even as the master sat there smiling, an intangible aura emanated from him, more potent than that brought by the sect leader. Master, Nangong Yao presented the 2 jars of wine and the roasted chicken. Chen Xun accepted them with a smile, saying, I was just about to head to the dining hall. This roasted chicken arrives at the perfect moment, still steaming and warm. Nangong Yao chuckled, well aware that the master would never miss his daily meals, hence bringing the chicken for his enjoyment. Lu Yunjian interjected with a grin, Master, you may not know, but this roasted chicken was personally, mind your tongue, Nangong Yao admonished. Lu Yunjian halted abruptly, an innocent expression adorning his face. The remaining elders, witnessing the Grand Elder's demeanor, stifled their laughter. After all, he was the Grand Elder, and laughter might lead to repercussions in the future. Chen Xun seized a whole roasted chicken and took a bite, savoring its flavor before exclaiming, Delicious. The meat is succulent, rich yet not greasy, tender yet intact. Nangong Yao beamed with joy. I am glad you enjoy it, sir. Chen Xun then produced a jug of worldly flavors and extended it, saying, Since you have treated me to chicken, allow me to offer you a drink. This wine, named Worldly Flavors, is truly exquisite. Do give it a try. Although there was only this single jug, Chen Xun had no qualms about sharing it with Nangong Yao and the others. Moreover, some wines are delightful but lose their charm after a few sips. Worldly Flavors was one such wine. Not at all. Nangong Yao hastily waved his hand, but Chen Xun insistently pressed it into his hands, leaving him no choice but to accept it with gratitude. Chen Xun smiled faintly, holding the wine in his left hand and the chicken in his right, indulging in his meal with gusto. Seeing Chen Xun relish his food, Nangong Yao and the others could not help but swallow hard. However, they had long practiced fasting and had not tasted such delicacies for many years. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners typically began consuming fasting pills during the mid-stage of qi refinement. Logically, consuming mundane food would only lead to the accumulation of impurities within, hindering their cultivation. Yet, they were puzzled as to why Chen Xun, who partook of 3 meals daily, seemed unaffected. Subsequently, Nangong Yao and the others took out their wine cups and poured a drink for the 9 elders, soon depleting the jug of worldly flavors. After tasting the wine, their expressions varied. To be frank, the wine was decent and pure, but its complex blend of sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy flavors left them with a hint of discomfort. Nevertheless, they all praised it profusely. Sir, in the territory of Daotian's sect, we discovered hundreds of corpses of demonic cultivators, all beheaded, Nangong Yao began, but before he could finish, Chen Xun casually remarked, I was the one who killed them. At this, Nangong Yao and Lu Yunjian's pupils dilated in shock. It was indeed the doing of their master. The swift annihilation of hundreds of demonic cultivators, including the formidable Yu Sha, confirmed the unfathomable depth of Chen Xun's prowess. Though they had not witnessed the scene, they could only imagine the carnage, having seen the terror etched on the faces of the decapitated. We are grateful to you, sir. Had it not been for your intervention, the ninth elder and I would have faced grave danger on our return journey. Wang Tianfu rose, bowing sincerely. Zhou Tong also hastily stood. Chen Xun waved his hand dismissively. It was nothing. I merely passed through that area and, out of curiosity, approached when I discovered someone lurking. When they attempted to drink my blood, I had no choice but to strike decisively. Such a decisive strike. Nangong Yao and the others could not help but smile wryly. The unfortunate demonic cultivators truly brought misfortune upon themselves. Of all blood to seek, they dared to target their masteress. No wonder they met their end. In the Dian demon sect, 1,000-mile crane vanished. A disciple, having retrieved a contract tied to the crane's leg, hurriedly presented it. In the grand hall of the sect, an elder bowed and announced, Master, the Daotian sect has sent a contract, requesting a meeting with you at Baihu Ridge in 3 days. On the dais, Ji Wucang let out a cold smile. Ah, the Daotian sect indeed. The sovereign, it seems, the 4 elders must have perished at the hands of the Daotian sect. Now that they understand that our Dian demon sect has abducted their disciples, this summons must be aimed at rescuing them. One elder spoke solemnly. Bang! Ji Wucang forcefully smashed a cup onto the hall floor, startling the assembled elders, who immediately bowed. That Nangong Yao has slain 4 of our elders, 2 stewards, and numerous elite disciples, and he seeks to rescue his sect's disciples? Such delusions are absurd. Ji Wucang clenched his fists, speaking with fierce determination. Sovereign, shall we proceed to Baihu Ridge? An elder inquired hesitantly. Go. Of course, we shall go. Ji Wucang replied with a stoic expression. Elders, heed my command. The elders bowed, present. A sinister smile slowly crept across Ji Wucang's face as he declared, take advantage of the time ahead to set a trap at Baihu Ridge. Upon hearing this, the elders were taken aback, realizing Ji Wucang's intentions. One stepped forward, saying, Sovereign, the Daotian sect has chosen Baihu Ridge as the meeting point, likely to guard against us. The terrain there is treacherous, and with Nangong Yao undoubtedly prepared, capturing him will not be easy. Humph. Ji Wucang scoffed. Even if we cannot seize Nangong Yao, we must inflict serious damage upon him. Once he is severely wounded, our Dian demon sect can immediately ally with other demon sections. The righteous and demonic paths of North Xian are currently at a stalemate, are they not? Since Nangong Yao dares to kill our elders, let us first strike at the Daotian sect. We shall shatter the status quo and instill fear in North Xian. The elders trembled with excitement, realizing the sovereign's intent. Their bloodlust ignited. It appears that this strategy is indeed viable. Thus, the objective of our expedition to Baihu Ridge is now clear. Even if we cannot slay Nangong Yao, we must leave him gravely injured. Once he is wounded, the Daotian sect will be left leaderless, and at that moment, we shall unite with other demon sects and plunge the Daotian sect into despair. Chapter 45. The summit of Baihu Ridge in a thatched cottage on the western side of the miscellaneous peak. Not long after Nangong Yao and the others departed, Zhao Ting arrived. Brother Chen Xun, yawning and about to retire to his room, remarked, I was just about to rest. Your timing is impeccable. Zhao Ting paused, then regained his composure, incredulously circling around Chen Xun before exclaiming, What the heck, Brother Chen, you're not mad. Chen Xun, observing Zhao Ting's excitement, responded with a calm smile, not mad for now. At that moment, Zhao Ting paid no heed to the word temporarily, surveying Chen Xun with unbridled joy. He then pulled Chen Xun to sit down, retrieving 2 flasks of wine from his storage ring, handing one to Chen Xun, and said, Come, Brother Chen. I need to have a good chat with you. My heavens, I am so delighted that you have recovered. Don't get too excited, Chen Xun replied, somewhat exasperated. What do you mean by recovered? I am not ill. Just after finishing his drink, Chen Xun was once again pulled into drinking by Zhao Ting. However, Seeing Zhao Ting's genuine happiness for him, he chose not to refuse. Subsequently, the two engaged in casual conversation, during which Zhao Ting proudly boasted of his achievements. Claiming to be the top talent of the Daotian sect with a foundation built in 100 days, now a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and asserting his protection over Chen Xun. Chen Xun simply smiled and remained silent. After an indeterminate span of time, Zhao Ting, slightly intoxicated, remarked, "Brother Chen, there is something I must share with you. It will surely astonish you." Chen Xun replied, "Do tell." Zhao Ting's expression grew somewhat serious as he exclaimed, "You know not of the horror we encountered upon our return today. Hundreds of beheaded demonic cultivators. Can you fathom it? Among them was a formidable figure, the fourth elder of a prominent demonic sect, rumored to be at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Remarkable. My own master is at that very level. Yet we remain unaware of which venerable ancestor dispatched those demonic cultivators. It is simply extraordinary. Brother Chun, you must understand that those demonic cultivators had laid an ambush. Were it not for that esteemed ancestor who vanquished them beforehand, our safe return to the sect today would have been uncertain," Zhao Ting added. Chen Xun nodded solemnly. "Hearing your account, it indeed sounds quite formidable." Zhao Ting shot Chen Xun a disapproving glance, saying, "Brother Chen, I must protest. Quite formidable does not suffice. It is exceedingly formidable. I heard from Elder Wu that this venerable ancestor eliminated that entire group of demonic cultivators with but a single strike. One strike." Chen Xun, overwhelmed by Zhao Ting's fervor, rubbed his temples and said, "All right, one strike it is. However, I have had too much to drink and feel the urge to retire. Let us converse another day." Zhao Ting, bewildered, witnessed Chen Xun rise and enter the grass hut, prompting him to quickly stand and with a wry smile implore, "Brother Chun, at least grant me the courtesy of being astonished." Upon hearing the silence that enveloped the hut, Zhao Ting sighed, realizing that Chen Xun was merely a mortal and could hardly comprehend the gravity of his words. Thus, he shook his head in resignation, picked up the empty wine jug from the ground, and departed. 3 days later, at Baihu Ridge. The ridge, named for the white fox, did not serve as a den for these creatures. Rather, from a distance, the mountain resembled a white fox lying in repose. Surrounding Baihu Ridge were several sects, both large and small, and due to the perilous terrain, it was seldom visited by humans. Atop Baihu Ridge, 3 members of the Daotian sect had arrived, the sect leader, Nangong Yao, the second elder, Lu Xianin, and the third elder, Jiang Bailu. Lu Yunjian and Chu Ningxiang, the first and fourth elders respectively, remained within the sect to manage affairs and did not accompany them. The winds atop Baihu Ridge were fierce, tousling the hair and robes of Nangong Yao and his companions. "Leader, do you think the people from the Dain demonic sect will not come?" Jiang Bailu inquired with a furrowed brow, his discontent palpable. Truth be told, his disciple, Jing Yao, was likely in the clutches of the Dain demonic sect, and he felt a sense of urgency. Nangong Yao gazed into the distance and replied calmly, "They will come. Leader, the demonic sects are cunning, particularly a first-rate sect like the Dain demonic sect. I fear they may resort to trickery," Lu Xianin interjected, scanning their surroundings with concern. Nangong Yao sighed. "Our sect is well aware of this. Unfortunately, Jing Yao and the others are in their hands, leaving us with little leverage. Merely having the meeting place established at Baihu Ridge is already a significant advantage for us." Lu Xianin nodded gravely, comprehending the situation. Jiang Bailu lamented, mumbling, "Had our master not slain the spectral fiend that day, but captured it instead, we would have had some bargaining power with the Dain demonic sect." "Silence," Nangong Yao suddenly admonished. Startled, Jiang Bailu instinctively clapped a hand over his mouth. "Humph," Nangong Yao scoffed. "Do you require the likes of you, Jiang Bailu, to pass judgment on how our master acted?" Jiang Bailu felt a tremor within her heart. Nangong Yao cast a cold sidelong glance, remarking that had it not been for the intervention of their esteemed master, the ambush set by Yusha and his cohorts would have surely led to the peril of the 2 elders and Zhao Ting's safe return to the sect. "Third elder, this is not the first or second time you have spoken indiscreetly before our sect. Should there be a next time, we shall not be so lenient," he warned sternly. Jiang Bailu quickly lowered her head, imploring the sect leader to temper his anger, acknowledging her slip of the tongue. Beside her, Lu Xianin pressed his lips together, suddenly feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding, and gazed towards the horizon. "Sect leader, the Dain demon sect approaches." "Indeed," Nangong Yao replied, his gaze sharpening as he focused on that direction. In an instant, several streaks of light dashed across the sky, reaching the summit of Baihu Ridge in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the lights transformed into 4 figures, landing gracefully before Nangong Yao and his companions. It was none other than Ji Wutsong of the Dian Demon sect, accompanied by 3 elders. Upon seeing them, Nangong Yao's eyes flickered momentarily. Zhang Bailu and Lu Xianin also felt their hearts tighten with unease. A meeting of the 2 sects usually entailed the leaders accompanied by 2 elders. Yet the Dian Demon sect had brought 3 elders. What could their intentions be? Ah, sect leader Nangong, it is a pleasure to see you, Ji Wutsong said. Clasping his hands in a gesture of goodwill, his smile warm yet juxtaposed with a sinister demeanor that rendered it quite unsettling. Sect leader Ji. Nangong Yao returned the gesture with a slight bow. Ji Wutsong's eyes glinted as he continued, Sect leader Nangong, it is rare for our righteous and demonic sects to interact. Since you have summoned us to Baihu Ridge, let us speak candidly. Since sect leader Ji is a forthright individual, I shall be equally direct. I request the return of our 240 disciples. The Dao Tian sect harbors no desire to foster enmity with the Dian Demon sect. Let this matter conclude here. Nangong Yao stated calmly. Ha ha ha. Ji Wutsong burst into uproarious laughter, leaving the intent of his mirth ambiguous. Suddenly, he composed himself and said, returning the Dao Tian sect's disciples is certainly feasible. However, prior to that, I kindly ask sect leader Nangong to return our 4th elder, 2 stewards, and several elite disciples. How does that sound for fairness and equity? At this declaration, the winds howled fiercely across Baihu Ridge, as if time itself had momentarily halted. Nangong Yao remained expressionless, while Lu Xianin and Zhang Bailu's pupils constricted in shock, inwardly cursing the audacity of their adversaries. The Dian Demon sect was fully aware that Yusha and his fellow demon cultivators were deceased, yet they brazenly made such demands. Clearly unwilling to relinquish the Dao Tian sect's disciples, Nangong Yao furrowed his brows and inquired, Sect leader Ji, knowing your elders have perished, why do you persist in this line of argument? Ji Wutsong narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Sect leader Nangong, your words seem rather one-sided. Are the lives of your Dao Tian sect disciples of greater value than those of my Dian Demon sect's elders and disciples? You dare to hope for their return? Such delusions. Nangong Yao's tone grew weighty. Do not conflate the matters at hand. My disciples have never provoked the Dian Demon sect. Rather, it was you who initiated hostilities and plundered. As for your 4th elder and the others, they fell victim to their own schemes within our territory. They have no one to blame but themselves. Ha ha. Do not attempt to lecture me on useless reasoning and logic. I declare here today that you should abandon the futile dream of reclaiming your Dao Tian sect disciples. Ji Wutsong laughed heartily, a sinister grin stretching to the very roots of his ears. The wind howled atop the mountain, growing ever colder. Nangong Yao and Ji Wutsong exchanged icy glares, while the elders from both sides remained fixated on one another, like a taut bowstring, poised to unleash. After a brief moment, Nangong Yao inhaled deeply, turning with the 2 elders to depart. There was no point in continuing a fruitless discussion. They would reconvene later. Nangong Sectmaster, do you truly believe our sect will allow you to depart unscathed? Ji Wutsong's voice rang out with a mocking tone. Nangong Yao paused mid-step, tilting his head to inquire. What does Sectmaster Ji imply? Do you think that merely having one more elder than our sect grants you the audacity to act recklessly? Lu Xianin and Zhang Bailu turned to face Ji Wutsong and his companions, vigilant yet unafraid. They would not be detained here. However, they could not suppress their internal disdain, deeming the devil sect utterly shameless. He, our 4th elder, Yusha, cannot have died in vain. Ji Wutsong chuckled, raising his hand to clap. An elder from the devil sect immediately sat cross-legged, retrieving a formation flag and reciting an incantation, infusing it with spiritual energy. Upon sensing something amiss, Nangong Yao's expression shifted, and he shouted, Flee! Lu Xianin and Zhang Bailu, feeling a sudden tension, followed Nangong Yao as they attempted to soar away from the White Fox Ridge. Yet at that moment, numerous eerie, dark lights surged forth from the White Fox Ridge, casting an even more sinister aura over the already foreboding landscape, reminiscent of hell itself. The sinister lights slithered like serpents, swiftly converging from all directions, enveloping the entire ridge. This unexpected scene drew the attention of nearby cultivation sects, who hurried to the White Fox Ridge, eager to uncover the source of the disturbance. wondering if some rare treasure had emerged. Meanwhile, the three of them hovered in midair, their escape route obstructed by the ominous light. "This is dire," Lu Xianin exclaimed, his voice laced with urgency. "Sectmaster, Third Elder, do you not feel it? Our spiritual energy is gradually ebbing away, though slowly, it is indeed dissipating." Nangong Yao and Jiang Bailu sensed it too, glancing up at the formation, their expressions growing increasingly grave. This devilish formation was truly uncanny. They had never heard of its like before. Indeed, the formidable De Yin Devil sect possessed profound depths of knowledge and skill. Today, it seemed, would not conclude favorably. Jiang Bailu suddenly whirled around, pointing at Ji Wucong, her voice a fierce whisper, despicable and shameless. Ji Wucong remained silent. Yet one of the elders behind him sneered, "What of it if we are despicable and shameless? We are the devil sect. Do not expect us to abide by the standards of your righteous sects." "You." Jiang Bailu's fury flared, momentarily silenced by the retort. Abruptly, Lu Xuanin's tone turned anxious. "Sectmaster, Third Elder, have you noticed? Our internal spiritual energy is indeed slowly draining away, albeit at a gradual pace." Nangong Yao and Jiang Bailu certainly perceived it, casting their gazes towards the formation with growing concern. This devilish array was responsible for their plight, an enigma they had never encountered before. Truly, the Da Yin Devil sect was formidable, boasting an incredibly deep reservoir of power. Humph, this is the serpent-subduing array of the Ghost Serpent Town, isolating all. Within this formation, if a cultivator cannot escape, the longer they remain, the faster their spiritual energy dissipates. The energy that is lost is absorbed by the serpent-subduing array, creating a cycle where the cultivators grow increasingly feeble while the array itself becomes ever more indomitable. In the end, the serpent spirit of the array will manifest and consume you. The elder of the demon sect, seated with the array flag, scoffed coldly. Ji Wucong and the other two elders also displayed sinister smiles. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao and his companions took a deep breath, without the demon sect elder's warning. They could already sense the array's ominous nature through their own perceptions. It truly is a remarkably insidious formation. "Second Elder, you shall break the array. Third Elder, assist our sect in holding them off," Nangong Yao commanded resolutely. Time was of the essence. Ji Wucong and his cohorts would certainly not allow them to dismantle the array unchallenged. So they had no choice but to designate one person to breach it while the others obstructed the enemy. "Understood." Jiang Bailu produced a feather duster and replied. Nangong Yao cast a wary glance at the seated elder of the demon sect and transmitted a message. "Second Elder, if you find it difficult to break the array, seize the opportunity to take that array flag." Lu Xianin nodded solemnly. Observing this, Ji Wucong let out a cold laugh and said, "Third Elder, accompany me to confront Nangong Yao and Jiang Bailu. Fourth Elder, you shall guard against any ambush on the fifth elder who holds the array. Do not let him be surprised." The fourth elder of the demon sect nodded in agreement. Understood. Their goal was not to defeat the three from the Daotian sect, but merely to delay them. As time passed, the spiritual energy of the Daotian sect trio would inevitably wane, leading to their eventual downfall. Boom. In the next moment, the two sides clashed. Various spells erupted in dazzling displays. The powerful aura of the nascent soul reverberated across the White Fox Ridge, shaking the land for miles around. Lu Xianin, witnessing this offensive, felt a sense of urgency and frantically pondered over the serpent-subduing array. If only the sixth elder were here. He was the most proficient in formations within the entire Daotian sect, yet no one had anticipated this turn of events. The battle at White Fox Ridge was exceedingly fierce. The soaring lights of spells and the oppressive aura of the nascent soul terrified nearby onlookers from other sects, causing them to flee in panic. Some were unfortunate enough to be too close, and, before they could escape, were reduced to mere blood mist. This was no mere treasure manifesting, but a clash involving a nascent soul elder. Time slipped by, each moment precious for Nangong Yao and his companions. As the battle raged, both sides sustained varying degrees of injury. Lu Xuanin's breath quickened as he struggled to find a method to breach the array, growing increasingly anxious. He glanced at the seated elder of the demon sect, and upon seeing guards surrounding him, he realized that seizing the array flag was likely futile. Meanwhile, amidst the fierce combat and the effects of the formation, the spiritual energy within Nangong Yao and his companions rapidly diminished. If this continued, the consequences would be dire. In contrast, the smiles on Ji Wutsong and the others grew ever more pronounced. It seemed that not only would they severely wound Nangong Yao today, but perhaps they could even capture him. Sectmaster, you and the second elder must go. Just then, Jiang Bailu, stained with blood from her feather duster, shouted fiercely. Ji Wutsong and the others narrowed their eyes, focusing intently on Jiang Bailu. Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin were momentarily taken aback. But as they beheld Jiang Bailu's abdomen gradually swelling, their pupils constricted in alarm. Third elder. No. If this continues, none of us will escape. Jiang Bailu smiled. Sect leader, you accuse me of being preoccupied with Jing Yao and neglecting the other disciples. Yet that was merely a hasty remark born of my anxious heart. I inadvertently misspoke earlier. Although the teacher cannot hear this, upon your return to the sect, I kindly ask you to convey my apologies to him. Sect leader, I often speak without thought, but for the sake of our sect, I would gladly lay down my life. As she finished speaking, Jiang Bailu's abdomen rapidly expanded. Nangong Yao and Lu Xuanin's eyes instantly turned red, their bodies trembling in terror. No, don't. At that moment, Ji Wutsong and the others also turned pale. Utterly unprepared for such a turn of events, Ji Wutsong shouted urgently, disperse the formation. Retreat. With a whoosh, the ghost serpent suppressing dragon formation dissipated. Ji Wutsong cast a reluctant glance at Nangong Yao before fleeing with the three elders toward the outskirts of the White Fox Ridge. Though Lu Xianin felt sorrow, he grasped the dazed Nangong Yao and propelled them both outward. In the next instant, a tremendous explosion echoed from the summit of the White Fox Ridge, which was abruptly leveled to the ground. A massive shockwave surged outward in all directions, devastating everything within a radius of several hundred miles. Cough. Before they could escape far, Nangong Yao and Ji Wutsong were caught in the blast, their bodies jolting violently as they coughed up copious amounts of blood, sustaining severe injuries. The self-detonation of a nascent soul was indeed terrifying. Oblivious to their wounds, Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin slowly turned to gaze vacantly at the White Fox Ridge, now reduced to rubble. Lu Xuanin's eyes brimmed with tears as he lamented, Sect leader, the third elder. Nangong Yao's dazed expression gradually sharpened. His tone quivering with a chilling resolve, returned to the sect. Chapter 47. The 9 Rings of the Daotian Bell. Meanwhile, Ji Wutsong and the other 3 stood pallid, glancing back with lingering dread at the flattened White Fox Ridge. The self-detonation of a nascent soul is truly terrifying, Ji Wutsong murmured, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The 3 elders were also breathless and shaken, as if they had narrowly escaped the jaws of death. Although they had survived, they bore significant injuries. They could never have imagined that Jiang Bailu would choose such a self-destructive method to allow Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin to escape. Who was Jiang Bailu? She was the 3rd elder of the Daotian sect, a formidable mid-nascent soul cultivator, esteemed not only within the sect, but also renowned in the northern realms. And yet, she had chosen to self-destruct. Jiang Bailu indeed possessed a deep sense of loyalty. Ji Wutsong looked up at the sky, feeling a surge of complex emotions, and suddenly asked, if today we had fallen into a trap and found ourselves in dire straits, would the 3 elders be willing to sacrifice their lives to aid our sect in escaping? The 3 elders paused, their eyes flickering momentarily, before they hurriedly responded, Sect leader, we would naturally be willing. Indeed, the Dian Demon sect could function without us, but it could never do without its sect leader. Ji Wutsong, discerning their intentions, could not help but let out a hearty laugh. My inquiry was indeed superfluous. I can clearly sense the loyalty of you elders. At that moment, Ji Wutsong sighed deeply in his heart, for in this regard, he envied Nangong Yao. Regrettably, the devil sect remains true to its nature, with none among them devoid of selfishness. Ji Wutsong, as the esteemed leader of the sect, is undoubtedly aware of this. Master, one can presume that Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin have sustained significant injuries from the recent explosion. What shall we do next? Inquired an elder, clutching his chest with difficulty. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Wutsong replied, immediately return to the sect to mobilize the disciples, and also send messages to other devil sects to converge upon Daotian's sect and suppress it. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, Master, we have also endured considerable injuries. Is this truly wise? A hesitant elder voiced his concern. Collaborating with other devil sects to seize Daotian's sect would be a more prudent course. We fear that once Daotian's sect is subdued, and during the distribution of spoils. Our injuries may prevent us from gaining the upper hand. Furthermore, the devil sect is inherently cunning. Other sects might harbor ulterior motives upon witnessing our weakened state. Upon hearing this, Ji Wucang merely smiled faintly. This is of no concern. Our sect possesses a spiritual herb that can temporarily mask our injuries. Moreover, as the esteemed devil sect of Beixian, they would hardly dare to entertain any other ideas. The severe injuries sustained by Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin, coupled with the death of Jiang Bailu, have significantly diminished the combat strength of Daotian sect's upper echelons, presenting us with an unparalleled opportunity. The three elders felt reassured by his words, though the pain from their injuries still caused them to grimace. By the way, Master, could you enlighten us as to why we suddenly began capturing disciples from the righteous sects as blood slaves? We have been quite perplexed by this turn of events. Another elder inquired with curiosity. To be frank, we previously captured mortals in secrecy, yet now we brazenly seize cultivators. We are uncertain of the specifics, merely following orders. Otherwise, we would not target the righteous sects, as they are notoriously difficult to contend with. Nangong Yao furrowed his brow and murmured, "It is permissible to disclose this to you. This command originates from the Swallowing Heaven Devil sect. As for the purpose behind acquiring these blood slaves, that remains a mystery. Perhaps the sect leader of Swallowing Heaven is cultivating some unparalleled demonic technique, or perhaps they aspire to unify Beixian. Swallowing Heaven Devil sect." The three elders were left dumbfounded. It stands as the singularly dominant entity among the devil sects of Beixian. If our sect is considered a first-tier sect, then Swallowing Heaven could rightfully be termed a super sect. Among the righteous sects in Beixian, there exists a super celestial sect known as the Tianjian sect. However, the realms of devil and righteousness differ significantly. The cohesion of the devil sect stems primarily from the fact that almost all devil sects in Beixian bow before Swallowing Heaven. In contrast, the righteous sects lack unity due to their independence. Tianjian sect refrains from interference. If Tianjian were to manifest any desire to unify the righteous sects, it would incite resistance and disdain, for such actions would be indistinguishable from those of the devil sects. Observing the astonished expressions of the three elders, Ji Wucang shook his head and solemnly stated, "In truth, the reality of the situation may be even more intricate. Our sect suspects that the blood slave incident could involve the forces of Nantian or Dongqian. Do not look at me with such astonishment. This is merely our conjecture." The three elders were utterly astounded, realizing the complexity entangled within the blood slave incident. Cough, cough, cough. Ji Wucang coughed up blood once more and urged, "We must return to the sect." Yes, the three elders, severely injured, staggered as if they might collapse at any moment, their surroundings spinning. If they delayed any further, they risked losing consciousness along the way. At the edge of the Daotian sect's territory, two streaks of light flashed by. These were Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin, who were supporting each other as they hurried back from the White Fox Ridge. "Sectmaster." At that moment, a voice called out. Weak and weary, Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin looked up to see Lu Yunjian and several core elders rushing towards them. Earlier, disciples stationed at the Soul Lamp Hall had urgently reported that the soul lamps of the sect master and the second elder were flickering ominously, with signs of extinguishment. And even more alarmingly, the third elder's lamp had already gone out. This was a grave matter. Alarmed, Lu Yunjian and the others hastily left the sect, intending to head to the White Fox Ridge, only to encounter the returning Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin just outside the sect's borders. Seeing their injuries, despite having mentally prepared themselves, the group was still shaken, quickly rushing to support them. "Sectmaster, we must return to the sect." Lu Yunjian and the others did not inquire further, their grim expressions resolute as they assisted Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin back towards the sect. With newfound support, Nangong Yao's head tilted, and he fainted. Upon returning to the sect, Lu Yunjian could no longer contain himself, his expression contorted with rage as he bellowed. "Ring the Daotian bell. Ring the Daotian bell." Boom, 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 boom. 9 resounding bell tolls reverberated through the heavens, stirring the Daotian sect into a frenzy. In that instant, even the disciples laboring at the miscellaneous peak and those practicing at various peaks were forced to halt their activities, some even suffering backlash from their interrupted cultivation. Yet they were oblivious to their own discomfort as they rushed from their residences or caves, gazing up in horror. The Daotian bell's 9 tolls, What could have transpired? At the western grass hut of the miscellaneous peak, Zhao Ting abruptly stood up, his pupils constricting as he murmured, "The Daotian bell has tolled 9 times. All disciples must cease their tasks and await orders from Brother Chen." I recall Master mentioning that when the Daotian bell tolls 9 times, it signifies a significant event concerning the sect's survival. Chen Xun nodded, raising his cup to drink deeply before wiping his lips. "Indeed, you should go." "Very well." Zhao Ting inhaled deeply, soaring into the sky on his sword, departing from the miscellaneous peak. At the miscellaneous peak, over 10,000 disciples stood in place, their faces etched with anxiety. Well versed in the sect's regulations, they recalled that the last page of the rules stated that upon the 9 tolls of the Daotian bell, all miscellaneous disciples must remain still and without orders. They could not move, even at the cost of their lives. This included Qian Laifu, the steward, who stood there with his prominent belly, a worried expression in his eyes. Uncertain about the gravity of the situation, he reflected on his years within the Daotian sect. This was the first time he had heard the Daotian bell toll 9 times. Though he held the humble position of a steward at the miscellaneous peak, equivalent to that of an outer disciple, Qian Laifu found himself content with his lot. Hoping for the sect's safety, at Daotian peak, the elders stood with concerned expressions. Before them, the 7th elder was examining the injuries sustained by Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin. Lu Yunjian spoke in a hoarse voice. "Elder 7, how are the sect master and Elder 2? Elder Jin Huashan, renowned for his alchemical prowess within the Daotian sect, was currently aiding Nangong Yao and the others in their recovery. After administering several elixirs to Nangong Yao and his companion, he rose, shaking his head with a sigh. The sect master and Elder 2 should awaken shortly, but their injuries are grave. It may take several years for them to fully heal." The crowd inhaled deeply, having anticipated this outcome, yet their indignation surged even higher. The extinguishing of the soul lamp and the absence of Elder 3 weighed heavily upon them, filling their hearts with sorrow. What had transpired? At that moment, they noticed Nangong Yao cough and slowly open his eyes, prompting them to rush forward. "Sect master." After a brief silence, Nangong Yao weakly stated, "The Dian Demon sect set up the Ghost Serpent Suppression Array at Bifling beforehand, trapping us." Elder 3 detonated himself, forcing Ji Wutsong to withdraw the formation, allowing Elder 2 and me to escape. "What?" Nangong Yao's succinct words left Lu Yunjian and the others with red-rimmed eyes, trembling with emotion. They had considered the possibility of Elder 3 dying in battle, but never imagined he had perished in self-detonation. "Sect master, the Dian Demon sect first abducted 240 of our disciples, and now they have forced the death of Elder 3. This enmity is irreconcilable," Lu Yunjian shouted. The other elders clenched their fists tightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. With the sect master and Elder 2 gravely injured and Elder 3 gone, how could they possibly seek vengeance against the Dian Demon sect? They would only end in defeat. Nangong Yao gritted his teeth slightly, declaring, "Ji Wutsong and his 3 elders are not lightly wounded either." At these words, the spirits of the crowd were lifted, and they turned to Nangong Yao, awaiting his command. Taking a deep breath, a fierce light flickered in Nangong Yao's eyes. "We must rescue the disciples, including Jing Yao, and avenge Elder 3 within 5 days. After we recuperate slightly, we will direct our swords against the Dian Demon sect." Despite the dire situation in Beixian, having witnessed the fall of Elder 3 at Bifling, Nangong Yao resolved not to endure any longer. As the sect master, he had always acted rationally and prioritized the greater good, but this time, reason had abandoned him. He was determined to act, even if it meant mutual destruction. Elder 3 had willingly sacrificed himself for the sect, and thus, Nangong Yao vowed to dedicate himself to avenging him. Yes, the elders were moved. Some wished to dissuade him, but the warmth in their hearts rendered them speechless. Since the sect master had made his decision, they would stand by him, even if it led to their demise. "Elder 1, hastily prepare the disciples and elders. We shall gather outside the mountain gate in 5 days." Nangong Yao commanded. "Understood." Lu Yunjian nodded and began to retrieve talismans to relay the message to each peak. Just then, a figure slowly entered the room. The elders paused, turning to reprimand whoever dared to intrude, but upon recognizing the visitor, they trembled with surprise and hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "Sir." The newcomer was, of course, Chen Xun. Seeing this, Nangong Yao was taken aback, struggling to rise and pay his respects. Chen Xun extended his hand, gently pressing him back down from afar, saying, "In such a state, there is no need." Nangong Yao forced a bitter smile. "Please forgive me, sir." Chen Xun replied with a smile, "It is of no consequence. Please, have a seat." Lu Yunjian brought a chair from the side and placed it behind Chen Xun. He nodded slightly, sat down, and remarked, "I overheard your discussion about targeting which demonic sect in 5 days." The crowd lowered their heads, pursing their lips. "Sir, it is as follows." Nangong Yao was about to explain the matter, but Chen Xun raised his hand to interrupt. "I have a general understanding of the events, so there is no need for further elaboration." Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. "How does the sir know this?" "Oh, right. You must have heard everything they just said outside." Nangong Yao conceded softly. "What you say is true. In 5 days, we will target the Dayan demonic sect. This vendetta must be avenged." Chen Xun scanned the core elders, once 9, now 8. As Nangong Yao frequently brought these elders to the thatched cottage, Chen Xun was naturally familiar with them. Regarding Zhang Bailu's death, Chen Xun felt little disturbance in his heart, for he had witnessed far too much life and death. He nodded slightly and said softly, "In my view, there is no need for you to go to that demonic sect." The crowd gasped in surprise. Nangong Yao sat up slightly, his expression tense. "Does the sir perceive the current dire situation in Beixian and wish for Nangong to prioritize the greater good?" "Sir, 214 disciples of our sect have been captured, and now the 3rd elder has perished. If Nangong continues to hesitate and second-guess, it would be a disservice to our many disciples and elders, leading to inner demons. We must confront the Dayan demonic sect. I implore you, sir, do not deter me." Chen Xun chuckled, saying, "Why would I stop you? Do not misinterpret my intentions. I am suggesting that there is no need for you to venture to that demonic sect. They will come to your Dao Tian sect on their own, and it should be soon." Nangong Yao and the elders exchanged glances, but soon their expressions shifted as realization dawned upon them. Previously, their rage had clouded their judgment. Now, after Chen Xun's words, they understood. Observing their contemplation, Chen Xun yawned, slowly rising, and handed over 2 medicinal pills, saying, "I possess 2 pills that can aid in treating severe injuries. Their efficacy is barely sufficient, but I shall gift them to you. Now, I feel somewhat drowsy. I shall return to rest." Nangong Yao, bewildered, accepted the pills, wishing to see him off. But due to his severe injuries, he had to abandon the thought. Remembering Zhang Bailu, he ultimately swallowed his words and said, "Safe travels, sir." The elders bowed, wishing to escort Chen Xun. "No need." Chen Xun waved his hand, walking outward with his hands clasped behind him, his figure flickering with a sense of ethereal transcendence, gradually vanishing from sight. The crowd gazed in astonishment at this scene reminiscent of a celestial being. After a long moment, they finally came to their senses, hurriedly exclaiming, "We bid you farewell, sir." Nangong Yao remained relatively composed, but for the elders, it was their first encounter with such an event, leaving them profoundly shaken. Ahem. Nangong Yao's cough brought the elders back to reality. The authorities are often perplexed, but fortunately, the gentleman provided a timely reminder. In retrospect, Ji Wutsong's machinations at Baihu Ridge were intended to weaken our sect's upper echelon's combat capabilities, paving the way for a swift assault. Even with the fury of Yusha burning within him, he likely thought it wise to seize the moment amidst the chaos of Beixian, aiming to target our Daotian sect. Truly, Ji Wutsong is a figure of remarkable audacity, Nangong Yao spoke solemnly. The elders, upon hearing this, were filled with uncontrollable rage. "But, sect leader, did you not say that Ji Wutsong and his 3 elders were heavily injured?" questioned Lu Yunjian, perplexed. Nangong Yao pursed his lips and replied, "Such an opportunity is not one Ji Wutsong would wish to miss. It is likely he will ally with other demonic sections." Instantly, the elders were taken aback, their hearts tightening with alarm. Lu Yunjian recalled the gentleman's earlier words about the approaching urgency and anxiously asked, "Sect leader, what shall we do next?" Facing the Dayan demonic sect is one matter. In our homeland, we hold no fear. However, if there are more than just the Dayan demonic sect, our Daotian sect may not withstand the onslaught. Nangong Yao, not daring to be overconfident, decisively stated, "We must send word to the other righteous sects, requesting assistance." Understood. Lu Yunjian bowed and quickly exited. Nangong Yao added, "Elder, ensure that the elders and disciples of each peak are prepared for battle." Lu Yunjian paused momentarily, acknowledged. and then departed. In the presence of the elders, Nangguang Yao finally opened his palm, revealing the elixirs bestowed upon him by Chen Xun. Sect leader, may I observe these elixirs? Elder Jin Huashan inquired earnestly. In his view, the elixirs gifted by the gentleman must be of exceptional quality, significantly reducing the recovery time for both the sect leader and the second elder. As an alchemist, Jin Huashan was not one to pass up such an opportunity. Seeing Nangguang Yao nod, Jin Huashan promptly retrieved 2 elixirs for inspection. The others remained silent, eager to hear Jin Huashan's appraisal of the gentleman's gifts. Wait a moment. Jin Huashan raised his hand, examining the elixirs closely, his brow furrowing. These 2 elixirs not only lack any scent of spiritual herbs, but they also bear no alchemical patterns. By all appearances, they are the most ordinary of elixirs. Due to certain considerations, Jin Huashan had expressed himself rather delicately, in his opinion. These elixirs were barely worthy of note. Oh, Nangguang Yao and the others expressed their astonishment, finding it hard to believe that the gifts from the gentleman could be mere trinkets. Yet, they were aware of Jin Huashan's expertise in alchemy. Regardless, as gifts from the gentleman, we shall not dismiss them as inferior. Nangguang Yao took back the elixirs and remarked, even if they are ordinary, they still carry the gentleman's sentiment. With that, Nangguang Yao, supported by the elders, sat up, crossed his legs, and placed 1 elixir into his mouth. As he embraced the essence within, he was taken aback to discover that this elixir was unlike any he had previously consumed. It dissolved instantly upon contact. Still in a daze, the power of the elixir surged through his limbs and bones, commencing an astonishingly rapid healing of his wounds. Observing Nangguang Yao's pallid complexion transform visibly into a healthy hue amidst the astonished gazes of the elders, a sense of miraculous wonder enveloped him. A celestial elixir, he exclaimed, overwhelmed. Nangguang Yao pushed away the elder who was assisting him, suddenly rising to his feet with a clenched fist, his face a mask of astonishment. The elders, however, were left utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, the sect master could barely turn over. How had he transformed so dramatically? Sect master, you. As Nangguang Yao regained his composure and noticed the elders staring at him in shock, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. What was the matter? Yet, it quickly dawned on him that his sudden vitality had likely startled the elders due to the stark contrast from before. Thus, he opened his palm to reveal the solitary remaining elixir, exclaiming in awe, "This pill dissolves upon entry, requiring no refining, as it spreads through my limbs and bones, rapidly nourishing my organs and healing all wounds. Even some of the hidden injuries from the past have been completely mended. The efficacy of this elixir is unprecedented, truly deserving to be called a divine pill. Could it be that my mentor is indeed a celestial being descended to our realm?" As he spoke, a tremor coursed through his heart, deepening the mystery surrounding his mentor. At that moment, silence fell in the hall, the elders captivated by his words, swallowing hard in disbelief. Such a potion truly exists in this world. They had witnessed the sect master, gravely injured, transform from consuming the elixir to standing robustly in a mere 5 breaths. The terrifying speed of recovery was beyond comprehension. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would have deemed it a mere fairy tale. It was known that Elder Jin Huashan had previously stated that Nangguang Yao and Lu Xianin would require several years to heal, needing to consume medicine daily throughout that time. Yet now, seeing the elders in a daze, Nangguang Yao took a deep breath and chose not to speak further. Instead, he turned to administer the elixir to the still unconscious Lu Xianin. "No, sect master. Please wait." Suddenly, the elders hurriedly interjected. Nangguang Yao paused, looking up at them. "What is it?" "Sect master, this elixir is far too precious. It would be wise for you to keep it for unforeseen circumstances," pleaded the elders. "Indeed, sect master. Elder Lu is fine," they echoed, all believing the elixir was too valuable to part with. If Lu Xianin were conscious at that moment, he would surely express his gratitude. However, upon hearing their words, Nangguang Yao shook his head decisively and pressed the elixir into Lu Xianin's mouth, causing the elders' hearts to race. Some elders rushed forward, attempting to pry open Lu Xianin's mouth to retrieve the elixir, only to find it had already dissolved. "What are you all doing?" Nangguang Yao raised an eyebrow and exclaimed. The elders, feeling somewhat embarrassed, sighed internally, lamenting the loss. Nangguang Yao stated, "Even if it were not Elder Lu lying here, but any one of you, I would unhesitatingly administer this elixir." Hearing this, The elders felt a warmth in their hearts, realizing they were not being selfish. They merely believed it best for the sect master to keep the elixir in reserve. Nangong Yao continued, "Moreover, this was bestowed by my mentor, originally intended for Elder Lu. How could you dare to keep it for yourselves?" At this, the elders were taken aback, repeatedly expressing their respect and humility. At this moment, Lu Xiaoning awakened. Feeling the gravity of his situation, his eyes reflecting both shock and confusion. "Elder, you have finally regained consciousness. We were greatly worried." The elders hastily gathered around, their expressions filled with concern. Hold on. Let me gather myself." Lu Xiaoning raised his hand and turned to Nangong Yao, a sense of bewilderment clouding his mind. Had he not been severely injured? How could the sect leader still be present? Lu Xiaoning even doubted whether he was dreaming. Fortunately, after the others explained, he learned that it was the celestial elixir provided by the master that had saved him, leaving him astounded. He also mourned the loss of the third elder, who had indeed perished. "Elders, please withdraw and attend to your respective duties, preparing thoroughly for the impending arrival of the demon sect," Nangong Yao gestured. Yes, the group dispersed. In the following 2 days, the atmosphere within the Daotian sect was exceptionally tense. Disciples scurried about in every corner of the sect, urgency etched upon their faces. Some elders ventured into the resource vault to unlock hidden reserves, ensuring they could be utilized at any moment. Numerous elders also led disciples outside the sect, strategically setting up formations, be they illusions, lethal traps, or confinement arrays, within a radius of several thousand miles. This flurry of activity left the usually carefree disciples of the miscellaneous peak deeply anxious, unable to concentrate on work or cultivation. Although the precise details of the situation remained unclear, the ominous signs were evident. Perhaps war was imminent, as indicated by the 9 tolls of the Daotian bell just days prior. This could well be a critical juncture for the survival of the sect. At the miscellaneous peak cafeteria, it was midday when Chen Xun strolled in, carrying a tray to collect his meal. Upon seeing Chen Xun, the disciple responsible for serving food greeted him warmly, as they were quite familiar with one another. Chen Xun nodded slightly. Glancing around the sparse cafeteria, he remarked, "There are so few disciples dining today. Is no one hungry?" The serving disciple paused momentarily, offering a wry smile. "It's not that they aren't hungry. Rather, most cannot stomach food. You must have heard the 9 tolls of the bell from the past few days. It seems a sect battle is on the horizon." In such a dire situation, everyone's spirits are quite low, making it difficult to eat. Chen Xun chuckled lightly. "I see. However, there is no need for concern. If a sect battle does occur, the miscellaneous disciples need not intervene, simply remain at ease." Sighing, the serving disciple handed over the tray filled with food. "That makes sense. But the situation appears quite grave. I hope our sect emerges unscathed. Here is your meal." "Thank you." Chen Xun accepted the tray and turned to find a seat. Just then, the serving disciple suddenly called out, "Chen Xun, if a battle erupts, it would be wise for you to stay in your quarters and not venture out. When cultivators clash, the heavens may tremble and the earth may shatter. Even we miscellaneous disciples would scarcely withstand such chaos. With your lack of cultivation, should you be caught in the turmoil, survival would be a grave challenge." "Understood." Chen Xun nodded and settled into a seat. As he picked up his chopsticks and had yet to take more than a few bites, another disciple approached, carrying a tray, and sat beside him with a grin. "Hey, Chen Xun, do you still recognize me?" Chen Xun turned his head to look, replying, "I do not." The disciple's face flushed with embarrassment. "Chen Xun, it's me, Yu Zheng. 3 years ago, I came with you and senior brother Zhao Ting from Tianqing City. Originally, this disciple was one of the 4 youths brought to the Daotian sect 3 years ago alongside Zhao Ting and Shen He." Chen Xun smiled and said, "So it's you. How have you been?" Yu Zheng waved his hand and sighed. Brother Chen, you may not know, but the other 3 recently reached their limits and have returned to Tianqing City." Chen Xun remarked, "It seems you are doing well, remaining in the sect." Yu Zheng shook his head despondently. "No, it's been 3 years, and I am still at the first level of qi refinement. If I don't break through this year, I too must leave the sect by year's end." Chen Xun nodded in silence. Yu Zheng set down his chopsticks, cradling his chin in his hands. The youth he once was had matured significantly over the past 3 years. He lamented, "I truly envy brother Zhao Ting. He established his foundation in just 100 days, while I have been unable to reach the second level of qi refinement after 3 years. It must be said, the disparity among people is indeed vast." Suddenly, Yu Zheng smiled again. However, even if I return to the mundane world by year's end with my modest cultivation, I believe I can still thrive. Don't you agree, Brother Chen? Although everyone is born different, each life has its own brilliance. In this regard, I maintain a positive mindset. Heh. Chen Xun chuckled. Indeed. Yu Zheng grinned widely and inquired, what about you, Brother Chen? Do you intend to remain in the Daotian sect indefinitely? While residing in this blessed land of immortals may extend a mortal's lifespan, do you not feel a sense of alienation or loneliness among them? With your relationship with Brother Zhao Ting, I'm certain that with just a word from him, you could return to the mundane world and secure a high position, perhaps even take a few concubines. Just imagine how carefree that would be. I find myself envious at the thought. Chen Xun shook his head helplessly but smiled as he replied, strangely enough, your idea does sound appealing. Perhaps I should give it some thought. Chapter 50. Brother Chen, I will see you off from the sect. At Daotian Peak, in the inner hall, Nangong Yao and 8 core elders gathered, each with a grim expression. Sect Master, apart from the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the Qingdao Pavilion, who are already on their way. There has been no response from the other sects, Lu Yunjian stated solemnly. Truly infuriating. Before Nangong Yao could speak, Lu Xianin angrily waved his sleeve. In these turbulent times, with the demonic sects rampant, do they not understand the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold? Chu Ningchang interjected, Elder Lu, do not be enraged. As far as I know, among the righteous sects in the vicinity, only the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the Qingdao Pavilion have disciples abducted by the demonic sect. Other sects are currently unscathed. Perhaps that is their reason for not risking a visit. Humph. Sooner or later, it will be their turn. Lu Xianin retorted angrily. The elders sighed, uncertain of what to say. After a moment of silence, Lu Yunjian spoke. Sect Master, the demonic sect will undoubtedly come with great force. Should we not seek assistance from the Tianjin sect? Nangong Yao shook his head. Our sect believes that if the Tianjin sect were aware of this matter, they would be willing to assist. However, the distance is too great for them to arrive in time. Hearing this, Lu Yunjian could only acquiesce. Sect Master, we are engaged in battle on our home turf, with numerous formations laid out within 1,000 miles. Now, with the support of the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the Qingdao Pavilion, I believe that even if the demonic sect comes with great ferocity, they will not gain much advantage. Chu Ningchang asserted firmly. Hearing this, Nangong Yao and Lu Yunjian, among others, nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was the case. However, their ambitions extended far beyond merely repelling the demon sect. They sought to conquer the Dian demon sect and avenge the third elder. What concerned the sect most was not this, but rather that Jing Yao and the other disciples were still in Ji Wuzong's hands. They feared that the cunning and treacherous nature of the demon sect might use Jing Yao and the other disciples as hostages to threaten them. Nangong Yao stated emphatically. The elders' pupils constricted. Had the sect leader not mentioned it, they might have forgotten this critical point. Master, if our esteemed teacher were to intervene, the demon sect would surely pose little threat, would they not? At this moment, the fifth elder Wang Tianfu cautiously inquired. The atmosphere grew tense. Preposterous, Nangong Yao exclaimed with fury, then coldly remarked. Our esteemed teacher has previously vanquished the ambushing demon cultivators of the Yusha faction and generously bestowed 2 celestial pills to heal our sect and the second elder. Were it not for these celestial pills, this battle would have been utterly one-sided. How dare you utter such words? You may lack shame, but this sect still possesses some dignity. Wang Tianfu, realizing his error, hastily bowed and said, Please forgive me, sect leader. His heart trembled. The other elders also cleared their throats, remaining silent. Nangong Yao had intended to lecture Wang Tianfu further, but suddenly recalled the recently deceased third elder, who had been even more indiscreet than Wang Tianfu. Yet, when it mattered most, he had demonstrated genuine devotion to the sect. Thus, with a shake of his head, Nangong Yao refrained from further rebuke. 2 days passed, and the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the Blue Blade Pavilion arrived at Daotian Sect. The Heavenly Puppet Sect and Blue Blade Pavilion were not considered first-tier sects within the Beixian sects, but rather second-tier. Each was led by their respective leaders, accompanied by 3 elders and several hundred disciples, highlighting the importance of this endeavor. Nangong Yao personally received the leaders of the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the Blue Blade Pavilion. In the guest quarters of Tianxian Peak, the 3 sat across from one another. Nangong Yao, the leader of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, Pang Mian, and the leader of the Blue Blade Pavilion, Pui Dao. Pang Nian appeared frail and aged, with numerous wrinkles that animated his face whenever he smiled, giving him a somewhat unsettling appearance. Pu Yidao, in contrast, was a robust middle-aged man with one eye blind, while the other sparkled with a fierce intent, exuding a sharp aura. "Both of you must have had a taxing journey," Nangong Yao said, pouring wine for his guests with a smile. Pang Nian forced a smile and replied, "Sect leader Nangong need not say such things. However, I must admit I did not expect only the two of us to come." "Surely, sect leader Nangong." Before he could finish, Nangong Yao interjected, "Not at all. Our sect had previously sent messages to 10 sects seeking assistance. Yet 8 failed to respond." Pang Nian and Pu Yidao exchanged knowing glances, understanding without needing further elaboration. To be candid, had it not been for their own disciples being captured by the demon sect, it was uncertain whether they would have come to offer aid. Nonetheless, both Pang Nian and Pu Yidao had deliberated extensively before deciding to assist. After all, they viewed Daotian's sect as a first-tier sect and believed that, given the circumstances, they might collaborate to rescue the abducted disciples. Pu Yidao said gravely, "Could sect leader Nangong provide us with a detailed account of the events?" "Certainly." Nangong Yao nodded and then recounted the recent disputes with the Dian Demon sect in detail. During this period, upon hearing the news of Baihu Ridge, both Pang Nian and Pu Yidao felt a shiver run through their cores. The third elder of the Daotian sect has fallen? The loss of an elder is indeed a tragedy. My condolences to sect master Nangong. The two clasped their hands in a gesture of respect, sighing deeply. When Jiang Bailu was mentioned, Nangong Yao pressed his lips together, momentarily at a loss for words. He then rose. "Please, make yourselves comfortable here. If you find it unbearable, feel free to explore the sect before the arrival of the demon sect. I must attend to some matters, so I take my leave." Pang Nian and Pu Yidao stood and bowed. "Safe travels, sect master Nangong." After Nangong Yao departed, Pang Nian clenched his fists and spoke in a hushed tone. "Pu sect master, after hearing sect master Nangong's words, I cannot shake this uneasy feeling. I fear we may be stepping into treacherous waters." Pu Yidao's gaze flickered. "There is no need for excessive worry, Pang sect master. While the Dian Demon sect is formidable, the Daotian sect, as a first-rate sect, possesses its own depth. The outcome of this conflict remains to be seen." The following day, the once serene sky above the Daotian sect darkened ominously as thunder and lightning erupted, heralding the approach of a terrifying mass of dark clouds. Beneath the clouds, dozens of demon vessels adorned with crimson banners surged forth, seemingly over 100 in number. Each vessel was manned by numerous cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage and above, their eyes glinting with a merciless hunger. Leading the charge were 10 colossal flagship demon vessels, each representing a separate demon sect, and now, there were precisely 10 of them. On the ground below, thousands of Qi refinement stage demon cultivators from these 10 sects either sprinted or leaped across the territory of the Daotian sect. In an instant, the realm of the Daotian sect was engulfed by a tide of demonic energy, causing countless birds and beasts to flee in terror. At this moment, within the Daotian sect, all disciples and elders above the Foundation establishment stage soared into the sky, gazing at the distant clouds and demonic aura, their hearts trembling uncontrollably. 10 demon sects united in their approach. In all their years of cultivation, none had ever witnessed such a terrifying display. Zhao Ting's legs felt weak, his heart racing. He was about to engage with the forces of the demon path, and they presented such an overwhelming formation. Soon, from the various peaks, all disciples of the sect beheld the unfolding scene in awe, their expressions turning pale with an overwhelming sense of dread and anxiety washing over them. The members of the Tianji sect and the Qingdao pavilion turned ashen, regretting their decision to come at the first opportunity. 10 demon sects. This was a dire mistake to assist the Daotian sect. It was tantamount to courting death. Yet, it was too late for regret. "Sectmaster, they have arrived," murmured Lu Yunjian. Nangong Yao, too, felt the weight of the 10 demon sects' imposing presence, regaining his composure and speaking with gravity. "Once they enter the designated area, activate the formation we prepared in advance." "Understood," Lu Yunjian replied through gritted teeth. The overwhelming aura of the demon sects had thrust the Daotian sect into a true life-or-death crisis. At this juncture, the atmosphere within the Daotian sect was tenser than ever before. Zhao Ting regained his senses, suddenly recalling something, and hastily flew towards the miscellaneous peak on his sword. At the thatched cottage on the west side of the miscellaneous peak, Chen Xun was pondering deeply, one hand resting on his chin as he gazed at the distant 10 demon sects, when Zhao Ting abruptly entered his line of sight. Chen Xun then saw Zhao Ting swiftly extend a hand towards him, urgency evident in his voice. Brother Chen, I know of a secret passage in the back mountain that can allow you to evade the demon sect and escape from the Daotian sect. Hurry. Let me escort you out. Chapter 51. Chen Xun's temperament. Zhao Ting initially thought that Chen Xun was rendered speechless by the distant approach of the demon sect, and urged, Brother Chen, we must go. As he moved to pull Chen Xun along, Chen Xun deftly sidestepped him. What do you mean by this, Brother Chen? If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Zhao Ting exclaimed anxiously. In that moment, Zhao Ting was so consumed by worry that he failed to notice that he had narrowly missed being grasped by Chen Xun, despite being in the later stages of Foundation establishment. Are you not leaving? Chen Xun inquired. Zhao Ting hesitated, then softly replied, I cannot abandon my sect. 3 years ago, during the ceremony to seal the purple robe, I vowed that as long as I live, I am a member of this sect, and in death, I shall remain its spirit. The sect has invested countless resources in me over these 3 years. If I were to flee now, I would lose all respect for myself. Chen Xun nodded, but countered, however, if you do not leave, you may very well face death. Are you not afraid? What will become of your parents in Falu town if the worst were to happen? Of course I fear death, Zhao Ting admitted, his voice gaining intensity. But I cannot abandon my post. Brother Chen, you must leave instead. For our friendship's sake, I ask that you visit Falu town and deliver this item to my parents, assuring them that I am safe in the Daotian sect and that they need not worry. With that, Zhao Ting produced a jade pendant and pressed it into Chen Xun's hands. Reluctantly, Chen Xun accepted the pendant. Very well, I shall accompany you out of the sect. You truly leave me no choice. Zhao Ting was filled with joy. Chen Xun shook his head and, with Zhao Ting's assistance, stepped onto the sword. Brother Chen, do not be afraid. My sword control technique is quite proficient now. Just hold tightly to my sleeve, Zhao Ting assured. In the next moment, the flying sword soared towards the back mountain of the Daotian sect with a swift whoosh. Before long, they arrived at the back mountain. Zhao Ting steadied himself and smiled. Brother Chen, how does it feel to fly on a sword? Exciting, isn't it? Exciting, Chen Xun replied. However, despite his words, Zhao Ting could see no sign of exhilaration on Chen Xun's face. Puzzled, Zhao Ting surmised that perhaps Brother Chen had spent too long in the sect, becoming accustomed to such sights. Clearing his throat, Zhao Ting approached an inconspicuous indentation in the stone wall of the back mountain and pressed a hidden mechanism. With a rumble, the seemingly ordinary stone wall suddenly opened, revealing a deep staircase flanked by luminous stones. This secret passage leads directly to a hidden forest outside the sect. Brother Chen, if you continue along this path, you will reach that forest. Have you noticed the luminous stones on either side? Feel free to take a few. They will ensure your safety in the mortal realm. Chen Xun smiled, clasped his hands together, and said, Zhao brother, then I shall take my leave. Until we meet again. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ting sighed inwardly, realizing that given the ferocity of the demon sect's approach, their chances of meeting again were slim. Nevertheless, he returned the gesture, saying, Brother Chen, until we meet again. Chen Xun nodded, turning to enter the secret passage, stepping down the stone stairs as he descended the mountain. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Ting pursed his lips and proceeded to a nearby mechanism, causing the stone wall to slowly close and return to its ordinary state. In the hidden passage, Chen Xun walked at a measured pace, his expression serene, devoid of any emotional turbulence. Since he had decided to move forward, he would do so resolutely. Although Chen Xun had spent 3 years indulging in the comforts of Daotian's sect, it was the likes of Nangong Yao and others who had reaped greater benefits from him, whether through the insights gained from his teachings, the effortless elimination of ambushing demonic cultivators, or the 2 pills he had provided. In truth, it was Daotian's sect that owed him a debt of gratitude. However, it was Zhao Ting who caused Chen Xun to hesitate slightly. This young man, possessing virtuous character, had treated Chen Xun with unparalleled respect during his time as a disciple in the purple robes. Zhao Ting's benevolence was unmatched by Nangong Yao and his peers, who acted out of awareness of Chen Xun's exceptional nature, while Zhao Ting remained blissfully ignorant of it all. Now, as a disciple of Daotian's sect, their fates were intertwined. Thus, out of consideration for Zhao Ting, Chen Xun decided to offer some assistance. Yet, Chen Xun's intention was not to eradicate every demonic cultivator that dared to intrude. Moreover, aside from the ambushing cultivators from the Dayan demon sect, he bore no enmity towards the other demon sections. Although he appeared to be a handsome young man in his 20s, he was, in essence, an ancient being who had lived for an unknown number of years. Through the passage of time, Chen Xun's disposition had long diverged from that of ordinary people. His perspective on events was entirely different. He was not filled with fervor, seeking to cleanse the world of evil and champion righteousness like a typical hero. To Chen Xun, all things exist for a reason, and there is no absolute distinction between good and evil. In the world, where there is yin, there must be yang. Where there is virtue, there must be vice. This is the path of balance. Just as day and night each possess their merits, neither can be absent. No one desires perpetual daylight, nor eternal night. In other words, many matters appeared rather mundane in Chen Xun's eyes, hardly worthy of mention. Subsequently, Chen Xun shifted his form and returned to the thatched cottage. Meanwhile, within the territory of Daotian's sect, 10 demon sects had already encroached upon their borders, instilling fear and trepidation among many elders and disciples. Shortly after the 10 demon sects established their formations within a 1,000-mile radius of Daotian's sect, the Grand Elder Lu Yunjian bellowed, "Activate the formation." In an instant, the vast expanse erupted in a dazzling spectacle of radiant colors. Countless chi-refining cultivators from the 10 demon sects unexpectedly fell into the trap of the formation, either trapped in a confinement array spinning helplessly or ensnared in an illusion array. Their faces contorted in manic laughter as they groped for non-existent sustenance, or caught in a slaughter array, engulfed in flames, poisoned, or pierced by icy shards. Cries of agony resounded throughout the area. Concurrently, within the slaughter array, thousands of swords of light surged forth, aimed at the myriad demon vessels in the sky, only to be dismissed with a cold snort by the leaders of the respective sections. The considerable losses among the chi-refining cultivators did not evoke much anger among the demon leaders. After all, they were merely cannon fodder meant to bolster their ranks. While the true combat strength lay in cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage and above. However, they were utterly taken aback to discover that Daotian's sect had somehow anticipated their attack and had preemptively set up numerous smaller formations. The members of the Daotian sect observed that while the formation they had set up had eliminated numerous chi-refining demon cultivators, it had inflicted no significant damage upon the cultivators hovering above. They felt no bitterness, for the strength of their adversaries was overwhelming. Relying solely on these formations to inflict substantial losses upon the demon sect was akin to chasing a fanciful dream. In a swift moment, the 10 major demon sects had swept to the outskirts of the Daotian sect, but did not advance further. They could discern the faint ripples emanating from the sacred mountain where the Daotian sect resided, indicating that the protective grand formation had been activated at the earliest opportunity. Nangong Yao, do you truly believe that your Daotian sect's protective formation can thwart the 10 demon sects? Do you think that our sect could not effortlessly dismantle your formation later? Ji Wucong, standing at the bow of the demon vessel, remarked with a chilling smile. Behind him stood Ji Mengli, the very individual who had shared a drink with Chen Xun on a previous occasion. Chapter 52. Request for the Master to break the situation. Outside the mountain gate, demonic energy surged ominously. The onlookers gritted their teeth, yet a sense of uncertainty lingered in their hearts. Sect leader, how is it that Ji Wucong and his 3 elders appear unscathed? Lu Xianin remarked, his pupils constricting in disbelief. The elders, including Lu Yunji, also found it hard to believe. Had it not been said that Ji Wucong and his associates had suffered severe injuries? Yet now, they seemed vibrant and full of life, showing no signs of having been wounded. The sect leader and the second elder had been bestowed with celestial pills by the master. What could account for Ji Wucong's current state? Nangong Yao's gaze flickered, his mind rife with uncertainty. Initially, he had estimated a probability of victory at 60% in their homeland, but now, with 10 sects descending upon them and Ji Wucong's injuries seemingly healed, the prospect of victory appeared to dwindle to less than 10%. In other words, their chances of winning were almost non-existent, though they still had the protective formation to rely upon. However, as the sect leader, Nangong Yao could not display any hint of fear. He spoke calmly, Ji Wucong, your demon sect's abduction of righteous disciples as blood slaves stands as a mortal threat to all righteous sects in Beixian. You dare not only to show yourselves, but to assault our gates? Ha ha. A mortal threat? Do you truly believe your so-called righteous sects are worthy? With a mere message, 9 sects would willingly join forces to come to our aid. And you, Nangong Yao? TSK, look at you. Only the Tian Puppet Sect and the Qingdao Pavilion, 2 second-rate sects, are willing to assist your Daotian sect? Your righteous sects display such cowardice. Do you expect us to regard you with any trepidation? Ji Wucang retorted with ruthless mockery. Nangong Yao narrowed his eyes, rendered speechless, for Ji Wucang's words rang true. Meanwhile, the Tian Puppet Sect and the Qingdao Pavilion, who had come to their aid, also exhibited visible changes in demeanor. Pang Nian and Pui Dao had already begun to harbor thoughts of retreat. Oh, by the way, Nangong Yao, allow me to present you with a delightful spectacle that I am sure will bring you joy, Ji Wucang said with a grin, clapping his hands. In the next moment, a group of disciples, bound hand and foot, was brought forth from the demon vessel to the bow, revealing themselves to be disciples of the Tian Puppet Sect and the Qingdao Pavilion. These hundreds of thin, hollow-eyed disciples, upon seeing Pang Nian and Pui Dao, were instantly electrified, tears streaming down their faces as they cried out in fervent emotion, "Sect leader! Pavilion master!" An uproar ensued within the Daotian sect. The pupils of the members of the Tiankamen and the Qingdao Pavilion contracted in unison. Pang Nian and Pui Dao clenched their fists tightly. To their astonishment, these were indeed the disciples abducted from their sects by the demonic path. At this very moment, as Nangong Yao gazed upon these disciples and recalled the words of Ji Wucang, an ominous premonition enveloped his heart. He never imagined that Ji Wucang had prepared so thoroughly. Could it be that everything was within his expectations? Indeed, Ji Wucang chuckled sinisterly. Our sect can release these disciples. But we have one condition. Both of your sects must immediately depart from the Daotian sect. We shall not impede your departure. Pang Nian and Pui Dao felt a tremor in their hearts, a flicker of joy igniting within. Could such a fortunate turn of events truly exist? They had long harbored intentions of retreat. Very well. Our Tiankamen is willing to withdraw. We hope that Sect Master Ji will honor his word and return our disciples. Pang Nian declared without hesitation. Ji Wucang smiled faintly. Of course, our sect has always kept its promises. Pui Dao immediately added, Sect Master Ji, our Qingdao Pavilion also wishes to withdraw. The elders of the Daotian sect turned ashen, and the disciples were equally pale, shocked that the 2 sects that had come to their aid were easily persuaded to leave by the demonic path. Pang Nian and Pui Dao disregarded the many gazes and approached the impassive Nangong Yao, bowing in remorse. Sect Master Nangong, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but the current strength of the demonic sect is formidable, and the Daotian sect has little chance of victory. I do not wish for my elders and disciples to make futile sacrifices, so I hope for your understanding. Sect Master Nangong, please open a corner of the Great Formation to allow our 2 sects to depart. Ha ha ha, Nangong Yao, is this what brings you joy? You must be quite pleased now. Ji Wucang laughed heartily, and the various sect masters and demonic cultivators aboard the demonic vessel joined in mockery. Nangong Yao appeared unfazed, his gaze fixed on Pang Nian and Pui Dao as he said, If you 2 wish to leave, our sect shall not force you to stay. But the demonic sect is notoriously cunning. Do you truly intend to trust Ji Wucang's deceitful words? Pang Nian chuckled. Sect Master Nangong, you worry excessively. We have our own judgments. What a jest it would be to ponder such trickery at this juncture. Remaining in the Daotian sect would surely lead to our demise. It is far better to take this risk, for there lies a glimmer of hope. Besides, in front of so many witnesses, we do not believe that Ji Wucang, the master of the Dayan demonic sect, would utter falsehoods. Nangong Yao nodded. Choosing not to elaborate further, he calmly stated, You may proceed. Let us go. Pang Nian and Pui Dao turned and waved their hands, leading their respective factions towards the exit. Nangong Yao retrieved the Great Formation compass and opened a corner of the formation to allow the Tiankamen and Qingdao Pavilion to exit. Upon leaving the sect, Pang Nian and Pui Dao bowed to Ji Wucang, with Pang Nian saying, Sect Master Ji, please return our disciples. We shall depart and not involve ourselves in this matter. Very well, Ji Wucang replied with a slight smile, gesturing. Release them. On the demonic vessel, the bound disciples were cast down. Pang Nian and Pui Dao rejoiced, hastily extending their spiritual energy to catch their disciples. Just then, Ji Wucang's commanding voice rang out. Kill them swiftly. Do not give them the chance to self-destruct. With the lessons learned from the demise of the Baihu Ridge and the White Heron, Ji Wucang had become wiser this time. Both Pang Mian and Pu Yidao's expressions shifted dramatically. Sect Master Ji, you are betraying your word. Ji Wucang sneered. Do you expect the master of this demonic sect to speak with integrity? Such naivety. In the next moment, an overwhelming pressure descended from the demonic vessel, shaking the very heavens and earth. Nangong Zhongzhu, quickly open the grand formation and let us in. We shall not leave, we shall not leave. Before Pang Mian could finish his plea, the Sky Puppet Sect and the Blue Blade Pavilion were engulfed by an endless tide of dark sorcery. The sounds of wretched screams arose, only to be abruptly silenced. It was a swift slaughter, offering no opportunity for resistance or even self-destruction. Witnessing the rapid annihilation of the Sky Puppet Sect and the Blue Blade Pavilion, the hearts of the Dao Tian sect members trembled with fear. On the demonic vessel, Ji Mengli observed the scene with a twinge of compassion, yet felt reassured that they were all merely cultivators, and thankfully, no mortals were involved. After the extermination of the Sky Puppet Sect and the Blue Blade Pavilion, an eerie silence enveloped the Dao Tian sect. Ji Wucang proclaimed loudly, Nangong Yao, dismantle the grand formation, or we shall continue our performance. Upon finishing, he clapped his hands, revealing 240 disciples being brought forth. Among them were the purple-clad disciple Jing Yao and other inner and outer sect members. The disciples appeared emaciated and dazed, as if their capacity for independent thought had been stripped away, resembling mere husks, as though their very lifeblood had been drained. A gasp of shock rippled through the Dao Tian sect. All faces turned ashen. Sister Jingyao, Brother Maliang. The disciples covered their mouths, exclaiming in astonishment. Filled with righteous fury, Zhao Ting's pupils contracted as he gazed at the woman in front of the gathered disciples, his heart brimming with rage. Previously, Sister Jing Yao had been a vision of gentleness in his memory. Now, she had been reduced to a state that was neither human nor ghost by the hands of the demonic sect. Nangong Yao's breath quickened, unable to contain himself any longer. As he had surmised, Ji Wucang would leverage the disciples as pawns. He spoke in a grave tone. Ji Wucang, what do you intend to do? Ji Wucang chuckled ominously. Our sect seeks nothing but your compliance. Dismantle the grand formation, and they shall remain unharmed. However, should you refuse, for every breath that passes, one disciple shall perish. It is as simple as that. Let us begin with this purple-clad disciple. You have 5 breaths to ponder this matter. After 5 breaths, we shall commence. The brutality of the situation loomed before them, rendering the predicament nearly insurmountable. What to do? What to do? Nangong Yao's countenance shifted wildly, the weight on his heart rendering him breathless. The grand formation could absolutely not be dismantled, but with Zhang Bailu just slain. If Sister Su Jingyao were to meet the same fate, Nangong Yao felt as if he were suffocating. After establishing the sect for so many years, he had never encountered such a cruel scenario. 3 breaths. Ji Wucang's sinister smile widened. Nangong Yao's pupils suddenly narrowed to the size of pinpricks. As sect master, the elders and disciples exchanged troubled glances with Nangong Yao, fully aware of the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. For breaths have passed, O Nangong Zhongzhu, Ji Wucang remarked with a slight smile. At that moment, a demonic sect elder pressed a dagger against Su Jingyao's throat, ready to sever her head without hesitation the instant the 5 breaths elapsed. Breathing heavily, even Nangong Yao, the sect leader, found himself overwhelmed by unprecedented pressure. His back drenched in sweat, his mind clouded as if floating in the clouds, yet simultaneously burdened by a mountain's weight, nearly rendering him incapable of thought. In this dire moment, an uncontrollable figure resurfaced in his mind, appearing as the sole lifeline to extricate him from this dilemma. Drawing his last breath, Nangong Yao turned towards the direction of the servant peak, closed his eyes, and bowed deeply, trembling as he spoke. Forgive my audacity, esteemed sir. I beseech you to resolve this predicament. His words reverberated within the Dao Tian sect, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie silence. The disciples were bewildered, and the core elders felt a tightening in their chests. Just as Ji Wucang and the others from the demon sect squinted, casting suspicious glances toward the servant peak, a serene voice resonated from that very place, echoing throughout the realm. I shall assist you this once. The moment the voice emerged, Zhao Ting was momentarily taken aback. Ji Mengli aboard the demonic vessel furrowed her brow, a strangely familiar voice reverberating within her. Chapter 53. Shock and Reversal of the Celestial Order at the Servant Peak. All the servant disciples stared in astonishment towards the direction of the humble cottage in the west, their pupils trembling in disbelief. How could they not recognize the voice that responded to their leader? Chen Xun. The esteemed sir referred to by the sect leader was none other than Chen Xun, the one responsible for sweeping the floors? Why? Chen Xun was merely a mortal, was he not? As the servant disciples grappled with their incredulity, their long-held perceptions of Chen Xun began to shatter. It was akin to an ordinary friend, with whom one has shared countless days, suddenly transforming into a figure of imperial grandeur. The disciples responsible for meal preparation and others looked towards the cottage, their hearts quaking. The genial, approachable scholar, who was always willing to exchange a few words, began to fade from their memories, becoming shrouded in mystery. Only Qian Laifu, the steward at the servant peak, remained stunned. Yet the shock within him persisted. Just moments ago, the sect leader referred to Chen Xun as senior, and now he was elevated to sir. The profound respect emanating from the leader was evident to all in the sect. At this moment, a figure clad in green stepped out from the servant peak, traversing through countless gazes to reach the mountain gate. Sir, Nan Gongyao and the core elders bowed respectfully. Sir, I feel deeply ashamed, Nan Gongyao stated bitterly, yet the suffocating turmoil within him eased upon receiving Chen Xun's response. Chen Xun's expression remained composed, devoid of words. Thousands of eyes fixated on the reverence displayed by Nan Gongyao and the others towards the newcomer, sending shivers down their spines. The moment Chen Xun appeared, many were struck by astonishment, their hearts tumultuous with waves of surprise. Even those disciples and elders who had never interacted with Chen Xun were left speechless. How could they not recognize that this was the very person who had caused an uproar 3 years prior during the purple robe ceremony? It was no wonder the sect leader had hastily brushed the matter aside. It turned out he possessed such an extraordinary identity and status, including the inner gate elder Shun He, who once brought Chen Xun to the sect, and the outer disciples. All wore ashen faces, their mouths agape, their pupils trembling as they gazed at Chen Xun, feeling as though their worldview had shattered. They were engulfed in anxiety, murmuring to themselves, "How could this be? How could this be?" They recalled any potential offenses they might have committed. Previously, they had admired Chen Xun for having a friend like Zhao Ting, a disciple clad in purple, but now it appeared that envy should be directed toward Zhao Ting instead. "Chun, my brother, bang." Zhao Ting staggered, collapsing onto the ground, staring blankly at Chen Xun. From the moment Chen Xun's voice resonated, Zhao Ting's expression had been one of dazed disbelief. Memories from the past 3 years flooded his mind. Perhaps Zhao had taken things for granted. The celestial realm may not be as idyllic as he had imagined. In my view, Zhao was brimming with spiritual energy, possessing an innate essence, perhaps even a spiritual root. "Zhao Ting, you need not worry about your friend. Have you considered that he is no ordinary individual? Brother Chun, what is it like to fly with a sword? Exciting, isn't it? Exciting." The more he pondered, the paler Zhao Ting's complexion became, his gaze gradually sharpening. Yet his eyes trembled violently, feeling as if the world was spinning and everything around him was shrouded in mist. Nangong Yao and the elders could not help but glance at Zhao Ting. Upon seeing his condition, they sighed inwardly. Soon after, Chu Ningchong gently assisted Zhao Ting from afar, sensing that it would be best for him to gather himself in silence. On the demonic vessel, Ji Mengli, after her initial shock, pursed her lips while gazing at Chen Xun, her heart heavy with melancholy. She couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, reflecting on how she had encountered Brother Chun in the spirit workshop, only to find him in such a remarkable position today. She had always sensed his exceptional nature, and now it was undeniably apparent, yet he stood on the opposing side. Suddenly, Ji Mengli realized why every pot of exquisite flavors she had wished to gift him had to be purchased with spirit stones, understanding the implication behind his words. "I would rather not owe you." It dawned on her that from the very beginning, Chen Xun had been as clear as a mirror in his intentions. At this moment, her heart was tumultuous, yet it seemed that in Chen Xun's eyes, their connection was merely a fleeting acquaintance, barely even friends. "Who dares approach? State your name," Ji Wutsong demanded, his gaze flickering as he spoke. The other leaders of the demonic sect and their followers fixed their eyes on Chen Xun, scrutinizing him closely. Nangong Yao and the elders regarded this scholarly figure in green with deep respect, astonished in their hearts, utterly unprepared for the presence of such a person within the Daotian sect. His appearance was unfamiliar to them, as they had never encountered anyone like him in Beixian. This unexpected revelation made the typically cautious demonic cultivators even more wary. Chen Xun, with his hands clasped behind his back, smiled serenely and replied, I am merely a humble sweeper from the miscellaneous peak of the Daotian sect. I am hardly a figure of significance. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao and the others felt a mix of embarrassment and trepidation, fearing that the gentleman was admonishing them, prompting them to exclaim, Sir, we never intended for you to be sweeping. A sweeper from the miscellaneous peak? Ji Wucang paused, exchanging glances with the other leaders of the demonic sect. Ji Wucang scrutinized Chen Xun's attire and spoke in a low voice, From your garb, it appears you are not affiliated with the Daotian sect, are you? Nangong Yao and the others exchanged glances, uncertain of Ji Wucang's intentions. Chen Xun replied, No? Excellent. In the next moment, Ji Wucang clapped his hands and proclaimed loudly, The Daotian sect dares to have a venerable elder, such as yourself, sweeping the grounds? Truly, they show a lack of respect. Esteemed elder, it would be better to disregard the Daotian sect. I, Wucang, the master of the Da-Yin demon sect, cordially invite you to visit my sect. We shall ensure your every need is met, and you shall be treated with the utmost comfort. Beautiful companions will abound. Please, esteemed elder, accompany me. At this declaration, an uproar erupted within the Daotian sect. Nangong Yao and the others were left astounded. How utterly despicable Ji Wucang was. Nangong Yao immediately retorted coldly, Ji Wucang, do not speak so recklessly. As fellow sects of the northern Xian, what you have in the Da-Yin demon sect, we in the Daotian sect possess as well. It is merely that the elder does not wish to engage. Ji Wucang scoffed. What do you mean by wishing or not? From our perspective, the Daotian sect simply lacks sincerity. If sincerity were truly present, I cannot believe that the venerable elder would continue to sweep the grounds. You dare to speak to me in such a manner? What sort of person is the esteemed elder, and you would have him sweeping? Today, I shall not let the Daotian sect escape unscathed. We will seek justice for the elder and eradicate your entire clan. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with only Ji Wucang and Nangong Yao exchanging barbs. The scene shifting dramatically. Ji Wucang, true to his cunning nature as the sect leader of the demon path, deftly manipulated the situation, making it seem as though every action taken was for Chen Xun's benefit. Ji Wucang looked at Chen Xun, clasped his hands together, and earnestly said, Esteemed elder, such treatment from the Daotian sect is indeed despicable. How about I assist you in eliminating them? Rest assured, you need not lift a finger. Simply observe while we handle everything. Chen Xun interjected, Chapter 54, The Might of a Sword. Nangong Yao felt a twinge of anxiety and cautioned, Esteemed elder, Ji Wucang is treacherous and cunning. Do not be swayed by his false words, for his intentions are insincere. Preposterous. Ji Wucang shot back angrily, Nangong Yao, you would do well not to slander my sect in front of the elder. We are a people of utmost integrity. Nangong Yao sneered, You Ji Wucang are a paragon of integrity? Then how do you explain your dealings with the Tian Kuei sect and the Qingdao Pavilion? Ji Wucang cleared his throat and retorted, You understand nothing. How could those wretches possibly be compared to the esteemed elder? At that moment, Chen Xun spoke again, Enough. You have no grievances with me. Today, I shall not make things difficult for you. Simply release the Daotian sect disciples and withdraw. As his words settled, silence returned to the space. Nangong Yao and the elders felt a sense of regret at Chen Xun's declaration, but dared not voice their concerns. After all, he was not truly one of the Daotian sect, and in truth, they had greatly benefited from him over the years. There was no reason for him to assist in their annihilation of these demon sections. If he could save their disciples and drive away the 10 demon sects, preserving the Daotian sect this time would already be an immense favor, a debt they could not repay. Moreover, and most importantly, from Chen Xun's varied tones, it was apparent that he regarded both the righteous and demonic paths with equal measure, showing no favoritism whatsoever. Outside the Daotian sect, the atmosphere among the demonic cultivators was charged with unrest, their expressions somber. Ji Wucang retracted his smile and spoke solemnly, Senior, if you wish to preserve the Daotian sect, you may do so, but please provide us with a convincing reason. Just as Chen Xun was about to respond, a sudden haze enveloped his vision. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. How quickly things had escalated once again. In the next moment, clarity began to wane from his gaze, replaced by a familiar manic grin that slowly crept upon his lips. Feeling the world spin around him, Chen Xun, seizing the last vestiges of lucidity, reached for the hilt of the sword resting on his back and drew it with a sudden ferocity. He slashed towards the distance with a casual stroke. Instantly, the eyes of all present widened in shock. Clang! In that fleeting moment, a piercing sword cry resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. As Chen Xun unleashed his strike, the grand formation of the Dao Tian sect shattered with a thunderous roar. The sound of the sword's cry tore through the air, rupturing the eardrums of everyone present, blood flowing uncontrollably. Boom! With that single stroke, an unfathomable surge of sword energy erupted from the wooden sword. The sky trembled and the earth quaked, as if the world were on the brink of annihilation. Whoosh! The invisible sword energy ravaged the surrounding expanse of hundreds of thousands of miles, leveling mountains and severing rivers. When the sword energy dissipated and the dust settled, the landscape outside the Dao Tian sect was left in utter disarray. A bottomless and terrifying chasm had opened from the sect, stretching into the unseen distance. As if connecting to the other side of the world, silence returned to the world. Everyone stood in a daze, beholding the devastation wrought by a single sword strike, their souls trembling in awe. Such a formidable blow, it was nothing short of outrageous. Thud, thud, thud. All members of the Dao Tian sect collapsed, their legs giving way as they knelt upon the ground, gulping desperately. The 10 demonic sects had also fallen prostrate, a sea of despair. Ji Wucang's face turned ashen, his body trembling as he stammered, "SS Senior, we shall retreat, we shall retreat. Thank you for your mercy." In that moment, the hearts of the demonic cultivators were filled with an unparalleled terror, a fear they had never known before. The power of that one sword strike was overwhelming. Simultaneously, alongside their fear and reverence for Chen Xun, there was an undercurrent of gratitude, for they understood that had Chen Xun truly intended to slay them, none would have survived the might of that strike. When had Bei Xian produced such a formidable swordsman? That previous strike, even a cultivator at the transformation stage or the integration stage would struggle to replicate. Could it be that this senior was a cultivator at the ascendant stage? The ascendant stage, that represented the pinnacle of mortal realms. It was utterly terrifying. Nangong Yao and the others were equally astounded. Witnessing their master's prowess for the first time was a breathtaking experience. He truly was extraordinary. Hee, feeling so sleepy, I must return to rest. Shoo, keep it down, please. Chen Xun sheathed the wooden sword back into its cloth scabbard and dashed back to the servant's peak, disappearing in an instant. Huh. The crowd was left bewildered, yet they quickly called out, "We bid farewell to the senior." However, Nangong Yao and the others, familiar with the situation, sighed inwardly, realizing their master had seemingly reverted to his previous self. Nangong sect leader, it was all a misunderstanding. Today, we shall return all disciples of your sect. Furthermore, we deeply regret the death of your third elder, but we too have lost our fourth elder. In truth, the losses are mutual. Shall we not shake hands and make peace? The matter at hand must be resolved immediately. The forces of the demon sect shall no longer trespass upon the territory of the Daotian sect, Ji Wucang declared with a respectful bow. Upon hearing this, the other leaders of the demon sect dared not voice any objections. In their eyes, Ji Wucang's handling of the situation was beyond reproach. After all, there existed a formidable deity within the Daotian sect, and they would not dare entertain any malicious thoughts. Not only they, but even the Tongtian demon sect would be utterly terrified upon reporting this incident. Nangong Yao's gaze flickered, and he sighed internally. The matter involving the third elder would not simply be overlooked. In due time, he vowed to seek vengeance. However, for the moment, a facade of peace must be maintained. This was the best outcome achievable, had it not been for the intervention of their master to intimidate Ji Wucang and the others. The Daotian sect would have faced dire consequences. Subsequently, Ji Wucang returned Su Jingyao and the other disciples to the Daotian sect. He respectfully bowed toward the miscellaneous peak and proclaimed, "Senior, the gates of the Dian demon sect shall always be open to you. You are welcome to visit at any time, and I would be delighted to receive your teachings. Today, I take my leave." The 10 demon sect leaders departed without daring to look back. They had come with great fanfare, yet left in a state of retreat. As the demon cultivators exited, their gazes lingered on the ravine carved by a single sword strike, still moved by the display of power. How could there be such a formidable swordsman among the Beishian? Fortunately, this esteemed swordsman did not harbor animosity towards the demonic path, nor did he truly align himself with the righteous side. Otherwise, the Beishian demon sect would have faced grave peril. Before leaving, Ji Mengli cast a glance filled with complex emotions at the miscellaneous peak of the Daotian sect. The demon sect had departed, yet all those within the Daotian sect remained rooted in place, feeling as if they were caught in a surreal dream. Master, Brother Chun. Zhao Ting murmured, lost in thought. Chu Ningchang's heart skipped a beat, her eyes sharpening as she admonished, mind your manners. Zhao Ting trembled, bowing his head in silence, unsure of what to say. The events of the day had left an overwhelming impact upon him. Due to Chen Xun's madness, he remained within the Daotian sect for another 3 years. In the first year, Chen Xun continued his routine at the miscellaneous peak, indulging in food and drink, sleeping, and sweeping the grounds. Any disciple who encountered Chen Xun would immediately bow in reverence, respectfully addressing him as senior. Although Chen Xun had reverted to his erratic and nonsensical behavior, in the eyes of the disciples, he had transformed into an enigmatic figure, playing with the world around him. Nangong Yao and others frequently visited the miscellaneous peak to pay their respects to Chen Xun, leaving behind wine and food, and after a brief time spent in his company, they would bow and take their leave. However, since that day, Zhao Ting had not sought out Chen Xun again. The disciples and elders within the sect rarely saw Zhao Ting, and it was later revealed that he had entered seclusion. Simultaneously, the news of the 10 demon sects withdrawing from the Daotian sect sent shockwaves through the Beishian cultivation world. Both righteous and demonic factions sought to uncover the truth of what transpired at the Daotian sect that day, questioning how the 10 demon sects could retreat without cause. Yet, despite extensive inquiries, information remained tightly sealed, leaving the matter shrouded in mystery. Upon returning, Ji Wucang wasted no time, promptly reporting the events that transpired at the Daotian sect to the Tongtian demon sect. The Tongtian demon sect, upon hearing the news, fell into a prolonged silence before issuing an order to temporarily suspend the abduction of righteous disciples for the purpose of blood servitude. After receiving the directive, Ji Wucang breathed a sigh of relief, deeming it only fitting. Despite the fact that the sword cultivator from Daotian sect held no disdain for the demonic path, it was prudent to remain cautious at such a critical juncture. Thus, the North Xian cultivation realm returned to a state of tranquility, and for a considerable time, no further reports of righteous sect disciples being abducted emerged. As the first year drew to a close, numerous disciples from the miscellaneous peak reached their limits and departed the sect for the mundane world, including a young man named Yu Zheng, who ultimately failed to break through. He felt a sense of regret, yet simultaneously, he did not. However, before leaving, Yu Zheng stood at the foot of the mountain, lost in thought as he gazed towards the direction of the thatched cottage in the west, lingering for quite some time. At the dawn of the second year, 3 unexpected visitors arrived at Daotian's sect, a middle-aged man, a woman, and an elderly gentleman. The middle-aged man was Ji Wucang, the woman was Ji Mengli, and the elder was none other than the sect master of the Tongtian demon sect. Upon arriving, the old man's countenance turned pale at the sight of the sword chasm. Outside the mountain gate, the elder clasped his hands and smiled, addressing Nangong, sect master Nangong. I am Yin Jueching of the Tongtian demon sect. I kindly ask you to introduce me so that I may pay my respects to that esteemed elder. The sudden voice outside the mountain gate sent a tremor through Daotian's sect. The Tongtian demon sect. They were the true overlord of the North Xian demonic path. In North Xian, if one were to single them out, only the Tianjin sect could stand as their equal. At this moment, both disciples and elders alike understood who the esteemed elder that the demonic sect master wished to pay homage to was. At the mountain gate, Nangong Yao and a group of core elders quickly approached. Upon seeing the imposing Yin Jueching, their expressions subtly shifted as they bowed in respect. We pay our respects to sect master Yin. Despite the numerous conflicts between the righteous and demonic paths, the other party's realm and status were undeniable, and basic etiquette could not be overlooked. Yin Jueching smiled slightly. There is no need for such formalities, sect master Nangong. My uninvited visit should not trouble you. Nangong Yao pursed his lips. I dare not. Beside them, Ji Wucang and Ji Mengli were not surprised by Nangong Yao's demeanor, for they too would show deference if they were to encounter the master of the Tianjin sect, as it pertained to cultivation level and status. Yin Jueching chuckled lightly, surveying the many peaks of Daotian's sect, his gaze soon settling on the miscellaneous peak. He continued, I would appreciate it if sect master Nangong could escort me to pay my respects to that esteemed elder. Nangong Yao did not agree immediately, but instead replied, Sect Master Yin, this matter is beyond my authority. Please wait a moment while I seek the elder's opinion. Yin Jueqing responded, Very well, I shall wait here. Nangong Yao exchanged a glance with Elder Lu Yunjian and then soared towards the miscellaneous peak. In a short while, he returned. Yin Jueqing's eyes gleamed with anticipation. What did the elder say? Is he willing to meet? Nangong Yao expressed his apologies. The elder is currently resting, and I dare not disturb him. Resting? Yin Jueqing was taken aback. Meanwhile, Ji Wucang swiftly conveyed through voice transmission, Sect Master Yin, when the elder departed a year ago. We noticed that his temperament had become erratic, unlike any ordinary cultivator. Yin Jueqing, in a moment of reflection, recalled the terrifying sword abyss outside the Daotian sect, and immediately expressed his understanding. After all, those who possess strength are not ordinary. No matter, he declared, I am willing to wait here until the esteemed elder awakens. He nodded affirmatively. Nangong Yao had intended to invite Yin Jueqing to reside in comfort while waiting, for it seemed inappropriate to leave such a formidable demon sect leader standing idly. However, Yin Jueqing declined the offer. Recognizing this, Nangong Yao refrained from insisting further and departed with the elders. Having arrived at noon, Yin Jueqing and his companions waited outside the mountain gate, and as the hours passed, evening descended upon them. At last, Nangong Yao returned, announcing that the elder had awakened, prompting the trio to follow him up to the miscellaneous peak. Upon reaching the midpoint of the mountain, they made their way towards a humble thatched cottage on the western side. Along the path, the expressions of Yin Jueqing and his companions shifted as they caught sight of the cottage from afar. Ji Wucang, with a sardonic smile, remarked, I had heard that the elder was sweeping the grounds, but I never imagined that sect leader Nangong would have the elder residing in such a dilapidated abode. Nangong Yao paused, his countenance darkening slightly, yet he chose not to respond. If the elder preferred to stay here, what could he do? Soon enough, they arrived at the front of the thatched cottage. At that moment, Chen Xun emerged, yawning and stretching leisurely at the entrance. Greetings, esteemed elder. The four bowed respectfully. Chen Xun, grinning widely, surveyed the group before humming a tune and bounding away like a playful monkey. Nangong Yao clapped his hands, exclaiming, I completely forgot. It is mealtime, and the elder must be heading to the dining hall for dinner. What? Dinner? Yin Jueqing and his companions stared in disbelief. An elder of such high cultivation still requires dinner? Nangong Yao, slightly embarrassed, offered a wry smile. Sect leader Yin, you may not be aware, but the elder has been residing in our Daotian sect for over 4 years, and he has scarcely missed a meal. Upon hearing this, Yin Jueqing and the others were taken aback. Without abstaining from food, would impurities not accumulate, hindering cultivation? Yet, the elder's realm and prowess defied logic. In the dining hall, Chen Xun's arrival startled the disciples who were having dinner. They abruptly set down their bowls and stood in unison, greeting him with a loud and synchronized, good evening. Esteemed elder, such madness, Chen Xun muttered under his breath as he made his way to the serving area to collect his meal. Among those serving was not a disciple, but rather the steward Qian Laifu. Ever since that incident a year prior, Qian Laifu had personally been serving meals in the dining hall for an entire year. Naturally, Qian Laifu eagerly awaited Chen Xun's arrival each day to assist him with his meal, while other disciples were attended to by different servers. Elder, you have arrived, Qian Laifu said with a sycophantic smile, quickly taking the plate from Chen Xun and filling it generously before respectfully returning it. Chen Xun took his plate and settled down at a nearby table, diving into his meal. Known for his hearty appetite, Qian Laifu had thoughtfully seated Chen Xun as close to the serving area as possible, ensuring he could easily request more food. As the miscellaneous disciples noticed Chen Xun eating, they cautiously took their seats, each one quietly consuming their meal, fearful of making any noise that might disturb the elder. Qian Laifu stood with a ladle in hand, his gaze fixated on Chen Xun's plate. The moment Chen Xun finished his meal, he would rush over to replenish his food. Just then, 4 figures entered the dining hall. Among them, a stunning woman captivated the attention of all the disciples, but she quickly noticed Nangong Yao, causing them to rise in alarm, only to be halted by Nangong Yao's gesture. No need for formality, continue your meal. The disciples, trembling with trepidation, sat back down. Qian Laifu's expression shifted, and he hurried over, bowing respectfully. Sect master. Nangong Yao paid him no mind, and, accompanied by Yin Jueqing and the others, proceeded towards Chen Xun. More food, more food. Chen Xun exclaimed in dissatisfaction as he finished his meal. Oh, senior, I'm coming. Qian Laifu's heart raced, eager to assist, but was stopped by Nangong Yao's raised hand. Allow me. Nangong Yao approached the food station, took up the ladle, and respectfully served Chen Xun. Qian Laifu and the other servant disciples observed this scene with a mix of shock and admiration. In the entire Daotian sect, only Chen Xun could command such deference from the sect master. Nangong sect master, seeing that the elder enjoys the food here, may we three partake in a meal as well? Yin Jueqing inquired with a smile. Ji Wucang's expression changed slightly. To eat grains? However, he quickly realized that Yin's sect master sought to foster a closer relationship with Chen Xun, although consuming such food might introduce impurities detrimental to cultivation. Having a meal once in a while posed little concern. Of course, that would be delightful, Nangong Yao replied with a smile, and soon, he and Yin Jueqing each took a portion of food and seated themselves opposite Chen Xun. The dining hall fell into silence, save for the sound of Chen Xun devouring his meal. Qian Laifu and the disciples felt a tumultuous wave of emotions as they realized that besides the sect master, the elder seated at the table was none other than the leader of the Tunshan demon sect, who had loudly visited at the mountain gate earlier that day. Chapter 56. Humorous conversations and Ji Wucang's thoughts at the dining table. Nangong Yao and Yin Jueqing savored their meals at a leisurely pace, each lost in their thoughts. Chen Xun, engrossed in his food, had already consumed an indeterminate number of plates, leaving Yin Jueqing and the others astonished. How much does the elder intend to eat? With such a voracious appetite, can his meridians truly withstand the impurities? Ji Mengli stole glances at Chen Xun, her eyes flickering. The man before her seemed utterly foreign. His wild demeanor was a stark contrast to their previous encounter in Lingfang. How could a person exhibit such drastic differences in behavior? After some contemplation, Ji Mengli shook off her thoughts. The present situation was vastly different. She recognized the formidable strength of the man before her and dared not make unwarranted assumptions. Gradually, the dining hall grew emptier. The servant disciples finished their meals and quickly bowed before departing, hesitant to linger. In the end, the spacious hall was left with only Chen Xun and his company, along with Qian Laifu, who remained kneeling nearby, ready to serve. Yin Jueqing gradually set down his chopsticks, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Chen Xun, and finally spoke, addressing him with reverence. Senior, I am Yin Jueqing of the Sky-Eating Demon Sect. I humbly come to pay my respects and beg your forgiveness for my audacity in approaching you. Upon hearing Yin Jueqing's words, Ji Wucang and Ji Mengli also laid down their chopsticks, cautiously gazing at Chen Xun. Nangong Yao, meanwhile, continued to eat, but his ears perked up. He understood that Yin Jueqing's visit was certainly not merely a courtesy call. Beside them, Qian Laifu knelt, trembling with awe at the respect Yin Jueqing showed Chen Xun. He dared not listen any further. The North Xian Super Demon Sect and the Sky-Eating Demon Sect, who among the populace was not familiar with these names. It was evident that the leader of one sect showed such deference to Chen Xun, suggesting that he was undoubtedly the foremost figure in the North Xian cultivation realm. Qian Laifu himself was merely in the mid-stage of qi refinement, insignificant as dust, and each individual present felt like a towering presence to him. Chen Xun continued to focus on his meal, seemingly indifferent. Noticing this, Yin Jueqing felt a bit awkward but patiently waited. After a short while, Chen Xun finally finished eating, let out a satisfied burp, and then looked at Yin Jueqing and the others with curiosity, asking, "What did you say your name was, old man?" Ji Wucang and Ji Mengli swallowed hard. In the entire North Xian, perhaps only Chen Xun dared to address the sect leader so casually. Under different circumstances, anyone else would have likely perished hundreds of times before uttering a word. Yin Jueqing cleared his throat and reiterated, "To answer your question, senior, I am Yin Jueqing of the Sky-Eating Demon Sect." Chen Xun's eyes lit up with interest as he leaned forward, enthusiastically striking the table as he exclaimed, "Wow! The Sky-Eating Demon Sect. How impressive!" The others stood in stunned silence. Yin Jueqing smiled wryly, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Senior, you flatter me. The Sky-Eating Demon Sect must seem like a mere minor sect to you." Chen Xun's face flushed with excitement, retorting, "Old man, you jest. If you can devour the heavens, how could that possibly be insignificant? That is truly remarkable." With that, Chen Xun sprang to his feet, doing a jubilant spin before sitting back down, eagerly inquiring, "Old man, tell me, how do you devour the heavens?" Does your sect open a gaping abyss and, with a mighty gulp, swallow the very sky? Goodness, that sounds so cool. Jueqing and the others were left dumbfounded, exchanging glances. What sect opens an abyss and devours the sky? Is this something a sane person would say? Finally, Jueqing turned to Nangong Yao. Sect Master Nangong. It seems that. Cough. Nangong Yao felt a chuckle bubbling within him, but maintained a serious demeanor. Responding gravely, Sect Leader Yin, our esteemed guest often thinks in fantastical ways. There may be profound significance in his words, though we may not grasp it in such a short time. Very well, Jueqing replied, looking at Chen Xun. Even he, having weathered many storms, could not help but swallow hard, his throat parched, unsure how to respond. Chen Xun, growing impatient, urged, "Come on, speak up. I'm asking you a question. Are you hard of hearing, old man?" Jueqing hastily replied, "Senior, the sky-eating demon sect is merely a name. We certainly do not possess the ability to devour the heavens. You have misunderstood." Chen Xun leaped onto the dining table, towering over the bewildered crowd, and exclaimed, "Impossible. You, old man, had better speak the truth, or I shall be quite displeased, and the consequences will be dire." As he spoke, a subtle yet palpable aura began to emanate from him. This ethereal presence sent a shiver of fear through Jueqing and Nangong Yao, leaving them inexplicably alarmed. Jueqing's face turned pale, and he quickly interjected, "Please, Senior, hold on. You are indeed correct." He then lowered his voice, suppressing his shame, and added, "The Swallowing Sky Demon sect truly possesses the ability to devour the heavens." After speaking, Jueqing cast a fearful glance skyward, anxious that a bolt of divine lightning might strike him down. "Oh!" Chen Xun's spirits lifted as he crouched down, eagerly imploring, "Please, describe that magnificent scene to me." Jueqing glanced at Ji Wucang and Nangong Yao, forcing a smile as he replied, "It is precisely as you described, esteemed senior. The sect opens its gaping abyss and, with a great gulp, swallows the heavens." To illustrate his point more vividly, Jueqing spread his arms wide. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun erupted into wild laughter, exclaiming, "Impressive. Impressive. Exactly right." The tension in the room eased at last. Jueqing exchanged a relieved glance with Nangong Yao, then took a deep breath to seize the opportunity and asked, "Senior, if the forces of righteousness and evil were to clash, would you intervene?" Nangong Yao's expression shifted slightly. Chen Xun shook his head, muttering, "Why should I concern myself with such trivial matters? The ways of the world follow their own natural course. If I were to intervene in everything, I would be overwhelmed. Wouldn't you agree, old man?" Jueqing and Ji Wucang exchanged glances, both sighing in relief, and then complimented, "What you say is indeed true, esteemed senior." With a thud, Chen Xun jumped down from the table. "All right, I shall return to my slumber now. You all ought to leave promptly and not disturb me." With that, he dashed out of the dining hall, disappearing from sight. "Farewell, esteemed senior." The crowd hurriedly bowed in respect as he departed. Subsequently, Nangong Yao escorted Jueqing and the others out of the sect. "Sect Master, Ji Sect Master. We shall take our leave here," Nangong Yao said with a respectful gesture before turning to depart. "Nangong Yao." At that moment, Jueqing called out. Nangong Yao paused but did not turn around, responding, "What further guidance do you have, Sect Master?" Jueqing inclined his hand towards the direction of the Servant Peak and stated, "The esteemed senior resides within your Daotian sect. Thus our demon sect shall refrain from encroaching upon your territory in order to avoid disturbing him. However, we must make it clear that this is all in deference to the senior's reputation. If Nangong sect master persists in obstructing our actions or aids other righteous sects, then do not blame the artifacts for their indiscriminate harm to your disciples outside." Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao gazed up at the darkening sky, remaining silent as he walked away without looking back. "Sect Master, that Nangong Yao is quite ungrateful," Ji Wucang remarked coldly. Jueqing shook his head with a sigh, remarking, "There is no way around it. Although the elder does not target our demonic sect, nor favors the righteous path, it is an undeniable fact that he resides within the Daotian sect. The Daotian sect is indeed obstinate, yet I cannot afford to disregard the elder's standing. However, this outcome is remarkably favorable. As long as the elder remains uninvolved, we shall proceed with our plans, temporarily avoiding the Daotian sect in our actions." Ji Wucang nodded solemnly, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the Servant Peak, his mind racing with thoughts. What means could persuade the elder to relocate to his Dayan demon sect? If only the elder were to move. Then the Dao Tian sect could be set into motion. Alas, the elder seems rather indifferent to food and shelter. What of beauty? Would the elder be swayed by such allure? Contemplating this, Ji Wutsong felt an overwhelming sense of difficulty. Chapter 57. The Elder's Terrifying Presence. In the second year, chaos erupted once more in Beixian as the demonic path began to brazenly abduct disciples from the righteous sections. In the course of this turmoil, numerous third-rate sects were annihilated, including two second-rate sects, namely the Tian Kai sect and the Qing Dao Pavilion. The prior massacre of Pang Nian and Pui Dao within the Dao Tian sect's territory had left these sects severely weakened, rendering them powerless against the demonic sections. Otherwise, as second-rate sects, they would not have been so easily vanquished. The righteous sects, sensing the ferocity of this demonic onslaught, were gripped by fear and desperation, ultimately sending a joint letter to the super sect of the righteous path, the Tianjin sect, requesting assistance to stabilize the situation. Naturally, the Tianjin sect agreed, seizing this opportunity to unify the righteous sects of Beixian. In the past, many righteous sects would have resisted such a union, but in this urgent moment, they had no choice but to submit to the Tianjin sect. From then on, with the Tianjin sect's intervention, the demonic sect's arrogance was somewhat diminished in the short term. Yet, this did not signify that the demonic sect feared. Rather, an unmistakable tension hung in the air, as if they were preparing for a fierce storm. As time progressed to the end of the second year, Zhao Tingren remained elusive, rumored to be in seclusion. Whether he truly engaged in seclusion or merely avoided facing Chen Xun remained uncertain. Amidst this tense juncture, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong, father and daughter, unexpectedly visited the Dao Tian sect to meet Chen Xun once again. This occasion, however, differed from the last. Ji Wutsong brought along 20 stunningly beautiful women. At the entrance of the Dao Tian sect, Yin Jueqing stroked his beard while gazing towards the servant peak, laughing. Indeed, the elder's words hold true. For the past 6 months of conflict with the righteous path, ignoring it has proven to be quite beneficial. Ji Wutsong chuckled at his words, glancing back at the women. Pondering, Sect Master Yin, I fear our sect may not stand a chance. Could the elder truly take a liking to these beauties? To be fair, these 20 women were carefully selected from the Dayan demon sect, each possessing exceptional beauty. Aside from the majority being Foundation establishment disciples, 2 of them were even inner elders at the core formation stage. In his efforts to please Chen Xun, Ji Wutsong had truly put in considerable thought and sincerity. Meanwhile, Ji Mengli rolled her eyes, casting a glance at the group of female cultivators behind her, lost in her own thoughts. You need not worry. If these female cultivators do not please you, it matters not. As long as you can sense our heartfelt intentions, that is sufficient. Yin Jueqing chuckled. Ji Wutsong found reason in his words and turned to survey the group of female cultivators from the demonic path, saying coldly, when you stand before our esteemed elder, all of you must present yourselves with vigor. I must inform you that the elder is a true dragon among men, a formidable figure of transcendence. Should any of you catch the elder's eye, it would be akin to soaring to the heavens. Henceforth, we may even have to pay our respects. At this, the 20 female cultivators were taken aback, excitement bubbling within them. However, Ji Wutsong continued in a detached tone. Let me make this clear. If anyone dares to offend the elder, I shall tear them apart on the spot. The group trembled at his words, hastily bowing in response. Yes, Sect Master. Meanwhile, Nangong Yao arrived at the mountain gate, his face adorned with a forced smile, though his heart was filled with discontent. After all, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong had returned. Should other righteous sects witness this, would not the Dao Tian sect be unjustly accused of colluding with the demonic path? At that moment, he would be caught between 2 worlds. Indeed, Nangong Yao had contemplated keeping the 2 here. If Yin Jueqing caused trouble, the North Xian demonic path would be left leaderless and thus not a significant concern. Yet, regrettably, he possessed little confidence in detaining the leader of the North Xian demonic path. Moreover, the fact that Ji Wutsong always accompanied Yin Jueqing was a consideration in itself. Otherwise, he feared that Ji Wutsong might take drastic measures against him. Master Yin, Master Ji, you visited earlier this year. I did not expect you to return by year's end, Nangong Yao remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Yin Jueqing raised an eyebrow, asking, Does Master Nangong not welcome me? To which Nangong Yao replied, What nonsense is that, Master Een? Of course, I welcome you. He decided to abandon pretense and speak plainly. Een Jueqing chuckled lightly, undeterred, and stated, I have come to pay my respects to the esteemed elder. Whether you welcome me or not is of little consequence. With that, he proceeded into the mountain gate. Let us go, Ji Wutsong gestured, leading Ji Mingli and the group of female cultivators in tow. Observing this, Nangong Yao took a deep breath, contemplating intervention, but ultimately relenting. They had declared their intention to pay homage to the elder, and he had no grounds to obstruct them, leaving him seething as he followed behind. Nangong Yao's gaze fixated on the group of female cultivators from the demonic path, his eyes flickering with suspicion regarding Een Jueqing and Ji Wutsong's intentions this time around. Come, everyone squat down properly. What are we now? In response to the esteemed elder, we are saplings. Splendid. We shall grow into towering trees. From now on, you must not move or speak. At the western grass hut of the Zai Peak, Een Jueqing and the others stood in a daze. Before them, Chen Xun had 20 female cultivators squatting on the grass, each hugging their knees, utterly still. The female cultivators lowered their heads, their expressions peculiar, yet they dared not utter a sound. Among them, 2 inner-sect female elders glanced at Ji Wutsong with pleading eyes, but were met with a fierce glare, as if Ji Wutsong were saying, do as the elder commands. I understand now, Een Jueqing suddenly exclaimed. Nangong Yao and Ji Wutsong stared at him in astonishment. What do you understand? Een Jueqing, with a smile and stroking his beard, remarked, Senior, your actions embody the principles of merging with the universe, transforming into a tree, and experiencing the natural laws of the Tao. Truly remarkable, truly remarkable. You are indeed a venerable figure. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao and the others were secretly astonished, finding a semblance of truth in his words. As the leader of the Northern Xian demon sect, Een Jueqing possessed a profound cultivation level, granting him insights that surpassed theirs. The elder mused, I too shall follow the venerable one in this endeavor. Perhaps I may gain some enlightenment. With that, Een Jueqing approached, crouched down, and remained still, silently reciting, I am but a sapling, I am but a sapling. Ji Wutsong nodded in agreement, pulling the somewhat awkward Ji Mingli along as they too crouched down with an air of solemnity. Witnessing this, Nangong Yao felt a jolt of surprise, fearing that the profound truths might be grasped by Een Jueqing and the others, prompting him to hurriedly join them in their posture. Thus, the grass hut fell into a profound silence. A group of individuals crouched there, transitioning from day to night and back again. This posture persisted until the dawn of the 3rd year. During this time, only Chen Xun occasionally arose, steadfastly making his way to the dining hall for meals. Ultimately, each day he would take a spray bottle, humming a little tune, and sprinkle water over Een Jueqing and the others, treating them as if they were trees in need of nurturing. Een Jueqing and the others grew somewhat numb to the situation, yet they dared not rise prematurely. Until one day, the group sensed a subtle loosening of their realms, their expressions shifting dramatically as waves of astonishment surged within their minds, transforming into trees, communing with the heavens and earth. This venerable one's method of merging with the natural world was indeed formidable. Chapter 58. The cunning Ji Wutsong and the shameless Nangong Yao in the 3rd year. Een Jueqing and his companions finally departed from the Daotian sect, accompanied by a multitude of female cultivators. In their eyes, although these women had not won the favor of the venerable one, they had nonetheless reaped significant benefits. At their level of cultivation, each attempt to break through was measured in decades, often yielding no results. Yet, under the guidance of the venerable one, they had experienced a loosening of their realms in just over half a year, an extraordinary stroke of fortune. During this period, the absence of Een Jueqing, the demon sect leader, had kept the demon faction relatively subdued. While this was a positive development, it inadvertently heightened the anxiety of the righteous sects, who remained uncertain of the demon's true intentions, as they remained elusive and unpredictable. Suddenly, news emerged that 2 leaders from the Swallowing Sky demon sect and the Dian demon sect had been seen exiting the territory of the Daotian sect. This revelation ignited a flurry of suspicion and condemnation. So that was why the demon faction had been so quiet lately. They had infiltrated your Daotian sect. In retrospect, it finally dawned on them why, years ago, the 10 demon sects led by the Dian demon sect had besieged the Daotian sect. Yet the latter had emerged unscathed. This enigma had finally been unraveled. Damn it. Consequently, rumors of collusion between the Daotian sect and the demon faction began to spread throughout the northern Xian cultivation world. In an instant, the Daotian sect found itself in a perilous predicament once more. As for this matter, both Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang were well aware, yet they chose to remain silent. It was better to maintain their silence. Any attempt to clarify would only serve to further entangle the Daotian sect in accusations of collusion with the demon faction. They could only internally lament for Nangong Yao, truly a pitiable child. This situation was infuriating for their sect. Within the chambers of the Daotian Peak, Nangong Yao, filled with rage, hurled a teacup to the ground with great force, his face a stormy hue. Initially, he was filled with joy. After transforming into a tree and comprehending the natural path of Tao, his realm began to loosen, and he was preparing to ponder a breakthrough into the divine transformation stage. However, at this critical juncture, unforeseen events transpired. Elder Lu Yunjian and the others were also troubled, their faces etched with worry as they pondered the situation. Why has the Daotian sect encountered such relentless misfortunes? It has barely been a few years since the 10 demon sects invaded, and now they have been unjustly branded as colluding with the demonic path. Master, there are reports that soon, the Tianjin sect will send representatives, accompanied by other righteous sects, to demand an explanation. What are we to do? Lu Yunjin lamented. It is crucial to understand that the Daotian sect cannot withstand further turmoil. Years ago, after the protective formation was shattered by the Master's sword, it has yet to be fully restored. Nangong Yao, usually composed, was on the verge of losing his temper, unable to contain his frustration. He clenched his teeth and exclaimed, "It is all the fault of that old scoundrel Ian." Time and again he insisted on visiting the Master. I was concerned that this would expose us to slander. And now look where we are. That old fool is truly driving our Daotian sect to the brink of destruction. The elders remained silent, fully aware of whom the sect master referred to, the leader of the Beishian demonic path, Yin Jueqing. Lu Yunjin pondered, "Master, if we can clarify the situation, it should suffice to explain that Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang came to seek the Master and not to our Daotian sect." Sighing heavily, Nangong Yao replied, "Does our sect not understand the rationale? However, someone must step forward to validate our claims. How can we establish our innocence when that old scoundrel and Ji Wucang remain silent? We cannot expect the Master to vouch for us. Moreover, there is a crucial point that Nangong Yao refrained from voicing. Given the Master's current condition, he cannot provide any proof." Master, suddenly, the usually reticent ninth elder, Zhou Tong, spoke up. Nangong Yao was taken aback. Does Elder Zhou have a plan? Zhou Tong hesitated. Master, if we cannot provide proof, we won't even need the demonic path to intervene. Our Daotian sect will be unjustly destroyed at the hands of the righteous sections. Alternatively, we could abandon the light and embrace darkness, aligning ourselves with the demonic path. The inner chamber fell into silence as everyone stared at Zhou Tong in disbelief. Lu Yunjian retorted angrily, "Ninth elder, refrain from such nonsense. Our Daotian sect practices righteous methods. How could we possibly align ourselves with that cruel demonic path? Are you even speaking rationally?" Zhou Tong replied awkwardly, "Elder, please do not be angry. I am merely offering a suggestion. If we do not make preparations and choose to sit idly by, our sect will ultimately face unjust destruction. We have so many disciples and elders to consider." Without a word, Lu Yunjian turned away. Suddenly, Nangong Yao remarked, "Ninth elder raises a valid point. If those righteous sects indeed pressure us excessively, then perhaps it is better for our Daotian sect to shift allegiance to the demonic path." The elders were taken aback. Zhou Tong's suggestion was astonishing enough, but now the sect master seemed to be considering it as well. Noticing the changing expressions of the elders, Nangong Yao waved his hand and continued. "The master once said, right is not merely defined by the title of righteousness, nor is evil defined by the title of the demonic path. Both paths are but superficial labels. It is the actions taken that determine their true nature. I, as the Daotian sect, cannot allow the unjust deaths of our esteemed elders and disciples merely for the sake of upholding a righteous facade." The elders sighed upon hearing this, choosing to remain silent thereafter. It is indeed ironic that only a few years prior, our third elder fell victim to the hands of the demonic sect, and now we find ourselves compelled to solicit assistance from them. Such is the capricious nature of the world. Nangong Yao's expression was somber as he too reflected on this. Sighing inwardly, as the sect master, he found himself in a predicament. For the safety of all elders and disciples, he could only temporarily set aside the grievances for the third elder. After some time, the righteous sects, led by the Tianjin sect, approached the Daotian sect. To prevent any potential infiltration by the demonic sect, not all sects participated, but rather, a select few elders and disciples were dispatched. The Tianjin sect sent only a single elder. Yet, even this was sufficient to pose a significant threat to the unprotected Daotian sect. Upon arriving at the Daotian sect's territory, the righteous sects were rendered utterly speechless by the terrifying sword chasm that lay before them. Even now, the lingering, sharp sword intent could be felt in the air. What could have caused such an awe-inspiring rift? Who was the divine entity that cleaved this sword? Originally, the righteous sects intended to pass judgment upon the Daotian sect, but upon witnessing the sword chasm, their fervor dissipated, leading them to ponder deeply. It was evident that this chasm had existed for some time, coinciding almost perfectly with the retreat of the 10 demonic sects from a few years prior. Could it be that a master resides within the Daotian sect? Was it possible that this master had repelled the 10 demonic sects with a single strike? Furthermore, there had been rumors of Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang entering and exiting the Daotian sect's territory. Could this also be related to this enigmatic figure? Such thoughts seemed highly plausible. Outside the gates of the Daotian sect, the righteous sects hovered in the air, confronting Nangong Yao and his companions with an atmosphere thick with tension. Just as Nangong Yao anticipated the elder from the Tianjin sect to speak and commence their judgment, the elder instead clasped his fists in a gesture of amicability, smiling as he addressed Nangong Yao. Sect Master Nangong, we have traveled from afar as guests. Do you truly intend to bar us from entering your sect? Nangong Yao was taken aback by the elder's demeanor, his gaze flickering as he refrained from immediate response. Uncertain of the elder's true intentions, he pondered the wisdom of permitting their entry. Lu Yunjin frowned and interjected. Elderly, do you presume that we, the Daotian sect, have colluded with the demonic sect, thus warranting your judgment? If that were the case, how could we possibly allow you inside? The elder from the Tianjin sect, named Li Zhao, chuckled. Ah, no need for pretense. At these words, Nangong Yao and the others felt their pupils constrict in realization. They had anticipated this. Fortunately, prior arrangements had been made with Ji Wucang to conceal certain members of the demonic sect within the Daotian territory. Should the righteous sects dare to act recklessly, the demonic sects would emerge to provide assistance. Nangong Yao had previously communicated with Ji Wucang, establishing that the hidden demonic sects must remain undisclosed unless absolutely necessary. To ensure further security, Nangong Yao even compelled Ji Wucang to take an oath upon the heavenly path, to which Ji Wucang solemnly agreed, declaring that if he were to act recklessly, he would suffer a loss of 100 years of lifespan. This assurance greatly alleviated Nangong Yao's concerns, for he was aware that Ji Wucang's lifespan was already dwindling. Such a loss would be more than sufficient to deter any recklessness. Li Zhao continued, continue with your charade. As Nangong Yao and his companions clenched their fists, Li Zhao coldly remarked, enough with the pretense. Who would have thought that there exists a master within the Daotian sect? Nangongzong, we are all part of the righteous sects. Your concealment is rather dishonorable. Wouldn't you agree? The others paused, realizing that he was alluding to their esteemed teacher. They understood, presumably having deduced it from the mention of the sword chasm. A collective sigh of relief washed over them, suggesting that matters were taking a favorable turn, since they had become aware of the teacher's existence. They must surely harbor some trepidation, refraining from reckless actions. Li Zhao continued, Nangongzong, it appears there has indeed been some misunderstanding. Today, we shall not pass judgment upon the Daotian sect, but I implore you to hasten our meeting with that revered elder. With the northern Xin demon sect rampant, the profound abilities of that elder could significantly aid our righteous cause. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao's previously loosened tension returned, and he resolutely waved his hand. Do not harbor such thoughts. The elder will not emerge to assist you. Li Zhao's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes upon Nangong Yao. What do you mean by that? Do you intend to keep the elder hidden from us? At that moment, a cacophony of battle cries erupted around them. The concealed demon cultivators dismantled their formation, revealing themselves as they fiercely charged toward the righteous sects. In an instant, the air was thick with demonic energy. The righteous cultivators were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Had a demon sect laid a trap in advance? One by one, They cast incredulous and hateful glances toward Nangongyao. Li Zhao's pupils constricted as he shouted, "Nangongyao, your Dao Tian sect has indeed colluded with the demon faction." At this juncture, Nangongyao and Lu Yunjian were left dumbfounded. Nangonyao's face turned pale as he abruptly gazed toward the distant Ji Wucong, transmitting his voice. "Ji Wucong, what are you doing?" Ji Wucong, suffering from the backlash of the heavenly oath, swayed unsteadily, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He casually wiped away the crimson stain and let out a chilling laugh, saying, "Haha, have you forgotten? Our sect has also sought enlightenment from the elder through transformation. We are on the verge of breaking through. A mere century of lifespan is inconsequential. If I can use this as leverage to force your Dao Tian sect into the path of darkness, it is more than worth it." Ha ha ha. As he laughed, Ji Wucong's demeanor embodied the audacity of a demon sect leader. Nangongyao's pupils constricted in alarm amidst the recent tumult. He had inadvertently overlooked Ji Wucong's prior enlightenment with the elder. Damn it! With a flash of insight, Nangongyao's expression shifted as he gritted his teeth, contemplating. If Ji Wucong wishes to engage in such schemes against our sect, we shall not let this go unreturned. You initiated this, thus adopting a facade of astonishment. Nangongyao declared loudly, "Who would have imagined that a demon sect would lie in ambush within the territory of my Dao Tian sect? Elders, join me in eradicating these demon cultivators." Ji Wucong's laughter abruptly ceased, his face darkening swiftly. He inwardly cursed Nangongyao for displaying such shamelessness. Chapter 59. The Visit from the Master of the Heavenly Sword Sect Retreat. Ji Wucong decisively commanded, recognizing the futility of the situation, and swiftly led the demon cultivators away. However, before departing, he bitterly remarked, "Nangongyao, you truly are without shame." After the demon sect's departure, a multitude of righteous sects gathered to account for their numbers, relieved that this brief skirmish resulted in minimal casualties. Fortunately, the Dao Tian sect took timely action, uniting to drive away the demonic sect. "Master Nangong, I apologize. We have misjudged you," Li Zhao expressed with a sense of shame. Nangongyao waved his hand and solemnly replied, "How could our Dao Tian sect possibly collude with the demonic path?" Indeed, the others murmured, feeling increasingly embarrassed. It was indeed a grave misunderstanding. Fortunately, the Dao Tian sect had no alliance with the demonic path. Otherwise, had they joined forces with those demonic sects, their fates would have been dire. Li Zhao pondered and said, "Master Nangong, might we request an audience with that esteemed elder?" Nangongyao narrowed his eyes, stating, "Whether you may see him is not for our sect to decide. Then may I trouble you to inquire?" Li Zhao pressed. Observing this, Nangongyao turned and soared toward the miscellaneous peak, quickly returning to the mountain gate. "Elderly, everyone, I have consulted the elder. He has declined the meeting." Upon his inquiry, Nangongyao found the elder still in deep slumber and promptly returned, knowing well that disturbing him during rest was most ill-advised. Upon hearing this, Li Zhao and the others ceased their insistence and departed with regret. Li Zhao mused that perhaps he was unworthy and decided to leave it for the sect master to handle. Once Li Zhao and his companions had left, Nangongyao and the elder's expressions darkened. Ji Wucong is truly cunning. Fortunately, our sect master adapted swiftly to defuse this crisis, Lu Yunjian scolded. The elders nodded in agreement, their hearts still trembling. Inviting the demonic path had been a precaution, yet they never anticipated such a development, which nearly led to irreparable consequences. One cannot underestimate the cunning of those who tread the demonic path, Nangongyao remarked, shaking his head, accustomed to such treachery. Well, in any case, our Dao Tian sect's alleged collusion with the demonic path has reached a temporary resolution. As the third year drew to a close, with an increasing number of righteous disciples abducted by the demonic sects, the situation grew ever more urgent. No longer could they afford to wait. With a command from the Tianjian sect, they united with the northern Xian righteous sects and advanced upon the Tun Tian demon sect. The Tun Tian demon sect was already aware of their movements and had summoned various demonic sects, including the Daiyin demon sect, in anticipation of the conflict. As the two factions clashed, the heavens darkened, resembling an apocalyptic scene. This was the first time in many years that such a large-scale conflict among cultivators had erupted in northern Xian. The repercussions of this grand battle inevitably affected numerous mortal towns, resulting in significant loss of life. In this confrontation, approximately 100,000 righteous cultivators perished, with countless others sustaining various degrees of injuries. Among them, 10 nascent soul cultivators fell, and hundreds from the core formation stage, while those in the foundation establishment stage were too numerous to count. In stark contrast, the demonic sects suffered only around 20,000 losses, with 3 nascent soul cultivators and fewer than 100 in the core formation stage. The disparity was glaring. The reasons for the righteous sect's defeat were not solely due to the Tun-Tian demon sect's advantage of fighting on home ground, but more significantly due to the revelation that the righteous cultivators were not the only ones involved. There were even sects from the southern heavens covertly aiding the Tun-Tian demon sect. Time flowed like sand, and the third year of Chen Xun's madness finally came to an end. Outside the Daotian sect, 2 figures stood in silence. Master, that esteemed elder resides within the Daotian sect, Li Zhao remarked, his pale countenance betraying the wounds he sustained in battle. The other, of course, is the master of the Tianjin sect, the leading figure of the North Xian righteous path, a being in the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Duan Songhai nodded gently, yet his gaze remained fixed upon that unfathomable sword chasm, unable to return to his senses for a considerable time. Duan Songhai had previously believed that his swordsmanship was unparalleled across the North Xian, but this seemingly endless sword chasm ruthlessly shattered his confidence. The lingering sword aura above the chasm sent shivers through Duan Songhai's heart. Such a sword cultivator exists in North Xian. Regaining his composure, Duan Songhai exhaled a long breath, stating, "This defeat was unforeseen. Our sect never anticipated it. Who would have thought that Yin Jueqing, who was on par with our sect, would break through to the late stage of the transformation realm? Who could have imagined that the Southern Heaven sect would covertly assist the Swallowing Demon sect? Losing is regrettable, yet it is not without merit, haha." Li Zhao remained silent, pursing his lips. Duan Songhai continued, "If we could persuade this elder to emerge from seclusion, it might stabilize the situation in North Xian. Otherwise, if this continues, North Xian will inevitably fall under the dominion of the demonic path." Upon hearing this, Li Zhao raised an eyebrow and murmured, "Master, it is said that Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang have already visited this elder at the Daotian sect as latecomers. We may be at a disadvantage." Li Zhao recalled that Nangong Yao had once confidently told him that the elder would not extend a helping hand, likely due to the involvement of Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang. Duan Songhai fell silent before responding, "Regardless, let us see for ourselves." Simultaneously, Nangong Yao, accompanied by numerous elders, came forth to greet them. Upon seeing Sect Master Duan, he conveyed his apologies for not welcoming him properly. A smile appeared on Duan Songhai's face as he waved his hand, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. It is our sect that failed to announce our arrival in advance, so do not take offense." Nangong Yao smiled. Sect Master Duan is too kind. How could Nangong take offense? In the presence of Duan Songhai, Nangong Yao's demeanor was markedly different from that displayed towards Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang. He was considerably more courteous, as they were both righteous sections. Duan Songhai nodded and, getting straight to the point, said, "Nangong, I shall be frank. We have come to pay our respects to the elder, and I kindly request your introduction." Nangong Yao exchanged glances with the elders, clearly having anticipated this. With a light sigh, he said, "Sect Master Duan, there are certain matters I must bring to your attention. I hope you are mentally prepared." Duan Songhai's gaze shifted slightly as he replied, "Speak freely, Nangong." Nangong Yao nodded and said, "If Sect Master Duan seeks to invite the elder out of seclusion, please be prepared for the possibility of rejection." Duan Songhai glanced at Li Zhao before turning his attention back to Nangong Yao, inquiring, "Is it related to Yin Jueqing?" Nangong Yao shook his head. "No, it has nothing to do with anyone. That is simply how the elder is." Duan Songhai sighed inwardly, stating, "Our sect understands. Yet we still wish to meet the elder." "Very well, Sect Master Duan and elderly, please follow me." Thus, Nangong Yao and the elders led Duan Songhai and Li Zhao towards the miscellaneous peak. They paused only halfway up the mountainside. "Please wait here, Sect Master. I shall go request the elder's presence," Nangong Yao said before heading towards the western hut. From the details, it is evident that, compared to the cold indifference of Yin Jueqing, Nangong Yao indeed treats Duan Songhai with greater courtesy. Even when consulting Chen Xun, he first brought Duan Songhai directly to the Zhaopeng to wait. Chapter 60. A call to Brother Chen upon arriving at the grass hut. Nangong Yao found Chen Xun leisurely sipping wine. Observing Chen Xun's demeanor, Nangong Yao was taken aback, wondering if the master had regained his sanity. At present, given the short duration of time, Nangong Yao had yet to discern the patterns of Chen Xun's shifts between madness and normalcy. However, if time allowed for one or two more instances, he would likely grasp the nuances. Master, the head of the Heavenly Sword sect wishes to pay his respects. Will you grant him an audience? Nangong Yao inquired respectfully, still uncertain whether the master was in a state of lucidity or madness. Chen Xun lifted his cup, took a sip, and replied softly, "Did you not bring him to the mountainside? Then let him come and see me." Startled, Nangong Yao realized the master was no longer mad, and quickly replied, "Master, forgive my presumption. If you choose not to meet him, I shall ask Sect Master Duan to depart, regardless of his location." Chen Xun smiled. "There is no need for such trouble. Bring him to the grass hut." Understood. Nangong Yao bowed and exited. A moment later, Nangong Yao, accompanied by a group of core elders, brought Duan Songhai and another individual to the grass hut. "Greetings, Master." The elders, including Lu Yunjian, hurriedly bowed in reverence. Chen Xun waved his hand, smiling, "No need for such formalities." The elders straightened slightly, their expressions a mix of astonishment, as they internally marveled at the master's extraordinary nature. "Master, this is Sect Master Duan, an elderly," Nangong Yao introduced, bowing. At this moment, Duan Songhai and Li Zhao gazed at the young man in green before them, momentarily taken aback, their eyes slightly wide. They had imagined the sword cultivator who had executed that formidable strike to be either a venerable elder with a white beard or a robust middle-aged figure. But they never anticipated that he would appear as an unremarkable yet somewhat elegant scholar. I am Duan Songhai, the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect. Honored to meet you, esteemed elder," Duan Songhai stammered, regaining his composure. Li Zhao quickly followed suit, bowing. "I am Li Zhao, the second elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. Honored to meet you, esteemed elder." Chen Xun appraised the two and directly inquired, "What brings you here?" Duan Songhai and Li Zhao were momentarily taken aback, unprepared for such a direct question, leaving their intended compliments stuck in their throats. Duan Songhai's mind raced, and he quickly responded, "I too am a sword cultivator. And since you possess profound mastery of the sword, I have come to pay my respects." Yes, Li Zhao chimed in. "We have come to pay homage to you, esteemed elder." Chen Xun nodded and smiled. "Pay homage? Then it appears you have completed your homage. You may take your leave now." Duan Songhai and Li Zhao felt a rush of urgency. Overlooking their initial intentions, Duan Songhai spoke earnestly, "Esteemed elder, the situation in the North Xian is chaotic, with the demonic paths rampant, and now even the Southern Sky sect is aiding them. Our righteous sect struggle to withstand this threat, and we humbly request your assistance. Should you be willing, we are prepared to offer 5 Earth-level spirit veins, and will even send people to assist you in their extraction." 5 Earth-level spirit veins. Nangong Yao and the others were left in stunned silence. It is important to note that the Dao Tian sect possesses merely a single earthly spiritual vein, which, regrettably, is difficult to mine. After years of extraction, they have only managed to utilize a mere 20% of its potential. Were the mining of the spiritual vein a simple task, there would have been no prior concerns regarding resource scarcity. Chen Xun chuckled and inquired, "What need do I have for that spiritual vein?" This question left the crowd momentarily speechless. After all, a spiritual vein is a valuable asset, especially one of earthly quality. Who among the virtuous would ever turn down an abundance of spirit stones? Duan Songhai wore a troubled expression. Chen Xun rose and stated, "You may all take your leave. I have no interest in the trivial matters between the righteous and the demonic." Li Zhao, feeling anxious, interjected, "Senior, you may not be aware, but recently, during the conflict between the righteous and the demonic, many innocent townsfolk have suffered and lost their lives." Chen Xun raised his hand to interrupt. "As I mentioned, you are free to leave." Li Zhao inhaled deeply, his straightforward nature prompting him to speak further, but he was restrained by Duan Songhai's warning gaze, leading him to sigh. "Senior, we shall take our leave then." Chen Xun nodded. "Sir, we will also take our leave," said Nangong Yao and the others, bowing respectfully. They bore no particular expressions, finding the outcome unsurprising. However, Chen Xun called out, "Nangong, stay." Nangong Yao halted immediately, gesturing for Lu Yunjian and the others to escort Duan Songhai while he remained behind. "Sir, Nangong Yao bowed, awaiting Chen Xun's next words, aware that his retention signified an important matter. Chen Xun gazed upward for a long while before he sighed softly and said, "Please convey a message to Yin Jueqing. I shall not involve myself in the trivial disputes of the righteous and the demonic, but henceforth, do not let the common folk suffer. For both cultivators of the righteous path and demonic cultivators share a common origin. They all emerge from the realm of mortals and should be protected." Nangong Yao was momentarily taken aback. Understood. Chen Xun continued, "Upon your return, have Zhao Ting seek me at the miscellaneous peak." Yes. Just as Nangong Yao was about to depart, Chen Xun called out to him again. He handed over a pill, saying, "This elixir is for you. It may aid you during the impending tribulation of transformation." Nangong Yao was taken aback, fully understanding the significance of the gift he had just received. He accepted it with trembling hands, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you very much, sir." After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he asked, "Are you planning to leave, sir?" Chen Xun nodded slightly and smiled. "Indeed. I have spent 6 years at the Daotian sect. I should have departed 3 years ago. I find it difficult to remain idle when I am clear-headed, as I delight in wandering." Receiving this answer, Nangong Yao felt a sense of loss and whispered, "When will you depart?" After 6 years in the sect, he wished to bid a proper farewell, having greatly benefited from Chen Xun's presence. However, Chen Xun did not respond directly. Instead, he smiled warmly. "When I wish to leave, I shall." At that moment, a disciple clad in purple approached, bowing deeply. This was Zhao Ting, whom Chen Xun had not seen for 3 years. Chen Xun smiled and jested. "It has been 3 years. Brother Zhao still possesses the same charm." Zhao Ting felt a shiver run through him, his face paling as he bowed his head to look at his toes, hurriedly responding, "Senior Chun, please just call me Zhao Ting. In the past, it was I who was unaware. The sect master, elders, and even my esteemed teacher all address you with reverence. Even the leader of the Northern Xian demonic path bows in submission. How could I dare to call you brother again?" Chen Xun smiled softly, rising to gently urge the extremely reserved Zhao Ting to take a seat. "Brother Zhao," he said, "I am not one to adhere to formalities. I can regard anyone as an equal. Do not be so stiff. I still cherish the memories of the past you." Once seated, Zhao Ting cautiously poured wine for Chen Xun, his voice trembling as he replied, "Senior speaks too highly of me. I am but a mere disciple clad in purple, while you, Senior, hold a status akin to that of the azure sky. How could I dare to show anything but respect? If my master were to learn of this, I would certainly face punishment." A smirk played at the corners of Chen Xun's lips as he seized the wine jug from Zhao Ting's hands, pouring a drink for him instead. "But once, I too was merely an ordinary man plagued by madness, while you, Brother Zhao, are a distinguished disciple of the Daotian sect. Between us, let us not dwell on such distinctions." Zhao Ting slowly raised his gaze, staring blankly at the smiling Chen Xun before him. The scene before him blurred slightly, and a smile finally broke through. "Brother Chun." Chapter 61. The Great Tribulation of Nantan. After several rounds of drinks, Chen Xun retrieved a jade pendant and returned it. "This pendant is yours." 3 years prior, when the 10 demonic sects besieged the Daotian sect, Zhao Ting had intended to escort Chen Xun out through a hidden passage, entrusting him with this pendant to deliver to his parents. It must hold special significance for both Zhao Ting and his family. Zhao Ting received it with reverence, saying, "Thank you, Senior." Chen Xun smiled at this, seemingly unbothered. In truth, aside from Zhao Ting's initial address of Brother Chun before they drank, he had since reverted to a respectful tone, referring to him as Senior. When a profound disparity in status exists between individuals, a certain distance is inevitable. It is only natural. The divide is as vast as the sky and the earth. Even Zhao Ting's master shows him utmost respect. So how could Zhao Ting maintain an ordinary mindset? Such a feat would be utterly impossible. Yet, Chen Xun and Zhao Ting continued to share drinks together, reminiscent of the past, as if nothing had changed. But in reality, everything was different. "Zhao Ting, 6 years ago in Tianqing City, you expressed a desire to transcend humanity, to cultivate immortality and traverse the heavens, witnessing the sights only the immortal realm could offer. What are your thoughts now?" Chen Xun asked with a smile. Zhao Ting fell silent for a moment before responding. "Senior was right. The immortal world is not as beautiful as I once imagined. Over the past 6 years, many events have transpired within the sect. Had it not been for you, the Daotian sect might have long ceased to exist." Chen Xun shook his head slightly. "In truth, you are fortunate. You have support. During the tumultuous years in Beixian, many rogue cultivators have found survival increasingly difficult. Indeed, Senior speaks the truth, Zhao Ting replied, bowing respectfully before adding with a smile. In a few years, once Beixian stabilizes, I hope to return home and visit my parents. It is the first time I have been away for such an extended period. Zhao Ting later realized that every word from Senior was indeed wisdom. Chen Xun swirled the wine in his cup and remarked, Beixian will not stabilize anytime soon. Your hopes may very well be dashed. Zhao Ting paused, lowering his head. Chen Xun downed his drink in one gulp and stood, saying, the hour grows late. You should attend to your own matters. Zhao Ting quickly rose, responding with respect, yes. Then Senior should rest. I will take my leave. As Chen Xun watched Zhao Ting depart, he glanced at the deepening twilight before heading toward the dining hall, contemplating a final meal before his departure. The Swallowing Sky demonic sect. As Yin Jueqing was engaged in discussions with the leaders of two southern celestial sects, he suddenly felt a warmth in his bosom and retrieved a communication talisman. Upon seeing it was a message from Ji Wucong, he refrained from concealing it. Eager to hear what Ji Wucong had to convey, Yin Zhongzhu, Nangong Yao has just sent a message to our sect, requesting that we relay a statement to you. Upon hearing the initial words, Yin Jueqing's expression darkened as he remarked, Nangong Yao has quite the audacity. Yet before he could finish, Ji Wucong hastily interjected. Nangong Yao is conveying words on behalf of a senior. Yin Jueqing's countenance shifted instantaneously, and he smiled. Oh, it is a message from a senior? Please, do tell. Meanwhile, a sense of unease crept into his heart. He pondered whether the senior had changed their disposition and decided to intervene in the matters between the righteous and demonic factions of the north. Beside him, the two leaders of the southern celestial sects exchanged dubious glances. Could there truly be experts in the north? Even Yin Jueqing referred to this individual as a senior. They were aware that Nangong Yao was the leader of a prestigious righteous sect in the north. If the message was indeed from Nangong Yao, did this not imply that the senior mentioned by Yin Jueqing had close ties to the righteous path? The senior has stated that he will not meddle in the trivial affairs of the righteous and demonic factions, but in the future, do ensure that a multitude of mortals are not affected. Both righteous cultivators and demonic practitioners share a common origin, having emerged from the mortal realm, and thus ought to be protected. Ji Wucong's cautious voice resonated from the talisman. Upon hearing the first part, Yin Jueqing exhaled in relief, but as he processed the latter, his heartbeat quickened, indicating that the recent catastrophic battles had indeed reached the ears of the senior. Without hesitation, he solemnly responded, understood. With that, he severed the connection. The two leaders of the southern celestial sects immediately rose, unable to contain their eagerness. Yin Zhongzhu, who is this senior? Yin Jueqing pursed his lips and replied, Gentlemen, it is not appropriate for me to divulge details about the senior. I hope for your understanding. The two leaders exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with intrigue. Very well. We shall refrain from further inquiries about this so-called senior, but given that battles between the two factions will inevitably continue, affecting mortals is unavoidable. How can Yin Zhongzhu so readily acquiesce to this? One of them stated gravely, their tone carrying an undertone of challenge. Yin Jueqing closed his eyes and replied flatly, let things proceed as they must. You should consider yourselves fortunate that the senior is not participating in the conflicts between the righteous and demonic factions of the north. Otherwise, we would have no opportunity to act at all. Is it truly that exaggerated? The two men exchanged another glance, both astonished. You speak of a senior repeatedly yet refuse to reveal their identity. Surely you must provide us with a reason. Indeed, we have traveled countless miles from the southern celestial to the north to assist you in unifying the north, yet you show no sincerity. Yin Jueqing furrowed his brow, slightly angered, and retorted, do not embellish your words so charmingly. In the end, you are assisting our sect or your own southern celestial leader. Deep down, you know the truth. If you require a reason, here it is. The senior is a transcendent being on the verge of ascension. Is that reason sufficient? What? On the verge of ascension? The expressions of the leaders of the southern celestial sects instantly transformed. What is the name of this transcendent being? One of them immediately inquired. In the realm of mortals, the number of transcendent cultivators undergoing tribulation is exceedingly limited. Could it be that Beixian is indeed a recluse? Yin Jueqing replied, I cannot disclose information. I can only inform you that the senior is not any of the transcendent cultivators you have heard of. A moment of silence enveloped the air. One voice, deep and resonant, declared, "I shall return to Nantian to consult that esteemed figure. You may continue to gather blood slaves, but for now, let us delay our confrontation with the righteous path. After all, the righteous faction is currently in disarray and cannot stir any significant turmoil." Upon finishing this statement, the leader of the faction vanished in a flicker, evidently possessing the cultivation level of the transformation stage. Masterine, setting aside the matter of the senior you mentioned, who may or may not be a transcendent cultivator, the individual from Nantian is undoubtedly a genuine transcendent being. You would do well to weigh your words carefully. Should you provoke that individual, I doubt you would have longed to live as the leader of Bei Xian's demonic path. I shall now take my leave. Another leader from Nantian flicked his sleeve and departed the hall with an air of arrogance. Sighing softly, Yin Jueqing cast his gaze towards the sky outside the hall, lost in contemplation. To be frank, he harbored immense gratitude for the senior, had it not been for their guidance. He could not fathom how many years it would have taken him to break through to the late transformation stage, should the figure from Nantian persist in their pursuit. He genuinely feared that a confrontation with the senior would ensue. The outcome of such a clash remained uncertain. However, through his prior encounters with the senior, the terrifying sword chasm and the senior's transformation into a tree-like form led Yin Jueqing to believe that even the esteemed figure from Nantian might not fare well against the senior. Chapter 62. Return to the Little River, where time has changed 3 days later, in the early morning. At the grass hut on the western side of the miscellaneous peak, Nangong Yao stood with several core elders. Notably, Nangong Yao appeared rather taciturn. The master is not here. At this hour, he must be in the dining hall. Lu Yunjian pondered aloud. The other elders nodded in agreement, sensing the same. The master has departed, Nangong Yao stated. The elders were taken aback. Sighing, Nangong Yao continued. 3 days ago, the master informed our sect of his impending departure, yet he did not specify the exact time. Therefore, I have come here over the past 2 days, only to find no trace of him. It seems he left quietly shortly after meeting Zhao Ting. Upon hearing this, the elders were left in a daze. The master had remained in the sect for 6 years, and it was surprising that he left without a word. However, this did align with the master's character. He had never been one for pretense. In a few days, our sect will commence preparations for the transformation stage. I shall require the elders to protect the law during this time, Nangong Yao declared as he turned to leave. The elders were startled, realizing that the sect leader's progress was remarkably swift, and they hastily followed. "It is our duty to protect you, sect leader," they exclaimed. Sect leader, the tribulation of transformation is fraught with peril. Are you thoroughly prepared? With the master's fortuitous guidance, our sect is confident. As Nangong Yao spoke, he paused, inhaled deeply, and instructed, "Seal off 100 zhang around the grass hut to prevent anyone from Daotian's sect from approaching." Understood. On the wild path, a fine steed trotted along. On its back lay a scholar clad in green, perusing a blank book. The wind danced through the hair of the young scholar, cloaked in azure, embodying an air of leisurely abandon. This scholar was none other than Chen Xun. As the steed galloped, the path became increasingly narrow. Before long, a small town emerged in the distance, gradually coming into focus. Moments later, he arrived at the entrance of the town. Chen Xun cast a glance at the plaque above the town gate, smiled, dismounted, and led his horse into the town. On the streets, many curious townsfolk regarded Chen Xun with intrigue. Some felt an uncanny familiarity with the azure-clad figure, only to dismiss it as mere illusion and continued on their way. At that moment, 3 constables passed by. The middle-aged leader, upon spotting Chen Xun, initially paid him little mind, assuming he was merely a traveler stopping by for a brief respite. However, in the next instant, the constable halted abruptly and, along with his 2 perplexed companions, hurried towards Chen Xun. Chen Xun? The middle-aged man stared at him incredulously. Chen Xun responded with a slight smile. "I never imagined that after 6 years, Captain Ji would still remember me." The man before him was indeed Ji Ba, the head constable, who had summoned Chen Xun to the precinct 6 years ago regarding the case of the Black Tiger. Yet, compared to 6 years prior, Ji Ba now bore a mix of black and gray hair, his temples seemingly dusted with frost, and the lines around his eyes had deepened. Ji Ba, filled with joy, grasped Chen Xun's hand and exclaimed, "Ah, I knew you looked familiar. I can't believe you've returned to Xiao Town." Chen Xun replied, "I merely passed through and thought I would take a look." Ji Ba scrutinized Chen Xun closely and suddenly realized something, exclaiming, "It's astonishing that after 6 years, You have not changed at all. Chen Xun chuckled in response. At my age, 6 years should not bring about significant changes. Yet, Captain G, you have clearly endured much hardship over the years. Your hair has turned increasingly white. Ji Ba, unperturbed, replied, true enough. However, you are mistaken about one thing. 6 years is no short span. Chen Xun paused slightly and nodded gently. Indeed, for an ordinary person, 6 years is quite a considerable time. Ji Ba then recalled something and sighed. Chen Xun, your timing is fortuitous. The Li family has undergone considerable changes in your absence. How things have transformed. 3 years after you left, Li Yuan lost her sight, allegedly inheriting this affliction from her grandmother. Strangely, neither of her parents displayed such traits. It seems the condition manifested after a generation. Last year, old Li passed away. The town chief, feeling pity for Li Yuan's solitary plight, asked me to arrange a marriage for her. However, she has staunchly refused, and I have faced countless rejections while attempting to bring matchmakers to her door, which has been quite distressing. Chen Xun remained silent for a moment before responding. Very well, Captain Ji, you may attend to your duties. I shall go and take a look. All right, I will return to the precinct and inform the town chief of your arrival. He has often spoken of you over the years, Ji Ba called out as he departed with his 2 subordinates. After standing in place for a while, Chen Xun, lost in thought, led his horse towards the western side of Xiaohe town. Before a familiar courtyard, he paused, tying his horse to a nearby post, which restlessly stamped its hooves in boredom. Chen Xun approached and gently knocked on the courtyard door. After a brief moment, the sound of fumbling at the door resonated from within the courtyard. With a creak, a somewhat flustered voice emerged. Is that you, Uncle Ji? Outside the yard, Chen Xun softly replied. It is I, Chen Degu. As the air fell silent, footsteps could be heard, hurriedly colliding with something in their path. Soon, the courtyard door before Chen Xun slowly swung open, revealing a charming face. 6 years had passed, and Li Yuan was no longer the youthful girl she once was. She appeared considerably more mature. Particularly striking were her once vibrant eyes, now seemingly devoid of focus and spirit. Chen Degu? Li Yuan leaned against the courtyard door, her voice trembling. Chen Xun gently responded, yes, it is I. Inside the courtyard, he held a cup of warm tea, surveying everything around him. The dusty bundle of hemp rope and the rusted axe in the corner stood out conspicuously. Sensing something, Li Yuan softly spoke. Chen Degu, my grandfather passed away last year. He lived for 69 years, which is quite a long life in Xiaohe town. He had no regrets. Except for one. He missed you and wished to see you one last time. A sigh escaped Chen Xun's heart. He had originally planned to visit Xiaohe town 3 years ago, but he never anticipated that his lucid moments would be so fleeting, and his descent into madness would occur so swiftly. In this world, Chen Xun prided himself on his ability to grasp countless matters. Yet he found himself unable to master his own existence. He turned his gaze toward Li Yuan and said, I just encountered Captain Ji, and he mentioned wanting to arrange a marriage for you. Chen Degu. Li Yuan had not finished her sentence when Chen Xun interjected, I understand. You have always been considerate of others, not unwilling, but reluctant to burden anyone. Am I correct? Upon hearing this, tears glistened in the corners of Li Yuan's eyes as she nodded vigorously, saying, yes. I can see nothing. I cannot do anything right. Chen Xun stepped closer, gently stroking Li Yuan's head like a caring elder. Looking into her eyes, he smiled and asked, is there any wish you have at present? Chen Degu will do his utmost to fulfill it. Li Yuan tilted her head, and at that moment, her hollow gaze seemed to flicker with a faint glimmer of hope. 20 miles east of Xiaohe town, there is a sea of flowers. In spring, my grandfather would sometimes take me there. It is spring now, and it must be beautiful. Chen Degu, could you take me to see it? Chen Xun paused, contemplating the simplicity of such a wish, and then replied, though the sea of flowers is indeed beautiful, you cannot see it. A smile blossomed on Li Yuan's face as she responded, even if I cannot see it, I know it must be exquisite to be amidst the flowers. Chen Xun was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, very well, Chen Degu will take you there. Chapter 63. The pouch of money. Chen Xun led Li Yuan out of the courtyard and asked, how do you wish to travel there? Li Yuan cheerfully replied, of course, we shall ride horses. Are we mere mortals to fly there, haha? Chen Xun responded, that is not entirely impossible. Li Yuan fell silent for a moment, then forced a smile. Chen Degu, you are joking, aren't you? Chen Xun chuckled. Chen Degu is not jesting. With that, he grasped Li Yuan's wrist and soared into the air, heading eastward toward Xiao Town. During the flight, Li Yuan gasped, her expression transforming into one of disbelief. Meanwhile, the moment Ji Ba arrived, his pupils constricted violently as he watched Chen Xun whisk Li Yuan away into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chen Xun is an immortal, indeed an immortal. 20 miles east of Xiaohe Town lies a valley, where flowers bloom profusely, painting the landscape in vibrant hues. Accompanied by the sweet melodies of birds, the spring breeze caresses the flowers and grass, causing them to sway as if they were part of a vast ocean of blossoms. Before long, a streak of light swept through, transforming into two figures that landed amidst the sea of flowers. Chen Xun released Li Yuan's wrist, clasped his hands behind his back, and took a few steps forward, surveying the surroundings with a smile, saying, "The scenery is truly splendid, deserving of the name Sea of Flowers." At this moment, however, Li Yuan lowered her head, trembling as she whispered, "Brother Chen, you are an immortal." Chen Xun turned around, softly replying, "That is of little importance. What matters is that we have arrived at the Sea of Flowers." Li Yuan shuddered, as if shedding all her worries, lifting her head to reveal a renewed smile. Inhaling the fragrance of the blossoms, she spread her arms wide and exclaimed, "Brother Chen, thank you. It has been so long since I last ventured out. Today is the happiest day I have had in 2 years." Chen Xun approached her, playfully asking, "Would you like to run freely through the Sea of Flowers, embraced by the warm spring breeze?" Li Yuan stiffened momentarily, but Chen Xun shook his head, urging, "Just say you want to, and I shall assist you." Li Yuan's lips quivered as she hesitantly replied, "I want to." Chen Xun nodded slightly and gently brushed his hand before her eyes. At that moment, Li Yuan's eyes flickered, struggling to open as the long-lost light gradually emerged, accompanied by the rapid beating of her heart. In her blurred vision, a figure whose features were indistinct came into view, with a shimmering ocean behind it. As her sight grew clearer, she finally discerned the youthful visage of a young man, and the sparkling ocean revealed itself to be a sea of flowers illuminated by sunlight. "Brother Chen, I see you." Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with brightness as she fixated upon the simultaneously strange and familiar face, as if to engrave it deep within her heart. Unbeknownst to her, joyful tears began to cascade from her eyes. Chen Xun smiled gently, gesturing toward the Sea of Flowers, saying, "I imagine there has been much that you have suppressed over these past 2 years. Now, let it all out." "Indeed." Li Yuan nodded earnestly, disregarding the tears as she opened her arms and began to run freely through the Sea of Flowers. Chen Xun stood quietly, hands clasped behind his back, a warm smile gracing his face as he watched the flower-laden expanse, listening to the cheerful sounds carried by the wind. That evening, Li Yuan prepared an extravagant feast. As Chen Xun and Li Yuan were about to begin their meal, a voice echoed from outside the courtyard. "I, Jibuchang, have come to pay my respects to the immortal." Receiving Chen Xun's signal, Li Yuan hurried to open the courtyard door, welcoming Jibuchang and the accompanying constable, Jiba. Upon seeing the restored brightness in Li Yuan's eyes, both Jibuchang and Jiba were taken aback, but upon recalling Chen Xun's presence, they nodded in acknowledgement. They silently marveled at the immortal's prowess, for he had effortlessly cured Li Yuan's affliction, despite the many physicians they had previously sought in vain. Soon, Jibuchang and Jiba entered the house, and upon meeting Chen Xun, they promptly bowed in greeting, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the immortal." Chen Xun, unfazed by their manner of address, smiled and said, "Tonight's feast is sumptuous. Let us sit and share a drink together." Jibuchang, taken aback, hurriedly replied, "I dare not. How could a mere mortal presume to share a seat with an immortal?" Chen Xun reassured him, "I am not particular about such formalities. There is no need for pleasantries." With a glance at Li Yuan, she immediately understood and quickly ushered Jibuchang and Jiba to take their seats. Once seated, however, Jibuchang and Jiba were notably tense, occasionally stealing furtive glances at Chen Xun, their hearts filled with unspoken thoughts. An immortal truly is timeless, showing no signs of age. In contrast, they felt the weight of years. 6 years had passed, and Jibuchang had aged considerably, contemplating that soon enough, he too would return to the earth. Suddenly, Jibuchang and Jiba exchanged a knowing look, recalling the case of the Black Tiger, the 3 hunters who had perished in prison. They once believed it to be the work of malevolent spirits. Now, they understood that it was not the supernatural at play. Those hunters had incurred the wrath of Chen Xun, an immortal. How could they possibly have survived? They had come to grasp that Chen Xun was behind that unresolved case. Yet naturally, they buried this realization deep within, too fearful to voice it. After a prolonged silence, Ji Buchang bowed his head and clasped his hands, saying, I was unaware of your divine presence before. Should I have shown any disrespect, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Chen Xun waved his hand dismissively. No matter. Let us drink. Indeed, indeed, they replied, and thus the three began to drink, with Li Yuan silently consuming her meal nearby. As the wine flowed, Ji Buchang and Ji Ba grew more inebriated and relaxed. Li Yuan, Ji Buchang exclaimed jovially, now that your eyesight has improved, you must hasten to find a husband, so that old Li may rest easy in the afterlife. In our town, children your age are already walking. Li Yuan, pushing her rice around, nodded quietly. Ji Buchang glanced at Chen Xun, then solemnly stated, rest assured, I will ensure Ji Ba finds you the best match. With your connection to Chen Xun, I must do my utmost. Chen Xun smiled. Then let us hope for Li Yuan's happiness in her future, and I shall leave the matter in the capable hands of the town chief. Ji Buchang hastily interjected, what you say is far too gracious. This is my duty. Chen Xun nodded slightly, then turned to Li Yuan, saying, the town chief is right. You are not getting any younger. You should marry soon, so that the late Grandpa Li may be at peace. Do you understand? Li Yuan's lips moved, and she lowered her head, replying, I understand, Brother Chen. After the meal, Ji Buchang and Ji Ba took their leave. Chen Xun stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the night sky. Li Yuan approached, suddenly presenting him with a weathered pouch. Chen Xun was taken aback. Brother Chen, she said, do you not remember? This 100 gold coins, you once asked Grandpa to keep for you. He never spent a single coin over the years. Before he passed, he repeatedly instructed me to return it to you whenever you came back. Chen Xun's throat tightened, momentarily caught off guard. While he had felt little emotion regarding old Li's passing, the appearance of the pouch stirred a tumult of feelings within him, rendering his thoughts complex. He accepted the pouch, gripping it tightly in his hand. The following day, Chen Xun visited old Li's grave. Before the grave, Chen Xun opened 2 jars of wine, pouring one before the tomb and consuming the other himself. He lingered there for a full day, remaining silent throughout. Only as he prepared to depart did he softly utter, Grandpa Li, I am leaving. Brother Chen, it's time for dinner. In the small courtyard, Li Yuan rushed out from the kitchen, searching every corner for Chen Xun but found no trace of him. A sense of foreboding crept into her heart, prompting her to glance around hurriedly. In the corner of the yard, she noticed the hemp rope neatly arranged and the hatchet polished smooth, devoid of rust. The rope and hatchet lay quietly there, yet the one who had sharpened the blade was nowhere to be found. Chapter 64, Entering the Snowfield. Encountering malice at the entrance of the Daotian sect stood Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong, facing Nangong Yao. Nangong sect master, I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Yin Jueqing stated gravely. Nangong Yao frowned, replying candidly, you have come too late, sect master Yin. The esteemed gentleman departed without a word some days ago. What? Both Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong were taken aback. Observing their reaction, Nangong Yao couldn't help but express his surprise, asking, might I inquire what pressing matter you have? Yin Jueqing cast a deep gaze at Nangong Yao, solemnly declaring, Nangong sect master, it seems that Daotian sect is about to face a great calamity. Nangong Yao's expression shifted, for he understood that Yin Jueqing did not speak lightly. But what kind of calamity could it be? Wasn't the current situation in Beixian merely a clash between righteous and demonic forces? How could there be talk of a great calamity for Daotian sect? After a moment of silence, Yin Jueqing sighed, out of respect for you, I shall be forthright. The conflict between righteousness and evil in Beixian is not orchestrated by me, but rather stems from a transcendental cultivator from the south heaven. Did you not convey my prior message to refrain from involving mortals? I would never dare to contradict that. Yet I have inadvertently encroached upon the interests of this great cultivator. If I am not mistaken, in due time, this cultivator will arrive in Beixian to seek an explanation from you. However, you say the esteemed gentleman has already departed. Tell me, will this cultivator not turn their wrath upon Daotian sect? Boom. Nangong Yao's pupils constricted, and his face turned pale. Then, what shall we do? Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong exchanged glances, both shaking their heads, their eyes filled with pity. One must say, Daotian sect truly has a tumultuous fate. It is quite unfortunate. Yin Jueqing stated firmly, I do have 2 suggestions. Nangong Yao hastily replied, "Please, Sect Master Yin, do share." At that moment, it seemed the distinction between righteousness and evil had vanished. Firstly, we must locate the esteemed gentleman. If he were present, the great cultivator would likely gain little. As soon as Yin Jueqing finished speaking, Nangong Yao shook his head bitterly. "Sect Master Yin, you jest. The esteemed gentleman is elusive. Where could our sect possibly search for him?" Yin Jueqing understood the slim chances of this possibility and continued, "Secondly, it would be prudent for you, Sect Master Nangong, to journey north of Beixian to the mysterious snowfield to see if the master of the Wujixian palace could be persuaded to lend assistance. If there is a transcendent cultivator from the South Heaven, surely there is one in Beixian as well. Although, strictly speaking, the mysterious snowfield is not under Beixian's jurisdiction. It is marked as such on the map. The master of the Wujixian palace?" Nangong Yao shook his head vigorously, struggling to articulate. Master Yin must be jesting. How could a mere nascent soul like myself possibly summon such esteemed figures? Moreover, there is an unspoken truth that burdens me. I am on the verge of succumbing to the tribulation of transformation, leaving me no time to venture to the ethereal snow plains. The old man remained nonplussed, stating, "As for that, I cannot say. It is for you, Master Nangong, to decide. I shall take my leave." Yin Jueqing shook his head and transformed into a wisp of black mist, vanishing from sight. Ji Wucang looked at Nangong Yao with a teasing grin, remarking, "Oh dear, Nangong Yao, what shall you do this time? Such a dire predicament. Ha ha ha." Upon seeing Nangong Yao's increasingly dark expression, he refrained from fanning the flames, soaring into the sky to follow Yin Jueqing. Nangong Yao's eyes flickered with urgency as he summoned Lu Yunjian. "Master," Nangong Yao hastily relayed the situation. Lu Yunjian's face turned ashen. "Master, how could I possibly persuade the leader of the Wujixian palace? Even if I were to journey to the snow plains, the likelihood of encountering him is uncertain." With a heavy heart, Nangong Yao replied, "At this juncture, we have no choice but to try. If all else fails, we must accept that the fate of our Daotian sect has reached its end." Lu Yunjian acquiesced, "Understood. Our only bargaining chip is that earthly spiritual vein. If you happen to meet the leader of the Wujixian palace, propose that our sect is willing to offer the vein." Nangong Yao's voice was somber, yet, "I fear that such a transcendent force may not find value in a mere earthly spiritual vein." Clenching his teeth, he continued, "If the earthly spiritual vein proves insufficient, you must convey that as long as they are willing to assist us in overcoming this tribulation, we, the Daotian sect, are prepared to submit to the Wujixian palace. We have 15 disciples in purple robes, for with heavenly roots, and 11 with top-tier earthly roots. I refuse to believe the Wujixian palace would turn a blind eye to our plight." Lu Yunjian was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the impending calamity, arguably the most terrifying they had ever faced. The master had truly laid everything on the line. "Understood." The cold wind howled, and snow fell heavily. Across the boundless snow plains, a scholar clad in green advanced step by step. Amidst the storm, Chen Xun took out a map, glanced at it, and smiled. "Ah, the ethereal snow plains. After exploring here, I shall pay a visit to my adversary in the southern skies." He stowed the map and produced a flask of wine, drinking heartily as he walked, reveling in the moment. Suddenly, a distant wolf howl pierced the cold wind. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xun had been encircled by hundreds of white wolves, each larger than a robust man, their crimson gazes fixated on him. These were no ordinary wolves. They were wolf demons with cultivation levels around the late Qi refinement stage, while the leading wolf king was at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Observing the encroaching pack, Chen Xun patted his stomach and remarked, "Ah, how fortuitous." In the next moment, his wooden sword shot forth from behind, darting through the wolf pack like a shooting star, swiftly returning to its sheath. "Delicious, truly delicious," Chen Xun said as he settled down to roast his meal, savoring the moment. After meticulously preparing a white wolf, Chen Xun impaled it on a wooden sword and roasted it over the campfire. The wooden sword, remarkably resilient, showed no signs of damage as the wolf's flesh neared perfection. A fierce wind howled nearby, yet a peculiar stillness enveloped a 10-jong radius around Chen Xun, untouched by the swirling snow and gales. The snowy plains were perilous. During his grilling, numerous beastly creatures were drawn by the enticing aroma. However, upon witnessing the multitude of slain white wolves surrounding Chen Xun, they fled in terror. Delicious indeed. Chen Xun remarked as he took a hearty bite of the wolf meat, savoring the flavor before taking a generous swig from his jug, feeling rejuvenated. Senior sister, look over there. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air, and a group of men and women clad in sect attire approached. Their expressions filled with shock as they beheld the array of white wolf corpses. Their astonishment shifted to disdain as they turned their gaze toward the contented youth indulging in his feast. Chapter 65. Summon your elders. As Chen Xun relished the roasted wolf meat, 15 disciples from the sect approached, their footsteps crunching in the snow. Fellow cultivator, do you realize that these countless white wolves are raised by our sect? The leading female disciple, Yang Qing, stated coldly. The others glared at Chen Xun with palpable resentment. Yet none noticed the bizarre phenomenon that occurred when they neared him. The wind and snow ceased their relentless assault. Chen Xun, taken aback, took another bite of wolf meat and replied, You raised them? Yang Qing nodded solemnly. Indeed. We are near the Wuji Immortal Palace, and the beasts within thousands of miles are all nurtured by our sect. She momentarily paused, expecting that the mention of the Wuji Immortal Palace would frighten the youth before her, but to her astonishment, he remained unfazed, his demeanor as calm as ever. I see. Chen Xun acknowledged. Well then, I prefer to avoid trouble. Since they are yours, please state the amount of spirit stones required for compensation. Before he could finish, one disciple interjected, Compensation in spirit stones? No amount would suffice. Do you understand the value of the white snow wolves? Each one lost diminishes our numbers, and you have slain hundreds. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun paused, chuckling. If no amount would suffice, then I shall forego compensation. Instead, I believe I have a claim for reparations. Yang Qing and the others were taken aback. Chen Xun, placing the wooden sword with the wolf meat back into the fire, extended his hand to warm himself. Do you know that when I was besieged by these white wolves, I was terrified for my life, nearly meeting my demise? Since these wolves are under your care, would it not be reasonable for you to compensate me with some spirit stones to soothe my still nervous heart? Yang Qing's expression darkened further, her companions' faces reflecting a mix of disbelief and irritation. How brazen! You show no trace of having been frightened. One disciple exclaimed. Surely you hail from the North Xian region? The mysterious snow plains are no place for you. You brought this peril upon yourself by provoking the white snow wolves. Indeed, another added. You should be ashamed to demand compensation from us. Have you not heard? We are disciples of the Wuji Immortal Palace. Esteemed senior brothers and sisters, I suggest we simply apprehend him and allow his backing to negotiate for his release. The disciples exchanged words among themselves. Chen Xun remained unfazed, instead remarking, You are quite domineering. I must inform you, slaying the monstrous beasts within the territory of the infinite immortal palace cannot be overlooked. A disciple coldly retorted. At that moment, Yang Qing's pupils narrowed slightly as she sensed something amiss. Despite the raging snowstorm surrounding them, this place exuded an unsettling tranquility. Chen Xun clapped his hands and stood up, declaring, If it cannot be resolved amicably, then so be it. The crowd scoffed derisively. Enough, Yang Qing suddenly interrupted. The disciples felt a surge of relief, believing Yang Qing wished to cease the idle chatter. Just then, Chen Xun drew a wooden sword and sheathed it at his back. Grinning, I am quite curious to see what kind of demeanor your elders possess, given your disposition. Yang Qing frowned, while the disciples sneered, filled with disdain. What pretense is this? It appeared that the infinite immortal palace had remained hidden in the mysterious snowfield for too long, among cultivators above the foundation establishment stage, who was unaware of the reputation of the infinite immortal palace. This individual, capable of slaying numerous white wolves, was undoubtedly formidable and should have heard of it. It remained unclear whether he was merely a reckless youth or had other reasons for his bravado. At that moment, with a casual wave of his hand, Chen Xun summoned the accumulated snow from the ground, which transformed into crystalline ropes that slithered like serpents, swiftly binding Yang Qing and the other disciples. Regaining their senses, the group was taken aback, struggling with all their might. Yet, regardless of their efforts, the crystalline ropes remained unyielding, tightening further with their every attempt to break free. Panic ensued among Yang Qing and the others. The disciples finally comprehended that the young man before them was a powerful figure, one beyond the foundation establishment stage, and certainly not someone they could resist. After all, even Yang Qing, on the verge of breaking through to the core formation stage, was left helpless. What do you intend to do? One disciple exclaimed, wincing in pain from the binding ropes, indignantly shouting. You are truly audacious, daring to attack us? Disciples of the infinite immortal palace, in the mysterious snowfield. Chen Xun, however, dismissed their foolishness, stating, "Where is your sect located?" At his words, the crowd was taken aback. What did he mean? Could he genuinely be bold enough to confront the infinite immortal palace? They quickly felt a sense of relief. Honestly, they had thought him a mere reckless youth, but it now appeared he truly was. Yang Qing gritted her teeth and said, "Friend, if you release us and depart, we shall consider this matter as if it never occurred." Chen Xun replied softly, "The matter has already transpired." Yang Qing paused, unwilling to speak further. Although she recognized his formidable strength, he seemed entirely oblivious to what the infinite immortal palace represented. "Our sect lies in that direction. If you possess the ability, then go. If you do not, I shall hold you in contempt." A disciple vigorously pointed toward a direction, proclaiming loudly. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun ceased his words, waved his hand, and led the group of disciples through the storm, traversing vast distances with each step. Amidst the terrifying velocity, the biting wind and snow lashed against the faces of the crowd, inflicting pain as if cutting their skin, causing blood to flow incessantly, rendering them breathless. Their expressions shifted dramatically, astonished by the formidable strength of the youth. A sense of foreboding gradually emerged in their hearts. Yet, upon recalling their elder, who was a cultivator at the harmonization realm, and their palace master, a formidable figure who had transcended tribulations, they momentarily relaxed. In this realm, the Wajixian palace stood as the absolute sovereign. This individual was courting death. His time was limited. The Wajixian palace was perched atop a towering snow-capped mountain in the heart of the ethereal snowfield. Through the swirling snow, the grand architecture at the peak could be faintly discerned. Suddenly, a multitude of figures swept in. It was Chen Xun accompanied by his 15 disciples. At such a terrifying speed, the disciples were already severely injured, their features a gruesome blur of blood and flesh. Chen Xun hovered in midair, one hand resting behind his back, smiling as he addressed them. "Is this your sect?" He then tilted his head and added, "I shall grant you 10 breaths to summon your elders." The disciples, including Yang Qing, gazed at the figure in green with trembling eyes, utterly intimidated by his calm demeanor. Even now, standing before the Wajixian palace, he remained unperturbed, devoid of any hint of fear or trepidation. "Help! Elder, please save us!" One disciple suddenly cried out, his desperate pleas echoing through the snowy expanse. Chapter 66. "I pity you." The cry resounded through the heavens, stirring the Wajixian palace. Within the palace, regardless of their activities, all were momentarily stunned, turning in disbelief towards the sky outside. Simultaneously, numerous streaks of light surged from the Wajixian palace, confronting Chen Xun and his companions. Some foundational realm cultivators soared through the air on their swords, while others in the core formation stage floated effortlessly, accompanied by a few nascent soul cultivators whose piercing gazes crackled with intensity. These nascent soul practitioners were merely inner gate elders of the Wajixian palace. In stark contrast, the inner gate elders of Daotian sect were only at the core formation stage. The disparity was evident. As more and more streaks of light emerged from the Wajixian palace, those who beheld Chen Xun's 15 severely injured disciples felt a surge of indignation. In the ethereal snowfield, who would dare to harm the disciples of the Wajixian palace? Even more infuriating was this audacious individual who dared to confront the palace alone. What arrogance! What audacity! Behind Chen Xun, Yang Qing and the other disciples, witnessing the increasing number of elders and disciples arriving, felt an overwhelming sense of relief as the pressure he exerted resembled that of an army. The hatred in their hearts surged boundlessly. "Are you not reckless? Did you not dare to enter the Wajixian palace alone? What now?" Chen Xun surveyed the disciples and elders of the Wajixian palace before him and smiled faintly, stating, "You are not worthy to summon your strongest to face me, Chen." In that instant, the skies above the Wajixian palace fell into silence. Only the wind and snow swirled around. "Who is this person?" A cold voice resounded from within one of the palace's halls, reporting to the palace master. "According to the messages received, it appears to be a young cultivator who has abducted our disciples and has yet to disclose his intentions." A core elder respectfully replied. At this moment, within the grand hall, a breathtakingly beautiful woman shrouded in a veil sat in the high seat. On either side below, 6 core elders stood, while in the center, kneeling in deference, was Lu Yunjian, the grand elder of the Daotian sect. He had arrived at the Wajixian palace without pause, either by boat or through teleportation arrays. Lu Yunjian was filled with astonishment, struggling to comprehend why anyone would dare challenge the Wajixian palace. Who could possibly be so fearless? Palace Master, do you require me to investigate? One core elder inquired with a bow. Chen Xun replied coolly, no need. Let those below handle it. Continue discussing matters concerning the Daotian sect. Understood, the elder responded. From this exchange, it was evident that neither Chen Xun, the palace master, nor the core elders were particularly concerned with the events unfolding outside the palace. Lu Yunjian, is what you just said entirely true? Chen Xun asked. Lu Yunjian hurriedly replied. In response to Palace Master Chen, everything is indeed true. The sect master stated that if you are willing to assist the Daotian sect in overcoming this tribulation, we shall pledge our allegiance to the Wajixian palace henceforth. Chen Xun remained silent, her expression hidden beneath the veil. One core elder, keenly observing the atmosphere, stepped forward and exclaimed, why did the sect master not come in person? Sending merely an elder is hardly a show of sincerity. That young man, Nangong Yao, is but at the late stage of the nascent soul. How audacious! Lu Yunjian felt a tremor in his heart and stammered, it is a misunderstanding. I greet Palace Master Chen and the esteemed elders. The sect master indeed wished to come personally, but alas, he is unable to do so as the divine thunder tribulation approaches. Upon hearing this, the core elders' expressions softened slightly. If that were the case, it was somewhat understandable. Chen Xun then spoke. Lu Yunjian, I am willing to travel to Beixian to assist the Daotian sect in overcoming this tribulation. Lu Yunjian was overjoyed and prepared to express his gratitude. However, Chen Xun raised her hand, signaling him to wait. But aside from your sect's allegiance, I have another condition. 2 of your 4 disciples with celestial roots must enter the Wajixian palace and become its disciples forever. Lu Yunjian's expression changed dramatically. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Disciples with celestial roots were exceedingly precious. The Daotian sect had only 4 over the years. How could they possibly? Chen Xun said no more. Knowing that the Daotian sect would have to weigh the gravity of losing 2 celestial root disciples against their impending destruction. Moreover, joining the Wajixian palace would, frankly speaking, grant those 2 disciples a stroke of fortune. It was now up to the Daotian sect to recognize the opportunity. Lu Yunjian forced a smile and replied, very well. That is acceptable. For 2 celestial root disciples to enter the Daotian sect is also a great fortune for them. How could I not comply? At that moment, a core elder's expression shifted drastically as he exclaimed, Palace Master, the young cultivator from outside has already slain one of our nascent soul members and 2 from the core formation stage. What? Everyone's bodies trembled. Even Chen Xun slowly stood up, her gaze icy as she turned toward the palace's entrance. Outside the Wajixian palace, ever more cultivators gathered, their numbers swelling to over 10,000. Yet, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The disciples and elders wore pale expressions as they gazed upon the figure of the cloaked cultivator ahead. Just moments ago, they had merely raised their voices in warning. Yet without a second thought, this individual had dispatched one of their inner sect's Yuaniing elders and 2 Jiedan deacons, and with astonishing swiftness. Behind Chen Xun, Yang Qing and the others trembled in disbelief, their eyes fixed on the retreating figure, having witnessed the brutality unfold, leaving them too frightened to utter a word. Chen Xun surveyed the crowd and chuckled softly. What has happened? Are you all suddenly mute? What became of that boisterous bravado? The atmosphere grew tense and silent. Countless gazes averted, as none dared to speak further before the high-ranking officials of the Wajixian palace arrived, fearing the scythe of death might descend upon them. Noticing the silence, Chen Xun felt a twinge of boredom and remarked, the high-ranking officials of your Wajixian palace certainly hold themselves in high regard, making me wait so long. Very well. Let it be known, for every moment they delay, I shall take 1 life. No sooner had he spoken, than a blade of sword energy, seemingly from nowhere, sliced through the air. Swoosh! Another Jiedan deacon was cleaved in 2 from the top of his head, plummeting from the sky. Su the deacon. The elders and disciples stirred restlessly, their eyes wide with terror at the sight, yet none dared step forward. Over 10,000 cultivators of the Wajixian palace stood paralyzed by the lone figure of the cloaked swordsman. As moments passed, one disciple after another fell victim to the sword energy, severed in half, their lives extinguished. An overwhelming sense of despair swept over the crowd. their faces as pale as death, and despite the frigid weather, beads of cold sweat dripped from their brows. For countless years, such a horrifying event had never transpired within the Wujixian palace. Yet, despite their fear, the cultivators' thoughts turned to the impending arrival of the core elders and even the palace master, and their gazes hardened with resolve. Halt! Who dares to act so recklessly within the Wujixian palace? At that moment, a stern voice rang out, followed by the appearance of 7 figures. It was none other than Palace Master Chen Xun and 6 core elders. You are a moment too late, Chen Xun remarked with a light laugh. As yet another disciple met their demise at the hands of the unseen sword energy. This disciple was cut down before the very eyes of the high-ranking officials of the Wujixian palace. Palace Master, elders. The multitude of cultivators felt an immediate sense of relief upon witnessing the arrival of Chen Xun and the core elders, bowing deeply in sorrow, genuinely terrified by the events that had unfolded. Behind Chen Xun, Yangqing and the other disciples could not hold back their tears, utterly shocked that a mere encounter in the snowy expanse could lead them to such a ruthless individual, bold enough to unleash carnage within the Wujixian palace. Palace Master, save us! Yangqing and the other disciples cried out in panic. They dared not remain even a moment longer in the presence of the cloaked swordsman. The fear was overwhelming. You are quite something. Chen Xun fixed her gaze upon Chen Xun, her tone measured. The core elders were also visibly agitated, their chests heaving with anger. Even upon their arrival, this person still dared to take a life before them. It had been years since the Wujixian palace had encountered such disgrace. The losses of those elders, deacons, and disciples were unprecedented. Chen Xun smiled. Now that you are here, how fortuitous. I must inquire, how does your sect govern its disciples, to have produced such a group of individuals who are so arrogant and unreasonable? Chen Xingran's gaze sharpened as she stated, how I discipline my disciples is not for you to critique. I believe you have overstepped your bounds. Chen Xun nodded in acknowledgement. Do you not wish to know the full story? Chen Xingran replied, I have no interest in such trivialities, nor in the discord between you and my disciples. What matters is that my Wujixian palace embodies the truth. The elders and disciples present felt a surge of passion. Indeed, this was their Wujixian palace. Yangqing and the others, no longer fearful, cast pitying and resentful glances at Chen Xun, for it was time for him to face consequences. Chen Xun chuckled softly. Now I understand why your sect's disciples exhibit such arrogance. It seems the upper beams are crooked, and thus the lower beams are askew. Chen Xingran commanded. Bind him and take him to the icy caverns of the back mountains. 2 core elders stepped forward, their frigid gazes fixed on Chen Xun. One elder remarked, I know you may be a cultivator at the integration stage, a level that allows you to roam freely in the northern realms. But you seem to have grown accustomed to your elevated position and underestimated our Wujixian palace. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun fell silent for a moment before responding. What a pity. Chen Xingran's eyes flickered as she inquired, Are you lamenting your own fate? Not at all. Chen Xun replied with a smile and a shake of his head. I lament for you. I have offered you opportunities, after all. The path of immortality is fraught with challenges, and cultivation is no easy feat with that. Chen Xun slowly reached for the hilt of his sword, just as Lu Yunjian emerged from the palace. Upon witnessing the scene, her pupils constricted, and her complexion drained of color. Sir. Chapter 67. Sword Qi Rampant. The destruction of the immortal palace, sir. Sir. Lu Yunjian transformed into a streak of light, swiftly ascending into the air with an expression of urgency. Sir. Is there some misunderstanding? Chen Xingran and the core elders were taken aback, surprised to discover that the Daotian sect was acquainted with this individual. It became clear that the Daotian sect could not be relied upon. Lu Yunjian, this man has slain several elders and disciples of our Wujixian palace. I suppose any previous discussions are now null and void, a core elder coldly declared. However, Lu Yunjian remained unfazed, now that she had encountered her master. She cared little for the annulled discussions. Regardless, she would stand by her master's side, believing that even if the sect leader were present, they would unhesitatingly support her master. Yet, at this moment, Lu Yunjian's urgency stemmed from genuine concern for Chen Xun. It was not a matter of doubting his strength, but rather the overwhelming numbers against him on the territory of Wujixian Palace, where powerful elders at the integration stage were abundant. Master, retreat behind me. Lu Yunjian intended to say more, but Chen Xun interrupted her. Though her heart trembled with anxiety, she dared not defy him, and quietly stepped aside. At this juncture, Chen Xun regarded Chen Xun's sword grip with indifference, stating coolly, "I have cultivated for over 2,000 years, reaching the mid-stage of tribulation. I am nearly at the pinnacle of the mortal realm. In another 1,000 years, I may very well ascend. What is there to lament? You, as a cultivator, are rather presumptuous. Your death would be of no consequence." "Ah, what a fitting sentiment regarding your own demise," Chen Xun responded softly, a smile gracing his lips as he suddenly drew his sword. Clang! In the fleeting moment of drawing the sword, the sound of the blade resonated through the heavens and the earth. The howling winds and snow of the ethereal snowy plains seemed to pause for an instant. Chen Xun, initially indifferent, suddenly changed countenance at the moment Chen Xun unsheathed his sword, her mind momentarily blank. Instinctively, she sought to muster her spiritual energy to unleash the tribulation pressure in retaliation, yet under the oppressive might of the sword's intent, such thoughts could not even arise. No, senior. In an instant, the invisible sword energy swept past Chen Xun's form. Along with her veil, her body was cleaved in twain. All vitality within extinguished mercilessly by the terrifying sword aura. The two halves of Chen Xun's visage were frozen in a plea for mercy and sheer terror. In the next moment, her divided form was obliterated by the sword energy, dissipating into nothingness. The sequence of events unfolded with blinding speed. The master of the boundless immortal palace, a great cultivator undergoing tribulation, had perished, and all this transpired merely from Chen Xun drawing his sword. Outside the boundless immortal palace, the atmosphere was steeped in an extreme silence. All present were ashen-faced, their souls trembling, sensing the very sky had fallen. It was too swift, unbelievably swift. They could scarcely comprehend what had transpired to their exalted master. Lu Yunjian's pupils quivered, his throat dry as he swallowed in a frenzy, feeling an unprecedented parchness. His peripheral vision trembled as he glanced at the figure in green beside him, nearly gasping for breath. So powerful, the master was unfathomably strong, transcending the boundaries of the mortal realm. Was the master truly a cultivator of this world? Upon regaining their senses, the hearts of all elders and disciples of the boundless immortal palace were filled with sorrow, yet in that moment, they lacked even the courage to cry out in grief. The disciples bound behind Chen Xun, including Yang Qing, were consumed by an overwhelming terror, their bodies trembling, warmth spreading below as they involuntarily soiled themselves. An unparalleled regret festered within them, yet it was far too late. Tilting his head, Chen Xun inquired, "Do you think your master deserves death?" Yang Qing and the others, their bodies bristling with fear, their souls seemingly entranced, hastily responded, Yes. The master deserves death." Chen Xun chuckled, truly worthless. With a flick of his sleeve, he reduced Yang Qing and the others to nothingness, as if they had never existed in this world. This unimaginable scene once again sent the members of the boundless immortal palace into a state of utter terror. Everyone fell to their knees in midair, fervently prostrating and beseeching for mercy. "Senior, spare us. We understand our mistakes. We truly do. Please spare us." The sight of tens of thousands of cultivators from such a prestigious sect as the boundless immortal palace fervently pleading was nothing short of explosive. "Leave," Chen Xun commanded, turning to stride outward through the void. Lu Yunjian, snapping back to reality, hastily bowed and followed, his heart racing like never before. As Chen Xun walked further away, all the elders and disciples felt as though their strength had been drained entirely. Some even found their spiritual energy faltering, plummeting into the abyss. They knelt there, lost and disoriented, unable to believe that their master had perished so abruptly, as if it were a dream. Yet, it was a truth they had witnessed with their own eyes. The only solace is that the vast majority of them are still alive. Yet, at that moment, Chen Xun suddenly turned around, his gaze calm and profound. He gently raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, pointing towards the direction of the Wujixian palace. Suddenly, a faint glow appeared at the tip of Chen Xun's fingers, flickering like a firefly. In the next instant, a brilliant sword light erupted from his fingertips. In a blink, a torrent of sword energy surged into the sky, slicing through the vast expanse. Heading straight for the Wujixian palace. Wherever the sword energy reached, it stirred up endless winds and snow, ripping apart the very fabric of space, echoing with crackling sounds. The sword energy was formless, while the wind and snow were tangible. The heavens and earth were palpable. To the onlookers in Lu Yunjian, and the Wajixian palace. It appeared as if the apocalypse had descended upon them. No, no. Whoosh. Boom. The terrifying sword energy crashed down upon the entire Wajixian palace like a tsunami, obliterating it into mere dust in an instant. Countless elders and disciples, filled with despair and terror, were reduced to nothingness amidst the ceaseless sword energy. The towering snow mountain, where the Wajixian palace stood, simultaneously collapsed, vanishing into flat land. Rumbling. The heavens shook and the earth trembled as countless beasts fled across the ethereal snowfields, their mournful howls echoing. It was not until a while later that all commotion ceased. Chen Xun slowly lowered his fingers, resting them behind his back, coldly observing the scene before him. Beside him, Lu Yunjian stood frozen, staring at the dissipated Wajixian palace, witnessing the indescribable devastation wrought, his teeth clenched tightly, knees weak, and his mind in a haze, almost fainting. Chen Xun cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yunjian and asked, "What is wrong with you? Are you all right?" Lu Yunjian jolted. Kneeling and trembling, he stammered, "Yes, sir, Yunjian is perfectly well." Chen Xun regarded him with suspicion, seeing your apparent connection with the Wajixian palace. You wouldn't be seeking retribution on their behalf, would you? Lu Yunjian's scalp tingled, his eyes bulging in shock. He exclaimed, "Sir misinterprets. How could Yunjian dare? Moreover, Yunjian has no relations with the Wajixian palace. I've long harbored disdain towards them. Now that they have been vanquished by you, it is truly divine retribution." Yunjian is overjoyed. Chen Xun stroked his chin and nodded. "Very well, I shall believe you this once. Had you spoken any slower earlier, I might have eradicated you entirely." Lu Yunjian rolled his eyes, finally losing his composure, and fainted, plummeting towards the ground. Chen Xun chuckled softly and waved his sleeve, catching him midair. Otherwise, Lu Yunjian would have met a gruesome fate. After all, he was a Yuan Ying. Should he have been reduced to a pulp, it would have been a tale for the ages, a source of laughter for millennia. Chapter 68. Chen Xun's disdain for numerous treasures. Crackle, crackle. In a low-lying area of the snowfield, a campfire blazed. Chen Xun warmed a flask of wine, leaning against a nearby spot, sipping while perusing a wordless book. Meanwhile, Lu Yunjian lay there, eyes tightly shut, brow furrowed, as if haunted by some dreadful dream. Suddenly, Lu Yunjian bolted upright, gasping for breath, appearing utterly shaken. He quickly regained his composure, his peripheral vision catching sight of the campfire and Chen Xun, and in surprise, he hastily stood up to pay his respects. "Yes, sir." Chen Xun did not look at him, but softly said, "The weather is frigid. Since you are awake, you should have a drink to warm your body." "Yes." Lu Yunjian replied respectfully, silently sitting down to pour himself a cup of warm wine, which he began to sip. Although, as a Yuanying practitioner, he was not afraid of the cold, he felt it prudent to heed the gentleman's advice. After drinking a cup, he fell silent, casting occasional glances at Chen Xun, still haunted and bewildered by the recent destruction of the Wajixian palace. "Sir," Lu Yunjian ventured. Chen Xun turned a page and replied, "Speak." Lu Yunjian swallowed hard and asked, "Are you a celestial being?" Chen Xun paused, then jested, "What celestial being could I possibly be? It is you who, in the realm of mortals, are hailed as celestial beings and accept the title with delight." Lu Yunjian's face flushed with embarrassment, and he humbly replied, "We are merely half-hearted cultivators. We do not deserve such a title. It is only the ignorance of mortals that leads them to believe anyone who can fly is a celestial being." Chen Xun smiled without responding. Lu Yunjian cleared his throat and, emboldened by the wine, continued, "Sir, your strength is truly remarkable. To be honest, I previously did not understand why you chose to remain uninvolved in the affairs of the North Xian's righteous and demonic sections. Now, it is entirely clear, to you. Observing their conflict must seem like watching a child's play, unworthy of your attention." In Lu Yunjian's view, to Chen Xun, the battles between the North Xian sects were akin to two ants squabbling. What merit was there in intervening? Unless, of course, one of those ants foolishly provoked him. In which case, he might nonchalantly crush it underfoot, much like the recently destroyed Wajixian palace. Chen Xun glanced at Lu Yunjian and remarked, "You are correct. Yet not entirely so." At once, Lu Yunjian perked up, listening intently, yet Chen Xun chose not to elaborate further. Lu Yunjian, not daring to press the matter, cautiously inquired, "Sir, will you accompany me back to the Daotian sect? Given the destruction of the Wajixian palace and the impending arrival of the formidable Southern Heaven cultivators, The Daotian sect was in grave peril. However, if the gentleman chose not to go, Lu Yunjian would have no choice but to devise another plan upon his return. After a moment of silence, Chen Xun replied, I understand your concern. Regardless, that individual is coming for me. I cannot allow you and the Daotian sect to be implicated. Lu Yunjian was first taken aback, then astonished. He could not fathom how the gentleman knew so much. He had said nothing. Truly, a celestial being was indeed a celestial being. Chen Xun shifted his tone and continued, However, I shall not return. I possess a formation disk that can ensure your Daotian sect's safety. As he spoke, Chen Xun produced a dusty formation disk from an unknown source and tossed it over. Lu Yunjian hurriedly caught it, feeling as though he had received a treasure, and exclaimed, Thank you, sir. Lu Yunjian understood well that anything crafted by the gentleman was undoubtedly of the highest quality. Chen Xun nodded and smiled. This formation disk contains only 2 formation cores. Use it wisely. To be honest, employing it against the Southern Heaven cultivators might be a waste, but it matters not. As I found it, and it is of little use to me otherwise. Time had passed long since, and Chen Xun had forgotten precisely where he had discovered it. In his eyes, these seemingly worthless items were actually numerous and diverse. Chen Xun refrained from elaborating further to Lu Yunjian. It would be unreasonable to claim that once the array was activated, even celestial beings would be unable to breach it. To put it another way, the Southern Celestial Cultivator was indeed fortunate. Who would have imagined that one day a tribulation-transcending cultivator could be thwarted by such an array? Master, I understand. Lu Yunjian solemnly stored away the array. He comprehended the implication that the array could only be utilized twice. Chen Xun smiled and remarked, Since that person is seeking trouble with me, you shall berate him well within the array when the time comes. Understood. Lu Yunjian promptly agreed. Furthermore, inform him that I will be visiting the Southern Heaven shortly, and I shall grant him the opportunity to settle matters face to face, Chen Xun whispered. With this, the tribulation-transcending cultivator, upon realizing he could not breach Daotian's sect, would likely withdraw. Understood. Lu Yunjian clearly grasped Chen Xun's deeper meaning and felt increasingly grateful. At the same time, he learned indirectly that the master would be in the Southern Heaven for some time. Unavoidably, Lu Yunjian felt a pang of sympathy for the tribulation-transcending cultivator. How unfortunate to provoke someone like the master. In the past, Lu Yunjian might have believed that a tribulation-transcending cultivator posed a threat to Chen Xun, but after the experience in the Wuji Immortal Palace, he understood that in the master's eyes, such a cultivator was insignificant. Given the master's disposition, it was unlikely he would seek out the cultivator. It would merely be a matter of crossing paths and eliminating him. Do you have any other matters? Chen Xun asked calmly. Lu Yunjian quickly shook his head. No, master. I have no further business. Chen Xun replied. Since there is nothing else, you may depart. Am I to escort you? Ah, no, I wouldn't dare. Master. I shall take my leave now. Please take care. Lu Yunjian was startled and realized he could not afford to delay any longer. He rose, bowed respectfully, and after stepping back 10 paces, turned and flew away. Once Lu Yunjian had departed, Chen Xun stowed away the wordless book back into his bosom and then retrieved a pile of items, stacked like a small mountain. Ah, the Qiankuan Tower, the indestructible sutra, the binding immortal rope, the endless alchemical furnace, the primordial green lotus, the world tree seedling, the Hunyuan heavy armor, the soul summoning banner, the 10,000 spells cannon, the celestial cloud shoes, the 5 elements spirit pearls, and so forth. These trinkets, while seemingly useless to him, felt too valuable to discard. Chen Xun felt somewhat vexed, shaking his head as he rummaged through them before gathering them all back together. Although he did not hold much regard for these items, any one of them could incite chaos and bloodshed if placed in the wrong hands. Yet, he possessed many such treasures. Among them, the one that captured Chen Xun's admiration most was indeed the wordless book. Indeed, it was the wordless book. Even the wooden sword took a back seat. Whether in moments of madness or lucidity, Chen Xun often embraced the wordless book to peruse, not for the sake of learning, but simply for its intrigue and beauty. To the average person, the wordless book appeared devoid of records, utterly empty. Yet, in Chen Xun's eyes, it concealed profound mysteries within. In a single phrase, to glimpse the heavens and perceive all things, the essence lies within the wordless tome. Even the intricacies of fate, causality, and the laws governing the world can be comprehended through this silent scripture. At this moment, the wooden sword behind Chen Xun quivered slightly. Chen Xun raised an eyebrow and remarked casually, Well, I suppose you are somewhat competent after all. The wooden sword replied. Chapter 69, The Demon Emperor of the Spirit Realm. In the following half-month, Chen Xun traversed the majority of the mysterious snowfield. The snowfield is perpetually enveloped in snow, as if it were the chosen abode of the infinite celestial palace, reigning supreme in this desolate expanse. However, with the downfall of the infinite celestial palace that once occupied this land, the snowfield seems to have lost its uniqueness. Amidst the swirling snow, Chen Xun paused momentarily. 10 paces ahead of him, an air wall materialized. Approaching it, he stroked his chin thoughtfully before gently prodding it with a finger. With a crack, the air wall shattered, creating an opening sufficient for a single person to pass through. Despite Chen Xun's apparent ease, the hardness of this air wall would likely leave an average tribulation realm cultivator merely gaping in astonishment. It stands to reason that the infinite celestial palace, having dominated the snowfield for so long, was aware of this air wall's presence, yet lacked the means to breach it. Perhaps the palace lord's cultivation, being at the mid-tribulation stage, was insufficient. It is likely that upon reaching the late tribulation phase, they would endeavor to dismantle this barrier. Without a hint of hesitation, Chen Xun stepped through the opening. The moment he crossed the air wall, the scenery underwent a dramatic transformation. Surrounding him was no longer the snowfield, but a pitch-black, silent void. Peering down, he found nothing beneath his feet, only a bottomless abyss of darkness. For years, it seemed, no one had entered this realm. The wait had not been in vain. At that moment, a golden-armored phantom gradually materialized, its indifferent words resonating in the space, exuding an enigmatic aura. Chen Xun gazed at the golden figure, a flicker of recognition passing through him, yet he could not place it. You have managed to enter here. Your cultivation must have reached the pinnacle of the mundane realm. Quite impressive, isn't it? Suddenly, the golden phantom, upon spotting Chen Xun, exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, sir." Chen Xun narrowed his eyes. The previously imposing phantom transformed in an instant, darting toward Chen Xun with a flattering demeanor. Sir, it's me. I am Chen Xun. Have you forgotten me?" As it spoke, it removed its mask, revealing a furry yet mischievous face. Chen Xun furrowed his brow, taking some time to recall before chuckling. "Ah, so it is you, you mischievous monkey." Chen Xun grinned widely, scratching its head and appearing quite elated. Chen Xun remarked with a light smile, "I never expected you, this monkey, to leave a trace of your soul in the mundane realm. If my conjecture is correct, this must be yet another of your devious plots." Despite Chen Xun's seemingly harmless demeanor, this was merely a facade in Chen Xun's presence. Its true identity was that of a demon emperor in the spirit realm. With an awkward chuckle, Chen Xun responded, "Indeed, I cannot escape your discerning gaze, cough cough." The sight of Chen Xun brought both joy and a sense of helplessness to Chen Xun, for its plan of usurpation had crumbled. Previously, an air wall was established in the mortal realm as a means of selection. Should anyone manage to breach it, they would meet the criteria for his possession. The esteemed saint has not perished. His true form resides in the spirit realm. This fragment of his residual soul seeks to seize a suitable external incarnation. Generally speaking, achieving the pinnacle of cultivation in the resource-scarce mortal realm attests to one's innate talent and perseverance. Most cultivators ascending from the mortal realm thrive in the spirit realm. Should one succeed in crafting an exceptional external incarnation in the mortal realm and subsequently transcend to the spirit realm, they could become a formidable ally to the saint in the future. "Surely, you do not blame the saint?" he murmured, observing Chen Xun's silence, which stirred a sense of unease within him. Chen Xun replied softly, "What reason have I to blame you? The fate of others bears no consequence to me." The saint chuckled, "You remain unchanged, as you were in the past, so you are now." Suddenly, Chen Xun remarked, "At present, there exists a rival of mine. A cultivator in the tribulation phase, at the pinnacle of the mid-tribulation stage, merely a step away from the late phase. How would you regard that body?" The saint gasped. "What? Is there truly one who dares oppose you? That tribulation cultivator must be courting death." The saint was astounded. He was well aware of this individual's vast abilities, and could only conclude that the tribulation cultivator possessed audacity. Chen Xun shook his head in resignation, smiling. "Your words imply that adversaries are scarce in my life? My face does not bear the mark of do not provoke." Indeed, the saint complimented with a grin, adding, "It is a pleasure to see you in such a lucid state. You departed without a word before, and I have missed your presence greatly. Who would have thought you would arrive in the mortal realm? Truly, you are remarkable, able to traverse the barriers and the laws of heaven across various realms. It was clear that the saint was aware of Chen Xun's cyclical transitions between madness and clarity, though only on a superficial level. Furthermore, the saint perceived this transition as merely a manifestation of a superior being's engagement with the world. Upon hearing the saint speak of this, Chen Xun sighed inwardly, realizing that this clarity had persisted for over a month, and he wondered when he might unexpectedly revert to madness. Let it be, he mused. I have grown accustomed to it. Now, let us dispense with idle chatter. I shall first collect this fragment of your residual soul, and once I have dealt with that tribulation cultivator, I will release you. Upon finishing his words, Chen Xun waved his sleeve, and the saint's fragment of soul was whisked away. Chen Xun held a certain fondness for this mischievous monkey and, given their past connections, was more than willing to lend a helping hand. At the Dao Tian sect, within the cabinet, Nangong Yao and the elders furrowed their brows, lamenting intermittently. Sectmaster, Lu Yunjian has returned. At that moment, Lu Yunjian, weary from travel, entered the cabinet. The assembly rejoiced and quickly surrounded him. Nangong Yao exclaimed excitedly, Elder, you have finally returned. It is said that the great tribulation cultivator from the southern sky has reached the swallowing sky demon sect and will soon arrive at our Dao Tian sect. As he spoke, Nangong Yao suddenly expressed concern. Wait, why are you the only one who has returned? Did not Sect Master Qin accompany you to Dao Tian sect? The elders also realized the gravity of the situation, their faces turning pale. Lu Yunjian swallowed hard and said, Sect Master, Master Qin has been slain by the teacher, and the Wuzhigong has also been annihilated by him. What? The crowd was momentarily stunned. Nangong Yao could no longer maintain his composure. He stepped forward and seized Lu Yunjian by the collar, incredulously asking, What did you say? Repeat that. Lu Yunjian trembled as he replied, The Wuzhigong is no more. Nangong Yao's pupils constricted sharply as he gradually released Lu Yunjian's collar, staggering backward, nearly losing his footing. The elders gasped in disbelief, their minds swirling with tumultuous thoughts. The Wuzhigong, an ethereal realm beyond mortal comprehension, had been destroyed? The teacher was indeed formidable. Had it not been for the fact that this news was delivered by the esteemed elder Lu Yunjian himself, the crowd would have found it utterly unbelievable. As if trapped in a dream. How could the Wuzhigong have provoked the teacher? It was over. With the Wuzhigong's downfall, how could the Dao Tian sect survive this calamity? Nangong Yao murmured in a daze. Lu Yunjian chuckled softly, producing a formation plate and proclaiming loudly, Do not panic, Sect Master. This formation plate was bestowed by the teacher. He assured me that it is more than sufficient to withstand the tribulation. Boom. The crowd erupted in joy. A glimmer of hope returned to Nangong Yao's eyes as he snatched the formation plate, cradling it like a treasured possession, exclaiming, Excellent. Truly splendid. Huh. The Wuzhigong, blinded by arrogance, provoked the teacher and rightfully met its demise. He turned to Lu Yunjian, concern etched on his face. Yunjian, is the teacher unscathed? Lu Yunjian reassured him. Not a single hair on the teacher was harmed. At that moment, he merely drew his sword, and Qin Qingran was cleaved in two. Later, as I followed the teacher outside, he suddenly turned, extending his fingers towards the Wuzhigong. That suffocating sword energy surged towards the Wuzhigong like a tidal wave. It was truly a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Can you believe it? In mere moments, the Wuzhigong was reduced to dust. Yes, dust. Even the towering snow-capped mountains were flattened. In the assembly hall, Lu Yunjian demonstrated the teacher's movements with 2 fingers as he recounted the tale. Nangong Yao and the others were left utterly astonished. From Lu Yunjian's simple words, they could sense the terrifying spectacle that had unfolded. The swift execution of Qin Qingran at the mid-tribulation stage, followed by the instantaneous obliteration of the Wuzhigong. Who in the world could achieve such feats? The teacher was truly terrifying. Lu Xianin marveled. The teacher's cultivation is beyond this realm. I can assert with certainty that he is no ordinary being. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao and the others regarded Lu Xianin as if he were a fool. Was it necessary for him to state the obvious? At this critical juncture, even a fool would recognize that the teacher was a fallen immortal gracing the mortal world. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Lu Xianin could not help but feel somewhat embarrassed. Nangong Yao then examined the formation plate with keen interest, reflecting, When our sect first encountered the teacher upon that mountain peak, I sensed his extraordinary aura. I never imagined his powers would exceed our expectations. To have such a celestial being reside within the Daotian sect for 6 years is truly a great fortune for our sect. The elder council nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with reverence and admiration. As Lu Yunji observed Nangong Yao scrutinizing the formation plate, he remarked, "Indeed, sect master. The master once mentioned that this formation plate retains 2 more formation cores. Each use diminishes the count. Furthermore, he stated that when the tribulation transcender arrives, we should thoroughly berate him within the formation. The master also instructed that we inform the coming tribulation transcender about his impending journey to the southern heavens." Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao and the others organized their thoughts, committing these matters to memory. However, the prospect of berating the transcender excited everyone. The sheer thrill of insulting a tribulation-level cultivator was almost unimaginable. Previously, even with 1,000 boldness, they would not have dared, but now with the Master's decree, there was no fear, merely the act of cursing awaited them. 10 days later, 5 figures arrived outside the Daotian sect, Yin Jueqing, Ji Wutsong, and 3 other cultivators from the southern heavens, including the 2 who had exchanged sharp words with Yin Jueqing on that day. At the center stood a fierce-looking dwarf. It was evident that this dwarf was the tribulation transcender who had come from the southern heavens. The dwarf, named Hao Gao, was at the pinnacle of mid-stage tribulation, surpassing even the recently fallen Qin Qingran from the Wajixian palace, and was a formidable figure in the southern heavens. At this moment, Hao Gao's gaze fixated on the sword ravine, flickering slightly as he sensed the formidable aura emanating from it. Instinctively, he felt a twinge of seriousness. Before arriving, he had been aware that his opponent was also a tribulation stage cultivator, making it unsurprising that such a sword strike could be unleashed. Hao Gao, naturally a cautious individual, preferred to avoid conflict with a sword cultivator of the same stage unless absolutely necessary, yet the other party had audaciously interfered, claiming a desire to protect the mortals. Nonsense. He incited the battle between the North Xian righteous and demonic forces, which required not only the blood of cultivators, but also a substantial amount of mortal vitality. Hence, he had no choice but to confront this matter. If the other party refused to recognize his authority, Hao Gao would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong exchanged glances, silently sighing. They were uncertain whether the Daotian sect had summoned reinforcements. Otherwise, today might spell doom. Their concern was not solely for the Daotian sect. After all, regardless of circumstances, their esteemed predecessor had resided in the Daotian sect for 6 years. Fellow Taoist, I trust you are already aware of my arrival. I am now at the Daotian sect. Do come out to meet me. Soon. Hao Gao's indifferent voice resonated through the heavens and the earth as he addressed the sect. In contrast, the Daotian sect remained eerily quiet, devoid of any agitation. Nangong Yao had already instructed the elders to inform all peaks that, regardless of what transpired next, all elders and disciples should carry on with their own affairs, remaining focused on their tasks until the time came to unleash their insults. Meanwhile, Nangong Yao and Lu Yunji, along with the other elders, soared into the air, gazing at the 5 individuals outside the sect. Their attention quickly concentrated on the dwarf, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. It was clear that he was the tribulation transcender from the southern heavens. To be candid, despite possessing the formation plate bestowed by the master, facing this tribulation transcender filled their hearts with unease. However, Nangong Yao feigned ignorance towards Hao Gao, turning to Yin Jueqing and inquired with a cupped fist, "Sect Master Yin, who are these individuals?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of Hao Gao and his companions turned icy. Yin Jueqing, with a dry cough, introduced, "This is Nangong Yao, and this esteemed elder, Hao Gao, has come from the southern heaven, a formidable figure who has crossed the tribulation." He then exclaimed in anger, "Why aren't you paying your respects?" Previously, Yin Jueqing had informed Nangong Yao of this meeting, so he could not display any disrespect in front of Hao Gao and the others. Nangong Yao feigned shock but refrained from bowing, turning his gaze towards Hao Gao, inquiring, "Might I ask why the esteemed elder has come to our Daotian sect?" Hao Gao, with a cold smile within, had already marked Daotian sect for extermination in his mind. He replied nonchalantly, "I have come to seek out the friend who wielded this sword. Is that individual currently within your sect?" Nangong Yao sighed. "Regrettably, esteemed elder, you have arrived too late. He departed a month ago." Upon hearing this, Hao Gao felt an immense relief, all traces of trepidation vanishing. It seemed that the individual had learned of his arrival and fled in advance. Well, that was fine. Regardless, that person was a sword cultivator at the tribulation stage, difficult to eliminate. If he had fled, so be it. Now, he could proceed with his actions in the northern Xian without hindrance. However, Daotian's sect, Humph, could not be spared. Hao Gao then declared, I have taken a disliking to your Daotian sect and intend to annihilate your entire clan today. Do you have any objections? The air suddenly grew tense. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang felt a wave of anxiety. Meanwhile, Nangong Yao and the others, after a brief moment of shock, exchanged glances and burst into laughter in front of the bewildered Hao Gao and his companions. Ha! You wretched dwarf, you truly amuse this elder. You wish to obliterate my Daotian sect? Have you looked in the mirror to see what you have become? Lu Yunjian, following Chen Xun's earlier instructions, was the first to mock. Lu Xianyin squatted down, gazing at the elders with a grin. Do I look like a dwarf to you? The elders shook their heads in unison. Not at all. You are far taller than that dwarf even in a squat. Indeed, where is the resemblance? At that moment, outside Daotian's sect, the expressions of Yin Jueqing and the others were positively exquisite. Only Hao Gao's countenance darkened to an extreme. Never had anyone dared to mock his stature as a dwarf, yet today he was ridiculed by mere ants from northern Xian. Were it not for the flaws in his cultivation method, he would not have been a dwarf. These insects deserve to die. Haha, esteemed elders, look. The dwarf seems agitated. His eyes are turning red. Nangong Yao chuckled. The fifth elder, Jin Wang Tianfu, slapped his knee in laughter. This is truly hilarious. This is a tribulation stage cultivator? With such temperament? Even my spirit dog is better. I scolded a few times, and it doesn't react like this. The ninth elder, Zhou Tong, also found it amusing, taunting, and he calls himself Hao Gao. If you ask me, it should be Hao Short. Ha! The ninth elder is quite witty. The laughter of Nangong Yao and the others echoed. Ah! I shall make your lives a living hell. Hao Gao bellowed in fury, his eyes reddening, having lost his composure. Boom! A tremendous wave of tribulation stage pressure erupted from his being, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Hao Gao extended his diminutive palm, furiously aiming it at Daotian's sect, intent on turning the entire sect to rubble. However, at that moment, a radiant pillar of crimson gold light erupted from Daotian's sect, soaring into the clouds. In the vastness of space, numerous Buddha statues and an endless array of sacred chants suddenly materialized, swirling rapidly around the Daotian sect, their golden light illuminating heaven and earth. Namo Satahasakadheya Arahati Samyaksen Buddha. The urgent sound of wooden fish resonated, accompanied by the solemn tones of the Buddha, reverberating through the cosmos. Even the entirety of Beixian felt the tremor. Countless individuals gazing in astonishment towards the Daotian sect. Simultaneously, all members of the Daotian sect looked up in awe, profoundly shaken by the spectacle. Not only they, but even figures like Nangong Yao stood dumbfounded. No one had anticipated that the seemingly ordinary array plate bestowed by the master would unleash such a terrifying commotion. It was utterly exaggerated. Chapter 71. The Magical Treasure, Celestial Umbrella, Suffering from Tribulation Namo Halatana Dorai. The Buddha's voice enveloped them, causing their minds to swell, headaches to throb, and hearts to flutter with anxiety. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang stared in disbelief at the resplendent light of the Daotian sect. What kind of sorcery was this? It resembled an array, yet such an incomprehensible formation. Where could the Daotian sect have acquired it? Meanwhile, Hao Gao's expression grew solemn, his eyes shimmering with incredulity. Boom! In the next moment, Hao Gao's palm descended upon the Daotian sect. Under ordinary circumstances, this strike, infused with the pressure of tribulation, would have shattered the sect into fragments. Yet, as his palm energy merged with the Buddha's light, it fell silent, as if a cow had sunk into the sea. Observing this scene, Nangong Yao and the others, who had been somewhat anxious, suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over them, their faces glowing with excitement. Indeed, what the master produced must be of exceptional quality. This grand formation was utterly formidable. Its defensive capabilities were entirely commensurate with the radiant light and commotion it generated. A strike from a peak tribulation stage practitioner was effortlessly neutralized by the formation, which remained utterly unperturbed. Within the sect, countless disciples, including Zhao Ting, were left speechless, overwhelmed with astonishment. At that moment, Hao Gao's eyes widened as he fixated on the ethereal Buddha statues and chants overhead, his words forced out through gritted teeth. No, possible. How could such a terrifying formation exist in the mortal realm? And how could it appear in the Dao Tian sect? Hao Gao suddenly turned his gaze towards Nangong Yao within the formation, demanding, "How is it that your mere Dao Tian sect possesses such a formidable defense?" Behind him, the other two Southern Heaven practitioners were already entranced. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong, shaken by the spectacle, began to harbor suspicions. A figure clad in azure flashing through their minds. Could this formation be? If their conjecture held true, then the terror instilled by the elder in their hearts would multiply. After all, this formation, unseen before, could effortlessly deflect a peak strike from a mid-tribulation practitioner, which was nothing short of terrifying. Just then, a Buddha statue in the sky, with closed eyes, slowly raised its hand, directing a strike towards Hao Gao. The stance mirrored that of Hao Gao's earlier palm, seemingly returning his attack. Yet, upon closer perception, one could discern that this offensive maneuver was significantly reinforced compared to Hao Gao's original strike. Hao Gao's pupils suddenly constricted, filled with disbelief. Could such a formation truly exist in this world? Yin Jueqing and Ji Wutsong, among others, turned pale, panic-stricken, and shouted, "Senior Hao, if that palm imbued with tribulation-level pressure strikes, we will surely perish." Seeing this, Nangong Yao and the others were even more astonished and elated, marveling at their master's prowess. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The palm descended at an astonishing speed. Hao Gao took a deep breath, his expression grave. In a fit of rage earlier, he had unleashed nearly 80% of his power, intending to reduce Dao Tian's sect to ruins. Now, he found himself needing to counter his own attack, which was utterly infuriating. More importantly, he sensed that this palm strike had been augmented significantly, equating to 99% of his own offensive force. How infuriating! Hao Gao bellowed in anger, refusing to be negligent. He then opened his palm, summoning a paper umbrella that flickered into existence, grasped firmly in his hand. The surface of the umbrella was adorned with various peculiar patterns, clearly a remarkable treasure. Beside him, Yin Jueqing and the others recognized the paper umbrella, their hearts trembling. They knew it was Hao Gao's renowned artifact, the Tianluo umbrella. This umbrella could both attack and defend, and it was said that Hao Gao had once wielded it to single-handedly contend against two mid-tribulation cultivators without faltering. Hao Gao's gaze fixed on the incoming palm, frantically channeling spiritual energy into the umbrella. His lips moved slightly, murmuring incantations, before he thrust the Tianluo umbrella forward and exclaimed, "Tianluo umbrella, open." With a whoosh, the Tianluo umbrella unfurled suddenly, threads of spiritual essence rising and rapidly spinning, expanding swiftly in Hao Gao's grasp. In the blink of an eye, the umbrella had grown to a diameter of 100 feet, evoking an overwhelming sense of shadowing the sky. This spectacle left Nangong Yao and the others trembling in fear. They could not help but sigh in admiration at the formidable prowess of the tribulation-level cultivator. Even this artifact instilled in them a profound sense of helplessness. Without the formation disc bestowed by their master, Dao Tian sect would surely have met its demise this time. Boom! Under the gaze of many trembling eyes, the palm struck the Tianluo umbrella. The space seemed to freeze for a moment. Then came a tremendous crash. Boom! The umbrella's surface caved in, faint cracks appearing. Hao Gao's complexion paled as he staggered back, retreating a full 1,000 yards before barely coming to a halt. As the palm force dissipated, the Tianluo umbrella returned to its original size. Puff! Hao Gao, holding the umbrella, knelt on one knee, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Good! Nangong Yao and the others regained their senses, exclaiming in delight. Yin Jueqing and the others hurried over to help Hao Gao, but offered no words. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of the wooden fish echoed continuously. The celestial Buddhist chants continued to swirl, the Buddha statues solemn and majestic, all with their eyes closed, overwhelming Hao Gao with an immense sense of oppression. Hao Gao gazed upwards weakly, breathing heavily, and a desire to retreat began to blossom in his heart. In his entire life, he had never encountered such a tyrannical formation. How could such a formation possibly exist in the mortal realm? He never expected Dao Tian's sect to possess such extraordinary fortune. Curse it, Dao Tian's sect. This matter is far from over. Hao Gao resolved to withdraw immediately. With the presence of such a bizarre and domineering formation, the Dao Tian sect was utterly incapable of breaching it. If the assault continued, Hao Gao feared for his life. Truly, he would perish. Upon witnessing the enemy's retreat, Nangong Yao and his companions were filled with elation. Senior Hao, there is a message from the master for you. Nangong Yao recalled something and hastily declared. Hao Gao paused, remaining silent as he awaited further words. Nangong Yao smiled and said, the master has instructed that you need not search for him in Beixian. He will make his way to Nantian himself. Upon hearing this, Hao Gao's fists slowly clenched, and he departed alongside Yin Jueqing and the others. Haha, the master is truly remarkable, Lu Yunjian exclaimed with delight. The others nodded in agreement, expressing their admiration. Sectmaster, when shall we dismantle the formation? Lu Xian asked. Nangong Yao pondered. There is no rush. We shall wait until the formation's core is depleted. Did the master not say that each use diminishes its essence? Since we have already employed it, we shall exhaust this core. Moreover, I do not believe that Hao Gao has genuinely departed. At these words, the elders felt a chill and nodded in unison. Just as Nangong Yao suggested, Hao Gao had not truly left, but rather concealed himself within the Dao Tian sect's territory, fixating intently on their direction. Days later, observing the radiant Buddha light still shimmering brilliantly without any signs of waning, he begrudgingly retreated. Hao Gao did not immediately vacate Beixian. Instead, he temporarily sought refuge within the Tong Tian demon sect to tend to his injuries. Chapter 72. What price must that madman pay? In the vast spiritual realm, within the boundless Buddha domain, a grand hall resonated with the melodious sound of bells and the faint echo of a wooden fish. Buddha, the whereabouts of the Vajra Buddha dish have been discerned. A barefoot monk approached the hall, bowing reverently with hands clasped in respect. The wooden fish's sound momentarily ceased before resuming, followed by a voice imbued with a tone of compassion for the world. From whence does it arise? The monk lowered his head, replying, from the mortal realm. The sound of the wooden fish finally halted, and a voice, now laced with mirth, continued. In the past, during the battle with the Dao domain, the Vajra Buddha dish was inadvertently lost and picked up by a madman passing through. He subsequently vanished without a trace. Now, the dish has found its way to the mortal realm, yet that madman is undoubtedly no ordinary individual. The monk remained silent, recognizing that anyone capable of absconding with the Vajra Buddha dish from their boundless Buddha domain was indeed remarkable. Buddha, since the Vajra Buddha dish has been sensed, it must have been utilized with a formation core in the mortal realm. Such a waste. Shall we dispatch someone to retrieve it? After a prolonged silence, the hall responded. No, since only one formation core remains, it is not worth sending someone down. Let it be. However, this debt shall be noted, for that madman will ultimately pay a price. Understood, the monk replied. Yet, he could not help but wonder if the Vajra Buddha dish had indeed been taken to the mortal realm by that madman. If so, that madman possessed considerable abilities. After all, traversing from the spiritual realm to the mortal realm required a significant cost, and any misstep could result in retribution from the heavenly laws of the mortal realm. The second matter that perplexed the monk was why such a place in the mortal realm could make use of the exquisite Vajra Buddha plate. Was it perhaps intended to resist some formidable adversary? Yet, what formidable beings could possibly exist in the mortal realm? Should the monk learn that the Vajra Buddha plate was employed to fend off a cultivator in the tribulation period, he would undoubtedly struggle to maintain his composure, likely lamenting the squandering of such a treasure with great anguish. Hao Gao had spent several days recuperating from his injuries and was preparing to depart from the northern Xian, for he had numerous enemies in the southern heaven. If they were to ambush him, it would be dire indeed. Senior Hao, shall we continue in the northern Xian? Yin Jueqing inquired pensively. Hao Gao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Fixing his gaze upon Yin Jueqing, he replied icily, Of course, we shall proceed. I require blood, ample blood. If the blood of righteous cultivators proves insufficient, I shall take the blood of you demonic cultivators to compensate. Should that still fall short, the blood of mortals will suffice. If you fail to deliver, you shall be the first to perish at my hands. A chill ran through Yin Jueqing's heart. Yet he dared not reveal his discontent, merely responding, Rest assured, Senior Hao. Satisfied, Hao Gao smiled and patted Yin Jueqing on the shoulder, saying, Focus on fulfilling the tasks I have entrusted to you, and upon success, you shall be rewarded handsomely. Yin Jueqing feigned surprise and respectfully expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Senior Hao. With a nod, Hao Gao vanished in a flash. Only then did the smile fade from Yin Jueqing's face, his gaze flickering rapidly in the direction of Hao Gao's departure. Rewards? Thus far, despite accomplishing so much, he had received naught. It was truly laughable. In contrast, Elder Chen had aided him in breaking through to the mid-stage of the transformation god realm without demanding anything more than a minor request to avoid harming a multitude of mortals. Yin Jueqing had no intention of continuing to assist Hao Gao any further. However, considering the two spies that Hao Gao had specifically left to monitor him, he resolved to devise a plan. After a short period, he would imprison those two cultivators from the southern heaven. Yet, they must not be killed, lest their soul lamps extinguish far away in the southern heaven. As for the eventual discovery of this matter by Hao Gao, that was inconceivable. Hao Gao, being in the southern heaven, would certainly be dealt with by Elder Chen. Yin Jueqing was astute enough not to inform Hao Gao that the terrifying array of the Daotian sect might very well be a gift from Elder Chen. Honestly, had Hao Gao treated Yin Jueqing with even a modicum of kindness, he might have hinted at this matter, warning him not to cross paths with Elder Chen and thereby jeopardize his own path to immortality. Confronting a powerful elder would spell the end of Hao Gao's own journey. With a cold chuckle, Yin Jueqing murmured to himself, contemplating for a moment before sending a message to Ji Wucang and the other leaders of the demonic sect to discuss the plan for imprisonment. In the ensuing period, the two cultivators from the southern heaven were captured within the Tongtian demonic sect by Yin Jueqing and his fellow demonic cultivators using an array, rendering them unable to contact the outside world. Yin Jueqing promptly ordered the release of all the righteous cultivators who had been captured. In response, the Zhengdao sect was taken aback, initially perplexed by the machinations of the demonic sect, uncertain if there were ulterior motives at play. It wasn't until Yin Jueqing personally convened with Duan Songhai, the leader of the Tianjin sect, to discuss the matter that clarity emerged. Consequently, the northern Xian region fell into a tranquil state once more, with the righteous and demonic sects maintaining a temporary peace, though the customary skirmishes continued unabated. During this time, the mysterious sound of Buddhist chants that had resonated throughout northern Xian was widely circulated. Upon learning that the Daotian sect had erected a formidable array to thwart the southern heavens' tribulation and severely injure the formidable Hao Gao, a tremendous uproar ensued. As if this revelation were not enough, an even more shocking piece of news erupted, sending the northern Xian cultivation community into a frenzy. The Wujizhen Palace in the mysterious snow plains had been inexplicably destroyed. Most cultivators were oblivious to the details of this event, with only a few, such as Yin Jueqing, Ji Wucang, and Duan Songhai, who had previously interacted with Qingyi, harboring a growing sense of dread and suspicion. In the northern Xian cultivation realm, if anyone possessed the capability to obliterate the Wujizhen Palace, it could only be one individual, the enigmatic swordsmanship master residing in the Daotian sect. After the stabilization of northern Xian, figures such as Nangong Yao and Yin Jueqing spontaneously ventured to the southern heaven in secrecy. Their sole intention was to witness firsthand the fate of Hao Gao, the formidable cultivator facing tribulation. Having been unable to witness the annihilation of the Wujizhen Palace, they hoped to at least observe the demise of Hao Gao. Such an experience might yield profound insights. Setting aside the notion of enlightenment, witnessing the fall of a tribulation cultivator would undoubtedly be a grand visual spectacle. When Nangong Yao expressed his desire to go, Elder Lu Yunji had attempted to dissuade him, saying, Sect Master, you have only recently transcended to the spirit transformation stage. It would be wiser to consolidate your realm within the sect rather than venture to the southern heaven. Nangong Yao replied, I cannot abide by that. If our sect can witness the master slay Hao Gao, it will surely be enlightening. Lu Yunji retorted, he strikes with such swiftness, to put it bluntly. Your insights may amount to naught. Nangong Yao countered, you seem rather bold to speak to me in such a manner. Regardless, I must go. Even if I gain no insights, merely witnessing the fall of a tribulation cultivator would be an eye-opening experience. I suspect that Duan Songhai and Yin Jueqing will also be present, so do not impede me. You, having witnessed the Master's destruction of the palace, can hardly critique my desire. Lu Yunji conceded, very well, I shall journey to the southern heaven. Keep vigilant over the sect. The mortal realms consist of northern Xian, southern heaven, eastern Xian, and western sea. The cultivation strengths of southern heaven and eastern Xian are nearly equivalent, while western sea remains shrouded in mystery. Among these, northern Xian is somewhat lagging in overall strength, which is precisely why Hao Gao chose to initiate his endeavors in this region. At this moment, a fleeting shadow crossed the border into the southern heaven. This figure, clad in azure, was the composed young scholar, Chen Xun, who had emerged from the mysterious snow plains. It had been over a month since he had last encountered the saint and collected the remnants of its soul, meaning Chen Xun had been clear-headed for nearly 2.5 months. Here, the peach blossoms were in full bloom, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Peach blossoms cast reflections on solitary shadows, while the spring breeze caresses smiling faces, truly embodying a splendid scene. Chen Xun, with a smile, recited a line of verse. Plucking a peach blossom to inhale its fragrance before strolling leisurely away, his figure in azure garments swiftly transforming into a distant black, vanishing amid the spring landscape. Chapter 73. Half a year later, Yen City Market. Yen City, located in the eastern part of southern heaven, is renowned among numerous cities in the east. It is famous for being adjacent to a towering volcanic range known as the Extreme Flame Mountains. The city is home to hundreds of thousands of inhabitants, with mortals constituting 99%, while the remaining are cultivators. Most of the cultivators who come to Yen City possess fire attribute spiritual roots, drawn here by the allure of the Extreme Flame Mountains. At this moment, the sky is occasionally graced with groups of radiant streaks darting between Yen City and the Extreme Flame Mountains. The mortals within Yen City occasionally glance upwards, accustomed to the sight, yet harboring feelings of envy and reverence. Half a year later, in the vegetable market on East Street of Yen City, a middle-aged couple busily tended to a pork stall, breaking bones, skinning, and cleaning. On a small stool behind the stall sat a young man in tattered azure clothing, adorned with a blood-stained pink apron, sound asleep. The apron, with its delicate lace trim, read pork roam. How much is pork these days? Has the price increased? A customer inquired, glancing at the pork hung and displayed at the stall. Noticing the customer, the middle-aged couple promptly paused their tasks, picking up their knives to greet him. Ha ha, no price increase. It's still 8 copper coins per pound. The middle-aged man, Rongfu, replied with a hearty smile. He was of average height with a full beard, yet exuded no hint of ferocity. The woman, Su Yingying, retained her elegance, and whether by her name or her subtly aristocratic demeanor, she appeared an unlikely match for Rongfu. Yet, in reality, they were husband and wife. All right, I'll take 2 pounds of that piece. Looks to have a good balance of fat and lean. The customer pointed at a chunk of pork. Certainly, Rongfu exclaimed, swiftly cutting 2 pounds of meat to the customer's specifications. He picked up the nearby scale to weigh it, but was playfully interrupted by the customer. No need to weigh it. In this East Street market, who doesn't he know that pork Rong is a master at cutting meat? You always get the portions just right. Rongfu chuckled but proceeded to weigh the meat for the customer, showing him the scale. Indeed, it is exactly 2 pounds, remarkably precise. The customer, upon seeing this, could not help but praise Rongfu's skill. Subsequently, Rongfu took a thin hemp rope from the side, tied up the pork, and handed it to the customer. The customer accepted it and paid 16 copper coins. As he prepared to leave with the pork, he caught sight of the young man still sleeping soundly behind the stall and remarked, I've been meaning to say this for a while. Every time I come to buy meat, you, as the owner, are busy working, while this young worker here is comfortably napping. I say, you should send him away. Isn't that a waste of money? Rongfu exchanged a glance with his wife, shaking his head with a smile and saying, you have misunderstood the young man Chen Xun. Although he appears to be sleeping now, he is the one who pushes the cart to fetch pigs before dawn every day. You see, Chen Xun's mind is a bit unhinged. For matters of business and accounting, it falls upon us as a couple to handle. Upon hearing this, the guest nodded in realization. Astonished, this young man can actually fetch pigs? Rongfu laughed heartily. Do not be deceived by Chen Xun's seemingly frail appearance. He possesses remarkable strength. When he hauls a cart of pigs, he can still sprint as if he were flying. The guest, somewhat taken aback, glanced at Chen Xun and then bid farewell before departing. Once the guest had left, Rongfu and his wife turned to Chen Xun, sharing a smile, both quite content with him. Despite his eccentricities and mental instability, he was certainly a significant improvement over the previous lazy worker they had hired. In the afternoon, after selling out the pork at their stall, Rongfu and his wife began to tidy up, preparing to close for the day. Chen Xun, wake up. It's time to pack up. As Su Yingying cleaned the stall, Rongfu approached Chen Xun and shook him gently, chuckling at the drool at the corner of his mouth, feeling both amusement and exasperation. Chen Xun stirred awake, wiping the drool from his mouth, his eyes gradually brightening with excitement. He grinned maniacally and dashed out of the market without even removing his frilly pink apron, disappearing in a flash amidst the familiar gazes of onlookers. Su Yingying stifled a laugh, saying, "Dafu, what do you think is going through Chen Xun's mind every day?" Rongfu scratched his head, unsure of the answer, but simply smiled foolishly. "Let us not dwell on his thoughts. At least he seems happy every day, doesn't he? To be honest, I envy his carefree disposition." As he finished speaking, Rongfu's smile faded slightly, and he gazed blankly at Su Yingying, sighing inwardly. Noticing Rongfu's expression, Su Yingying inquired, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, nothing," Rongfu replied, regaining his smile. "Wife, I reckon Chen Xun is at home waiting for dinner. Let us head back." For months prior, Chen Xun had arrived in the scorching city. Initially, he was in good spirits, having maintained clarity for over 4 months. However, within half a day of arriving in the fiery city, his mental state deteriorated once more. After succumbing to madness, Chen Xun wandered the streets of the city for over a month, failing to make any significant impact. The city was vastly different from his hometown of Xiao Town, bustling with hundreds of thousands of residents. During this time, he became increasingly disheveled and unkempt, resembling a beggar. Although he did not actively beg, some compassionate passers-by offered him money out of pity, which made little difference in his situation. Then, by chance, Rongfu encountered Chen Xun while transporting pigs back home. As Rongfu traversed a particularly rough and secluded path, the cart's wheels became lodged, making it an arduous task to move, especially with 2 pigs on board. In desperation, Rongfu sought assistance and fortuitously spotted Chen Xun, who was crouched by the roadside, laughing maniacally, and naturally requested his help. Subsequently, without uttering a word, Chen Xun approached and astonishingly squatted down, lifting the cart that bore 2 pigs with his bare hands. Indeed, he lifted it. At that moment, Rongfu was utterly dumbfounded, contemplating how this seemingly frail scholar possessed such remarkable strength. Once the matter was resolved, Rongfu stepped forward to express his gratitude and offered some money as a token of appreciation. However, Chen Xun simply refused to accept it, fixated on him with a smile. This left Rongfu feeling a chill in his heart, realizing that Chen Xun might be somewhat mentally unstable. Nevertheless, Rongfu insisted on thrusting a few copper coins into Chen Xun's hands before hurriedly departing, as he needed to return to slaughter the pigs, with time running short. In the following period, Rongfu encountered Chen Xun several times while transporting pigs. He often spotted Chen Xun disheveled, squatting in a deserted street corner, engrossed in a blank book. Rongfu eventually discerned that Chen Xun was likely a homeless madman, belonging to the realm of the destitute. Ultimately, compassion stirred within Rongfu, prompting him to consider hiring Chen Xun as a laborer for pig hauling. Setting aside all else, Rongfu recognized the innate strength Chen Xun possessed, which astonished him. In Rongfu's eyes, he was undoubtedly cut out for the task of hauling pigs. Coincidentally, he had recently dismissed a lazy worker, making Chen Xun an opportune fit. Rongfu inquired whether Chen Xun would be willing to assist him, offering food, shelter, and a monthly wage in return for his labor. At that moment, Chen Xun's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed with manic laughter, "Hauling pigs sounds splendid. I relish hauling pigs." Haha. Thus, Chen Xun became a pig-hauling laborer in Yin City, residing at Rongfu's home. Chapter 74. The pig-hauling laborer Chen Xun. Rongfu's residence lay on the eastern side of Yin City, where rows of old buildings with small courtyards sprawled densely. In the open spaces before these structures, numerous townsfolk could be seen going about their daily lives, some seated at tables, sipping drinks and chatting, others strolling with their children, and a few bare-chested men bathing openly under the sun. Compared to the bustling market, this area exuded a quieter ambience, rich in the essence of everyday life. The residents here enjoyed a standard of living deemed moderate within Yin City. In the Western District, slums prevailed, with many people cramped into single rooms, leading a meager existence at the bottom of the social hierarchy. Thanks to the thriving pork business, Rongfu was able to reside in this locale. Yet, despite appearances, the building was still rented by Rongfu. Although the structures appeared dilapidated when viewed in rows, acquiring one would demand a substantial sum. In a city like Yin, owning a home is a formidable challenge. Many individuals might toil their entire lives without ever being able to afford a place of their own. Just then, Chen Xun returned, arms outstretched in jubilant celebration, drawing the attention of many townsfolk. Upon recognizing him, they smiled, not taken aback by his exuberance. The residents of this area had grown familiar with Chen Xun, well aware that he was the laborer employed by Rong Fu's pork shop. In recent times, for the people living in this vicinity, Chen Xun had become a unique spectacle, bringing forth a considerable amount of joy. Chen Xun, has Zhu Rou gone back yet? Why not come to my house for a meal? Someone said, smiling politely as they watched Chen Xun. Upon hearing the mention of food, Chen Xun's eyes lit up, and he promptly dashed towards the person's home. Just as the individual was about to usher Chen Xun inside, Rong Fu and Su Yingying returned, pulling a cart. Seeing this, Rong Fu hurried over and pulled Chen Xun back, saying helplessly, "Dinyo, it's no trouble. Dinner is about to be served at our place." Rong Fu was well aware of Chen Xun's insatiable appetite. Despite Dinyo's cheerful demeanor at the moment, he could only imagine the bewilderment he would experience upon witnessing Chen Xun's voracious consumption. "Oh, do as you wish, after all. Our meals are not as sumptuous as Zhu Rou's, and I doubt Chen Xun would find them to his liking," Dinyo remarked, gesturing dismissively. Rong Fu shot him a glare. "Hey, watch your words." As he spoke, he handed a piece of pork to Dinyo and led Chen Xun back home. Dinyo, holding the piece of pork, grinned and proudly flaunted it to those watching. However, the onlookers were unimpressed. After all, what was so remarkable about a mere piece of pork? Everyone knew Zhu Rou's generous nature, as many in the neighborhood had received pork from him at some point. Hence, Rong Fu was quite well liked in the area. As for Chen Xun, the locals felt a fondness for him, appreciating his association with Rong Fu. True to his profession as a pork seller, the dinner table was laden with several pork dishes. It was no wonder Dinyo had remarked about Rong Fu's excellent cooking. There was almost always meat at every meal. Chen Xun devoured 10 bowls of rice before reluctantly leaving the table, as there were no more dishes left. He wasn't keen on eating plain rice. Rong Fu and Su Yingying watched Chen Xun's swaying figure depart, struggling to swallow their own saliva. To be frank, even though Chen Xun had been living with them for a month, they were still unaccustomed to his astonishing appetite. "He can eat so much," Rong Fu sighed. Strangely enough, Chen Xun seemed to eat without gaining weight. "This kid," Rong Fu chuckled bitterly. Nonetheless, Rong Fu harbored no disdain for Chen Xun's voracity, quite the opposite. He found him deserving of such indulgence. Compared to the previous slothful worker, Chen Xun was a tremendous improvement. In the past, Rong Fu would struggle to pull 2 pigs, which was utterly exhausting. Yet, Chen Xun could manage with ease. To Rong Fu and his wife, this was simply astonishing. "Dafu, since Chen Xun has been with us for a month, you should settle his wages," Su Yingying suggested while clearing the table. "All right," Rong Fu nodded, picking up his pipe to head to the courtyard. "Hey," Su Yingying chided, slapping Rong Fu's hand. "Can't you smoke less?" Rong Fu froze momentarily, forced a sheepish smile, and set the pipe down before heading out. Upon reaching the courtyard, he found Chen Xun performing a handstand. Taken aback, he approached and exclaimed, "I never imagined you could do this. No wonder you're so strong. You've trained, haven't you?" Yet, Rong Fu couldn't help but feel puzzled. Chen Xun was such an enigmatic figure. Despite his scholarly appearance, he was clearly a practitioner of physical prowess, a contradiction in itself. Cackling laughter echoed in the air. Chen Xun simply laughed uncontrollably. Rong Fu, feeling helpless, shook his head upon seeing Chen Xun still wearing that pink apron. He crouched down and kindly helped him remove it, saying, "Chen Xun, you have been working as a little helper for Uncle Fu for a month now, and I am quite pleased with your performance. Here, this is your payment for last month." As Rong Fu spoke, he took out several silver coins and placed them directly into Chen Xun's pocket. "Just finished eating. Make sure you don't spit it out," he added with a chuckle upon noticing Chen Xun's focused demeanor. Rong Fu then moved aside to fetch a wooden bucket and towel to take a shower. The next day, even before dawn, Chen Xun emerged from his small room, hurriedly donned the pink apron, and set out with his cart, rumbling down the path. Inside the house, hearing the commotion, Rong Fu and Su Yingying awoke. They exchanged glances, filled with both gratitude and a wry smile. The gratitude stemmed from Chen Xun's unwavering diligence, as he maintained this routine every day without fail. The wry smile reflected their sense of lethargy in contrast to his industriousness. Consequently, Rong Fu and Su Yingying quickly got out of bed to prepare their tools, ready to assist Chen Xun in slaughtering the pigs upon his return. They were well aware of Chen Xun's efficiency. Meanwhile, on the somewhat dimly lit streets of Yan City, Chen Xun sprinted with his cart. Many early rising citizens, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively stepped aside in astonishment, staring at the figure rushing by with the cart. Goodness, is he insane? With a large population in Yen City, Chen Xun had only officially been hauling pigs for a month. Aside from the vicinity of Rong Fu's residence, very few people were familiar with him, though some had caught a glimpse. Astonishing, isn't it? This isn't the first time I've seen him. This guy is quite impressive, remarked a passerby. What's so impressive about that? It's just a broken cart, he's pulling. He's acting like a lunatic. It's still dark outside, and he doesn't even fear colliding with someone. If luck runs out, and he bumps into a cultivator, he won't even know how he met his end. Huh. It may not seem impressive now, but just wait until he returns with 4 pigs at this lightning speed. What? I don't believe it. Humph, if you don't believe it, just wait and see. We'll have breakfast here and watch. HLL returned the same way. At the pig farm, Chen Xun arrived at the entrance with his cart. At that moment, the area before the farm was desolate, with only Chen Xun's solitary figure present. When Rong Fu used to haul the pigs himself, by this hour, several other workers would have already arrived with their carts. However, Chen Xun's early rising and swift pace meant that by the time he arrived, the pigs had already been taken away, leaving many of the other pig haulers unaware of his existence. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Xun approached and forcefully knocked on the door with his shoulder. His eyes filled with fervor. With a creak, an old man, still half asleep, opened the door. Without even seeing who had arrived, he instinctively mumbled, "Ah, it's you, Chen Xun. You come so early every day? The pigs in the farm aren't even awake yet, and you're already here to take them to slaughter. What a pity." Chapter 75. I dare wager that the elder is not present in Yen City. Chen Xun stood with his hands on his hips, tilting his chin upward, brimming with pride. The old man, observing this, could only shake his head in resignation before opening the garden gate, allowing Chen Xun to wheel the cart inside. Upon entering the yard, Chen Xun leaped into the pig pen, effortlessly lifting the slumbering pigs one by one onto the cart. The old man watched in astonishment, marveling at Chen Xun's innate strength. Typically, other pig handlers or laborers would require assistance from those in the yard to load the pigs onto the cart. In no time, Chen Xun had managed to load all 4 pigs, prompting the old man to exclaim, "Chen Xun, you appear slender, yet how do you possess such incredible strength? In my lifetime of observing pig farms, you are the most powerful laborer I have ever encountered." Chen Xun chuckled, disregarding the old man's praise as he pulled the cart away with a rumble. The cart was securely fenced, alleviating any concerns of the pigs falling off. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xun had exited the pig farm, racing down the road with his cart. The uneven terrain jolted the pigs awake, causing them to stand up and grunt anxiously. Silence. Chen Xun suddenly turned his head, his features contorted in a fierce expression as he barked. The pigs immediately lay back down, trembling in fear. He. Chen Xun cackled madly as he sped away, his legs moving so swiftly that they seemed to leave afterimages. At this moment, the sky brightened slightly, with the horizon tinged with a pale light. Thunderous sounds echoed through the street, and many townsfolk felt as though a blur had rushed past them, creating a gust of wind. They turned in astonishment, jaws agape. Uffed. From a nearby breakfast stall, someone who had just taken a sip of soup spat it out in shock, staring intently at the direction in which the man and his cart had vanished, exclaiming, "What the heck? Huh, do you believe it now? That guy can run off with 4 pigs, such strength indeed. Absolutely. Damn, that's impressive. With such power, why not make a fortune? Why toil away with pigs for such meager earnings? Which master does this pig handler serve? I believe it's Rome from the East Street Market. I recall seeing him while purchasing pork earlier." Meanwhile, Chen Xun had already arrived at Rong Fu's residence. Some neighbors were up, preparing for the market, and greeted Chen Xun with smiles upon seeing him return with the pigs. Rong Fu and Su Yingying hurried out upon hearing the commotion, assisting Chen Xun in pushing the cart into the yard. "Chen Xun, you should rest for a moment. Leave the rest to Uncle Fu," Rong Fu said, cheerfully picking up a butcher's knife. After Su Yingying handed Chen Xun a cup of tea, she joined Rong Fu in the pig slaughtering. The sight of the butcher's knife sent the 4 pigs into a frenzy of squeals, but under Rong Fu and Su Yingying's deft hands, their lives were swiftly extinguished. After preparing the pigs on the designated roasting rack to remove their hair, they skillfully dismembered the animals with remarkable speed. During this process, Su Yingying's latent grace and poise as a refined lady stood in stark contrast to the brutal task at hand. Once their tasks were completed, the couple loaded the butchered pig's head, ears, ribs, large cuts of meat, and trotters onto a cart. Subsequently, They called Chen Xun to join them for breakfast. And with Chen Xun leading the way, Rongfu and Su Yingying pushed from behind, making their way to the East Street Market. Thus began another day of selling pork. This routine had been Chen Xun's life for over a month, while Rongfu and his wife had been entrenched in this lifestyle for countless years. Upon arriving at the market stall, they arranged the pork and ribs, hanging up the trotters before commencing their business. Chen Xun stifled a yawn and settled into his usual spot behind the stall, surrendering to the market's cacophony, drifting off to sleep as usual. Rongfu and Su Yingying exchanged amused glances and began to attend to an approaching customer. "Pork Rome, I'll have a pound of pork." "Certainly. Say, Pork Rome, you have no children, yet you toil endlessly for what? What's the point of earning so much money?" Rongfu paused in silence, then chuckled warmly. "At present, there are no children, but one must prepare, right? The tuition fees in Yinxing are exorbitant." In a luxurious restaurant on the 5th floor overlooking Yinxing, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang sat across from each other, enjoying their drinks. "Having been in Nantan for half a year, I have yet to hear a word from the esteemed elder. Truly, he is elusive, like a wisp of smoke," mused Yin Jueqing, observing the bustling mortals below. Ji Wucang took a sip of his wine and replied with a smile, "Such a carefree figure as the elder must be residing in some picturesque valley. And how could we easily locate him?" Yin Jueqing chuckled softly, then reflected, "Over the past 6 months, Hao Gao has been tirelessly searching for Elder Chen. Since there has been no news, he believes the elder is afraid." "Humph." Ji Wucang's expression turned frosty, and he teased, "How could the elder fear that dwarf? When the elder reappears, it will be the time of that dwarf's demise. After all, even the Wujixian palace was obliterated by him, although not yet confirmed." Both Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang deemed it highly likely. Furthermore, the terrifying formation of the Daotian sect continued to shine, exuding an aura of boundless power. Each of these earth-shattering events was intricately linked to the elder. It was said that recently, Hao Gao had commanded numerous sects across Nandan to issue a bounty on the elder. Anyone providing information would receive substantial rewards. It was likely that this bounty would soon reach Yinxing, Yin Jueqing remarked, pursing his lips. Clearly, after the incident in Beixian and the scathing rebuke from the Daotian sect, Hao Gao's anger had yet to subside. It appeared that the mention of the dwarf struck a chord deep within him. Curiously, Ji Wucang inquired, "Yin sect master, it seems the dwarf has never encountered the elder. How could he issue a bounty?" Upon hearing this, Yin Jueqing's expression became awkward, and he confessed, "Previously, when Hao Gao sought trouble with the elder in Beixian, he came to me for information about the elder. I had no choice but to share some basics, including the elder's name, a few physical characteristics, and his residence at the Daotian sect. Do not look at me like that. You must understand. I nearly lost my life at Hao Gao's hands. Moreover, at that moment, I had already learned from Nangong Yao that the elder had departed from the Daotian sect, which allowed me to feel at ease discussing matters with Hao Gao." In the end, Yin Jueqing's gaze was filled with resentment, yet tinged with helplessness. As the esteemed leader of the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect, he had been threatened multiple times by Hao Gao with death. However, this was ultimately a world where strength spoke above all else. Ji Wucang nodded in understanding and then remarked, "Sect leader Yin, I dare wager that with the elder absent from Yin City, shall we not proceed to seek him elsewhere?" Yin Jueqing gazed out the window towards the direction of the extreme flame mountain range and spoke solemnly, "There is no rush. Seeking the elder is one objective. Additionally, our sect comprises fire attribute spiritual root cultivators. The extreme flame mountain range is renowned, said to be a paradise for those with fire attributes. I intend to stay here for a time, after which I shall venture to the extreme flame mountain range to see if I might acquire any fortuitous encounters." "Very well," Ji Wucang acquiesced, for he had recently broken through to the transformation god stage and needed time to stabilize his cultivation. Suddenly, Ji Wucang inquired, "Sect leader Yin, do you think it is possible that the elder is in the hidden dragon forbidden land?" Yin Jueqing hesitated, contemplating the possibility. Yet if the elder were indeed in the hidden dragon forbidden land, they could never dare to seek him out. The hidden dragon forbidden land lies south of the southern sky and is known as the most perilous forbidden area in the mortal realm. It is rumored that those who enter for tribulation rarely return. Chapter 76. Did I just catch a glimpse of the elder? A day passed swiftly, approaching dinner time. The business at Rongfu's stall was thriving. Only a few remnants remained from the 4 pigs they had sold, yielding a profit far exceeding the norm for a day. As the Rongfu couple tidied up their stall, They exchanged smiles before going to awaken Chen Xun to return home. This child truly can sleep, Su Yingying remarked with a wry smile. Chen Xun, wake up, Rongfu called, shaking Chen Xun while glancing at Su Yingying with a grin. This lad was up early this morning, making a round trip, especially returning with 4 pigs. Of course, he is exhausted. You cannot imagine. I was nearly worn out after hauling just 2 pigs. Su Yingying considered this, reflecting on Chen Xun's resilience. Unconsciously, she gazed at Chen Xun, lost in thought. If she and Defuku were to have a child, he would likely be around 20, close to Chen Xun's age. Chen Xun has awakened. Shall we return, Yingzi? Rongfu gently pulled the drowsy Chen Xun up, suddenly noticing Su Yingying's gaze. After a brief pause, he quietly called out, all right, let us head home. Su Yingying returned to her senses and quickly replied with a smile. Rongfu tightened his grip on Chen Xun's hand slightly, forcing a smile. Yes, home we go. On the way home, Chen Xun happily pulled the cart ahead, swaying his head with joy. Rongfu and Su Yingying followed closely behind, both observing Chen Xun's silhouette in silence. Occasionally, Rongfu would steal glances at Su Yingying, noticing the expression in her eyes, causing a tremor in his heart. Thus, the 3 of them traversed through the bustling streets, gradually moving away. Just then, on the 5th floor of an inn on one side of the street, Ji Wucang watched Chen Xun and the Rongfu couple disappear into the distance, his expression filled with suspicion. Though it was merely an inadvertent glimpse, Ji Wucang found the figure pulling a cart to bear an uncanny resemblance to that of his senior. Frowning, he was poised to pursue and investigate further when Yin Jueqing unexpectedly entered, carrying 2 flasks of wine. Wucang, come and share a couple of drinks with me, he beckoned. Ji Wucang paused, shaking off the implausible notion from his mind. Surely, the individual merely resembled his senior in silhouette. It was inconceivable that someone of such stature would traverse the bustling streets with a dilapidated cart. Moreover, a middle-aged couple trailed behind, suggesting they were a family of 3. After all, this was not the first time such a scenario had unfolded in the past 6 months. What is it? Yin Jueqing inquired, noticing Ji Wucang's unusual demeanor. Hesitating for a moment, Ji Wucang finally spoke. Sect leader Yin, I just saw a figure that bore a slight resemblance to my senior. What? Yin Jueqing raised an eyebrow, urgency creeping into his voice. Where? Let us pursue and take a look. Despite the previous mishaps, one could never be too certain. Ji Wucang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded, indicating a direction. In the next instant, the 2 vanished from the room. With a swish, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang materialized at the street corner, scanning their surroundings. Yet the 3 individuals Ji Wucang had mentioned were nowhere to be found. Yin Jueqing closed his eyes, his consciousness honed to the peak of the divine transformation stage, spreading outward in a vast sweep. The scenes of people enjoying dinner, playing cards, arguing, and strolling, as well as the intimate exchanges between men and women at various establishments, were all vividly perceived by Yin Jueqing. Ji Wucang, too, extended his consciousness. Yet his brows knitted tightly as he found nothing, reluctantly opening his eyes. Alas! Moments later, Yin Jueqing also opened his eyes, massaging his temples, sighing, no luck. Upon hearing this, Ji Wucang felt a pang of disappointment, yet suddenly a thought sparked in his mind. He raised a finger in excitement, exclaiming, Sect leader Yin, it makes perfect sense that we found nothing. If that figure truly was my senior, it would be entirely normal for our senses to fail to detect them. Yin Jueqing paused, a look of delight spreading across his face as he exclaimed, indeed. With this realization, their hearts raced. Could it be that they had truly encountered their senior? Sect leader Yin, if they were simply passing by our inn on that street today, we should station ourselves there tomorrow at the same time. Perhaps we will catch sight of them. The truth of whether that person is indeed my senior will then be revealed. Ji Wucang urged. Though the idea of his senior pulling a cart seemed absurd, he recalled that during their time at Daotian's sect, his senior occasionally exhibited thoughts and behaviors that diverged from the norm. Perhaps this was a manifestation of his senior's journey through the mundane world? Yin Jueqing, elated, clapped Ji Wucang on the shoulder, praising, well done, Wucang, you are quite astute. Coughing lightly, Ji Wucang responded nonchalantly, it's nothing. Yin Jueqing's expression turned frosty as he playfully kicked Ji Wucang, causing him to stumble. That's enough of your showboating. At dinner, Defu interjected, you should drink less. Su Yingying remarked with concern as she observed Rongfu excessively indulging in wine. Rongfu, his face glowing with exhilaration, waved his hand and chuckled. Ah, today is such a joyous occasion. Let me indulge in a few more cups. Don't you agree, Chen Xun? Beside him, Chen Xun, with cheeks bulging, was engrossed in his meal, his chopsticks moving with such swiftness that they left traces in the air, completely ignoring Rongfu. Su Yingying could only shake her head and remarked, I will allow you 3 more cups, but no more after that. Very well, replied Rongfu with a grin. After dinner, Su Yingying busied herself with clearing the table and washing the dishes. Chen Xun squatted in the yard, gleefully scribbling circles in the dirt with a stick. At that moment, Rongfu staggered over, plopped down beside Chen Xun, and, with a hazy smile, inquired about the drawings on the ground. Chen Xun remained silent, solely focused on his circles. If Uncle Rong had a child, he would likely be about your age, Rongfu mused, appraising Chen Xun with a faint smile. As the world began to blur before him, he felt dizzy and patted Chen Xun's shoulder, suddenly bowing his head and choking back tears. Uncle Rong, truly, you are not a human being. Hearing the commotion, Chen Xun halted his drawing, turned his head with curiosity towards Rongfu, and then reached out to pat Rongfu's head, laughing maniacally. Adults aren't allowed to cry. You know. Rongfu froze, his sorrow deepening. Chen Xun leaped to his feet and shouted towards the house, crying. The adult is crying. Who is crying? Came Su Yingying's voice, soon followed by the sound of her hurried footsteps. Rongfu's tears abruptly ceased, and he hastily wiped his face, striving to compose himself. Su Yingying emerged, casting a suspicious glance at Chen Xun and Rongfu, and queried, Chen Xun, who is crying? Chen Xun grinned foolishly, pointing at Rongfu. Rongfu, startled, blushed fiercely and jumped up, exclaiming, Don't say such nonsense. As he spoke, he snatched up a slipper and wobbled after Chen Xun. Chen Xun, cackling, turned and fled. Thus, Rongfu and Chen Xun began a playful chase around the small courtyard, with Chen Xun occasionally glancing back to make a silly face. If Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang were to witness this scene, they would certainly be startled, believing they had fallen into a dream, their eyes sparkling with disbelief. Do you realize whom you are pursuing? That is none other than the esteemed Chun, the one who obliterated the Wujishan Palace. Su Yingying observed the scene, casting a long look at Rongfu before sighing inwardly and returning to her dishwashing. At that moment, Chen Xun made a swift retreat, while the inebriated Rongfu continued to run circles around the yard, oblivious to his own pursuits. Chen Xun stood by, hands on his hips, laughing uncontrollably, saliva trickling from the corners of his mouth. The next day, Chen Xun arose early, just as he always did, pulling his cart with a rumble towards the pig farm. After returning with the pigs and waiting for Rongfu and his wife to finish their tasks, they all shared breakfast before heading to the East Street Market with the cart. Thus began another day of selling pork. Rongfu and his wife busied themselves as usual, while Chen Xun leaned back, indulging in a nap. The day swiftly passed. In the afternoon, Rongfu and his wife roused Chen Xun, and they began their journey homeward with the cart, traversing the same street towards the same tavern. At this moment, they stood on the 5th floor of the tavern, by the windows. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang stood there, their eyes fixated on the bustling crowd below. At that moment, 3 figures gradually came into their view. Chen Xun, pulling a cart, followed closely by the Rongfu couple. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang's pupils contracted, their chests heaving with excitement as boundless joy surged within them. Senior. It truly is the senior. They exchanged a glance, their exhilaration palpable. Subsequently, they nodded in agreement and swiftly descended, carefully trailing from a distance. Ji Wucang cast a glance at the cart and the pork atop it, frowning as he remarked, How could the senior be engaged in such mundane labor? This is hardly befitting of their esteemed identity, not to mention the senior. Even the lowest disciples of the cultivation world, upon returning to the mortal realm, would never stoop to such filthy work. Yin Jueqing gazed reverently at Chen Xun's silhouette and replied, What of it? Wasn't he the senior once residing at the servants' peak of Daotian's sect? And did they not sweep the grounds daily? The senior differs from us lesser cultivators, relishing in the human experience, immersing themselves in the world to savor its ephemeral joys. Did we not endure our own tribulations during our transformation into gods? Ji Wucang nodded, finding this reasoning entirely sound, and his gaze towards the figure in blue became increasingly filled with admiration. Reflecting on this, Ji Wucang felt a twinge of shame, saying, If I were to descend into the mortal realm and engage in the labor of pulling a pig cart, I would find it utterly beneath my dignity. Yet the senior is indeed deserving of their title. Yin Jueqing shook his head with a smile. Do not speak of yourself. Even I could not undertake such work. Once one reaches a certain status, it becomes exceedingly difficult to humble oneself. With their esteemed positions, one being the leader of the Northern Xian demonic path, and the other the sect master of a prominent demonic sect, how could they lower themselves to such a task? It is inconceivable that they would ever pull a pig. Moments later, Chen Xun and the Rongfu couple returned to their residence. Su Yingying hurried to prepare a meal, while Rongfu took a moment to sharpen his butcher's knife outside. Meanwhile, Chen Xun was engaged in playful antics with a group of children, who trailed behind him like a swarm, as he embodied the role of the king of children. Some parents, worried their children might tumble, chased after them with brooms, scolding. Stop running so fast. Daddy is spanking me. One child whimpered in fright. Hearing this, Chen Xun chuckled and quickly turned back, spreading his arms to block the parents. The children, upon seeing this, followed suit, making silly faces and giggling. The parents, exasperated by the scene, shot Chen Xun a disapproving glare before departing with their brooms. Only then did the children burst into laughter. As Rongfu sharpened his knife, he observed this lively spectacle, shaking his head in resignation, though a smile remained on his face. Ever since Chen Xun arrived, their community had become considerably livelier. Meanwhile, around a nearby corner, two heads, one high and one low, peered out furtively. These were none other than Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang, who, witnessing such a harmonious scene, were momentarily taken aback, feeling increasingly sentimental. Years have passed since I embarked on the path of immortality, and as I glance back, I am overwhelmed by a myriad of emotions. Such a harmonious scene has been long forgotten by Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang since the moment they began their cultivation journey. With reddened eyes, Ji Wucang spoke with a quivering voice. In my childhood, I too played the game of eagle catching chicks. I still vividly recall how my father shielded me behind him, his silhouette resembling a great mountain that brought me solace. Yet, I find myself unable to remember his visage. It feels as if I can never return to that time. Yin Jueqing, pursing his lips in silence, gently caressed Ji Wucang's head in a gesture of comfort. His gaze was filled with regret and nostalgia, for he too had sacrificed much along the way. They continued to watch in silence until Rongfu called Chen Xun back for dinner, at which point they regained their senses and cast a glance at Rongfu's home before returning to the tavern. Inside the tavern room, after several rounds of wine, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang remained in a somber silence, drinking with minimal conversation. Although encountering an elder today should have been a cause for celebration, the sights and sounds they experienced left them unable to revel in joy, their thoughts ensnared in reminiscence. They began to ponder whether their journey thus far had been right or wrong. After beginning their cultivation, they rarely returned home, and they were even unaware of when their parents had passed away, unable to attend their funerals. When they finally returned, they found themselves staring blankly at their parents' graves, grappling with the weight of their abandonment. Was it truly right or wrong? Suddenly, both of them let out a muffled groan, their faces paling as they exchanged a glance filled with dread. A sense of alarm surged within them. Something was amiss. Their hearts were unstable, and inner demons were manifesting. Yin Jueqing immediately pushed the table aside, and he and Ji Wucang placed their hands firmly on each other's shoulders, beginning to channel their cultivation techniques to salvage the situation. Yet, their complexions grew increasingly ghastly, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. At that moment, a young scholar clad in a pink apron appeared out of thin air, cackling with glee. The instant Chen Xun emerged, the dire state of Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang improved drastically. The burgeoning inner demons vanished as if frightened away. They gasped for breath, and upon seeing Chen Xun, they hurriedly bowed, addressing him with respect. We have the honor of meeting you, esteemed elder. Both Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang understood that had it not been for the elder's timely appearance, the consequences of being invaded by their inner demons would have been unfathomable. Thank you for rescuing us, esteemed elder, they earnestly expressed, bowing in gratitude. As for the elder's presence in that place, they were not surprised at all. They had followed him, and given his prowess, how could he possibly be unaware of their presence? Chen Xun crouched down, shaking his head with a grin, and exclaimed, Do you like to catch pigs? Let's go catch some. We adore catching pigs. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang nodded eagerly like chicks pecking at grain. Reflecting on their past at Daotian's sect, could it be that catching pigs was a profound art? Were they to be granted further fortune by the elder? Instantly, Both Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang became incredibly excited and exhilarated. Shortly thereafter, Chen Xun cackled once more and vanished from sight. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang sat down simultaneously, exchanging glances filled with trepidation, and simultaneously offered a wry smile, expressing their relief at the timely arrival of their esteemed elder. The following afternoon, after a day of diligent toil, the couple, Rongfu and Su Yingying, along with Chen Xun, returned home as usual. However, upon their arrival, they noticed several neighbors casting furtive glances in their direction. The couple paused, only to discover an elderly man and a middle-aged gentleman standing at their doorstep, adorned in splendid attire that bespoke of nobility. The subtle air of authority emanating from them caused a tightness in Rongfu and Su Yingying's hearts, leading them to wonder if they had unwittingly offended some powerful figure during this period. Yet, their daily routine consisted solely of selling pork. What wrongs could they have committed? Hastily, they approached the two gentlemen, while Chen Xun ran off to frolic with the children. "Esteemed sirs," Rongfu and Su Yingying said, bowing slightly, their voices trembling with uncertainty. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang promptly extended their hands to assist the couple in standing upright. After a brief glance at Chen Xun, who was playing nearby, Ji Wucang smiled and said, "Ah, dear sirs, we have long admired your esteemed pork stall. We are but humble individuals with considerable strength, and we have come to seek an opportunity to assist in your pork hauling." Prior to their arrival, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang had meticulously researched the operations of Rongfu and Su Yingying's business. The initially anxious couple stood dumbfounded. Hull pigs. Coming to their senses, Rongfu forced a pale smile and said, "Esteemed sirs, please do not jest with us." Su Yingying's heart raced with apprehension, feeling quite flustered. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang exchanged a glance, momentarily taken aback. They hardly appeared to be jesting. Suddenly, they became acutely aware of their lavish attire, and an uneasy realization struck them. How careless it had been to forget changing clothes before coming. Naturally, their splendid appearance would lead others to think they were merely playing a prank. "It's your fault. How could you overlook such a detail?" Yin Jueqing transmitted his thoughts with irritation. Ji Wucang, feeling helpless, replied telepathically, "Master Yin, I had merely gone to inquire about the whereabouts of the esteemed elder's pork stall. I hardly considered such matters." Yin Jueqing retorted through their mental link. "You handle this yourself. This opportunity is a blessing bestowed upon us by the elder. If we fail to secure a position at Rongji today, I shall hold you accountable." With a slight grimace, Ji Wucang soon donned a smile and turned to Rongfu, saying, "Boss Rong, we are not jesting. We sincerely wish to assist you in hauling pigs, and we hope for your favorable consideration. Additionally, please refrain from addressing us as sirs." Rongfu and Su Yingying remained convinced that the two were merely joking. Rongfu awkwardly replied, "Esteemed sirs, the matter is that we already employ help and have no intention of hiring additional workers. Currently, the 4 pigs that Chen Xun hauls daily often remain unsold. Hiring more help would result in considerable losses. With the costs of sustenance and wages aside, hauling back that many pigs each day would lead to spoilage. We cannot afford such losses." Ji Wucang was already familiar with the intricacies of the pork trade. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. He had never before found himself in such a humble position, negotiating with mere mortals. After a moment of steeling himself, he declared, "Boss Rong, we shall forego our wages. We seek no accommodations. Our only desire is to tend to the pigs." Yin Jueqing eagerly concurred. Indeed, Rongfu and Su Yingying were left in a state of bewilderment, staring blankly at the two elegantly attired individuals before them. Could they possibly be insane? Yet, they hardly appeared so. Or perhaps they were simply here to mock them. Many affluent individuals possess a peculiar penchant for toying with the less fortunate. Rongfu hesitated to say more, offering a wry smile as he gently suggested, "Esteemed guests, we truly do not require additional help with the pigs. Chen Xun alone manages to transport 4 pigs daily, and we struggle to sell even that many. Any more would be unmanageable. I hope you can understand." Ji Wucang interjected swiftly, "Then we could share the task with the previous laborer, transporting 4 pigs together. Surely he too would find it exhausting to manage alone." Rongfu was left speechless. However, it became evident to both Rongfu and Su Yingying that these two genuinely wished to tend to the pigs. Was there truly such joy in this endeavor? Have the eccentricities of the wealthy in Yin City reached such peculiar heights? Oh, let us not dwell on that. Indeed, if it allows us to tend to the pigs, How about we offer you some money in exchange? Ji Wutsong stated, already reaching for his purse. Rong Fu hurriedly intervened, exclaiming, no, you may tend to the pigs. In Jueqing and Ji Wutsong exchanged glances of delight. Finally, their wish to tend to the pigs was realized. Then, esteemed boss, we shall arrive first thing tomorrow morning. Oh, and regarding that pink apron worn by the previous laborer, we found it most endearing. Please ensure we have one as well. Furthermore, there is no need to prepare a pig cart for us. We are quite capable of carrying a pig each. After conveying their requests, In Jueqing cautiously stole a glance at Chen Xun before making their exit. Rong Fu and his wife stood there, dumbfounded, watching the two figures retreat, still in disbelief that such absurdity had unfolded before them. They could not fathom why they had encountered such a ludicrous situation, nor why. Amidst the myriad of pig stalls in Yen City, these two had chosen their humble establishment. Early the next morning, before dawn had even broken, In Jueqing and Ji Wutsong arrived to wait. Having learned from their previous experience, they had exchanged their opulent garments for worn, humble linen attire. With a creak, the door opened, and the two quickly turned to see Chen Xun emerging. Greetings, esteemed senior. They whispered reverently, as if caught in some clandestine act. Soon, the sound of approaching footsteps caught their attention, prompting them to straighten up. It was Rong Fu, who paused in surprise upon seeing In Jueqing and Ji Wutsong. He had not expected them to return. He hastily retreated, returning moments later with two pink aprons in hand. Here you are, esteemed guests, the aprons you requested. To keep your clothes clean, Rong Fu said, suddenly noticing their attire and pausing in astonishment. Just yesterday they had donned finery. Today, it seemed they wished to protect those garments, dressing appropriately for the labor at hand. Such a practical approach to life experience. Thank you very much, the two exclaimed, snatching the pink aprons and quickly putting them on. It was merely an elderly man, a middle-aged fellow, garbed in a delicate pink apron, appearing rather peculiar. At that moment, Chen Xun let out a wild laugh, seized the cart, and rumbled away. In Jueqing and Ji Wutsong, upon witnessing this, ceased to pay any heed to the bewildered Rong Fu, turning to sprint after him with arms swinging vigorously, moving with remarkable speed. Rong Fu swallowed hard. The middle-aged man was one thing, quite robust, but the old man was astonishingly swift, moving with such grace. My goodness! On the street, Chen Xun raced forward with the cart, while In Jueqing and Ji Wutsong flanked him, their gazes fixed ahead, expressions solemn, arms pumping as they dashed forward. The trio maintained a synchronized stride, swiftly traversing the street and kicking up a cloud of dust. Early risers were startled, retreating to the sides of the road. Ah, it's that pig-hauling laborer again. Oh, this time, there are two more individuals. Goodness, look at that old man. He runs so fast. Incredible. Not long after, the three returned from the pig farm, speeding along the same path, sparks flying as they moved. Chen Xun's cart bore two pigs, while In Jueqing and Ji Wutsong each carried another over their shoulders. The trio dashed away, soon disappearing around the corner. Onlookers were left utterly astounded by the spectacle. Meanwhile, cultivators in the loft also took note of this scene. Momentarily stunned, their eyes flickering. While the youth pulling the cart seemed somewhat eccentric, the old man and the middle-aged man, as they ran, exhibited faint fluctuations of spiritual energy. Were they cultivators? Cultivators hauling pigs? Pray tell, what is happening in this world? This is utterly absurd, never before seen. What business do cultivators have with such trivial matters? It appears there is an undisclosed secret lurking beneath the surface. Let us investigate further. Chapter 79. That old man plays such a perverse game? As Chen Xun and his companions approached Rong Fu's residence, they slowed their pace. At that moment, four figures darted out from the side, blocking their path. These four were the cultivators who had previously pursued them from the loft. In Jueqing and Ji Wutsong narrowed their eyes slightly. They immediately discerned that these four cultivators were merely at the foundation establishment stage. Impressive. A mere foundation establishment cultivator dares to set their sights on them? Feigning ignorance, Chen Xun shook his head and brazenly maneuvered the cart through the midst of the four. The four cultivators' expressions hardened, intent on obstructing Chen Xun. Ji Wutsong's gaze sharpened as he spoke coolly. You four insignificant ants must be weary of life, daring to obstruct the path of a senior? As he spoke, a subtle aura of the transformation stage began to emanate. Boom. The expressions of the four cultivators changed drastically, their faces turning ashen. Although they were unaware of the exact realm of the middle-aged man before them, it was evident that he far surpassed them in cultivation. At the very least, he was at the core formation stage, or perhaps even an ancient nascent soul expert. Thud, 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 thud. The 4 cultivators' knees buckled, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, filled with deep regret. Who could have anticipated that the one who draws pigs possesses such formidable skills? Had they known, they would have been too fearful to approach and probe. Elder, we mean no offense. We are merely curious about your pig-drawing abilities, stammered one of the cultivators. We are disciples of the Emerald Fire Pavilion and do not intend to offend. Unfortunately, the 4 cultivators were utterly oblivious to the identity of the individual before them. Had they encountered figures like Nangong Yao or Duan Songhai, there might have been a chance of survival. However, In Jueqing and Ji Wucang were notorious fiends. Upon hearing this, Ji Wucang revealed a chilling smile and declared, "Our sect does not concern itself with your origins. Since you harbor covetous thoughts and dare to obstruct our path, take heed in your next life." With that, the expressions of the 4 cultivators turned ashen as they exclaimed in terror, "Flee." "Humph," Ji Wucang scoffed coldly. And with a swift flick of his sleeve, the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators erupted into a mist of blood, unable to even let out a scream. In Ji Wucang's eyes, those 4 were no more significant than swine destined for slaughter. Even if 1,000 of them appeared, they would be no different than butchering livestock. In the realm of cultivation, disparities in realms grow increasingly vast, especially when the difference spans several major levels. Victory cannot be achieved through mere numbers. The Emerald Fire Pavilion? In Jueqing murmured. With these 4 ants dead, that pavilion will surely come to Yen City to investigate. It seems there is no longer a need for their existence. Wucang, after we deliver the pig to Boss Rome, you should pay a visit and eradicate the so-called Emerald Fire Pavilion, lest they send more trouble our way. Ji Wucang nodded. Indeed, I had the same intention without your prompting. Their dialogue, though seemingly mundane, conveyed a sense of decisive and ruthless intent, befitting the leaders of a demonic sect. Subsequently, they carried the pig to Rong Fu's small courtyard, leaving Rong Fu and Su Yingying utterly astonished. Incredible, after so many years in Yen City, where every household sells pork and uses carts, this is the first time I've seen anyone carry one back directly. What strength! The middle-aged man is one thing. But why is the old man so powerful as well? You 2 have worked hard. Please, sit and have some tea. Su Yingying hurriedly brought over 2 cups. In Jueqing and Ji Wucang accepted the tea but cast a sidelong glance at Chen Xun, who was squatting nearby, feeling unworthy to take a seat. What a jest! The elder was still present. They had no right to sit. Su Yingying, not pondering further, quickly joined Rong Fu in preparing the 4 pigs. As time was of the essence, "What are your names?" Rong Fu asked, smiling as he worked on the pork. After this experience of drawing pigs, Rong Fu felt a closer affinity to In Jueqing and Ji Wucang, as it was evident they genuinely wished to draw pigs. In Jueqing, Ji Wucang. As they introduced themselves, Rong Fu and Su Yingying paused their actions, falling silent. The brief sense of closeness dissipated swiftly. To them, those names resonated with an overwhelming presence and did not suggest benevolence. It seemed that they were important figures merely seeking a taste of ordinary life, necessitating careful attentiveness in the future. Boss Rome, we shall take our leave now and return early tomorrow to draw more pigs. In Jueqing uttered a remark and, together with Ji Wucang, cast a subtle and respectful glance at Chen Xun before departing. Do take care, Rong Fu hurriedly called out. Once In Jueqing and Ji Wucang had distanced themselves, the Rong Fu couple let out a collective sigh. Since yesterday, they had been utterly bewildered. Fortunately, from the very beginning, they had not sensed any malice from the 2 individuals. Contemplating this, Rong Fu, while tending to the pork, turned his gaze towards Chen Xun and solemnly cautioned, "Chen Xun, those 2 are certainly not ordinary people. In the future, when you bring in the pigs, you must show them proper respect. Otherwise, you may unwittingly attract grave misfortune." Chen Xun seemed oblivious, shouting, I'm hungry. All right. Seeing that Chen Xun was unresponsive, Rong Fu had no choice but to hastily say, "Yingzi, let us allow Chen Xun to have breakfast first." Okay. As In Jueqing and Ji Wucang made their way back to the tavern, dawn had broken. They suddenly became aware that many passers-by were casting peculiar glances their way, whispering to one another as they walked further away. The snippets of conversation were impossible to escape their ears. Look at that big man and that old fellow, wearing pink aprons. Could they possibly be perverts? I wouldn't be surprised. It's barely dawn, and they might just have returned from some clandestine rendezvous. Really? That old man seems far too advanced in years for such depravity. There is some oddity indeed, but some people simply have different tastes. We ought to transcend societal judgments and view this with an open mind. No, I'm not disapproving. I'm merely curious who holds the dominant role between that middle-aged man and the old man. It must be the old man. For if the middle-aged man were in charge, with his robust physique, the old man wouldn't stand a chance. At that moment, In Jueqing and Ji Wucang felt as though they had been struck by lightning, freezing in place. Their expressions darkened with fury, resembling individuals who had consumed 1,000 dead flies. What are you insignificant insects saying? Repeat that if you dare. Ji Wucang spun around abruptly, his face contorted with anger. Although he did not wield any spiritual power, as the leader of the Dian Demon sect, he emanated a palpable intensity and aura that caused the onlookers to tremble slightly in fear and hastily flee. Observing this, Ji Wucang snorted disdainfully, glaring at the fleeing crowd, as dark energy began to swirl around his hand concealed within his sleeve. Enough. At that moment, In Jueqing grasped Ji Wucang's hand, offering a warning glance. Ji Wucang, jolted back to reality, understood In Jueqing's intention, though he felt a sense of frustration. As the leaders of the North Xian Demon sect, it was intolerable that they were subjected to such slander by these mortals. Had they not been in Yen City, Ji Wucang might have been tempted to uproot the entire city. In Jueqing attempted to soothe him. These mortals did not mean any harm. Look at our appearance this early in the morning. It's no wonder they misinterpret us. Ji Wucang's expression softened slightly as he shook his head. Meanwhile, the act of In Jueqing holding Ji Wucang's hand further convinced several onlookers that there was indeed something illicit between the two. Sensing the gazes upon him, In Jueqing momentarily froze, hastily lowering his hand, and alongside the increasingly sullen Ji Wucang, they fled into a nearby tavern, as if in desperate haste. A murmur of surprise rippled through the onlookers as they exchanged glances, the atmosphere thickening with tension. The old man and the middle-aged individual entered the tavern with remarkable speed. Were they truly that impatient? Chapter 80. The bounty notice in Yen City. In Jueqing and Ji Wucang arrived punctually every day, just before dawn, at the entrance of Rongfu's residence, awaiting Chen Xun to assist in their pig-catching endeavors. Time swiftly passed, and soon half a month had elapsed. During this period, Ji Wucang made a visit to the Bihua Pavilion, where he unexpectedly encountered investigators on the way. After swiftly eliminating them, he proceeded to eradicate the entire Bihua Pavilion. Within Bihua Pavilion, the highest cultivation level barely reached the mid-stage of the core formation realm, rendering it an inconsequential force in the expanse of the southern heavens. Faced with a demonic cultivator of Ji Wucang's caliber, who had reached the god transformation stage, they stood no chance of resistance. This illustrates why typical sects advise their disciples to remain vigilant when venturing outside. Numerous examples exist of those who inadvertently provoked powerful figures, leading to their sect's utter annihilation. Recently, the number of cultivators arriving in Yen City has surged, with streaks of light frequently darting across the skies above. A bounty notice has quietly circulated both within and beyond Yen City. Naturally, this notice was primarily shared among cultivators, as ordinary folk would merely glance at it before shaking their heads and walking away, despite their astonishment. The affairs of cultivators were beyond their comprehension, and even with the promise of substantial rewards for providing credible information, where cultivators would offer spirit stones and rare treasures, while commoners could receive gold coins or even official positions, their trepidation kept them at bay. Moreover, the contents of the bounty notice have not gone unnoticed by the people of Yen City, who are left utterly astonished. It appears that numerous sects from the southern heavens have united to pursue a singular cultivator. Typically, people dare not provoke even a solitary cultivator, opting instead to observe from a distance, let alone challenge an entire coalition of sects, especially those of significant repute within the southern heavens. The citizens of Yen City can scarcely fathom the magnitude of the calamity that Chen Xun, the named cultivator, must have caused to warrant such severe consequences. Nonetheless, the very existence of this bounty notice suggests that Chen Xun is no ordinary individual. After all, to be targeted by such a multitude of sects is no trivial matter. Outside Yen City, two middle-aged men clad in plain robes stood gazing at the bounty notice affixed to the city wall, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. They were taken aback that the bounty issued for Gao had reached Yen City. Those who dare trouble Mr. Sun shall undoubtedly meet a grim fate, they remarked. These two were none other than Ning the leader of the Dao Tian sect, and Du Ncnghi, the leader of the Tianjin sect. Having traversed the southern heavens for more than half a year, they had finally arrived in Yin City. However, Ning and Du Ncnghi had no intention of entering the city, as they did not believe Chen Xun to be present there. After all, in their travels through countless cities and regions over the past 6 months, they had gleaned not a shred of information regarding Chen Xun. Let us depart. Du Ncnghi suggested. Ning nodded in agreement. Just as they prepared to leave, the voices of cultivators gliding by on their swords reached their ears. Did you hear? The Bihua Pavilion has been destroyed. What a tragedy. Indeed, it has come to my attention that the Bihua Pavilion has been firmly established in the region of the extreme flame mountains for quite some time. It is surprising to learn of its current fate, as there are cultivators at the core formation stage stationed within the sect. Rumors suggest that the once vibrant domain has been reduced to ruins, engulfed by malevolent energy, likely the work of demonic cultivators. Based on the lingering traces at the scene, some speculate that the annihilation of the Bihua Pavilion may be attributed to a cultivator of the nascent soul stage, a truly terrifying prospect. Could it be that the culprit is the same cultivator named Chen Xun mentioned in the bounty notice? Alas, the world has become increasingly chaotic. It would be wise for us to maintain a low profile to avoid implicating our sect. As the two cultivators conversed, they flew into Flame City. Upon overhearing their discussion, Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai halted their steps, pausing to reflect. Several keywords lingered in their minds: demonic cultivators, nascent soul, extermination. Nangong Yao expressed his suspicions. Duan's sect master. I cannot shake the feeling that there is something amiss. Duan Songhai, sharing a similar premonition, replied thoughtfully, pray, speak your mind. Nangong Yao continued. I cannot help but suspect that the downfall of the Bihua Pavilion is the handiwork of that scoundrel Yin and Ji Wucang. Duan Songhai, unfazed, nodded in agreement. Indeed, I harbor similar suspicions. With this thought in mind, the two exchanged peculiar glances at Flame City, deciding momentarily to remain. At the Rongfu household, during dinner, Rongfu lamented. The number of cultivators in Flame City seems to be increasing. I have heard that a bounty has been issued for the capture of a certain cultivator, causing quite a stir among the common folk. In the midst of my busy trade, I must find time to investigate the details of this bounty. As he sipped his wine, he sighed heavily. Nearby, Chen Xun was engrossed in his meal, rice scattered across his face, resembling a famished ghost. Su Yingying remarked, I doubt it is anything of great concern. As long as we do not provoke those cultivators, we should be fine. Rongfu shook his head. This is not merely a matter of provocation. You are aware that conflicts between cultivators have occurred before in Flame City. During one such clash, the ensuing chaos affected countless innocent citizens, resulting in a staggering death toll of 150, including children. The number of injured was beyond counting. 150 families were shattered. Many children lost their parents in the turmoil, left to survive in the slums, scrambling for scraps alongside stray dogs. Yet, the two cultivators involved faced no repercussions. It is a tragedy for those who perished. Our mortal lives seem to be worth no more than grass, trampled underfoot. As he spoke, Rongfu's indignation grew. It is infuriating that those who instigate such calamities face no consequences, while they, as cultivators, remain untouchable. The innocent victims, particularly the surviving children, are left to fend for themselves, and the authorities show no concern or provision for their plight. Su Yingying quickly placed her hand over Rongfu's mouth, cautioning, Dafu, you have had too much to drink. Rongfu paused, taking a deep breath to regain his composure, then turned to Chen Xun, who was still focused on his meal, and said, Chen Xun, there will be no need for you to haul the pigs tomorrow. We shall take a day off to visit a certain place. Very well. Chen Xun mumbled in agreement, returning to his food. After dinner, Chen Xun ventured out to play with the children. In the narrow courtyard, Rongfu and Su Yingying sat facing each other. Before them lay a rusted iron box, brimming with copper and silver coins. The children must miss you, Su Yingying remarked softly, observing Rongfu as he focused on counting the money. At her words, a simple smile spread across Rongfu's face as he continued his task, saying, recently, with that Chen Xun around, the pork business has been thriving. It seems I should raise that lad's allowance. Tomorrow, let us visit the children, buy them more food, and contribute to their household. I relish the moments when they gather around me, calling me Uncle Rong with glee. For many years, Rongfu had devoted himself to selling pork. setting aside only a small portion for his own family, while generously spending the majority on the homeless children of the slums. Rongfu, with his kind-hearted nature, was truly a good soul. He had quietly given for years. Even the neighbors were unaware of his charitable deeds. As he counted the coins, a thought struck him, causing his hand to falter. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke, his voice trembling. Ingzi, I owe you an apology. You defied your family's opposition and married me. A rough man, without hesitation. Yet, I have not. Su Yingying smiled gently, placing her hand over his. Defu, I sense these words have been bottled up within you for quite some time. I know your true feelings, but please understand, I married you for who you are. Nothing else matters. What I cherish most is your kindness and sincerity. I love you, and as long as I am with you, nothing else matters. Even if it means begging on the streets together, I would still be happy. Rongfu was taken aback for a long moment, then grasped Su Yingying's hand, his eyes glistening with tears as he smiled. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 81. Chen Xun, a good man from the slums of Yen City. The following morning, before dawn had broken, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong arrived, only to be informed by Rongfu that the business would be closed for the day and no pigs would be slaughtered. Reluctantly, they agreed to leave but remained, waiting until Chen Xun and Rongfu finished their breakfast and emerged with a cloth bag. Seeing Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong still there, Rongfu inquired, are you two still here? He, Ji Wucong said respectfully, glancing at Chen Xun before continuing. Boss Rong, do you have plans for today? May we accompany you? Yin Jueqing nodded in agreement. They exchanged glances, not so much out of a desire to follow, but because they were concerned about their senior's safety, fearing that someone might provoke him along the way, and they wanted to be ready to act swiftly. Regardless, this was an opportunity to showcase their capabilities before their esteemed leader, and they could not let it slip by. Rongfu glanced at Su Yingying, hesitating. Come now, Boss Rong. Let us join you, Ji Wucong urged eagerly. Very well, then, please do join us, Rongfu replied. Boss Rong, we are all comrades here. There is no need for the formalities. Stop calling us sir. It feels distant, doesn't it? If you keep calling me sir, I might just get upset. All right, Rongfu acquiesced. Thus, Chen Xun and his companions headed westward into Yen City, where the slums were located. Along the way, Chen Xun, with his hair disheveled and wielding a wooden sword, swung it around wildly while laughing, attracting numerous curious glances. Rongfu and Su Yingying both felt a touch of embarrassment, yet it was bearable. Rongfu glanced at Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong, apologetically stating, My friends, Chen Xun is not in his right mind. His thoughts differ from those of ordinary people. Please be understanding. Although Rongfu was aware that these two had been entangled with Chen Xun for over half a month and understood his circumstances, he was still apprehensive about causing them discomfort in this awkward situation. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong, who had been fixated on Chen Xun, were visibly frightened and shook their heads vigorously, resembling a rattle drum. Not at all. Boss Rong, Chen Gong is quite well. Indeed, Chen Gong is perfectly fine. He seems completely normal to me. Rongfu was taken aback. Perfectly normal? He couldn't help but glance at Chen Xun's deranged demeanor, then exchanged a bewildered look with Su Yingying. Could he truly be considered perfectly normal? Subsequently, the group ventured to a market, purchasing an abundance of food and daily necessities. The couple, unable to carry such a load, were assisted by Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong. For the two of them, this experience was unprecedented after many years. As they drew closer to the western outskirts of Yen City, the roads became increasingly dilapidated, some even muddy and treacherous, while the air took on a gradually more unpleasant odor. The stench was a ghastly amalgamation of decay and the foulness of excrement, quite overwhelming to the senses. Chen Xun, however, seemed indifferent, laughing maniacally as if oblivious to his surroundings. In contrast, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong could no longer suppress their frowns and discreetly circulated their spiritual energy to block the foul smell. After some time, they finally arrived at the slums. The entire area exuded an aura of filth and disarray. Tattered, faded tents were haphazardly scattered as far as the eye could see, densely packed and seemingly endless. Numerous people and children wandered among them, most with vacant expressions. The arrival of Chen Xun and his companions piqued the curiosity of many onlookers. Friends, the smell inside will be even worse. Perhaps you should wait here? Rongfu suggested to Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucong. Ji Wucong immediately waved his hand, saying, Boss Rong, it's nothing to us. To be honest, it's rather fragrant. Yin Jueqing shot a glance at Ji Wucang, as if silently questioning, if it's so trivial, why not disperse the energy blocking your nose? What nonsense is this? Fragrant indeed? Rong Fu and his wife pursed their lips, casting a quick glance at Ji Wucang before hastily averting their gaze, eager to inquire if there was something amiss with his sense of smell. Well, if you insist. They then proceeded into the slums, with Rong Fu and his wife cautiously surveying their surroundings, fearful of potential robbery, as they had encountered such situations in the past. Fortunately, this time they felt secure. Unbeknownst to them, there were those who coveted their possessions, but they were deterred by a fierce glare from Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang, rendering them immobile until the group had moved on. Only then did three gaunt youths, clad in tattered clothing, emerge from the shadows, expressing their discontent. Why didn't we act just now? The individuals, burdened with numerous bags, likely possessed quite a fortune. I could even see the tantalizing meat pies. My hands hesitated, as I couldn't help but notice the piercing gazes of that elderly man and the middle-aged gentleman, resembling wolves, quite terrifying indeed. However, upon reflection, I recognized one of them as the owner of Rongji Pig Stall, a benevolent soul who annually brings delectable treats to assist the children. Even without those two, I had no desire to resort to theft. Alas, hunger gnawed at me. At that moment, Chen Xun returned. The three youths, startled, immediately adopted a wary stance, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Ha ha ha. Chen Xun scrutinized them, stroking his chin with an inexplicable smile. The youths exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, realizing that he might not possess all his faculties. What do you intend to do? One of the youths feigned bravado. Let me assure you, the three of us are not intimidated by a single individual. Oh dear, I'm so frightened, Chen Xun replied, theatrically patting his chest. The trio stood dumbfounded, choosing not to engage further with what they perceived as lunacy, and turned to leave. Hey, with hands and feet, why not seek honest work? Chen Xun remarked, shaking his head. The three paused, exchanged glances, and eventually turned back to face him. The central youth spoke solemnly. We, the inhabitants of this slum, are the lowest of the low in Yin City. During the day, we are forbidden from appearing outside, and if discovered, we would be detained by the authorities for disrupting the city's appearance. We can only venture out at night to scavenge for food. Chen Xun considered himself fortunate. Prior to his employment at Rongfu's pig stall, he had not been caught, or he too would have likely been imprisoned as one of the slum dwellers. May we leave now? Truth be told, we had no genuine intention of robbing you, the youth continued. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Chen Xun produced several silver coins from his pocket and offered them with a silly grin. This is my wage from last month for working at the pig stall. Please use it to buy something delicious. The three youths stared blankly at the money being offered by the seemingly deranged individual, swallowing hard. Once they regained their composure, the central youth snatched the coins from Chen Xun's hand and shouted, "Run." The trio turned and fled. Chen Xun, chuckling, paid them little mind and walked away. Yet, at that moment, the fleeing youths gradually halted, turning to gaze vacantly at Chen Xun's retreating figure. The one who had taken the money hesitated for a moment before running back, leaving behind one silver coin, while shoving the remainder back into Chen Xun's hands, stammering, "Mister, we only need a little, you keep the rest. Thank you. You are like Boss Rong, a good person." Chuckling, Chen Xun tucked the coins into his pocket and quickly departed. The three youths, watching him fade from sight, were left in a tumult of emotions as they stared at the solitary silver coin. Brother, that eccentric fellow must be working at Boss Rong's pig stall. Indeed, his earnings are hard-won, and his demeanor appears somewhat unhinged. We must not lose our conscience for a mere silver coin. We are deeply grateful to him. Chapter 82. The Thoughts of Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai. Uncle Rong. Uncle Rong, you must have some pancakes too. Uncle Rong, Aunt Sue, we miss you so much. Haha, Uncle Rong and Aunt Sue miss you too. Inside a dilapidated tent, the Rong couple is surrounded by a group of frail children, their smiles unwavering. Outside the tent, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang stand, peering through the curtain, slightly entranced by the scene before them. Two cold-hearted demon cultivators experience an indescribable sensation for the first time after years of cultivation. Yin Jueqing reflects, "This Boss Rong is indeed a good man." Ji Wucang silently nods. Though he would never engage in such acts, he refrains from passing judgment on those who do. Yin Jueqing strokes his beard and chuckles. At last, I understand why my predecessor instructed me not to harm the common folk during my time in Beixian. It is now clear to me that individuals like Boss Rome are likely not few among the masses. What are you two doing here? At that moment, Chen Xun suddenly appears behind Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang, startling them. They turn and quickly bow, exclaiming, "Predecessor." Chen Xun glances at the two and then merrily dives into the foul-smelling tent. "Predecessor, it's very dirty and smelly inside," Ji Wucang exclaims, but Chen Xun has already entered. "We should go in as well," Yin Jueqing promptly declares. Ji Wucang grimaces, "Sect Master Yin, it is exceedingly filthy and odorous in there." Yin Jueqing retorts, "You have borne a pig. Do you still care about this? Besides, can you claim to be more esteemed than our predecessor? Call me again, and I shall be forced to strike you." At these words, Ji Wucang's heart quivers, and he reluctantly follows Yin Jueqing into the tent. Inside, Chen Xun has already mingled with the children. Initially, the children are apprehensive at the sight of the newcomers, but upon hearing Rong Fu's introduction, their fears dissipate, and they eagerly pull the bewildered Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang into their play. Rong Fu and his wife are taken aback and are about to intervene when Ji Wucang gives them a reassuring glance. Thus, the esteemed leaders of the Tunshan Demon sect and the Dian Demon sect find themselves frolicking with the children of the slums. At first, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang feel somewhat uncomfortable, but as they engage in play and sense the children's pure hearts, smiles begin to unconsciously grace their faces. If this scene were witnessed by the elders and disciples within their sect, they would undoubtedly be left astounded, as if the heavens had fallen. "Brother Pancake." A little girl offers a half-eaten pastry to Chen Xun, who grins broadly and takes a bite without hesitation, chuckling joyfully. Witnessing this scene, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang's gazes toward Chen Xun grow increasingly complex, filled with sincere admiration. "Predecessor, he is truly unlike any cultivator we have encountered before. He is entirely different." During this time, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang learn from Rong Fu and his wife. The parents of these children had nearly all perished in the aftermath of the battle fought by the monks that year, leaving the two in a prolonged state of shock. They exchanged glances, their expressions heavy with the realization that the recent conflict between the righteous and the demonic had indeed affected many townsfolk, thrusting numerous children into a life of suffering. At the break of dawn the following day, before the sun had even risen, Chen Xun emerged, ready to commence another day of pig herding. Upon his arrival, he found Yin Jueqing and his companion already waiting for him, clad in pink aprons. Their time spent together had fostered a deep sense of camaraderie, leading them to transition their address for Chen Xun from senior to Mr. Unperturbed, Chen Xun harnessed the cart and set off with a rumbling sound, prompting Yin Jueqing and his companion to hastily catch up. As they dashed through the streets, a cloud of dust enveloped them, provoking scornful remarks from passers-by who deemed them insane. Simultaneously, in a nearby tavern, Nangong Yao spat out his tea in astonishment, eyes wide as he beheld the retreating figures of Chen Xun and the two others. "Mr. And the other two are actually Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang. What a coincidence," he mused, realizing that both he and Duan Sanhai were also residing in the same tavern as Yin Jueqing and his companion, a popular choice among cultivators in Yen City. "Master Duan, I have spotted the Mr. Nangong Yao quickly communicated before vanishing in a flash, pursuing Chen Xun and the others. Startled, Duan Sanhai, from another room, also disappeared, following in the direction where Nangong Yao had gone. In the pig farm, the sound of clattering echoed as Chen Xun rushed out with two still drowsy pigs in tow. Yin Jueqing and his companion followed suit, each struggling to carry a bewildered pig. Closely trailing Chen Xun, the trio swiftly vanished down the path. A moment later, Nangong Yao and Duan Sanhai emerged from the brush, gazing in disbelief at the direction from which Chen Xun had departed. "Am I hallucinating? Is that senior herding pigs? And those two carrying pigs are Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang?" Duan Sanhai swallowed hard, grappling with the absurdity of the scene. The sensation was akin to encountering an exceptionally familiar person suddenly dropping their trousers and squatting before you, exposing their backside and defecating. The sight of the pink apron added to the overwhelming visual shock for both Duan Sanhai and Nangong Yao. While it was somewhat expected of a senior known for his whimsical nature, the antics of Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang were entirely baffling. Suddenly, Nangong Yao exclaimed, "I understand." Duan Sanhai, intrigued, awaited further explanation. With conviction, Nangong Yao continued, "Previously, during our time at the sect, We followed the mister to practice the transformation into a tree technique, achieving a breakthrough in our cultivation. Now that he is herding pigs, it must also be a form of cultivation. Such a thing exists. Duan Songhai gasped, finally understanding why Yin Jueqing had advanced ahead of him to the late stage of the transformation realm. At this moment, Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai exchanged a glance, and an idea instantly formed in their minds. They swiftly made their way towards the direction in which Chen Xun had departed. Boss Rong, we shall return tomorrow. They bid farewell to the Rongfu family and headed towards the tavern. This time, they had learned their lesson and promptly removed their pink aprons to avoid being labeled as perverts. Who? Step forward. Suddenly, Yin Jueqing sensed something amiss, turning his head towards a shadowy corner and shouted. Ji Wucang was also slightly startled. Was someone tailing them? He had failed to detect it immediately. It seemed the cultivator following them was not to be underestimated. A moment of silence hung in the air. From the shadowy corner, Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai emerged with smiles, cupping their hands in greeting. Hee, Master Yin, Master Ji. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang were momentarily taken aback, their pupils narrowing slightly. Nangong Yao? Duan Songhai? What a small world. They actually encountered each other here. We saw everything, Nangong Yao remarked nonchalantly. Yin Jueqing frowned. What did you see? Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai exchanged glances and spoke in unison. We also wish to catch pigs. Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang's expressions darkened slightly, cursing inwardly. Damn, these two old foxes seem to have discerned the formidable method of catching pigs. Ji Wucang coldly replied, Humph, if you wish to catch pigs, go ahead. There are countless stalls selling pigs in Yin City. Do you think we can stop you? Nangong Yao cleared his throat. We also wish to follow the master in catching pigs. Yin Jueqing, displeased, waved his sleeve dismissively. We came to catch pigs only after consulting the master. If you want to catch pigs, go ask the master. What use is it to speak with us? Humph, lunatics. With that, Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang raised their chins and walked away disdainfully. They did not believe that Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai could follow them to catch pigs. After all, the Rong family truly did not need more people. Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai watched the two depart, exchanging glances and smirking. What were they so proud of? They then glanced at the Rongfu family and hastened their steps towards the small courtyard. Inside the Rongfu courtyard, Chen Xun was enjoying his breakfast while the Rong couple tended to the pork. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Rongfu exchanged puzzled glances with his wife. Could it be Yin Jueqing and Ji Wucang returning? Rongfu wiped his hands and approached the door, only to be taken aback upon seeing two unfamiliar middle-aged men outside. Moreover, they exuded an air of distinction, suggesting wealth or nobility. For some reason, an ominous premonition arose in Rongfu's heart as he cautiously inquired. You two wouldn't be here to catch pigs, would you? Hiss. Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai exchanged shocked glances, then cautiously peered into the courtyard where Chen Xun was dining. Truly, their master seemed to have everything under control. With a serious expression, Duan Songhai declared, Yes, we wish to come here to catch pigs. Nangong Yao quickly added, Indeed. Indeed. As long as we can catch pigs, you need not provide us with food or lodging, and we could even pay you. Rongfu stood there, dumbfounded. As Su Yingying, who was processing pork, momentarily lost her focus upon hearing the conversation, she nearly cut her own hand with the slaughtering knife. The dialogue was nearly identical to what had been said before. Chapter 83. Those who come to haul pigs are not ordinary beings. However, I must confess, we already have 3 pig-hauling workers at home, and 4 pigs a day is sufficient, Rongfu began, but before he could finish, Nangong Yao interjected, No worries. We shall each carry 1 pig. It will be just right. Rongfu stuttered, but, Chen Xun. This matter we can manage ourselves. I kindly ask you not to refuse us further. We are willing to pay for the hauling, Duan Songhai asserted as he reached for his money. Wait. If you wish to haul, then haul. Just follow your instincts. Rongfu exclaimed, astonished and hastily stopping them. Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai were elated. What is your title, sir? Rongfu. Very well, I am Nangong Yao, and he is Duan Songhai. Rong boss, we will come tomorrow morning to haul the pigs. So please ensure that you prepare those pink aprons for us. After speaking, Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai respectfully glanced at Chen Xun in the courtyard before swiftly departing. Rongfu stood there, bewildered. Dafu, what in the world is going on? Su Yingying approached, equally perplexed. This world is utterly absurd. Why are the wealthy so eager to haul pigs? Why do they choose our Ranji? They even expect no provisions or monthly payments. And they wish to pay for hauling pigs. It's outrageous. Rongfu could not help but scratch his bloodied head, chuckling bitterly. I cannot fathom it. In my half a lifetime. This is the first time I have encountered such a series of bizarre occurrences. One is named Nangong Yao, the other Duan Songhai. These names sound far from ordinary, rivaling even In Jueching and Ji Wutsong. Su Yingying's eyes flickered, and she whispered, Dafu, I perceive from their demeanor that they hardly resemble mortals. Unlike the simple-minded Rongfu. Su Yingying contemplated deeply through various details. Upon hearing her words, Rongfu shuddered, his gaze filled with disbelief. Are they cultivators? Su Yingying nodded, a hint of bitterness in her expression. Indeed, you must have considered this possibility in your heart, but are reluctant to accept it. Their aura is far from that of ordinary beings. Furthermore, their strength. Our route to the pig farm is not short, yet they can carry pigs back effortlessly. Wouldn't you agree? Rongfu swallowed hard and replied, But carrying pigs, martial practitioners can achieve that too. If you say so. Then Chen Xun must also be quite strong. Could he be a cultivator as well? Su Yingying smiled helplessly. That child Chen Xun is certainly not a cultivator. Though he possesses strength, he has always used a cart for hauling pigs, unlike those two who carry them directly. Moreover, with Chen Xun's disposition, he could never be a cultivator. Rongfu shook his head. No, I still cannot believe it. How could cultivators come to haul pigs? What do they stand to gain? Although Rongfu spoke with skepticism, the pallor on his face was undeniably evident. Su Yingying sighed. I cannot fathom their intentions. We are merely ordinary mortals making a living by selling pigs. Of course, this is merely my speculation, so do not fret excessively. To entertain another possibility. Even if they are cultivators, they have never exhibited any malice towards us. Rongfu furrowed his brow and nodded. Subsequently, the two of them absent-mindedly completed their tasks with the pork, and after finishing breakfast, they loaded the meat onto the cart, which Chen Xun drove towards the East Street Market. In the city lord's mansion of Yen City, the old steward bowed and announced, My lord, there seems to be some news regarding the cultivator mentioned in the bounty notice. Uft. The city lord, Wang Heng, who was sipping tea, abruptly spewed it out in shock. What did you say? The old steward continued. It has been reported that there are leads concerning the cultivator listed on the bounty notice. Wang Heng sprang to his feet, pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression a mixture of delight, fear, and anxiety. Hesitation etched across his face. That cultivator, sought after by numerous sects, was actually in his Yen City? After a moment, Wang Heng refrained from immediately inquiring about the specifics and instead asked solemnly, Steward, do you think we should report this matter? Though he governed the entirety of Yen City, he remained fundamentally a mortal. To speak candidly, the bounty's reward was indeed enticing to Wang Heng. Yet, he dared not consider the implications of a cultivator pursued by so many sections. The current situation felt as if one were teetering on the edge of a precipice, with heaven on one side and hell on the other. Of course, there was another option, to disregard the matter entirely, to remain blissfully ignorant and maintain the status quo. The old steward remained silent for a considerable time before he spoke. In my humble opinion, it would be wise for you, my lord, to refrain from getting involved. While the reward is substantial, it is akin to traversing a narrow bridge over a cliff. A moment's carelessness could lead to an irreversible downfall. Should the ruthless individual from the bounty learn that it was you who reported the information, the consequences would be dire. The old steward's words were somewhat diplomatic. To put it bluntly, any cultivator who could be so widely sought after was certainly formidable. Should they come knocking, it was likely that with a mere gesture, the city lord's mansion would be annihilated. Wang Heng's chest heaved as he comprehended the situation. The steward had always been his advisor, and this time he would heed his counsel, recognizing that some matters were beyond his control. The old steward nodded in satisfaction and inquired, in that case, does it mean the city lord does not intend to pursue the whereabouts of the cultivator mentioned in the bounty? Wang Heng stifled his curiosity, shaking his head. No, I shall not pursue it. As long as I remain uninformed, I shall know nothing. Let us keep this matter between us. The old steward bowed, as you wish. According to the reports, there was a pig handler from Rongji pig stand at the East Street Market whose description closely resembled that of the cultivator on the bounty notice. His name was Chen Xun, clad in blue attire and carrying a wooden sword, presenting the demeanor of a scholar, all matching the details. The only discrepancy was that this Chen Xun was said to be somewhat mad. Whether he was indeed the cultivator from the bounty remained to be debated. After all, in the steward's view, how could a cultivator be so unorthodox as to work as a pig handler? Naturally, the steward speculated that this could be a method of concealment employed by the individual. However, it is contradictory that if one wishes to conceal their identity, why not alter their name and don different attire? This perplexity left the old steward in a state of distress, unable to comprehend the situation, ultimately deciding to let it be. Often, feigning ignorance is the best means of self-preservation. The grievances of cultivators are matters in which mere mortals should not meddle. Just as the old steward was about to take his leave, Wang Heng suddenly remarked, "Steward, deal with the informant." He gestured with emotion across his throat. The old steward nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, my lord. As soon as that person reported this information, I will have him eliminated immediately, and I shall instruct that the city lord's office takes no responsibility regarding the bounty notice." Wang Heng paused, casting a satisfied glance at the old steward. With such a steward, there was a certain tranquility, though he could not shake the chill that crept over him at the sight of the old fox. Chapter 84. The shock of the Rongfu couple, escaping Yin City under cover of night. In the afternoon, the day of selling pork came to a close. Rongfu instructed Su Yingying to take Chen Xun home while he sought to examine the bounty notice. Remembering the children in the slums, Rongfu felt an urge to check on them, fearing that the conflict among cultivators might ensnare countless innocent lives. In Yin City, at the bounty notice office, a throng gathered, with people pressed against each other. Most were cultivators, scrutinizing the contents of the notice, while mere mortals remained at a distance, fearful of approaching the cultivators, only daring to observe from afar. As they beheld the sum stated on the bounty notice, their eyes sparkled with greed and their breaths grew heavy. Rongfu, feeling a lump in his throat, gathered his courage to inch closer, stopping once he could clearly discern the text of the notice. The bounty notice read, "Name, Chen Xun, identity, Northern Xian cultivator, physical characteristics, dressed in blue. Wielding a wooden sword, anyone who can provide a general whereabouts of this cultivator will receive a reward of 100,000 spirit stones and 2 purple star treasure flowers. Mortals will be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins and nobility. Bounty duration, none. Task risk. The target possesses considerable cultivation strength. Please exercise caution. This bounty has been issued by the elite sects of the Southern Sky. Any cultivator who obtains information about the target may report to the Jiang sect, Batian Pavilion, Miaoying Valley, and other sections. Mortals may report directly to the local city or town lord's office. Fearing that the cultivators might discover Chen Xun's strength post-transcendence and thus refrain from reporting, Hao Gao did not specify Chen Xun's exact cultivation level on the bounty notice, merely stating it as considerably strong. After reading the bounty notice, Rongfu's pupils constricted, his gaze fixated on the lines detailing the name and physical characteristics. Chen Xun, dressed in blue and wielding a wooden sword? Impossible, this cannot be true. Rongfu murmured to himself in disbelief. At the Rongfu household, during dinner, Rongfu drank in silence, his hand trembling slightly as he held the wine cup, stealing glances at Chen Xun, who was engrossed in his meal, only to quickly avert his gaze. Since returning from viewing the bounty notice, his heart had been in a state of incessant turmoil. "Defu, why are you so quiet today?" Su Yingying noticed Rongfu's unusual demeanor and inquired with curiosity. Every evening during dinner, Rongfu is quite the chatterbox, laughing and talking incessantly. Rongfu forced a smile and said, "No, nothing." Su Yingying frowned but did not inquire further. After dinner, Chen Xun went outside to play with the children. It was then that Rongfu hastily approached the kitchen, where he found Su Yingying washing the dishes, hesitating as he tried to speak. Noticing his unusual behavior, Su Yingying asked while scrubbing, "Defu, why are you acting so strangely today?" "Yingzi, I went to check the bounty notice this afternoon." Rongfu's face turned pale. Despite having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, there was no trace of color or intoxication on his face. Su Yingying sensed the tremor in his voice and, alarmed, stopped washing the dishes to ask, "What about the bounty notice?" Rongfu replied with difficulty, "The cultivator named in the bounty notice is Chen Xun, described as wearing a blue robe and carrying a wooden sword." With a crash, the dish Su Yingying was holding fell into the sink, shattering into pieces. She hurried to stand before Rongfu, her face rapidly losing its color, and exclaimed, "You mean?" Rongfu cautiously glanced outside and, with a trembling voice, nodded, saying, "As much as I don't want to admit it, His name and attire match perfectly, especially that distinctive wooden sword. Ingzi, what should we do? Su Yingying's pupils contracted as she listened to the joyful laughter of Chen Xun and the children outside, still finding it hard to believe. Look at Chen Xun. How could he possibly be involved? It must just be a coincidence. Rongfu gritted his teeth and replied, but this is too coincidental. How can such coincidences exist in this world? Moreover, Ingzi, you mentioned yesterday that those who came to collect pigs were cultivators. At the time, I was somewhat skeptical, but now, connecting the dots, it's almost certain they must be. Those 4 individuals are undoubtedly here from Master Chen, seeking the astronomical bounty mentioned in the notice. They have likely reported this to their sects. Their continued presence here, merely collecting pigs, is solely to keep an eye on Master Chen. Master Chen is in grave danger. At this moment, Rongfu's entire focus was on Chen Xun's safety. To him, it was inconceivable that someone as kind-hearted as Chen Xun could be the target of such a bounty. Su Yingying was beginning to believe the grim reality laid before them. She had no choice but to accept it. Trembling, she asked, so Defu, what do you plan to do? We are mere mortals. Getting involved may jeopardize our lives. Until now, both Rongfu and Su Yingying had managed to remain relatively composed, for they had been piecing together the clues over time, preparing themselves mentally. Rongfu stammered, we don't know why Master Chen would be involved. His condition is precarious, and he has been frequenting the pigpen daily. Although Yin City is vast, it's only a matter of time before he is discovered, especially since those 4 have already set their sights on him. You are always more astute than I. Do you have any ideas? I will follow your lead. Su Yingying lowered her gaze to the ground for a considerable time before tremblingly uttering, Defu. Considering the current predicament, even if we were to dismiss Chen Xun, Master Chen would be of no use to us. Those 4 cultivators will undoubtedly pursue us relentlessly. In my opinion, we should take advantage of their ignorance, and, while they are still complacent, depart under the cover of night, escaping Yin City with Master Chen in tow. We must flee as far as we can. Rongfu nodded eagerly. Indeed, let us prepare our belongings at once. While it would have been entirely feasible for the Rong couple to abandon Chen Xun and flee on their own, the kindness he had shown during their time together made it impossible for them to harden their hearts against him. They believed that with the bounty notices for Chen Xun plastered throughout Yin City, leaving him behind would lead to dire consequences for him. Even cultivators would find it difficult to stand against overwhelming odds. That night, Rongfu approached Chen Xun, stuttering, Master Chen, let me wrap this around you. He took a scarf and carefully enveloped Chen Xun's neck along with the wooden sword. For added safety, Rongfu even draped a pink apron over Chen Xun to conceal his azure attire. Chen Xun merely laughed maniacally, seemingly finding great amusement in the situation. Once everything was prepared, the Rong couple shouldered their belongings and, taking Chen Xun with them, slipped away from Yin City during the stillness of the night while all were asleep. They passed through the heavily guarded city gates without incident. The following morning, at the doorstep of the Rong residence, Yin Jueqing, Ji Wutsong, Nangong Yao, and Duan Songhai stood in disarray amidst the wind. They gazed at the open courtyard gate, empty and silent, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. What is happening? Where is everyone? Chapter 85. Sir, Wutsong has done nothing at all. The 4 exchanged glances, a chill running through them, before they hastily entered the Rong household. They soon discovered numerous signs of hasty packing. Yin Jueqing frowned. It appears that the Rong couple has moved, and they did so overnight. The others nodded, observing the various signs of their departure. Ji Wutsong inquired, Yin Zhongzhu. But everything seemed fine. Why would the Rong couple choose to relocate? Yin Jueqing scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai. He stated in a low voice, that is a question for you to answer. The expressions of Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai shifted uneasily. Duan Songhai responded, Yin Zhongzhu. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that our sect and Master Nangong forced the Rong couple to flee? Yin Jueqing retorted with sarcasm, is it not true? We were all well settled at the Rong household with the Master, yet you chose to intrude. Now, look where it has led, scaring the Rong couple into moving. Rest assured, the Master will deal with you in due course. You dare speak to me like that? Did I speak incorrectly? Yin Jueqing, do not slander us unjustly, casting blame upon our sect and Master Nangong. The facts speak for themselves. What now? I would advise you to remain calm, for while I may not be able to kill you, I can certainly inflict severe harm upon you. Yin Jueqing, you truly are a beast. My mother has long since passed from this world, and yet you harbor such vile thoughts. Go ahead and act upon them. Yin Jueqing and Duan Songhai began to hurl accusations at one another, their tempers flaring. Masters Yin and Duan, please, let us refrain from arguing for a moment. I have a different perspective, Ji Wucang interjected, his brow furrowed in concentration. I sense that Boss Rong and his companions are not merely relocating. It appears they are departing from Yin City altogether. What? The others gasped in astonishment. Ji Wucang spoke with conviction. It is likely due to the bounty notice. Perhaps Boss Rong has discerned that the gentleman is the one mentioned in the notice, and thus, they left in haste. At this revelation, the expressions of the three men shifted, finding his reasoning quite plausible. After all, they had all scrutinized the bounty notice. The name Chen Xun, clad in blue robes and carrying a wooden sword, would easily connect him to the gentleman in their minds, especially considering Boss Rong and his wife's kind-hearted nature. They certainly would not neglect him. Let us go. In the next instant, the four exchanged glances and vanished in a flicker. To ensure their suspicions were correct, they inquired with the guards at the city gate, who confirmed that a middle-aged couple had left with a peculiar young man the previous night. There was no doubt. It had to be Boss Rong and his companion. Outside Yin City, Boss Rong and the others cannot be far. Allow me to use my spiritual sense to locate them, Yin Jueqing declared, closing his eyes as he extended his formidable spiritual awareness in all directions. However, he soon opened his eyes again, exclaiming in exasperation, "Wait, I almost forgot. Boss Rong and his wife are with the gentleman, under his protection. Our spiritual sense cannot penetrate that barrier." Ji Wucang paused, understanding dawning as he nodded in agreement. When they first encountered the gentleman in Yin City, their spiritual probing yielded no results. How about this? Let us split up and search, Yin Jueqing proposed, darting off in one direction. The others, Nangong Yao and his companions, swiftly followed suit. On a wide mountain path, a horse pulled a cart at a brisk pace. The driver was Rong Fu, while Chen Xun sat with Su Yingying in the cart behind. The cart was laden with straw, a makeshift vehicle Chen Xun typically used for transporting pigs. The horse, purchased by Rong Fu the night before, added to the cart's utility. Despite their nocturnal journey, they had only managed to cover a mere 60 miles from Yin City. To Fuku, the horse has been running all night. We should pause to allow it to graze and drink. We have distanced ourselves from Yin City, Su Yingying suggested, noticing the horse's reduced speed. All right, Rong Fu nodded, guiding the horse to the side before dismounting to offer the animal some water. Master Chen, would you care for some water? Su Yingying inquired from the cart. Chen Xun shook his head, engrossed in the wordless book before him, muttering, No, I'm not thirsty. I'm hungry. I want to eat. With a forced smile, Su Yingying retrieved several pastries and handed them to him. Given our current circumstances, please do not mind the simplicity. Upon seeing the pastries, Chen Xun hastily set aside the book and seized them with lightning speed, devouring them eagerly. As Rong Fu approached and beheld the scene before him, he exchanged a knowing smile with Su Yingying. To be candid, even at this moment, they could not discern how Chen Xun resembled an immortal cultivator. Were it not for the striking resemblance to the bounty notice, they would scarcely believe it. Su Yingying, weary from sitting for too long, disembarked from the cart to stretch her limbs. With a sigh, Rong Fu lamented, Yingzi, where shall we go next? Su Yingying leaned against the cart, shaking her head in uncertainty. She had never anticipated finding themselves in such a state of disarray. Pondering deeply, Su Yingying remarked, "Da fuck, although our understanding of immortal cultivators is limited. The sects pursuing Master Chen, as you described, are indeed top tier in the cultivation world. Such esteemed sects must be beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals like us. I surmise that bounties may not only exist in Yin City, but also in other towns." A shiver coursed through Rong Fu's heart. Did this imply that he and his wife were doomed? Just as the couple found themselves in despair, a streak of light flashed across the sky, arriving before their cart in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a figure materialized before them, startling Rong Fu and his wife, who immediately bowed in terror, exclaiming, "Spare us, immortal. Spare us." They believed that their escape had been discovered and that a cultivator from Yin City was pursuing them for the bounty. Ji Wucang, exasperated, hurried to assist them upright, saying, Boss Rong, boss lady, it's me, Ji Wucang. I finally found you. Come back to Yin City with me. However, upon hearing this, Rong Fu and his wife looked up at Ji Wucang, their eyes rolling back in fear as they fainted. Ji Wucang, flustered, turned to Chen Xun. his face pale as he stammered. Sir, you saw it. Wutsong has done nothing wrong. He was perplexed. Was he truly that intimidating? Why did Rongfu and his wife display such dread towards him? After swallowing the last bite of his bread, Chen Xun finally turned his gaze to Ji Wutsong and chuckled. Ha ha ha. Realizing the misunderstanding, Ji Wutsong hastily retrieved a flask of wine from his storage ring and respectfully offered it. Chen Xun accepted, tilting his head back and finishing it in one go, then burping and covering his face with a blank book, promptly falling asleep. Ji Wutsong pursed his lips and, after helping Rongfu and his wife onto the cart, took a seat at the front, taking hold of the reins to return to Yin City. Giddy up. It was Ji Wutsong's first time driving a horse, a novel experience for him. Meanwhile, he transmitted a message to Yin Jueqing and the others, stating, I have located the Sir and am returning to Yin City. Chapter 86. A Terrible Misunderstanding. In Yin City, at the Rongfu residence, as evening fell within the small courtyard, Chen Xun rambled on, while Yin Jueqing and the other three knelt respectfully before him, listening intently. Among them, Duan Songhai had interacted with Chen Xun the least. Yet after their encounter, he was profoundly shaken. He thought to himself, truly, he is the one who obliterated the Wuji Immortal Palace. Everything he observed, heard, and said was remarkable. In Duan Songhai's eyes, though the Sir appeared mad, beneath this seemingly deranged exterior lay unparalleled wisdom. Esteemed Sir, I, Songhai, once boasted of being the foremost sword cultivator of the North Xian. However, upon encountering you, I have come to recognize that you are the radiant moon. While I am but a mere firefly, might I inquire about your insights into the way of the sword? Songhai lowered his head, his tone a blend of sincerity and anticipation. At this moment, Yin Jueqing and the others felt a twinge of irritation. How brazen of you, Songhai, to approach the esteemed Sir for counsel on swordsmanship, especially when you have had the least interaction with him. Your audacity knows no bounds. Songhai, I warn you, if the Sir wishes to teach, he shall do so of his own accord. Do not provoke me into taking action against you. Yin Jueqing's voice echoed ominously in Songhai's mind. Chen Xun chuckled mischievously, shaking his head. You wish to learn, do you? Songhai eagerly nodded. Indeed. I am utterly captivated by the way of the sword. Ah, but I shan't teach you. How does that make you feel? Chen Xun laughed